Kamisato Chihuan found himself inhabiting the body of a defector from Konoha during the twilight of the Third Great Ninja War. As he strained to extricate himself from his dire predicament, he remained unaware that, at that very moment, every ninja across the entire ninja world was simultaneously experiencing a rebirth of memories from their past lives. Voices clamored, "Overthrow the tyranny of Konoha and welcome back our sovereign." Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed, "Fugaku, I never imagined you would treat me as mere cargo to be delivered to Kamisato Chihuan." Uchiha Itachi questioned, "The will of fire? Can this so-called will of fire truly restore Konoha to greatness?" Sarutobi Hiruzen lamented, "If you do not consume beef, why persecute me?" Shimura Danzo retorted, "It was not I who harmed the villagers' beloved sow." The Ninetales protested, "I refuse to be confined within a zoo." Sage of the Six Paths declared, "Kamisato." Chapter 1. Mikoto, do not leave me. In the shadowy interrogation room of Konoha, the walls adorned with an array of cold instruments of torture, the air thick with a metallic scent of rust and blood, Kamisato Chihuan roused from unconsciousness, bound upon the rack of torment. Pain coursed through his scalp from having his hair violently yanked, his entire being ablaze with discomfort. "What is the situation?" rasped Chihuan, confusion engulfing him as memories of his predecessor surged like a tide. "Lift your head, scum. Your delicate face is quite fitting for a defector. I long to rip your intestines from your body and force them down your throat. Beg, if you cannot endure this modicum of pain, how did you not plead for your comrades to survive during your flight? Why did you not weep and beseech the enemy to spare the village? Is this where your cowardice has led you? You fled the battlefield with remarkable speed. How filthy! Your comrades' bodies lie rotting on the battlefield, their lives exchanged for your wretched existence. And no alternatives? The excuses of traitors are always so revolting. Tell me, how much information did you relay to the enemy? Not a spy. Then why run? Afraid of death? Your eyes resemble those of the Mist Village spy I executed. Would you like me to extract them for comparison? Am I being interrogated by Marino Ibiki? Chihuan struggled with a throat hoarse from the echoes of his predecessor's screams. The visage of that sadist flashed in his mind, sending chills down his spine. He had traversed into the body of a defector from Konoha at the end of the Third Great Ninja War, only to be captured swiftly. The higher-ups of Konoha had summoned the perverse Marino Ibiki to interrogate him as punishment for his predecessor's cowardice in battle. He had endured interrogation, though whether this was fortunate or unfortunate was uncertain. Fortunate for not facing the torment again, yet unfortunate in that he now faced potential execution. His mood was dismal. While others traversed as powerful Uchiha warriors or bore the essence of Kage Otsutsuki, he found himself as a mere civilian ninja, devoid of any bloodline, limit, and possessing a chakra pool that was lamentably mediocre, all while being a defector who could be executed at any moment. Unable to conceive of any other means to escape his plight, he could only hope for a miraculous intervention. System? Deep Blue? A golden finger. Yet, no response came, indicating that even the essential golden finger was absent. What a disastrous beginning. However, having reincarnated within the world of Naruto, he refused to surrender so easily. He did not believe that fate would allow him to perish so simply. Unfortunately, Chihuan had no respite to contemplate his escape, as a towering figure violently kicked open the door of the interrogation room. The newcomer bore a menacing scar that sliced from his right forehead to his left cheek, his piercing gaze radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Kamisato Chihuan, you're not being forthright, are you?" Chihuan remained oblivious to the fact that every ninja within the confines of Konoha had awakened fragments of their past lives. But in the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smoking pipe slipped from his grasp, shattering into pieces upon the floor. A grimace twisted his features as he clenched his fists, gasping for breath. The pain was unbearable. Moments prior, he had experienced a resurgence of memories that were profoundly terrifying. Within these recollections, a ninja named Kamisato Chihuan would rise to prominence in the days to come. He recalled that he had not wronged Chihuan, having only encountered him once or twice, during which he had intended to recruit this promising ninja by discussing the will of fire. The man had responded with fury. As though he had transformed into a different person, he declared, "You wish to brainwash me after I have traversed here? You treat me like a mere child," and demanded one final chance to recognize him as a father. Faced with this bizarre turn of events, Hiruzen could only awkwardly respond, "I'm far too old for such jests." Yet, this individual was unhinged, exclaiming that if he did not acknowledge Hiruzen as his father, he would choose death, all while muttering, "I do not consume beef." With insurmountable strength, he had brought about Hiruzen's demise, ensnaring his soul and transforming it into a wick, which burned for 49 days. Hiruzen could not fathom why this had occurred, feeling utterly bewildered. Everyone cherished the will of fire, and even if one did not, what purpose did it serve to torment him over something as trivial as refusing beef? Someone, investigate whether there exists a defector named Kamisato Chihuan. Hiruzen's gaze sharpened. Now that danger loomed, he could resolve to act decisively. He would not allow history to repeat itself. It was imperative to crush Kamisato Chihuan before he could realize his potential. The consequences of allowing his growth were too dire to contemplate. What transpired next took Hiruzen by surprise. One of the Umbu responded his call. Someone, anyone. He repeated his calls multiple times, yet silence reigned. As the situation unfolded, an ominous premonition began to take root within him. In the Uchiha clan compound, Uchiha Mikoto stood in the kitchen. Her knife suddenly halted mid-motion, the blade carving a deep line into the cutting board as she froze in place. A long-lost memory erupted within her mind that in this recollection, Fugaku had offered her to a man named Kamisato Chihuan. This man, in a brief span, conquered the entire ninja world, unifying it and ascending as the emperor of the ninja realm, designating her as his empress. Though Chihuan had many women, he favored her above all that he treated Itachi kindly, granting her eternal youth, immense power, and awakening her eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, while also initiating her journey to awaken the Rinnegan. With him, she experienced the true joys of womanhood. She even bore him a son named Kamisato Sasuke. The memory was extensive, and it took Mikoto a long time to regain her composure. What should I do? Her hands trembled. The events within her memories were so fantastical that she found herself questioning their authenticity. Yet the sensations were undeniably vivid and real. Fugaku, how could you? You scoundrel! She cried out, her heart a tumult of emotions, torn between anguish and a flicker of hope that it might be true. At that moment, the door to the room swung open and a figure with awakened Manjikyu Sharingan stepped inside. Mikoto, could it be that you too? Uchiha Fugaku's face displayed disbelief. He had presumed himself the sole bearer of these awakened memories. Just as he contemplated rectifying his past mistakes, the heavens played a cruel jest, revealing that Mikoto seemed to have awakened her past life memories as well. How could he face her now? Fugaku, you scoundrel! How could you treat me as mere cargo to be given away? Mikoto's teeth clenched audibly, her eyes involuntarily igniting with the three-tomo Sharingan, even beginning to evolve towards the Manjikyu. Mikoto, please allow me to explain. That fiend sought to threaten the very lives of the Uchiha clan. I had no choice. Fugaku implored, desperation creeping into his voice. Mikoto, upon hearing this, became even more enraged, unleashing a furious roar. You truly believe that exchanging your own wife can bring peace to the Uchiha? You are mistaken. You are nothing but a coward, utterly inept. You cannot even protect your own family, yet you claim to act for the Uchiha. After uttering these words, Fujitaka's face remained a picture of impotence. Mikoto shook her head in disappointment, suddenly feeling that engaging in further discourse with this man was a waste of breath. A cold expression graced her features, an air of authority emanating from her as she shifted her tone. How dare you slander His Majesty? And please refrain from addressing me as Mikoto. Call me Your Highness instead. Chapter 2. Can the will of fire restore greatness to the ninja world? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, as if transported back to the time when he merely survived in his past life. Instinctively, he knelt and murmured, I am but a humble man. Only 2 words escaped his lips before the realization struck him. This was not his previous life. He still had a chance, and he was determined to win back Mikoto's heart. He quickly stood, grasping Uchiha Mikoto's arm, and implored once more, Mikoto, it is not as you think. Those memories are fabricated that I would never act in such a way. You must believe me. Grant me another chance, and I shall treat you well this time. Tears of regret streamed down his cheeks, but they were of no avail. Mikoto's gaze remained as frigid as ever. Leave me be. I'm going to find His Majesty. Mikoto's icy reprimand pierced the air as she wrenched her arm free from Fugaku's grasp. At that moment, she had no desire to lay eyes on the man before her. Her disappointment in him reached its zenith. Without a backward glance, she exited the room, and oh, no! Fugaku collapsed on the ground, his voice of despair echoing throughout the Uchiha clan. He had lost Mikoto once more. Was it not he who acted in the past? Why had circumstances unraveled in such a manner? It was all due to that man. Yet he was no match for that man. To confront him would lead to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. What should I do? What can I do? Fugaku curled up on the ground, engulfed by despair. In that moment, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Startled, Fugaku quickly raised his head, and with a glimmer of hope exclaimed, "Mikoto, have you returned?" However, it was not Mikoto who entered, but his son, Uchiha Itachi. The disappointment and embarrassment that had flashed across Fugaku's face vanished in an instant as he quickly composed himself, rising to his feet and wiping away the traces of tears. "Itachi, what brings you here?" As a father, he did not wish for his son to witness his most vulnerable side, nor did he want to lose face in front of him. But he was horrified to see the kaleidoscope eyes of his 5- or 6-year-old son. He recalled that in his past life, Itachi had not awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan at such an early age. What was happening? Had Itachi also awakened the memories of his previous life? His heart sank. How would his son perceive him now? Fugaku could scarcely bear to contemplate it. "Fugaku, surrender your eyes to me. I must save father." Uchiha Itachi's expression was devoid of emotion, yet his youthful voice rang out with unwavering strength, devoid of any trace of sentiment. "Father," Fugaku gasped, instinctively recoiling 2 steps back, trembling all over, his mind a blank slate. His own son did not recognize him, choosing instead to acknowledge a thief as his father, and now demanded his Mangekyou Sharingan. Itachi's heartlessness must have been instilled by that man. After a moment of struggle, Fugaku managed to utter, "Itachi, I am your father." At his words, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed Itachi's face, his kaleidoscope eyes rapidly locking onto Fugaku. "How dare you? A mere commoner presumes to address me so. I am fully aware of your despicable deeds. Should you utter another insolent word, I shall end your life here and now." You. Fugaku was taken aback. His once obedient son had transformed into this. He longed to assert that those memories were false, but it was evident that Itachi in this state would not hear him out. "Itachi, that man is a scoundrel. He will plunge the ninja world into chaos. Have you forgotten the will of fire?" Fugaku persisted, even resorting to the 3 generations tactics of persuasion, as Itachi had previously held such beliefs and often considered matters from the villages. "Perspective, stubborn fool." Uchiha Itachi scoffed coldly, forming hand seals, leaving behind only a diminutive afterimage. In the next instant, Fugaku felt a blinding pain surge from his eyes, and he could no longer see anything. It was his son who had taken his eyes. He stood there, frozen, his eyes aching, hollow, not nearly as painful as his heart. He could not comprehend why Itachi had become so resolute. The will of fire? Can the will of fire restore greatness to the ninja world? My father brought an end to the chaos of the ninja world, resisting the Bansutsuki, achieving feats unparalleled in history. You, scoundrel, are unworthy to judge my father. Uchiha Itachi toyed with the Mangekyou Sharingan in his possession, disdainfully addressing Fugaku. Then, with his hands glowing with a soft blue chakra, he pressed Fugaku's Mangekyou against his own eyes, merging them. In an instant, 2 hexagonal stars of eternal Mangekyou Sharingan appeared in his eyes. He then turned and departed from the scene. In the dark depths of Konoha's roots, Shimura Danzo awoke from a nightmare. A wretched scream escaped his lips, his body drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just endured excruciating torment, as he had just experienced a terrifying dream. In this dream, he had merely sent someone to test a certain individual named Kamizuki Chiharu, intending to recruit him into the roots. That man had stormed into the roots with a cadre of ninja, annihilating the entire organization and capturing him alive, later putting him and Tsukinoko Kaharu, along with Mito Kaze, on public trial. That man recounted his actions step by step, disregarding his dedication to Konoha, instead labeling him as a scapegoat for all misdeeds. Some accusations were even fabricated. He was accused of stealing rice from villagers and snatching candy from children. That man even claimed he had assaulted a villager's prize sow and confiscated his tools of the trade. The expressions of the ninja in attendance were vividly etched in his memory. He saw Hatake Kakashi, the malevolent Uchiha clan members, and numerous Konoha villagers who were oblivious to the truth. When they witnessed his judgment, their faces were filled with glee. Ultimately, he met a gruesome end, paraded through the streets and subjected to a torturous fate, his soul extracted to serve as lamp wicks, burning alongside 3 others for 49 days. This incident left a significant psychological scar on him in his old age. The dream felt starkly real, as though it had genuinely transpired. "Lord Danzo, are you all right?" A voice called urgently from outside the door. Danzo hastily donned his nightgown and replied, "It's you, Ryoma. Come in." Oilwoman Ryoma entered, kneeling on one knee, awaiting his leader's command. "Investigate an individual by the name of Kamizuki Chiharu." Danzo spoke with a chilling tone. Should this person exist, he would ensure that they experienced the torment of being turned into a wick. The agony of a burning soul sent shivers down his spine, recalling it as the most horrifying experience of his long life. "Kamizuki Chiharu," Ryoma gulped, then continued, "My lord. A fragment of memory suddenly surfaced in my mind, and it includes him." "What did you say?" Danzo sprang to his feet, incredulous as he inquired, "Did he ultimately invade the roots?" "Sir, do you also possess this memory within your mind?" Oil Girl Ryoma spoke, his entire being tense, for he remembered being slain by this very man. "Quickly, investigate and bring me his severed head." Toanzo finally recognized the gravity of the situation and issued his ultimate command. He desired to rend this man into countless pieces. Chapter 3. There is no need for disguise. I have seen the future within a concealed laboratory in the Hidden Leaf Village. Orochimaru had yet to betray his comrades. He paused his ongoing human experiment, his expression shifting like the wind before settling into a sinister smile. Truly an impressive individual. Memories from a past life surfaced in his mind. After being defeated by the sovereign, he was not executed, but rather severely punished and subsequently entrusted with a significant responsibility. Overseeing the Empire's research, not only did he attain the coveted gift of immortality, but he also acquired unimaginable research materials. For instance, the Grim Reaper from the Uzumaki clan, the White Snake Sage from the Dragon Cave, the Toad Sage from Miyaboka Mountain, and the Slug Sage from the Wetbone Forest, along with several defeated Otsutsuki sent to him by the sovereign. This marked a substantial advancement towards his quest for invincibility. Gazing at the specimen before him, Orochimaru carelessly discarded the scalpel, having grown disinterested in this talentless individual. Perhaps only an Otsutsuki or an extraterrestrial being could rekindle his focus. He pondered whether the mechanical ascension and the integration of martial arts with chakra cultivation had been completed. The anticipation was palpable. As he contemplated, a glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. What manner of existence was the extraordinary sovereign now? Did he still possess the formidable power from his past life? Perhaps it was time for him to seek an audience with him. The resurrected sovereign might prove to be the ultimate experimental subject. Orochimaru was keenly curious about his abilities. Each time the sovereign received a son, his strength seemed to grow. What a marvel! He could hardly wait to place the sovereign upon the dissection table. A long, sinuous tongue extended from his mouth, his eyes filled with avarice. He refrained from immediate action, needing to prepare first and to procure a gift for the sovereign. At the residence of Hinata Kagura, she confronted her father. "Father, do you intend for me to marry that scoundrel for the rest of my life?" Seated on the tatami mat, her expression was grave. The young man who once courted her with sweet words had ascended to the throne, becoming the emperor of the ninja world, surrounded by an ever-growing harem. As a protective father, witnessing Kagura's jealousy was akin to a dagger through his heart. "Father, please do not say such things. Despite his infidelities, he treats us all equally well. Moreover, we are expecting a child, albeit not yet born." Kagura's initial displeasure gradually transformed into anticipation. "It is indeed regrettable that we lack memories of what lies ahead." A knock echoed at the door. "Kagura, are you home?" "It's Asuma." An urgent voice called from outside. "I'm not home. Please leave." Kagura responded coldly, impatience evident in her tone. Asuma, son of the third Hokage, had a penchant for pestering her, and she felt helpless against his advances. Thankfully, the sovereign had appeared. Otherwise, she shuddered to think how long she would have been entangled in his persistence. She wished nothing more than for Asuma to disappear. "Why?" Asuma gasped outside, resembling a defeated hound. He had recently awakened memories from his past life, where he was slain by someone named Senko, yet instead of seeking vengeance, he rushed over, eager to see Kagura at the earliest opportunity. He had just mustered the courage to confess his feelings, only to face this rejection. Had Kagura's heart changed after his death? Why? Because you are insufferable. Kagura's harsh words reverberated from within. She found him utterly brainless. Having been granted a second chance at life, he should have sought anonymity, not sought her out. Was he courting death? Who knew when the sovereign might dispose of him once more? I'm so frustrated. Asuma felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. His eyes devoid of light, repeatedly echoing Kagura's words. To be so detested by the one he loved rendered his existence meaningless. He crumpled to the ground at her doorstep. Like a useless mass of clay. Leave. Kagura kicked the door open, her voice unwavering. Do not seek my daughter again. You are unworthy of her. Before the sovereign's arrival, he had tolerated Asuma's harassment, but now he would not indulge it any longer. Observing Asuma sprawled at his doorstep like a fool, Kagura bellowed. Did you not hear me? Asuma's eyes regained a flicker of life as he scrambled to his feet, fleeing with whatever strength he could muster. At the entrance of the interrogation room in the Hidden Leaf Village, Marino Ibiki's mind was flooded with a memory in a matter of days. He would be ambushed and killed by the very waste of space he had just interrogated. Bewilderment washed over him. How could someone so weak, who barely qualified as a chunin, suddenly possess the capability to take his life? Yet, this was of little concern. What mattered was that his esteemed interrogation techniques had failed. This man had disguised his cowardice so remarkably, igniting Ibiki's curiosity. He resolved to extract the secrets of this individual. With a swift kick, he burst through the door, exclaiming, Kamisato Senko, you are not being honest. Ibiki re-entered the interrogation room, shutting the door behind him. This time, his steps were slower, a sinister glint in his eyes. He refrained from employing torture immediately, sensing that such methods would be ineffectual against Senko, who had managed to retain information under his scrutiny. Thus, he opted for a different approach. He dragged a chair over, sitting opposite Senko, casually spinning a shuriken on his fingertip. The glint of the blade occasionally danced across Senko's eyes. I initially believed you to be merely a coward, a deserter, but you have surprised me. Now tell me, who exactly are you? Madman. I'd rather die? Senko retorted, cursing, knowing that his fate was sealed regardless of his resistance. He felt Ibiki was deranged. Having just been interrogated, he was now back for more, as if he were either underestimating Senko or had become addicted to the act of torture. Oh, it seems you no longer wish to play the coward. I am curious to see how you will amuse me next. A peculiar smile crept onto Ibiki's face. He eagerly awaited Senko's next move, anticipating some novel display. Is this never-ending? What do you truly want to know? I've already told you everything. Senko felt a chill run down his spine, his mood souring as he faced the perverse gaze of Ibiki. Is this your method? To feign the revelation of information, only to present half-truths to deceive me? You disappoint me. I have encountered such tricks too often. Upon hearing this, disappointment clouded Ibiki's expression. He then shifted his tone. Kamisato Senko, cease your pretense. I have glimpsed the future. If you do not cooperate, I shall hand your corpse over to the Yamashiro clan. I am certain they excel at extracting what they desire from the mind. Chapter 4, Itachi. Prove your loyalty. How in the world do you expect me to express myself to you? You twisted pervert? Come on, just kill me already. Senko erupted in fury, spitting in Ibiki's face. You claim to have foreseen the future. Do you truly think I am unaware of your limitations? I have watched all 720 episodes of Naruto. Upon witnessing Chien Huan's demeanor, Sun Now Ibiki's expression grew grave, his gaze sharpening. He began to expound. For individuals like yourselves, intelligence is the most paramount asset. Are you unperturbed by the prospect of your corpse divulging secrets? Do you possess some enchantment that obliterates your brain upon death? His eyes, now tinged with a sense of caution, reflected his realization that he had never encountered an adversary as formidable, unfazed by physical torment, possessing an indomitable will, and seemingly indifferent to death. He found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Would he kneel and implore Shen Li Qianhuan to divulge the information? At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as the door splintered, sending shards flying, and a child, no more than 5 or 6 years of age, entered. Clad in a deep blue short-sleeved shirt adorned with white trim and emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's fan emblem on the back. He bore an enormous crimson skeletal arm from his right shoulder, its eye sockets swirling with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Ibiki spun around to meet the child's gaze. His pupils constricted suddenly, and the scar on his face contorted with tension, rendering him even more grotesque. The contemplative visage he had worn was instantaneously shattered by disbelief. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes as cold sweat trickled down his temple, cascading down his cheek. An Uchiha child? How can this be? With Susanoo manifesting. His voice quivered, his grip on the kunai tightening involuntarily. As a veteran ninja seasoned in the theater of war, he reacted swiftly, preparing to assume a combat stance. He was acutely aware that this Susanoo was no trifling matter. His level of ninjutsu would be inadequate to breach its defenses. Yet, he soon discovered that he was rendered immobile. Aside from his eyes and mouth, which could still move and breathe, he felt as though he were frozen in place. Is this the Uchiha's genjutsu? The Uchiha child approached slowly, an unsettling coldness belied by his youthful countenance. He offered no response to Ibiki, instead delivering a swift kick that sent Ibiki sprawling to the ground. Kneeling before the bound Qianhuan, he proclaimed, "Your son arrives late to your aid. Please, father, mete out your punishment." Ibiki. Qianhuan. Qianhuan's mind short-circuited. What on earth is happening? Is this truly the Hokage? Why is he calling me father? Could this be a distorted fan-made world of Hokage? But why is this child addressing me as father? I have not even begun to play yet. Bewildered, Qianhuan suspected he had fallen victim to Ibiki's genjutsu. He was being interrogated, and he feared even more absurdities might soon unfold. He spoke, "Son now Ibiki. I never anticipated you possessed such capabilities. Is this genjutsu? Did I not instruct you to simply kill me? I have nothing left to divulge." As Qianhuan's words concluded, Itachi's expression darkened. With a swift motion, he hurled several kunai at Ibiki, embedding them in his body, causing blood to seep profusely. This man had committed an unforgivable act against his father, disturbing his father's mind. Therefore, he would not employ Tsukuyami as punishment, nor would he kill him directly, as that would only serve to benefit him. This man should be left to his father, who was far more adept in dealing with such matters. Ibiki, unable to move, could only use his flesh to shield himself from the flying kunai. His worldview lay shattered, and he felt as though he had been ensnared by genjutsu. Everything before him seemed illusory. How could Shunli Qianhuan suddenly have a son bearing the Uchiha name? And a son with the Mangekyo Sharingan, no less? It was preposterous. However, the sensation of the kunai piercing his body felt all too real, prompting a pained scream to escape his lips. He then spoke, "Uchiha brat, do you intend to betray the village? Or has your clan prepared for rebellion?" Itachi paid no heed to such threats. Had his father not appeared, he might have pondered the matter further. But with his father present, betrayal was out of the question. It was they who had betrayed their father, defying his will. He approached Qianhuan and released him from his bindings. In a tender yet sorrowful tone, he declared, "Father, you are not ensnared by genjutsu. It is I, Itachi, come to rescue you. Release, release." Upon being freed, Qianhuan attempted twice to dispel the lingering illusion before him, only to find himself unsuccessful. He recognized that while his predecessor's ninjutsu skills were lacking, Ibiki could only wield basic genjutsu, incapable of fully manipulating perception. Thus, everything occurring before him was indeed real. He had inexplicably become the father as referred to by Uchiha Itachi. Yet, he had not reincarnated as Uchiha Fugaku, and in his memories, there had been no intimate encounter with Uchiha Mikoto. It was only then that he noticed the Mangekyo Sharingan in Itachi's eyes was not merely ordinary, but the eternal Mangekyo. He then inquired, "Itachi, what has happened to your eyes?" Itachi knelt once more. "I report to you, father, that I have obtained the eyes of Uchiha Fugaku." Despite his suspicions, Qianhuan was taken aback. How old was Uchiha Itachi now? Not only had he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but he had also taken his father's eyes, merging them with his own, and spoke of it with such composure. He was certainly no ordinary individual. Yet, it appeared he held an unwavering trust in himself, and his loyalty was unquestionable. He answered every inquiry candidly. "Pray tell, why do you refer to me as father?" Qianhuan directly questioned, aware that Itachi's transformation must stem from unforeseen events in the ninja world, and clarity was essential to avoid greater disadvantage. At that moment, Itachi, still kneeling, suddenly spoke, "Father, have you not awakened memories of your past life?" "What past life? What transpired in my previous existence?" Qianhuan queried, his curiosity piqued. Upon hearing this, Itachi's youthful face bore a look of reminiscence, which gradually morphed into fervor. He continued, "In your past life, you unified the ninja world, becoming the first emperor of the ninja realm, ending the era of conflict among the 5 great villages, defeating the invasions of the Otsutsuki multiple times. and even personally engaging in battle among the stars. You champion science in the ninja world, establishing a chakra network and crafting tools capable of reincarnation. Your accomplishments unparalleled in history. What nonsense! Qianhuan interrupted Itachi's impassioned recitation. I am Shun Li Qianhuan. You are certain you speak of me? Was I not merely a pawn in my past life? When did I become so formidable without my knowledge? Itachi responded earnestly, It appears, father, that you truly have not awakened memories of your past life. Nevertheless, I assure you, I speak of you without a doubt. Uchiha Itachi, what are you saying? This individual is a traitor of the village. How could he possibly possess such prowess? I refuse to believe it. Before Qianhuan could elaborate further, Ibiki's defenses crumbled. Itachi's words transcended Ibiki's understanding. Though he, too, was a reincarnated soul, his memories were fleeting due to his premature demise, leaving him ignorant of subsequent events. Qianhuan began to grasp the current predicament, choosing to disregard Ibiki and once again inquiring, Itachi, are you suggesting that you all have been reincarnated? Awakening memories of your previous lives, while I was a fierce conqueror who unified the ninja world. Itachi nodded affirmatively. It was then that Qianhuan fully comprehended the situation and understood why Ibiki sought to interrogate him once more. It was likely that after his past life had freed itself, he had sought to eliminate Ibiki. However, he felt no elation, for it appeared that more than just these two had awakened their past memories. Others had reincarnated, possessing memories of their former lives. While he had not only lost the foresight of the original narrative, but was now ensnared in an overwhelmingly passive position. The current circumstances could be described as urgent. He could not allow the enemy to discover his current state. Upon this realization, Qianhuan's expression turned icy, and he commanded, Itachi, eliminate him to prove your loyalty. Chapter 5. Red Bean, I refuse to be like them. As Ibiki observed Uchiha Itachi drawing his kunai and advancing towards him, his pupils constricted sharply. In a hurried tone, he exclaimed, Uchiha Itachi, are you truly willing to bear this sin for someone who cannot even recall his own identity? He is merely a deserter, utterly incapable of achieving that. You ought to report this to Lord Third, rather than proceeding as you currently are. Your actions will plunge the Uchiha clan into an abyss. Panic and regret washed over him. Watching Itachi draw nearer, a surge of intense unwillingness surged within Ibiki. He should have dispatched Shinkiri Qianhuan directly instead of continuing to interrogate him. Clearly, Shinkiri Qianhuan was unaware of his own situation until now. Yet, it was too late for any words. Itachi remained unfazed by Ibiki's pleas, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, Father's command is my will. With that, he plunged the blade into Ibiki's heart with decisive precision. Blood sprayed onto Itachi's face, rendering his youthful visage eerily striking. Qianhuan smirked, but shook his head. Itachi, you performed well, but it was not thorough enough. My circumstances must remain concealed from those with ulterior motives. Thus, you should not have pierced his heart, but rather his brain, where memories reside. Shinkiri Qianhuan, may you meet a wretched end. Ibiki's eyes widened as he mustered every ounce of strength to utter those words. Before collapsing into a fountain of blood, his gaze fixed on Qianhuan, as if to eternally etch his visage in memory. Itachi nodded once more, extracting the kunai and stabbing into Ibiki's eyes, shattering his brain. Only then did Qianhuan fully trust Uchiha Itachi. Following this, Itachi observed Qianhuan's disheveled state and promptly provided him with a clean set of clothing. During this time, Qianhuan contemplated how he had achieved his prior life's accomplishments. Having watched all 720 episodes of Naruto, he keenly understood that an individual devoid of any Otsutsuki bloodline could not accomplish such feats under these circumstances. In the world of shinobi, lineage reigns supreme. Those without it generally reach the pinnacle of merely a Kage, and a Kage could never replicate his past glories. Thus, given the current circumstances, it appeared he had possessed some sort of system or external aid in his previous life. Since he had failed to awaken it before, he resolved to make one final attempt. Systems or external aids often manifest in peculiar ways to fulfill their requirements. As Itachi, his adopted son, referred to him as father and displayed unwavering loyalty, it was evident they had spent considerable time together, leading to an understanding of his situation. Curiosity piqued, Qianhuan inquired, Itachi, I must ask, did I have any peculiar habits in my previous life? For instance, did I enjoy showing off or playing pranks? Or perhaps I was diligent in training my ninjutsu. Did I have a penchant for visiting unique places? After a prolonged silence, Itachi appeared somewhat uneasy, a faint flush creeping across his face. Qianhuan's heart leaped with joy. It seemed there was indeed something to reveal. Speak. I am not embarrassed, he urged. Finally, Itachi relayed. You particularly enjoyed adopting sons, and you had an affinity for many beautiful women. Qianhuan was taken aback. He should have anticipated this when Itachi addressed him as father. In his previous life, he must have awakened a system that rewarded him for having many sons, even those not biologically related. This made his decision to adopt Itachi entirely rational, as he had not perceived any peculiar obsession with adopting children. A gentle smile graced Qianhuan's lips as he ruffled Itachi's hair, saying, Good child, since I was your father in my previous life, I cannot forsake you in this one. Thus, Itachi, continue to be my son. As soon as the words left his mouth, Itachi trembled slightly as if struck by an invisible force. His pupils constricted momentarily before gradually dilating. In the next instant, Itachi suddenly knelt, bowing his head, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Father, I shall prove to you that in this life, I remain worthy of your pride. He had initially believed that a father devoid of memories from his past life would be ensnared in contemplation before arriving at a decision. However, it seemed that was not the case. A person like his father, regardless of how many times he reincarnated, carried within his heart the resolve to sever the ties of fate. What is happening? Why is there nothing? Qianhuan's expression froze in place as he murmured. Having taken on a son, he still had not awakened that system. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that he had misjudged and truly relished being a benefactor in his past life? Or was it that the so-called system from his previous life could only bind to him then, and that in this life, he was genuinely without a system? However, the absence of a system would undoubtedly escalate the difficulty of breaking the cycle, especially as time progressed. Without the talents from his past life, he would gradually become ineffectual, and many of his former subordinates would no longer heed him. Some might even turn against him. Even if they did not, over time, those lacking in conviction would abandon him. When his past life's enemies emerged one by one, he would find himself in peril. Moreover, based on his self-knowledge, it was evident he would avoid beef at all costs, at the very least. He would first eliminate the Konoha F4 and then deal with that beast, Obito. Now, based on Itachi's words, he had unified the shinobi world and ascended to the throne. He must have either destroyed or subjugated the other villages, ousting the daimyos from their positions. This would undoubtedly create countless enmities. Not to mention, he had ultimately challenged the stars, seeking to confront the Otsutsuki clan. Should all those individuals awaken their past life memories as well, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation. His only hope now rested on the influence he had garnered in his previous life. If he could accumulate more loyal sons like Itachi, there might still be a chance for redemption. In that moment, he did not await a system, but rather the arrival of Orochimaru. Orochimaru entered the cell with an enigmatic smile, closely followed by a woman clad in seductive thigh-high stockings. She wore a form-fitting black top, revealing a long neck, paired with high-waisted stockings that clung tightly, complemented by black high heels, exuding an air of urban sophistication that aligned perfectly with his tastes. Qianhuan was momentarily taken aback. What was this situation? This was clearly not the style of Naruto. Qianhuan. The woman hurriedly closed the distance, leaping into his embrace. As he felt the sensation of her touch and the pain from his wounds, along with a peculiar fragrance wafting through his nostrils, Qianhuan found himself questioning his reality. He suspected he had traversed into a counterfeit Naruto universe. He, who considered himself well-versed in Naruto, had no recollection of this individual. However, he maintained his composure, for beside him stood the enigmatic Orochimaru. Naturally, he placed a hand on the woman's back and shifted his gaze to Itachi, seeking assistance. Itachi immediately understood. Father, while you may have much to discuss with Lady Redbean, time is of the essence. Everyone awaits your guidance. Upon hearing this, Qianhuan's hand, which had rested on Redbean's back, stiffened, nearly pushing her away. Goodness! Was he truly so desperate in his past life that he would not even spare a thought for a lovely woman like Redbean? Yet, how had she transformed so drastically? She appeared far too mature, not at all like her age. Could it be she had employed a transformation technique? It should be thus. After all, she is still a ninja, and yet does not even wear her forehead protector. Hongdo, behave yourself. There will be many people arriving soon, Qianhuan said, gently patting Hongdo's back, teasingly adding, Is this how you choose to greet me on our first meeting in this life, with your transformation technique? Just wait until nightfall, and I shall show you. Reluctantly, Hondo stood beside Qianhuan, not dispelling the transformation technique, but instead burying his arm within her ample nourishment. With a carefree demeanor, she exclaimed, "This is such a hassle. I refuse to squander my time on makeup like they do every day." Chapter 6. I have something worse. Orochimaru stood to the side, his gaze flitting between Qianhuan and Itachi, a faint, inscrutable smile gracing his lips, his serpent-like tongue flickering at the corner. Tentatively, he inquired, "Your Majesty, now that you have returned from rebirth, your strength is not at its peak. Would it not be wise to don the dragon robe from your past life? It would serve to intimidate those with ulterior motives." As he spoke, he presented a storage scroll with both hands. He was eager to ascertain the current strength of his Majesty and subsequently study him. Qianhuan instinctively prepared to acquiesce, but suddenly recalled that with Orochimaru's character, he would not consider such intricate details for the sake of others. He fixed his gaze intently on Orochimaru and snorted coldly, saying, "Orochimaru, temper your ambitions. It seems I was excessively lenient with you in my previous life. Were it not for Hondo's sake, I would promptly send you to keep company with that old fool." Six paths. He was now playing the role of his former self. According to his self-awareness, possessing formidable strength would render one indifferent to such matters. To agree with Orochimaru would imply that Orochimaru spoke the truth regarding his weakened state, and the need for a dragon robe to feign authority suggested his strength was indeed lacking, even feared by the current riffraff of Konoha. He could not afford to reveal his true capabilities, at least not before understanding the extent of his available cards. Upon hearing this, Itachi's eyes were filled with icy resolve, and the six-pointed star re-emerged. Should Qianhuan issue an order at that moment, he would not hesitate to strike at Orochimaru. Upon witnessing the six-pointed star in Itachi's gaze, Orochimaru's pupils constricted. A fleeting expression of malevolence crossed his face, but he quickly knelt, lowering his head slightly, displaying a respectful smile. "Your Majesty speaks true. I have been overly cautious. With your strength, such trifles are hardly worth your concern." He shook his head gently, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. "However, your Majesty remains as indifferent to details as ever." Yet, Qianhuan was dissatisfied with Orochimaru's response and bluntly stated, "Orochimaru, allow me to guess your ulterior motives. Do you believe that I, having been reborn, have lost the powers of my former life? Do you wish to usurp my body or study my essence of strength?" Seeing Qianhuan lay bare his intentions, Orochimaru found himself in a precarious situation and, in desperation, opted for a strategic retreat. A wry smile graced his lips. "As expected of you, even in this new life, you can see through my thoughts. Yet you overthink. If I truly wished you harm, would I have brought Hondo here to greet you?" Besides, he cast a wary glance at Uchiha Itachi, under the watchful eye of Lord Itachi. "I am not foolish enough to seek my own demise." Upon witnessing the eternal six-pointed star, Orochimaru abandoned any thoughts of action that night. Qianhuan approached Orochimaru, leaning down to speak in a voice audible to all. "I relish your expression, reluctant yet powerless. You harbor the greatest ambition yet must bow your head." Straightening up, he continued, "Orochimaru, this is your final warning. I trust you would not wish to experience that sensation again." As for what sensation he referred to, he himself was uncertain, but he understood that someone like Orochimaru, even in his past life, would be dealt with harshly before being utilized, leaving an indelible impression. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, felt his cold, predatory gaze narrow to a pinprick, lowering his head, unable to meet Qianhuan's eyes. Hondo, witnessing Qianhuan ultimately spare Orochimaru, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gratefully at him, tightening her embrace. However, she soon cast her eyes downward, her long hair obscuring half her face, her expression tinged with melancholy. The teacher was also a significant figure in her life. She did not wish to see conflict arise between them. Yet Orochimaru's ambition was too great. Sensing Hondo's despondency, Qianhuan sighed, gently patting her arm to divert her attention. "Qianhuan, you are incorrigible," Hondo reproached playfully. "I have something even worse. Would you care to try?" Qianhuan jested. "Do you desire that?" A blush crept onto Hondo's cheeks. "Do you not wish for it?" Qianhuan retorted, unabashedly displaying the carefree audacity of his previous life. "Let us discuss it when we return home," Hondo conceded, dispelling her transformation technique. At that moment, Itachi suddenly called out coldly towards the door, "Who goes there?" A figure clad in a dark long robe, hooded and sunglasses obscuring much of their face, entered. However, The purple mark at the corner of their mouth immediately revealed their identity to Qianhuan. It was Yuhi Ryuma, the right-hand man of Shimura Danzo. Yuhi Ryuma, unfazed, remarked, "Quite the lively gathering. Here lies a member of the Uchiha clan, and on the ground a corpse. This must be Marino Ibiki of the Interrogation Department. However, this does not concern me. Orochimaru, I did not expect to find you here. What a coincidence. This saves me the trouble. I shall kill this lad and bring his head to Lord Danzo." Orochimaru stepped forward, slowly emerging, as he felt an urgent need to demonstrate his loyalty to his Majesty. "Ryuma, you are still as dull as ever. Danzo's orders? Huh. Such things have long lost their significance to me. My sole allegiance now lies with His Majesty." His Majesty? This is the Kamizaki Qianhuan. He may have instilled fear in me in his past life, but now he is merely a coward. Having failed to grow, he is nothing. Are you certain you wish to serve such a person? Yuhi Ryuma replied, his tone growing grave, knowing he was no match for Orochimaru. Qianhuan had initially hoped Yuhi Ryuma would provide some useful information, but it seemed he would meet an untimely demise, utterly incapable of articulating anything of substance. Thus, he addressed Orochimaru, "I do not appreciate his tone. Eliminate him and deliver his head to Danzo." Orochimaru inclined his head slightly, a smirk forming, and replied, "As you command, my Majesty." He then turned and launched an attack, a small snake darting forth with incredible speed, sinking its fangs into Ryuma's neck before he could react. "Orochimaru, how could you be this strong?" Yuhi Ryuma exclaimed in disbelief, yanking the snake off his neck and discarding it. Feeling the toxin coursing through him, his complexion turned ashen, and he fled in a panic. Orochimaru turned to Qianhuan, assuring him, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, the dosage is just right to ensure he reaches the root. Perhaps he may still have a chance to convey his final words to Danzo." Unfortunately, Orochimaru was unaware that Danzo was currently at the Hokage's office, not at the root. Chapter 7. We shall forever be your subjects. Just as Ryuma departed, another visitor arrived. My sister is quite prompt. Even when visiting Lord Qianhuan, she does not bother to adorn herself. No wonder Lord Qianhuan prefers to visit my elder sister in the evenings. A deep, charming voice resonated, quickening the heartbeat of those present. Upon hearing this, Hondo's blush faded rapidly, and she retorted defiantly, "Sister, I shall not argue with you. Qianhuan despises that the most." Red being aimed to indicate that this person was no good, relishing in the strife among sisters. A figure approached, clad in a moon-white modified kimono, with a light purple silk sash cinched at the waist and wooden clogs adorning her feet. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up with a white jade hairpin, with several loose strands cascading at her ears. Qianhuan sighed inwardly, recognizing yet another arrival. Moreover, it was someone who knew her well enough to understand that the sight of this attire would ignite her fury, heightening her aggression. It was evident that she had come prepared to endure the consequences of her appearance. Before she even reached him, a waft of delicate fragrance preceded her. The woman disregarded Red Bean and shifted her gaze to Qianhuan, naturally positioning herself at his side, embracing his arm and resting her head against him. "Qianhuan, you have not changed at all," she observed quietly, her tone tinged with a poignant tenderness. Qianhuan's heart raced. What had remained unchanged? Was it his continued allure? Sensing his hesitation in responding, Itachi, though reluctant to interrupt this reunion between his mother and father, felt compelled to caution against unnecessary complications. "Mother, I have merged Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo. Itachi, you have done well. Such a person would never dare to wield the powers of the Mangekyo, and keeping it would be a waste." Uchiha Mikoto's demeanor shifted from alluring to frigid as she affirmed this, showing no concern for Fugaku's fate. Listening to their exchange, Qianhuan suddenly felt a chill. He shuddered at the scent of cattle. What had Itachi just called her? Mother? Itachi's mother? Could this woman be Uchiha Mikoto? Doubt began to cloud his mind. Had he truly sunk so low as to commit such acts? Yet, Mikoto's support for Itachi's fusion of Fugaku's Mangekyo suggested that Fugaku had committed even worse deeds than he had. Thus, he offered comfort. "Mikoto, there is no need for sorrow. With me here, those events belong to the past. Qianhuan, you are truly responsible, far better than that scoundrel Fugaku," Mikoto responded, turning to Itachi with renewed focus. "Itachi, now that you possess the eternal Mangekyo, you must remember your duty. You are your father's guard. Do not allow those with ulterior motives to approach him." Orochimaru's expression darkened at her words, for they were directed at him. Yet, he dared not voice any complaint. as his research into the reanimation jutsu had left him acutely vulnerable to the illusions of the Uchiha clan. As they exited the cell, an influx of ninjas approached to pay their respects to Qianhuan. Sunset Crimson arrived with red, her attire even more striking than before, resembling a lavish costume from a video game, immediately captivating the attention of all present. Red Bean, fuming, turned her head away. It was intolerable how Red treated her as a mere accessory, flaunting her vibrant attire to overshadow her. Thus, she discreetly relinquished one of Qianhuan's arms, resolved to improve her own appearance so that she would not lose his attention to others. Qianhuan felt utterly exhausted. The difficulty of this situation was overwhelming, and despite his frantic mental efforts, he could not recognize the individuals before him. Ultimately, it was through Sunset Crimson's presence that he deciphered the situation. Red, long time no see, he greeted. Qianhuan, Red murmured, twisting her dress nervously, her voice barely audible, her cheeks flushed. She had not intended to dress so elaborately. It was her father's insistence that led her to believe Qianhuan would appreciate it. How he managed to procure such garments in such a short time was beyond her. Yet here she was, clad in them without understanding why. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, more individuals flocked to their side. Uchiha Shursui, Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hizashi, Might Guy, and Yamato all knelt before him, in unison proclaiming, "Father." Despite some mental preparation, Qianhuan could not help but feel astonished at the sight. At this stage, nearly every individual with potential or special bloodline from Konoha had gathered. He noted that both Hizashi and Hayashi appeared older than himself. Observing the two Hyuga, he realized they bore no forehead protectors, nor did they exhibit the curse mark of the caged bird. It seemed they had completely unraveled that jutsu in a previous life. Attempting to maintain composure in front of his sons, he called out, "Children, rise." They immediately obeyed, standing beside Qianhuan. His gaze shifted to the remaining ninjas. Yet he noticed a conspicuous absence of other prominent clans. Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Aburame were nowhere to be seen. He pondered whether they had been deemed unworthy in a past life or if he had been responsible for their demise. These clans were the direct descendants of the Hokage. He had likely slain the third Hokage, which could explain their absence. His adopted sons, invigorated by their father's voice, stood with renewed vigor. Amidst their calls of father, Yamato formed hand seals, summoning a grand throne that rose from the ground. Qianhuan took his place upon the throne, flanked by Mikoto and Red. A dark green Susanoo then ascended, elevating the throne above his head, a manifestation of Shursui's power. Red Bean, lacking such fortune, had not claimed a spot on the throne and could only gaze upward in admiration, opting not to follow suit. Itachi and Shursui positioned themselves at either side of the throne. The atmosphere peaked in intensity as the common ninjas erupted in fervent cheers. "Your Majesty. Long live your Majesty." Their enthusiasm was palpable. The boy in prison garb before them embodied the divine in their eyes. "We welcome your Majesty back. Please lead us once more to quell the ninja world and unify the realm." One voice cried out, followed by a chorus of agreement, their collective voices resonating throughout half of Konoha. As the cheers surged, Qianhuan gradually lifted his gaze, addressing the masses. "Dear friends," he spoke with a deep, resonant voice that cut through the din, ensuring each listener could hear, "I am acutely aware of your hopes and struggles, as well as the injustices and turmoil that plague our world. Having been reborn, it is my solemn duty to lead you towards a unified ninja world, establishing lasting peace. Your Majesty, we shall always be your loyal subjects. Unify the ninja world. Unify the ninja world." With Qianhuan's declaration, the crowd descended once more into euphoric celebration. Youth. This was the essence of their youth, a vibrant display of exuberance, akin to the morning peacock. Chapter 8. You are just as wicked as in your past life. Upon hearing this, Might Guy's emotions surged, tears streaming down his face as he opened the sixth gate. He unleashed a morning peacock, the friction of the air igniting sparks that illuminated the sky above Konoha. Countless ordinary citizens, witnessing this spectacle from their homes, were swept up in the fervor, compelled to step outside. Some sought to uncover the commotion, while others wished to rendezvous with their partners, eager to admire the unique display of fireworks. In that moment, a shuriken shot forth from the distance, aimed at the Susanoo encasing Qianhuan. "How dare you attempt to assassinate His Majesty?" Bagua empty palm. As the shuriken drew near, it was intercepted, and the assailant was left gravely injured by Hizashi's technique. Orochimaru dragged the attacker closer, tearing away their cat mask to reveal the tongue root curse technique. This was an agent from the root organization. Instantly, the fury of the crowd ignited. To attempt an assassination without begging for mercy from His Majesty was sheer audacity. The end for Konoha's F4 had come. Arrogance and ignorance are both manifestations of folly. Oh, adults, the times have long since changed. You remnants of a bygone era deserve to perish today. I shall lead the charge. Within the Susanoo, Qianhuan inquired of Itachi and Shursui. Was this also your arrangement? It was indeed too coincidental. Moreover, he sat within the Susanoo, yet still resorted to shooting him. Was this a result of severe intellectual deficiency? However, upon reflection, he realized that this individual was from the root, and the old rascal Danzo had seemingly engaged in similar actions. Thus, it did not seem so out of place. Nevertheless, the die was cast. If he did not take his subordinates to eliminate the Konoha F4 tonight, it would signify his cowardice, which was unacceptable. Both shook their heads in unison. Itachi spoke. I suspect it was Orochimaru's doing, but I lack evidence. I trust your judgment, Qianhuan replied, without hesitation addressing Shursui. Seek an opportunity to employ Kotoame Tsukumi. I have no need for a subordinate who delights in instructing me. Previously unaware of Shursui's Uchiha lineage, he had admonished Orochimaru since he still required the latter's expertise. He must have entrusted him with numerous valuable items in his past life for Orochimaru to study. However, such complexities were unnecessary now. Shursui possessed two eyes, one capable of temporarily altering thoughts with minimal side effects, and the other could permanently change thoughts but bore significant side effects, with a cooldown period extending over a decade. Understood. Shursui responded succinctly, never questioning his father's decisions. Qianhuan nodded and inquired further. Itachi, have all the siblings from Konoha gathered? Currently, only Kakashi-senpai has yet to arrive. Do you think Kakashi might betray me? With no outsiders present, he asked directly. Itachi replied, he should not. Kakashi-senpai is also a person who yearns for peace. Moreover, in your previous life, you resurrected Rin Noera, even though you later killed his teacher, Minato Namikaze. That was Minato's own doing. You gave him multiple opportunities, and he failed to seize them, thus his demise was deserved. Minato Namikaze? Qianhuan's gaze sharpened. That individual was not to be trifled with, having almost never met defeat in battles utilizing the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan. He pondered why he would seek to assassinate him. Was it due to the death of Hiruzen Sarutobi in his previous life? He continued, in my past life. Did I kill Jiraiya? You only killed the third Hokage. Additionally, during the attack by Obito Uchiha, you saved Kushina Uzumaki. His attempt on your life was an act of ungratefulness, especially since you provided him with numerous chances. Therefore, Kakashi would not harbor resentment over this. Itachi elaborated on the circumstances for Qianhuan. Is this related to the Ninetales incident? Qianhuan queried. What Ninetales incident? I only know that Obito Uchiha, months later, suddenly sought to abduct Kushina, Itachi responded. It appeared that his presence in this timeline had disrupted events. He could not fathom why Obito was in such a hurry. Qianhuan, equally perplexed, reflected that based on his understanding of Minato, having saved Kushina, he would, at most, prevent him from killing the third Hokage, having already done so. Retaliation seemed unlikely. Thus, a problem must exist somewhere. With insufficient information, he could not pinpoint the issue. Meanwhile, Shursui and the two women belatedly realized that Qianhuan lacked memories of his previous life. Qianhuan-kun, do you not possess memories of your past life? Meichin exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. While you have all awakened your past memories, I have not. You have made things more difficult for me. Each of you is disguised to the point I cannot recognize you. I have acted with great effort. How should I punish you? Qianhuan remarked. As they were about to confront the third Hokage and his associates, he needed to swiftly grasp the fundamental situation to prepare accordingly. He had no intention of concealing this from them, for they had likely created life together in their previous existence and would do so again in this life. Maintaining such a secret for an extended period was nearly impossible. Qianhuan's fingers danced like nimble serpents. Meichin's face flushed with embarrassment, followed by a hint of awkwardness. This was all too stimulating for her. After all, these were matters of their past lives, and in this life, Qianhuan had no recollection. Thus, those events were essentially non-existent for him. Should she maintain her composure? Upon witnessing Meichin's reaction, Qianhuan unexpectedly felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his past life. This was undeniably exhilarating. On the other hand, Hong did not dwell on such thoughts. She empathized with Qianhuan's previous struggles. Qianhuan, I dressed like this specifically, yet I had no idea how you figured it out. Hong lamented, regretting listening to her father, almost leading to Qianhuan's exposure. A mischievous smile spread across Qianhuan's face. Since you both feel so guilty, you shall exert yourselves tonight. Itachi and Shui exchanged glances, while Mei-chin and Hong shyly struck Qianhuan's chest with their little fists. Mei-chin, cheeks flushed, exclaimed, Qianhuan-kun, what are you saying? These matters should not be discussed in front of a child. Hong, equally flustered, chimed in, yes, Qianhuan is truly incorrigible. What are you two little rascals thinking? I merely wish for you to assist me tonight by documenting the events of my past life, allowing me to reference them and formulate a plan for the present. Otherwise, I shall be at a disadvantage, Qianhuan said, feigning innocence. I shall ignore you. You are as wicked as in your previous life, Hong retorted, turning her head away in indignation. Qianhuan-kun, you are always so mischievous. To use your own words, it's as if you have rolled over our faces. Mei-chin giggled, covering her mouth. After their playful banter, Qianhuan inquired, so, in my previous life, I only killed the Konoha F4. And virtually no other prominent families from the Hokage faction were harmed. Why then do they not appear here? Have they betrayed me? Shui replied, perhaps the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans anticipated that upon your rebirth, you would directly seek to eliminate the third Hokage. While they would not assist him, being part of the Hokage faction, they would not intervene against him either. As for the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans, I cannot say. At this moment, Hong interjected, it may be that in your previous life, although you did not trouble them, you appeared to disfavor them, never utilizing their clans. So they do not wish to support me, then? Qianhuan mused. This indeed reflected his attitude. One was fond of insects, and the other of dogs. He neither particularly liked nor disliked them, and certainly did not target them. Shusui's Susanoo gradually approached the Hokage building, surrounded by the crowd. More and more civilians began to emerge, curious about the unfolding scene. The quality of the civilians and ninjas under Qianhuan's previous reign became apparent as they explained the situation to the onlookers, urging them to maintain distance from the Hokage building while guiding them to safety. Wow, what is that large figure? There are people sitting atop his head. They are simply too cool. Oh no, are these ninjas staging a coup? Is there going to be a battle? I'm not leaving. I want to witness the ninja showdown. Has the Uchiha clan finally risen in rebellion? Meanwhile, within the Hokage office, the Konoha F4 gathered. How about Hiruzen? Do we have news from the major clans? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, responding, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans refuse to assist us, urging us to flee. The Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans have shut their doors to visitors, while the Hyuga and Uchiha clans are entirely absent. What of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Minato? It seems they are dealing with family matters. So, as it stands, you have no usable personnel left? Yamato, you are exceedingly timid. At such a critical juncture, the Namikaze family is preoccupied with personal affairs. You ought to forcibly bring them here. Danzo's eyes were filled with disappointment, perceiving Sarutobi's excessive timidity. Just then, a figure leaped into the Hokage's office with astonishing speed. Before anyone could discern the identity of the newcomer, the individual lost consciousness mid-leap and collapsed before them. The F4 gasped in shock, and Danzo pushed forward only to discover it was his subordinate, oil woman Ryoma. At that moment, Ryoma had already drawn his last breath. An air of profound silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Danzo slowly spoke. Yamato, you are the Hokage, the pillar of Konoha. The situation is dire. You must devise a plan. We can no longer afford to waver. How rare it is, Danzo, that you finally recognize me as Hokage in times of peril. Had you not consistently schemed behind the scenes, the likes of Kamizuru Chiho would not have tormented our very souls. Sarutobi Yamato's face bore a hint of bitterness, his words laden with reproach. He picked up a smoking pipe with a crack in the middle and took a deep puff. Ah, now I am to be blamed. Which of these matters were not sanctioned by you? Which did you not choose to ignore? Yamato, do not absolve yourself so easily. As Hokage, can you not shoulder any responsibility? Danzo's countenance darkened as he spoke, feeling that all his efforts for Konoha had turned against him. Hearing this, Sarutobi Yamato felt a surge of anger and retorted, when did I ever acquiesce to you? Did I consent to you stealing candy from children? Did I approve of you pilfering rice from villagers? Did I agree to your unspeakable actions with the villagers' livestock? As the leader of Konoha, the Hokage, he found himself increasingly isolated and irritated, unable to withstand the jibes of a friend. Danzo could not contain himself and exclaimed, "Yamato, enough. Your subordinates are nearly all gone, and you refuse to reflect on your own shortcomings. Even Ino Shikicho disregarded your summons, and Minato and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki dismissed you with such feeble excuses. You, as Hokage, are utterly derelict." Suddenly, Nara Shikaku slammed the table, her voice sharp. "Both of you, cease your quarrel. Is this truly the time for infighting?" She turned to gaze out the window, sighing, but her expression rapidly paled. "Wait, is that a green Susanoo? Have the Uchiha betrayed us? Or have they allied with Kemizuru Chiho?" Mito Minion slowly rose, trudging to the window, his eyes fixed on the distance. His voice trembling slightly. "There are 5 individuals within that green Susanoo." Sarutobi Yamato swiftly formed hand seals and shouted, "Telescope technique." Instantly, the crystal ball revealed the distant scene. His pupils constricted in astonishment. He gravely remarked, "Indeed, it is Kemizuru Chiho. That Susanoo belongs to Uchiha Shursui. Moreover, not only the Susanoo, but so many ninjas have rallied to his side. How has this fiend garnered such support?" Yamato then spotted one individual among them, instantly appearing aged beyond his years, murmuring, "Orochimaru, why have you joined them?" Mito Minion sighed deeply, worry etched upon his brow, his voice weary. "The tide has turned. Persisting will only lead to more sacrifices. We should retreat for now, regroup, and reconsider our strategies." Danzo abruptly stood, his eyes aflame with fury, his voice booming. "Retreat? Humph. Do not waver the morale here. I have never shied away from conflict, and I will not become a coward who flees in the heat of battle. Kemizuru Chiho must be eradicated by our own hands." Sarutobi Yamato slowly rose, hands behind his back, finally speaking, "Danzo, Minion, there is no need for further dispute. The situation has reached a point of no return. If sacrificing myself can ensure peace for Konoha, then it is worth it. Let me conclude Kemizuru Chiho with the Reaper Death Seal. This is the only course of action, and my duty as Hokage." As his words hung in the air, the room fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. The 4 exchanged glances, each understanding the gravity of the impending battle, one that might herald their end. Yet for the sake of Konoha, they would charge forth without hesitation. Chiho sat upon a wooden throne as the Susanoo advanced toward the Hokage building. Countless onlookers paused to gaze, while Chiho's former subordinates escorted ordinary citizens to safety. At that moment, several individuals obstructed the path of the Susanoo, kneeling before it. "Your Majesty, please spare the 3rd Hokage," they cried, instantly capturing Chiho's attention. Hinata Hayashi chastised, "Impudent fools. Do you not realize that the Konoha F4 just launched a surprise attack on His Majesty, a crime of the highest order? What? They dared to attack His Majesty?" Nara Shikaku sighed, then continued, "They have once again chosen the wrong path. Alas, we have done our utmost." He exchanged glances with Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino, all sighing in unison as they stepped aside. As the loyal supporters of the 3rd Hokage, Ino Shikicho had always backed him, but that was contingent upon Chiho's absence. Now that Chiho had returned and seized control, it was an inevitable development. Whether it was Danzo's directive or the 3rd's command, it was unfortunate. They had intended to persuade His Majesty, Akimichi Choji remarked. Yamanaka Ino nodded in agreement, adding, "Let us witness the conclusion of the 3rd Hokage." With that, the group joined the throng heading toward the Hokage building. Chiho merely cast a fleeting glance at them, having no intention of engaging. Perhaps Nara Shikaku's intellect was commendable, but this was ultimately a world governed by strength. After this brief interlude, no further incidents occurred. They swiftly arrived before the Hokage building, where the Konoha F4 awaited their arrival. The once boisterous crowd fell silent, collectively turning their gaze toward the group. Perched atop the Susanoo, Chiho spoke from a position of superiority. "Sarutobi Yamato, either become my son or perish." Chapter 10, Clamor, a Slap. Witnessing Chiho's proclamation, the assembled civilians and ninjas erupted in uproar. Of course, they were not mocking Chiho. Rather, they yearned to be his son, envious of the honor bestowed upon him. Why should the 3rd, that old fool, receive such privilege? "Alas, Your Majesty, you are misguided." Before Sarutobi Yamato could respond, Nara Shikaku could not contain herself and rebuked. "How dare you speak so disrespectfully to the Hokage?" Mito Minion added, "You are far too arrogant, daring to address the leader of a village in such a manner. Do not forget you have just been reborn and lack the power of your previous life." Chiho remained silent, awaiting Sarutobi Yamato's response. Yamato furrowed his brow. Chiho's words transporting him to a previous life, the two scenes overlapping, daytime then, nighttime now. This individual, akin to a madman, seeks to be his father. He could not comprehend the fervor behind this obsession. Finally, Yamato spoke slowly. Kemizuru Chiho, I must admit I admire you. The support you have gathered suggests that Konoha will flourish under your governance. Yet, I fail to grasp why you are so intent on becoming my father. Is there some hidden truth behind this? Upon the conclusion of the third Hokage's words, Uchiha Mikoto, seated beside Shinhwan, suddenly interjected. Perhaps it was your Majesty's childhood aspiration to emulate your father as a ninja, idolizing him. In the future, should we have a son, his name will be Uchiha Sasuke, in honor of your father, Sarutobi Sasuke. Sarutobi Hizashi fell into a moment of contemplation. I see. Yet, internally, his emotions were tumultuous. It was not solely due to the formidable strength of this youth in his previous life, nor the Susanoo that now stood before him. What kind of absurd rationale was this? To have once regarded my father as a role model in childhood, only to seek to become my father now? Oh, father, your son has endured great tribulations because of you. At that moment, a mature and composed voice emanated from below the Hokage building. Lord Third, you should acknowledge his majesty as your father. It was Narashikaku's voice. Given that his majesty had granted the third Hokage this opportunity, he felt compelled to persuade him, thus repaying the third's past kindness. He continued, in his previous life, his majesty unified the ninja world, achieving countless feats. Even the first Hokage pales in comparison before him. Moreover, during his last life, even the sage of six paths addressed him as father. His majesty holds you in high regard. We all envy you for it. Bang! Danzo struck the ground with his cane in rapid succession, unable to contain his disbelief. This arrogance had reached the heavens. The sage of six paths, a legendary being long departed, invoked in this manner? How could you be more inhumane than I? In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, Shikaku, has Konoha not treated your Inoshikacho well? Is this how you repay Konoha's kindness? To flatter this youth and compel Hizashi to acknowledge this wet behind-the-ears child as his father? You dare utter such words? The moment Danzo finished speaking, he ignited the emotions of the shinobi present. They clamored to rise in defense of Shinhwan, intent on silencing this Hokage aide who dared insult his majesty. However, Orochimaru intervened swiftly. He appeared before the Konoha F4 with a ghostly smile, his tongue flicking across his lips. Ignoring the other three, he turned his gaze upon Sarutobi Hizashi, his voice dripping with malice. Sensei, Shikaku speaks no falsehood. In truth, his majesty is even greater than he describes. Should you become his majesty's son, I, this unworthy disciple, might seize the chance to draw closer to his majesty. Orochimaru, Tsunade shouted in anger, having initially believed that Hizashi's disciple would align with them. She was taken aback to find Orochimaru advocating for Hizashi to adopt another as his son. You, a ninja who sells out your master for personal gain, are unworthy of the title of the legendary three. Silence, insolent one. Shinhwan spoke calmly, his gaze still scrutinizing Sarutobi Hizashi. His declaration was not made on a whim. Previously, when he attempted to adopt Itachi as a son, it had not triggered the system. He thought perhaps this was due to having already adopted Itachi in his former life, prompting him to test an unfulfilled aspiration from that time. In the instant he spoke, Orochimaru unleashed two small snakes that promptly sent two senior advisors tumbling to the ground, their disbelief evident as they lay there in shock. Though aged, they had not anticipated such a disparity between themselves and Orochimaru, nor that he would heed this youth's command so readily. You. Danzo's face turned ashen, feeling utterly disregarded as his comrade was bullied before him. Just as he was about to explode, Hizashi interposed an arm before Danzo, signaling him to refrain from impulsive actions. He then fixed a steely gaze on Orochimaru, his voice laced with fury and sorrow. Orochimaru, why do you aid the oppressor? Is it merely because I did not support your ambition to become the fourth Hokage? You possess a brighter path ahead. Orochimaru's lips curled into a chilling smile, his golden slit pupils glinting with derision. Old man, you are beyond your prime, unable to discern the realities before you. My motivations are not tied to the mere title of Hokage. Rather, His Majesty has aided me in realizing my lifelong dreams, a concept you will never comprehend. Hizashi, filled with disappointment, responded, Let me guess, Is it the pursuit of immortality or the mastery of all jutsu? Whichever it is, they are but illusions, like the fleeting images of the Sage of Six Paths, who has long since departed. Orochimaru's grin widened, erupting into laughter that left him doubled over. Sensei, you underestimate the Sage of Six Paths. He continues to oversee the entire ninja world from the Pure Land, and you dare declare him dead? A being of such caliber does not perish so easily. His voice brimmed with pride, reminiscent of a student eager for his teacher's praise. Hisashi stiffened at Orochimaru's words. Oblivious to such a secret, how had Orochimaru come to know this? Was it truly as they claimed, that his Majesty had introduced him to a higher realm of understanding? Doubt crept into Hisashi's heart as he gradually acknowledged their assertions. This great Majesty had indeed unified the ninja world, achieving countless victories. Lost in the shock of Orochimaru's revelations, he was suddenly jolted by a distant explosion. Chapter 11. Kunai piercing Susanoo nearby the residence of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Minato murmured with concern. Could it be that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has gone berserk? Just as he spoke, a figure with golden hair flashed into the midst of the gathering. It was Namikaze Minato, who, upon arrival, surveyed the scene warily. His attention fixed on the dark green Susanoo and the figure seated within it, Qianhuan. Qianhuan, I will stop you this time. Cease your malevolent actions. If you insist on slaying the third Hokage, I will be forced to eliminate you. Minato's expression was grave, a warning laced with confidence in his own abilities. However, before he could finish, a booming feminine voice echoed throughout Konoha. Minato, where the hell are you? Get back here at once. The gathering fell into silence momentarily. Danzo began to grasp the gravity of the domestic issues Hisashi had mentioned. Indeed, it was severe. Qianhuan shattered the silence. He has but two choices, to become my son or to perish. You are utterly unreasonable. He is not only the leader of a village, but also a man in his 60s or 70s. How could you demand he become your son? Minato was utterly taken aback by Qianhuan's words, struggling to comprehend his intentions, regarding him as if he were deranged. While they exchanged words, a red-haired figure entered the scene. Having transformed into her Nine-Tails mode, her crimson locks billowing as she descended into a furious state. It was Uzumaki Kushina, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Minato, I knew you would be here. We still need to clarify things. Why did you run away? As she spoke, countless golden chains began to swirl around her, ensnaring Minato. Kushina, I told you, the situation is dire. If I hadn't come, the third Hokage might have been killed. Minato evaded the tightening chains while explaining. I see that old man is still alive. If he were to die, so be it. He's hardly worth saving. You think too highly of yourself. He is the leader of a village. Does he truly need your rescue? Kushina snapped, the memory of the Uchiha clan's massacre still a thorn in her heart, coupled with her disdain for the third Hokage, who had allowed her to be monitored by the Umbu as a Jinchuriki. The third Hokage's face twitched slightly, yet he found no words to counter. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, cease your assault at once. Your unwarranted attack on the village's Jonin is tantamount to betrayal, is it not? Danzo scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. At these words, Minato's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. Any respect he once held for Danzo, the Hokage's aide, had vanished. Danzo, your concerns are superfluous. Tend to your own affairs. I doubt you will see the end of this day. Danzo, chastised by a mere Jonin, grew increasingly irate, yet was halted by Hiruzen Sarutobi's intervention. Silence enveloped the scene as onlookers observed the confrontation between Minato and Kikina. The continuous use of space-time ninjutsu to evade the relentless assaults of the adamantine chains was exhausting for Minato, who soon found himself breathless, nearly ensnared by the chains. Yet he refrained from retaliating against Kikina, opting instead to evade. Minato, your chakra is nearly depleted. I wonder if you can calm down and truly listen to me now. Kikina remarked, her eyes glinting with triumph. Indeed, the next moment, Minato faltered, becoming ensnared by the adamantine chains, bound tightly like a rice dumpling. With only his head remaining visible, all present were engrossed in the battle, oblivious to a disheartened figure approaching slowly. Kikina, why must you go to such lengths? Minato sighed, resigning to his fate. Satisfied, Kikina nodded and said, Minato, once we return home, you shall see how I deal with you. With an awkward smile, she addressed the crowd. Your Majesties, please continue as if I were not here. Qianhuan nodded and turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Third Hokage, have you considered my proposal? My patience has its limits. Meanwhile, Yukina leaned closer to the tightly bound Minato and whispered, "What are they discussing? What does the Lord want you to consider?" Minato forced a bitter smile. "The Lord wishes for the Hokage to become his son. What a predicament. What does it matter? Did you not know of this from your past life? The Lord seems to hold high hopes for the third, but alas, in my previous life, he never acknowledged me as his daughter," Yukina remarked, a hint of envy towards Hiruzen Sarutobi flickering in her eyes. Sigh. Hiruzen Sarutobi lamented, "I cannot comply with the shadow clone jutsu." Just as he formed the hand seals, a figure brandishing a kunai suddenly appeared from the distance, charging towards Chihuahn's Susanoo with reckless abandon. "Chihuahn, I warn you, release Asuma, or I shall end your life." It was Asuma Sarutobi, his eyes bloodshot and his breath erratic, fiercely attacking the Susanoo. Regrettably, the kunai merely sparked against the Susanoo without penetrating. Had he been a Uchiha in such a frenzy, he would have likely activated his Mangekyo Sharingan by now. The atmosphere brimmed with animosity, pain, and hatred, palpable to all present. Without Chihuahn's prompting, Asuma was swiftly grasped by Susanoo's hand, emitting anguished cries. The green giant lifted Asuma towards its head. On the throne, Chihuahn grinned. The moment he anticipated had finally arrived. "Asuma? Behold, I have released her. It is she who refuses to let me go," Chihuahn jested. He observed Asuma's furious gaze, as if he wished to devour him whole. Amused, he turned to Kurenai. "See how deeply this fellow cares for you? Even in such a guise, he recognizes you, something I cannot claim." "Enough, Chihuahn. You have no idea how insufferable this persistent fool is. He came knocking at my door the moment he was reborn, like a tenacious leech," Kurenai replied, her face displaying distaste. Chapter 12, Sarutobi, Eliminate Danzo. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, entered combat mode, he froze. Disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the figure grasped within the green Susanoo. This was his second son, for whom he held great expectations. Yet now he was recklessly risking his life for a woman. Being a father, he could not remain indifferent. Thus, he dispelled his shadow clone, steeling himself to plead. "Your Majesty, my son has acted thoughtlessly. I beseech you to spare his life. Father, do not plead for me. I am a demon. Let me die. I wish to escape this wretched world." Asuma cried, having lost the will to live after successive blows. He simply wished for an end to his suffering, for in death, he would be free from all burdens. Chihuahn retorted, "Humph, seeking help from others is futile. Hiruzen, you are the leader of this village, and your choices determine its fate. You cannot yield to Chihuahn," Danzo urged, sensing the tide of the situation shifting as he detected Hiruzen's wavering resolve. He could not fathom the implications should Hiruzen kneel before Chihuahn, thereby aligning with him. "Please, do not take his life." Hiruzen finally acquiesced, bowing his head. "You cannot even utter the words father," Chihuahn taunted. At that moment, Danzo launched a surprise attack, a kunai shooting from his hand towards Asuma, ensnared within Susanoo. "Danzo, what are you attempting?" Hiruzen shouted, rushing to save Asuma, but it was too late. The dark green Susanoo swiftly maneuvered, deflecting the kunai with its arm. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, nearly losing his footing. "Danzo, you have gone too far," Mito Minma spoke, astonished by Danzo's actions. "Indeed, Danzo. Why direct your attack towards the child of Hiruzen?" Hearing Koshi added. Danzo's expression darkened, his failed ambush inciting his ire. Yet, with the situation as it stood, he could only defend himself. "Humph, I merely seek to guide Hiruzen towards the right choice." Meanwhile, Yukina remarked, "Minato, is this the company you wish to save? Armed with knowledge from my previous life, I can adeptly wield the Nine Tails power. I can sense the malevolence emanating from this Hokage aide. From the moment I arrived, I detected his deep-seated ill intentions." She feigned fear, hiding behind the bound Minato. "See, his hostility only grows." Danzo, realizing the gravity of the situation, sensed Hiruzen's fear. He could not afford to lose the son he held dear. Gritting his teeth, he appeared to age decades, kneeling before Susanoo, and amidst the astonished gazes of those present, he uttered, "Father." Asuma stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. His father had bowed his head. "No, no." Asuma's voice pierced the air, echoing with desperation, as if even Uchiha Fugaku, far at the Uchiha clan's estate, could hear his anguish. He was consumed by regret, resenting his weakness, loathing the choice that led him to seek death, and despising the indifferent figure within Susanoo. Danzo gazed at Hiruzen in disbelief. He had anticipated his friend would refuse. Yet it seemed his actions had backfired spectacularly. I'm deeply disappointed in you, Hiruzen. As the shadow of a village, you have shamefully recognized a thief as your father. Now, I shall assume the mantle of Hokage and fulfill the tasks you failed to accomplish. Danzo lamented with a heavy heart. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring another righteous son. Nara Shikaku knelt and proclaimed, relieved that the third Hokage was now assured of his survival, hoping fervently that this esteemed leader could enjoy his twilight years in peace. The other common ninjas echoed his sentiment, exclaiming their congratulations as well. How splendid that the third has become our brother. In my previous life, I often wished he had not rejected the late emperor, Kai exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Had he not recently pushed his body to its limits, he would have performed a celebratory act right then. What a pity that this old fellow truly became the emperor's son. Alas, I am not even considered his daughter. Kushina lamented once more. Kushina, you are too naive. His Majesty has no habit of adopting daughters. All women associated with him are his consorts. Do you not recall your previous life? Minato, you are going too far. I never had such intentions. If that were the case, would I still hold on to you, preventing you from facing danger? Kushina retorted angrily. The chains of the adamantine tightened, causing Minato to roll his eyes in exasperation. I do not doubt you, but did you not see who stands beside him? One is Asuma's beloved, and the other is Itachi's mother, Mikoto Uchiha, Minato remarked with a weary smile. Humph. Do you know that it was Fugaku who betrayed Mikoto first? If you are unaware, do not speak out of turn. Besides, Mikoto is quite content. His Majesty is not like you, who died prematurely. Kushina shot back, landing a punch on Minato's face. I will keep you by my side this lifetime. I forbid you from seeking danger, she continued. Understood, understood. Worry not. I shall not perish easily, Minato reassured her. At that moment, Qianhuan felt a profound dissatisfaction. Though he had adopted Sarutobi Hiruzen as his son, he had yet to activate the system, indicating a true lack of connection in this life. From now on, he chose to relinquish that hope. Nevertheless, as the monarch who once united the ninja world, he still possessed numerous methods to enhance his power. The current affairs no longer piqued his interest. He addressed the kneeling Hiruzen. Hiruzen, go and eliminate Danzo. I have faith in your abilities. Hiruzen bowed his head in silence. Contemplating, Danzo had been his lifelong companion. Was he truly to take the life of his friend? Yet, judging by the emperor's demeanor, it was clear that Danzo was doomed today, and Konoha would no longer require someone like him. Dying at Hiruzen's hands would at least spare him the torment he had endured in his previous life. With a deep sigh, he finally spoke. As you command, Father. Well done, you have swiftly adapted to your new role. I appreciate your willingness, Qianhuan responded. Now, go and bring me Danzo's head. I have further rewards in store. Hiruzen, you cannot do this. Danzo is our comrade, Tsunade exclaimed anxiously, trying to awaken her lost companion. The emperor finds your noise bothersome. Do you not realize your refusal to repent? Is the beating insufficient? Orochimaru's arm extended, unleashing several small snakes that ensnared the two high-level advisors. With gritted teeth, Hiruzen began forming hand seals. He had already departed from their faction. Having knelt to recognize his father meant there was no turning back. To oscillate between loyalties would only render him a fool. It was better to walk this path to the end. At least this way he could reclaim Asuma's life. Hiruzen, I cannot believe you would choose this path. Do you underestimate my strength? I am not so easily slain. Today, I shall see who among us is truly stronger. Danzo declared, unwrapping the bandages from his body to reveal a multitude of Sharingan embedded in his arms. Damned fool, while our comrades toil on the battlefield, you conspire against them. In my previous life, I glimpsed that wretched arm of Danzo's, but now I long to personally eliminate this scoundrel, Hinata Hayashi remarked. Had the Hyuga clan not been protected by the caged bird seal, those Sharingan would undoubtedly possess our Byakugan. However, now that we follow His Majesty, none dare covet our eyes. The battle between the two escalated quickly. One summoned a dream beast, while the other called forth a monkey deity, both showcasing their strength as elite shinobi. The spectators watched in rapt attention. At that moment, a figure approached Qianhuan's throne and knelt before him. Kakashi, you have finally arrived. I feared you had betrayed the emperor. Have you encountered any troubles? Kai exclaimed, rushing to Kakashi's side, grasping his arm, unable to suppress his curiosity. Qianhuan shifted his gaze from the battlefield between Hiruzen and Danzo to Kakashi, awaiting his explanation. Kakashi bore an unhealed wound above one eye, and the eye itself was missing. "Father, please accept these 2 items," he said, offering 2 sealed scrolls. "Jisue, control the Susanu's other arm and place Kakashi beneath the throne," Qianhuan instructed. Kakashi continued. "One contains Obito's eye, and the other is a record of what you instructed me to note from your previous life. I have just completed it." "Oh, is that so?" Qianhuan expressed great interest in matters of his past life and took the 2 items from Kakashi. He unsealed one of the scrolls, and a book appeared before him. Upon examining it, Qianhuan noted Chakra Foundation Manual. Initially, he found nothing amiss, only that Kakashi's handwriting needed improvement, resembling that of a primary school student. However, the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock. The text was written in Chinese characters. He eagerly began to peruse its contents. "In your next life, when you open this book, time will have reverted to when everything began, and you should have grasped your current circumstances. I trust you will be pleased. Women will undoubtedly shower you with affection, and you will have amassed many capable subordinates. Truly, a winner in life, one to be envied. To be honest, although you are me, I still feel as if I have been wronged. But let that be. What truly matters is the technique in your possession. Without a system, you must be struggling, uncertain of how to attain 6 path level power or even greater strength. I have just the solution for you. However, you must train diligently. The old man of the 6 paths will surely return and seek you out, as we have wronged his mother." Haha, I still remember his helpless expression. It was utterly delightful. To assist you and prevent you from being overly passive, I specifically ensured that the old man would unlock his memories last. How considerate of me. But it won't be long, just a few days later than you, perhaps 3 or 4 days. As for the Otsutsuki clan, they are currently unaware of your whereabouts. There is little more to disclose. This is the situation, and what happens afterward will unfold in due course. Remember, do not attempt to activate the system again. This book is unrelated to the system. Focus on your training. Well then, may I also enjoy a splendid life in my next existence." His words revealed a wealth of information. Firstly, regarding the system, it was unclear how he had managed it in his previous life. He must have severed the system's binding and instructed himself not to try activating it again. This was understandable. When one possesses nothing, they naturally yearn for a system to alter their fate, yet every gift often comes with a price already marked. When you mature to a certain extent, the system will certainly derive something from you. Next is the 6 Paths Old Man. The division between 6 Paths and Super Shadow marks a watershed moment. Currently, the strength of his subordinates barely matches that of a Super Shadow's goalkeeper, if at all. Thus, in the previous life, memories were gradually unlocked to facilitate adaptation. However, the time frame is exceedingly brief, spanning only a few days. He is powerless to complain, for what does it mean to say we have subdued the mother of 6 Paths? It was clearly your doing. He remains an innocent young lad. What is this character? Qianhuan. I hardly recognize most of it. Hong inquired. It's nothing. In the future, let the people of the ninja world learn this language. Your original tongue is rather rudimentary, Qianhuan replied with a smirk. Is that so? How delightful. I look forward to it, though this script is somewhat unsightly, isn't it? Hong remarked, gazing at the characters in the book with a puzzled expression. Qianhuan's countenance darkened. You cannot place the blame on the script. It's Kakashi's poor penmanship that resembles a dog's scribbles. These characters are the most aesthetically pleasing. I shall demonstrate them to you when the opportunity arises. Kakashi's deadpan gaze reflected his desolation. He yearned to declare that he would not bear this blame. How could he be accused of writing like a dog when he had perfectly replicated what Qianhuan had written, ensuring it mirrored his previous life script? Yet, Kakashi knew that voicing this would gain him no acknowledgement from his sovereign, so he feigned ignorance of their conversation. Qianhuan continued addressing Kakashi. You have performed admirably. In these 2 days, swiftly seek a medical ninja to implant an eye. I shall temporarily retain Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. Additionally, make haste to master the powers of your previous life. We have numerous battles ahead. As you command, father. Kakashi replied, though his thoughts lingered on Obito, determined to redeem him in this life. Once Qianhuan concluded this matter, he delved into the techniques bestowed upon him in his past life. Disregarding the ongoing confrontation between the third Hokage and Danzo, that old man, with his Sharingan, could utilize the Izanagi technique, which meant he would not perish just yet. Needing more time, he feared no repercussions, for his sons were nearby, firmly locking onto the 2 combatants on the field. Chapter 14. I require your assistance in cultivation. Qianhuan began to rapidly flip through the Chakra Foundation manual. After a cursory review, he discovered that this technique, through specific operational pathways, allowed one to merge and refine one's chakra energy with natural energy, achieving effects akin to those of Sage mode, such as foundation building and golden elixirs. However, unlike Sage techniques, this method did not necessitate spiritual roots or knowledge of meridians, as it simply required one to continuously refine chakra and form hand seals. There was also a shortcut, absorbing the chakra of tailed beasts. Qianhuan's gaze fell upon Kushina, still bound, and a smirk crept across his lips. It was time to exercise the prerogatives of his sovereignty. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt before Qianhuan, holding several severed heads, his expression grave and breathless. The act of slaying his dear friend was not only a test of his strength, but also a profound blow to his spirit, as he had merely chosen between his son and his friend. "Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my duty," the aged voice of Hiruzen rang out. "Well done. In this life, I shall not punish their souls," Qianhuan replied, his tone filled with warmth. He turned to Uchiha Shursui beside him, saying, "Shursui, release your grandnephew." Shursui then roughly tossed Asuma next to Hiruzen. "Father, you." Asuma's face was one of despair, his voice choked with emotion. It was not only due to Hiruzen but also for himself. His beloved had suddenly become a grandmother, which shattered him completely. "How dare you speak and address me as your Majesty?" Hiruzen forcefully pressed Asuma's head to the ground, a resounding thud echoing. Had it not been for this son, he might have died a hero's death protecting Konoha, but now he could only acknowledge a thief as his father. What do you mean?" Asuma was utterly broken, his mind blank from the forceful impact against the ground. "What do you mean what? How could I have spawned such a wretched offspring?" Hiruzen was nearly driven to the brink of rage. He continued to slam Asuma's head into the ground, signifying his submission. "Enough. The child is still young. It is natural that he cannot comprehend. Such situations can be managed at home with a good beating," Qianhuan interjected. "As you wish. I shall take him back to the clan grounds," Hiruzen replied, eager to escape the current scenario. "Do not be in haste to leave. I am quite pleased with your actions. As a reward, I grant you governance over the land of fire. Depart tomorrow to eliminate the daimyo of the fire country, and you shall become its king." But, Hiruzen's mind exploded with disbelief. He never anticipated that his sovereign would be so forthright. After all, Konoha had always been under the jurisdiction of the fire country's daimyo, and this notion was deeply ingrained. He had never considered such a prospect. What? Go forth and act. A mere daimyo, not even a ninja, dares to suppress you, the powerful shadows? I must say, you are truly inept. However, rest assured, once you observe the situation in Konoha, you will realize how other ninjas will react. Those who have previously accepted my rule will undoubtedly assist you. This is the trend of the times, Qianhuan declared. In his previous life, he had instigated a transformation in the ninja world, unifying it and eradicating warfare. Within this realm of Hokages, many would rally to his cause. "As you command." Hiruzen finally acquiesced, lifting Asuma and respectfully standing beside Susanoo. Qianhuan dismissed the others, leaving only Orochimaru, his son, and Minato. Just as Qianhuan believed matters in Konoha had concluded, a sudden upheaval occurred with Minato. With a resounding bang, Minato vanished. "Reverse summoning technique," Kushina exclaimed in shock. Then, realizing the implications, she instantly erupted in fury. So that is why Minato of this life is so compliant. It appears he was influenced or controlled by the toads of Myobokuzen in his previous life. She hurriedly approached Qianhuan, suppressing her furious expression, and knelt, pleading, "Your Majesty, I implore you, save Minato." Before Qianhuan could respond, Itachi interjected, "Why should your Majesty save him? In his previous life, he squandered countless opportunities, and in this life, your Majesty's mercy in not killing him is already a testament to your benevolence." Itachi harbored intense animosity towards anyone who bore ill will against Qianhuan. In his heart, only Qianhuan could provide hope for the ninja world. "Mikoto, please assist me in pleading with His Majesty." Kushina's face displayed urgent concern, showing no sign of her usual fiery demeanor in front of Qianhuan. "Enough." Qianhuan raised a hand to interrupt Mikoto, who was about to speak. "You know I have always held Minato in high regard. In my previous life, I wished to adopt him as my son, but he declined." Regardless of whether Mikoto voiced her refusal or interceded on Kushina's behalf, he preferred to address the matter directly. "Your Majesty, you wish." Kushina's face momentarily revealed hesitation and indignation, fearing Qianhuan would propose something unbearable. Then, as if stealing her resolve, she continued, "Your Majesty, if you can save Minato, I am not entirely opposed to." "How dare you? Vortex Kushina, what do you take me for?" Qianhuan retorted, slightly irked. With so many women already to manage, he had no desire for another, for strength was of utmost importance to him. Women were merely a seasoning in life. "Kushina, I never anticipated you harbored such sentiments. In my previous life, I regarded you as a sister, yet you aspire to be my true sister." Mikoto interjected. A sense of crisis welled up within her, prompting her to draw nearer to Qianhuan. "No, I never contemplated such a thing." Kushina's face flushed crimson. Unskilled in the art of deceit, she found herself at a loss for words. "Well, considering it's your first time, I shall forgive you," Qianhuan remarked, then took a breath. Asserting in an unmistakable tone, "Uzumaki Kushina, I require your assistance in my cultivation." Kushina was momentarily taken aback. Did that not convey the same meaning? The chakra network from her past life was quite advanced, and Qianhuan had brought many modern concepts with him. "You see, you've misunderstood again. I merely intend to utilize the 9 tails within you for my training," Qianhuan clarified, his eagerness to enhance his own prowess palpable. "Rest assured, when I succeed in my cultivation, I shall aid you in rescuing Minato. You need not worry, the toads of Awoke Mountain would never harm him, for they were allies in our previous lives." Chapter 15. A weight loss for the 9 tails inside the Hokage office, brightly illuminated. Akamatsu, Hong, and Mikoto were fervently documenting all the deeds Qianhuan accomplished in his previous life. With eyes closed, Qianhuan placed one hand upon the seal of Kushina's 9 tails, while the other hand meticulously formed a series of complex seals. The orange-tailed beast chakra flowed incessantly from Kushina to Qianhuan. Upon contact with the tailed beast chakra, he felt as though he had been scalded by a red-hot iron. Steam rising from his hand. A foul odor wafted through the air as Qianhuan grimaced, hastening his hand movements. The tailed beast chakra was gradually tamed, slowly integrating into his being. Dark runes resembling sealing techniques began to materialize along his arms. Kushina gazed at this astonishing scene in disbelief. She knew the sovereign was formidable, yet she had not anticipated such capabilities upon his rebirth. Absorbing chakra was a simple task. In her past life, many such methods existed. However, the instantaneous transformation of absorbed chakra into one's own was said to be achievable only through the Rinnegan or a specific machine from his previous life. And it was evident Qianhuan had yet to awaken the Rinnegan. Furthermore, such absorption typically served to replenish chakra rather than enhance it. Yet it appeared Qianhuan was an exception. With the complete heritage of the Uzumaki clan and the awakening of her Kagura Shingon, she could distinctly sense the elevation of Qianhuan's chakra. "What are you doing, little girl?" The furious voice of the 9 tails reverberated within the dark ceiling space. He sensed his chakra being persistently extracted, reminiscent of his confinement in a zoo during his previous life. At that time, he acutely felt his own fragility, yet it was futile. He had been treated as a so-called clean energy source, likened to a perpetual motion machine. His chakra had been continuously siphoned for the benefit of others or to watch videos, a barbaric act that left him confined to a zoo, exhaling at tourists. Now, witnessing that individual extracting his chakra once more was intolerable. He unleashed his fury within the ceiling space, his orange claws striking the ground, sending ripples through the air. "Be patient, great fox. The sovereign will soon be finished." Kushina comforted him, her expression laced with regret, yet for the sake of saving Minato. She could do nothing but endure the 9 tails' plight. "No, I shall never allow you to succeed." The 9 tails' enraged voice echoed. He resisted, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the human before him. However, it was in vain. No matter his efforts, he found himself ensnared tighter, the chakra being siphoned from him like a tube connected to his being. The 9 tails visibly lost weight, akin to a diet. Outside the ceiling space, as Qianhuan continued to absorb the tailed beast chakra, his body became adorned with an intricate array of sealing runes. Once he ceased the absorption, he formed seals with both hands, causing the runes to gradually shrink until all the tailed beast chakra had been consumed by him. He felt as though he were immersed in a hot spring, invigorated with newfound strength. The burn marks on his hand and the scars from previous tortures vanished in tandem. Qianhuan opened his eyes, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. The sensation of such significant empowerment was utterly delightful. Previously possessing a mediocre chakra level, he now felt as if his chakra had multiplied several times over, likely exceeding that of an average jonin. At this rate, he would soon rival the chakra levels of elite jonin, perhaps even that of a Kaguya. He found himself eagerly anticipating an encounter with the Sage of Six Paths. After all, at this pace, he could soon drain the Nine Tails dry and convert that power into his own. Orochimaru, expedite the transplantation of Hashirama's cells to Itachi and Shursui. Hayashi and Hisashi are also to receive Hashirama's cells from Orochimaru, Chihuan instructed. He continued to repeat the hand seals, the black seals diminishing in number. At this moment, a newfound clarity shone in Orochimaru's eyes. Despite being under Shursui's Kotoame Tsukumi control, he remained capable of prolonged control, which did not overly alter Orochimaru's mindset, only ensuring his loyalty to Chihuan. Shursui's one eye had succumbed to blindness, having utilized Susanoo and now Kotoame Tsukumi, which placed a considerable burden on his Manjikyu Sharingan. This was only to be expected. As you command, Your Majesty, Orochimaru replied respectfully. He then inquired, in your past life, did Hayashi and Hisashi awaken the Rinnegan? Indeed, they did awaken it, yet operating it has become somewhat challenging. To achieve success in a short time, we may need to merge all the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan to create one. As you know, their Byakugan lacks purity. Orochimaru explained, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Hayashi, Hisashi, what are your thoughts? Chihuan asked. He was not a tyrant and held great respect for his son's decisions, knowing well the consequences of such actions could leave many from the Hyuga clan blind. Instantaneously, Hayashi and Hisashi knelt. Hayashi spoke first, Your Majesty. Why not use the eyes of our Hyuga clan to enable your awakening of the Rinnegan? They would feel immensely honored to have such an opportunity. Indeed, Your Majesty. Our potential is limited. Even if we possess the Rinnegan now, we would not stand a chance against those Otsutsuki monsters, Hisashi added. I currently lack the time. I need to absorb the tailed beast chakra. One of you brothers should awaken the Rinnegan first and assist me in gathering the other tailed beasts, Chihuan elucidated. His rapid progress meant that with the tailed beast chakra, he could swiftly elevate his abilities, allowing him to begin compressing and purifying once a certain threshold was reached, paving the way for immortality, which held far greater promise than the Rinnegan. Moreover, transplanting the Rinnegan might not yield immediate results. With only a few days remaining until the Sage of Six Paths would unlock his memories, he could not afford to pursue the Rinnegan at such a cost. Both Hisashi and Hayashi nodded in agreement. Hisashi felt deeply moved. The sovereign had liberated them from their cage in their previous life and was now offering them this chance. He resolved to harness this power to assist the sovereign in uniting the ninja world once more, binding that ancestor from the moon to the sovereign's bed. They spoke almost in unison. Hisashi, I leave it to you. Hayashi, I leave it to you. Now was not the time for modesty. After all, there was a colossal Rinnegan formed by the Byakugan atop the moon, which Orochimaru could refine, and then Hayashi would awaken it, followed by Hisashi. With matters settled, Chihuan resumed his absorption of the Nine Tails chakra. As the myriad of illusions began to bustle once more, several individuals followed Orochimaru's lead, with Yamato being drawn away as well. Meanwhile, Kai assumed a peculiar posture nearby, engrossed in his training. Kakashi, while everyone else is striving to grow stronger, why not join me in practicing the ancient toad techniques passed down from our previous sovereign? He suggested. Absolutely not, Kakashi retorted, his singular eye still resembling a lifeless fish's gaze, expressing his strong aversion to such an odd stance, for he had his own training methods. In Mayaboku Mountain, the moon shone brightly in the night sky, surrounded by a multitude of toad statues, representations of humans who had failed in their pursuit of sage arts. Appearing quite eerie under the moonlight, a figure with a prominent forehead protector and white hair was summoned alongside Minato Namikaze. Young Jiraiya, young Minato, follow me. That foolish old man has had another dream and wishes to summon you, Sage Jiraiya stated, getting straight to the point. Sage Jiraiya, do you possess any memories of that individual? Minato inquired. Which individual? Jiraiya replied, a look of confusion crossing his face, for he was still gathering materials outside of Konoha. The toads of Mayaboku Mountain also displayed expressions of bewilderment, as only the ninjas within the confines of Konoha had awakened their past memories, leaving them unaware of the unfolding events. Observing their confused expressions, Minato promptly recounted the previous events. Hey, that's not a funny joke, Minato, Jiraiya remarked, noticing Minato's silence. The corners of his mouth twitched, nearly breaking into laughter, yet the moment was inappropriate. His expression soon morphed into anger. How could that rascal imprison the toads of Awoke Mountain in such a place? This is an affront to the sages. What kind of deity would confine toads in a zoo? While I would like to visit, this is utterly despicable. Awoke Mountain was his second home. The toads were not merely his companions, but also his teachers and friends, particularly Sage Fugaku and Sage Jiraiya, who had guided him countless times in his training. He pondered what misdeeds he had committed in his past life that led to the toads of Awoke Mountain being left unprotected. Ah, I see, Sage Fugaku remarked, realization dawning upon him. No wonder the old man is in such a hurry. However, this time, we of Awoke Mountain will take the initiative. We must not allow that wicked human to succeed. Despite being but a small toad, it too exhibited anthropomorphic anger. Apologies, Sage Fugaku, but this time I do not intend to oppose him, Minato sighed, recalling the numerous failed assassination attempts from his previous life. He had also heard from Kushina that this sovereign later quelled the turmoil in the ninja world, allowing all to cultivate chakra, establishing a trade system where chakra served as currency. By refining chakra daily and infusing it into special containers, one could even purchase the right to resurrect loved ones. However, those like him, who opposed the sovereign, were forbidden from revival. He had initially sought to ensure the third Hokage's survival, confronting Kamizuki Chihuan directly. Now that the third Hokage had become this man's son, and since he would not die, he no longer wished to oppose Kamizuki Chihuan. He conveyed this news to Awoke Mountain, leaving the fate of the toads to the winds of destiny, for compared to the third Hokage's outcome, Kamizuki Chihuan's treatment of the toads had been relatively lenient. All he desired now was to return and spend time with Kushina, steering clear of the affairs of the ninja world. Minato, Jiraiya spoke, his voice laced with suppressed fury as he raised a hand to scratch the back of his head, seemingly attempting to alleviate his inner turmoil. Is it really so easy for you to disregard this matter? Or is there something you are concealing? I have died once. This time, I have promised Kushina that I will not oppose him, Minato replied wearily. Fine, you just focus on being with Kushina, Jiraiya asserted. I cannot bear to watch our toads being caged. I shall ensure that he is imprisoned for others to behold. Minato shook his head, feeling somewhat awkward at Jiraiya's words. The sage spoke well, but according to Kushina, this individual had never opposed Kamizuki Chihuan in his past life. Rather, he had immersed himself in the chakra network established by Kamizuki Chihuan, indulging in unhealthy online content and even engaging in live streaming. How about this, young Minato? Wait until you hear what the old man has to say before making a decision, Sage Fugaku suggested. Minato was a formidable force if he did not assist the toads. They would find it even more challenging to cope. Sage Jiraiya added, that foolish old man has been waiting for quite some time. Let us proceed. In a grand hall. At its center, the great toad sage sat upon an elevated seat, adorned with a doctoral cap, his eyes gently closed as if in slumber. Sage Fugaku and Sage Jiraiya flanked him on either side. Old man, Jiraiya, and his disciple, Minato Namikaze, have arrived, Sage Fugaku whispered. The great toad sage slowly opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat hazy, as if still not fully awake. He squinted at Minato and suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, is this not young Jiraiya? How have you become so youthful? Jiraiya, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head. Great toad sage, I am Jiraiya. This is my disciple, Minato Namikaze. The great toad sage blinked, scrutinizing Minato closely, and then seemed to have an epiphany. Ah, so it's Minato. My apologies, my age has dulled my vision. But your golden hair truly resembles young Jiraiya's. Old man, have you lost your mind? This young man has golden hair. How could he resemble young Jiraiya? Sage Jiraiya interjected, unable to contain himself. Is that so? Wasn't young Jiraiya's hair golden? The great toad sage replied slowly, waving his massive toad hand. Ah, age makes one forgetful. But fear not, I will soon glimpse your future. Wait, who are you again? Jiraiya could not help but facepalm. Great toad sage, he is Minato Namikaze, my disciple. Oh, yes, Minato Namikaze. I remember now. The great toad sage appeared to have a moment of clarity, his eyes suddenly gleaming with intensity as he gravely stated. I have seen a figure. He will ultimately slay all in the ninja world, a world-destroying demon king. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened, and he interjected, is this person's name Kamizuki Chihuan? It seems to be a name akin to Kamizuki, but I cannot recall clearly, the great toad sage replied, once again closing his eyes slowly. Minato's mind was engulfed in confusion. Kushina had clearly stated that this individual would usher in a new era for the ninja world. Yet, the great toad sage's vision contradicted this notion. Although he would not normally doubt either party, the conflicting accounts left him questioning the great toad sage. Though he would not voice his doubts aloud. Old man, are you certain he is a world destroyer? Just moments ago, young Minato informed us that he has awakened his past memories, and that this man intends to imprison the toads of Awoke Mountain. Has he committed such heinous acts afterward? Sage Fugaku queried, perplexed. I do not know. I am merely an old fool, seeing only fragmented dreams. The great toad sage suddenly opened his eyes wide, his speech becoming considerably more fluid, his gaze sharp as it fixed upon Minato Namikaze. This was the first instance of him being struck by the speed of light. Minato instantly felt a wave of unease wash over him, seeking the source of this foreboding feeling. He noticed that the great toad sage's eyes were fully open, the pupils, deep and cold like those of a goat, were now fixated on him. In the midst of their gaze, Minato felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping his entire being, rendering even his breath somewhat labored. It was at this moment he comprehended the terror of the great toad sage. In that fleeting moment of intimidation, the great toad sage narrowed his eyes, and a wave of transparent energy surged into Minato's eyes, instantly incapacitating him. He attempted to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, but was utterly unable to do so. Not only could he not channel chakra, but he found himself unable to move a muscle. Minato sensed that he was ensnared in an illusion, struggling desperately to break free. Just as he was on the verge of success, a transparent toad, invisible to others, suddenly materialized in the great toad sage's hand. The toad leapt from the sage's grasp and burrowed into Minato's body. The sensation was both foreign and familiar, triggering fragments of memories within his mind. In his previous life, it seemed he had also been subjected to such a gaze, which had led to his relentless pursuit of assassination against Shinra. Regret washed over him for having entered the Great Hall. He would have preferred to have directly used the Flying Thunder God to escape. However, it was too late for such thoughts now. Silently, he lamented, I am sorry, Kushina. Chapter 17. The terrified Jiraiya. Unbeknownst to Jiraiya, he remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. He was engrossed in analyzing the potential actions of Shinra, contemplating methods to thwart this individual. At that moment, Minato, unknowingly under control, suddenly spoke. Jiraiya-sensei, let us together eliminate Shinra. This individual is a menace, and we cannot remain indifferent. Minato, were you not just expressing a desire to avoid involvement? How swiftly you have altered your stance. Jiraiya replied, perplexed. He sensed a sudden shift in Minato's demeanor. Previously imbued with a gentle aura despite his fatigue, Minato now emanated an aura that seemed to repel others. Jiraiya-sensei, I have changed my mind. After eliminating Shinra, I can still be with Kushina. An unnatural yet confident smile graced Minato's face. Is that so? It is wonderful to hear you say so, Minato. We at Awoke Mountain will also contact the Dragon Cave and the Wetbone Forest. Together, the three great sanctuaries shall assist you in vanquishing this tyrant of the ninja world, Fugaku Sage said, excitement evident on his countenance. Seeing that Shima Sage had said as much, despite Jiraiya's lingering doubts about Minato, he chose to keep them to himself, burying them deep within. Very well, Jiraiya. Since that is the case, you two should rest at Awoke Mountain tonight. In the morning, I shall prepare a most delectable feast of insects for you, Shima Sage announced, evidently confident in her culinary skills, hoping to entice the two to stay. No, cough. I have matters to attend to. I shall not remain here tonight. Jiraiya hastily declined, as he had no fondness for insect cuisine. Yet, unexpectedly, his disciple Minato interjected, is that so? I am quite looking forward to your cooking, Shima Granny. Why not have Master stay as well? Even Jiraiya, known for his carefree nature, felt as if his head were about to explode. When had Minato taken a liking to insects? However, he refrained from voicing any objections, unwilling to display any signs of distress. A blush crept across his cheeks as he awkwardly stated, Minato, have you not realized that your teacher has pressing matters to attend to? I must be frank, I have a date tonight. Upon uttering this, Jiraiya's entire being vanished with a resounding pop, as the toads lifted the reverse summoning technique placed upon him. Evidently, young Jiraiya had uncovered something. Shima Sage's small toad wore a knowing smile. Indeed, otherwise, given his character, He would not have mentioned a date, but rather claimed he was gathering materials. However, whether he was present or absent mattered not. He was merely a tool in search of the destined child. Fugaku sage added, since Jiraiya's first visit to Mayaboka Mountain, he had been assigned this task. At the time, Jiraiya had no summoning beast and had utilized reverse summoning, creating a temporal distortion that led him to Mayaboka Mountain, guided by them. Yet, they held some disdain for Jiraiya's talent, as at such an age, he still could not fully master Sage Mode without their assistance. At that moment, the Great Toad Sage seated above spoke, "All right, prepare yourselves. I can only glimpse a vague future, but with young Minato's memories, it appears what I see is indeed true. I shall not permit such events to unfold. Just a mere human. Does he truly believe himself to be the Sage of Six Paths from a millennium ago? What he had glimpsed was not merely a vision of himself confined in a cage, but of a human being slain. Nonetheless, for him, the future remained malleable, and thus he did not take it to heart. Meanwhile, outside a hot spring in the land of fire, Jiraiya reappeared with a sudden pop. His eyes were grave, filled with confusion. He would not presume malice in others, yet the events at Mayaboka Mountain had genuinely unsettled him. In the blink of an eye, Minato's aura had shifted. Previously outraged by Minato's dismissal of the toads, upon witnessing their actions, Jiraiya instantly altered his perspective. One could only say that the individual had done well. Confining these toads within a zoo was a measure of that individual's mercy. With a deep breath, Jiraiya sought to calm his racing heart. He swiftly formed hand seals. Contract seal. The contract seal could sever the connection between summoning beasts and ninjas. By employing this seal on himself, the toads of Mayaboka Mountain would be unable to reverse summon him. Once the technique was executed, he exhaled, feeling a semblance of safety. He did not believe himself superior to Minato. If Minato had been silently controlled, he too would not escape. Yet, it seemed these toads held little regard for him. He resolved to seek out the individual from Minato's memories who had confined the toads within the zoo. As night fell, the clock struck midnight, and suddenly, ninja across the land of fire recalled their past lives. Jiraiya was among them. A wave of disorientation swept through his mind, and he was flooded with memories from his previous existence. Instantly, he felt a chill run down his spine. The events he had just experienced mirrored those of his past life almost exactly, albeit occurring later, after his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen's demise. Minato relentlessly pursued the assassination of Shinra, ultimately meeting his end at the hands of the latter. Upon witnessing the subsequent memories, he could not stifle his exclamation. Damn it, that kid is actually pursuing Tsunade. Naturally, he found himself torn, unsure whether to seek assistance from this monarch. In his previous life, this monarch had been exceptionally decisive, and given the opportunities afforded to Minato in that lifetime, it was likely that this time around, the monarch would strike him down. Amidst his turmoil, he recalled Tsunade. Hadn't Shinra pursued her in the past? Surely, Tsunade would extend him this courtesy. Enlightened, Jiraiya recalled that he had just seen Tsunade earlier that day in this very town. Within an unremarkable casino, Tsunade gazed at the cascade of coins spewing forth from the slot machine before her, devoid of any inclination to collect them. Typically, such occurrences heralded misfortune, and this time was no exception. She recalled a figure from her past life, a man named Shinra, who had pursued her relentlessly, and he resurrected his brother, Shinshu. Due to this event, her heart gradually swayed. However, this man was nothing short of a brute. Upon his revival, he commanded Shinshu to call him father, and it was unclear what kind of intoxicating potion he had given Shinshu, for Shinshu complied. The most outrageous part was that he even insisted on being called father himself. Later, Tsunade discovered that this scoundrel not only had numerous women, but also covertly seduced her disciple, Shizu. Particularly after rescuing a woman from the moon. He never pursued her again. This was utterly despicable. Chapter 18. Come follow this sage to shoot videos. Indeed, this scoundrel was too vile. Even going so far as to have Lord Slug studied by Orochimaru, locking him away in a zoo. Bang! Tsunade smashed the slot machine before her with a punch. She could not contain her fury. Why should she be inferior to that woman on the moon? Tsunade-sama, I want to return to Konoha, Shizune said cautiously, observing Tsunade's wrath. What did you say? Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief, not expecting her disciple to awaken memories of their past lives. Yet, Shizune's words further fueled her anger. What? Do you also wish to seek that man? Tsunade-sama, let us go back together. Everyone has been reincarnated, and Lord Chihuan needs our help, Shizune suggested. No way. I refuse to go back. Let him seek that woman on the moon. Tsunade retorted angrily. But a look of sorrow crossed her face as she remained unable to shake her worries for Chihuan. The third Hokage and that old coot Danzo will surely cause trouble for Chihuan. And the three great sanctuaries. Lord Slug likely won't pursue him, as he fondly remembers the atmosphere of the zoo from our past life. And then there are the Kaguya and Jonin from other ninja villages. Lastly, that woman's son, Sage of Six Paths, might also intervene. Tsunade muttered, "This damned man loves to stir up trouble." At that moment, the casino enforcers appeared, brandishing clubs and knives. Swaggering toward Tsunade. "Hey, lady, how did you break the casino's equipment? Never mind that. How are you going to compensate?" "Shizune, pay them," Tsunade snapped, casting an irritated glance at Shizune, who was clearly flustered. The leader of the group arrogantly declared, "I didn't expect you to be quite wealthy, but our slot machine isn't cheap. Given your apparent resources, I'll offer you a discount of 8 million ryo." "What?" Shizune gasped, shielding her belongings. Stunned by the figure. "Tsunade-sama, we don't have that much money." The leader exaggeratedly exclaimed, "You don't have that much money, yet you dare to break the casino's facilities? You're making it very difficult for me. Why not this? I'll arrange a job for you. A wealthy merchant has a liking for young ladies like you." Bang! Tsunade stomped her high heel into the ground, creating a hole, and seized the leader by his collar, pulling him close. "Get lost before I lose my temper." The leader was immediately drenched in cold sweat. It was clear now that he should have considered why this woman could smash a slot machine. Suddenly, his companions scattered like birds. Well, isn't this our Tsunade-sama? What a thrill to see you bully a small-time thug." A deep, rough voice echoed from the entrance of the casino as a white-haired figure walked in. Tsunade turned, frowning. "What is it to you?" She nonchalantly threw the man away. "Jiraiya-sama," Shizune exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. Surely, this gentleman had come to invite Tsunade back to Konoha. Jiraiya's eyes brightened, and he instinctively said, "Shizune, come follow this sage to shoot videos. We could create a couple that would surely become a sensation." "Jiraiya-sama, please allow me to decline." "I cannot do this," Shizune stammered, a hint of panic on her face, as she was well aware of Jiraiya's reputation for producing risque content in their previous life. "Jiraiya, you fool, is that all you came to say? Do you not realize she has caught that man's eye?" Tsunade's fist clenched, veins bulging on her forehead, as though she would explode in fury at Jiraiya next. "At worst, once Chihuan brings forth the artifacts of our past lives, I'll gather enough chakra to resurrect Jiraiya." "What?" Jiraiya exclaimed, "That's outrageous." "I don't agree." He envied the blissful fate of others. Unlike him, who had no wife and could only frequent certain establishments, which later got banned by the Lord. He could only have a lifelike model made in a factory. Since most streamers online were also transformed by ninjutsu, they appeared fine, but upon meeting in person, he could discern the truth, and there were many men. This was simply too much. Simultaneously, Jiraiya was startled, relieved that the Lord was unaware of these matters. Otherwise, he might face a little procedure. In his previous life, the laws he had established included severe punishments for certain behaviors. "Ahem, Tsunade. I have come to seek you for a serious matter," Jiraiya stated bluntly, recounting the events that transpired in Awoke Mountain. "Why didn't you tell me about this in our past life? I feared you would act against him over the old man's affairs and get yourself killed. Later, I realized he was far more frivolous than I, so I knew he wouldn't harm you. But it was too late. Minato was already dead," Jiraiya lamented. He didn't mention that Tsunade understood the prohibition on resurrecting former enemies set by the Lord. Not necessarily. He has a notorious reputation for breaking hearts. And when that person pursued others, they were sweet and never looked back once they found someone new. With so many beauties seeking him now, do you think I could persuade him to spare Minato? Tsunade seethed, convinced that Kamizaki Chihuan was a scoundrel who regarded her with no esteem. "No. Chihuan-sama is not that kind of person. He merely felt you didn't like him, which is why he didn't pursue you later." Shizune gathered her courage to speak, recalling that Chihuan had frequently sought her out, though Tsunade was unaware. "Is that so? You know him too well, just reincarnated, and you're already siding with him. I'm thoroughly disappointed in you," Tsunade said, not pursuing Shizune's secretive dealings with Kamizaki Chihuan, yet Shizune still defended that scoundrel. Hey, Tsunade. Don't fight over me in front of my face. My disciple is currently under control. Can't you show some empathy?" Jiraiya interjected, enviously dreaming of having two women vying for him. Tsunade, incensed, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Jiraiya, you scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting?" Before she could finish, Tsunade unleashed a punch. Jiraiya barely had time to react before the blow struck him squarely, sending him flying like a cannonball against the casino wall, creating a human-shaped hole, with bricks scattering and dust billowing. Chapter 19. The Ninetales was indeed somewhat rude standing nearby. Shizun gasped, covering her mouth in shock at the scene. "Tsunade-sama, you might have gone a bit too far." Tsunade scoffed. "If I had killed him, I would have had to gather chakra to ask your old lover to resurrect him." Amidst the ruins, Jiraiya struggled to raise his hand, attempting to get up, bitterly chuckling as he instinctively remarked, "Tsunade, you're still as violent as ever. I finally understand why he didn't seek you out later." He was racked with excruciating pain. Yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of what had angered Tsunade this time. However, there was something endearingly cute about her angry demeanor. No, what was he thinking? This was hardly the moment for such musings. Suddenly, he realized he had uttered another thoughtless remark. Tsunade's eyes glinted dangerously as she coldly remarked, "Jiraiya, it seems that punch earlier was insufficient to silence you." Before her words could fully dissipate, she leaped into the air. Her right leg raised high as chakra coalesced around her foot, and she struck down upon Jiraiya with tremendous force. Painful sky kick. In the midst of Jiraiya's terror-stricken gaze, a thunderous crash resounded. The ground beneath him fractured instantaneously, shaking the entire gambling house and half the street. Jiraiya was sent crashing into the earth, his body ensconced in a pit, eyes rolling back, smoke emanating from his mouth, and consciousness lost. Shizun, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fright and rushed over to assess Jiraiya's condition. She crouched at the edge of the pit, panic-stricken, calling out, Lord Jiraiya, are you all right?" "Oh no," he is rolling his eyes. "He can't be dead, can he?" Tsunade dusted off her hands and approached nonchalantly, her anger dissipating. Glancing down into the pit at Jiraiya, she said, "Fear not, he has merely suffered a few broken ribs. This fellow is quite resilient. He won't die so easily. And with my current medical ninjutsu skills, it would be difficult for him to even wish for death." Despite her dismissive words and expression of disdain, she jumped into the pit to use her healing techniques on Jiraiya. Meanwhile, within the Hokage office, Senjutsu had drained the Ninetales to a skeletal state. Any further absorption might lead to its demise. At this moment, his body was adorned with numerous black sealing techniques, and the orange chakra of the tailed beast formed an outer cloak around him. His body struggled to process such an overwhelming amount of chakra, but through refinement, his chakra had adopted the properties of the Ninetales, rendering it harmless to him now, as he absorbed a substantial quantity of the Ninetales chakra. Not only did his chakra reserves significantly increase, but he also awakened the ability to sense malicious intent, a gift from the Ninetales. However, his task was not yet complete. He had merely drawn the chakra into his body without refining it through the foundational techniques. Upon refining the chakra from the tailed beast cloak, he paused. At that moment, he felt a surge of intense malice emanating from Kushina and mistakenly assumed she was harboring resentment towards him. Yet, upon noticing the seals on her, he quickly understood the source of this malevolence was the Ninetales itself. Finding the situation amusing, he took another breath from Kushina's seal. Indeed, the malicious intent intensified. This was becoming quite intriguing. Recalling the events penned by Hondo, and Mikoto, overthrowing the higher echelons of Konoha, crushing other ninja villages, assassinating their elite shinobi and leaders, dismantling the Akatsuki, seizing the Rinnegan, killing Obito, capturing Kagaya, imprisoning the summoning beasts of the three great sacred lands, releasing Kagaya Otsutsuki, separating the tailed beasts, confining them again, undertaking a radical modernization of the ninja world, establishing a monarchy, and waging war among the stars, understanding the entirety of his past life's actions. Senjutsu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He had far too many enemies. In truth, he had lived a life devoid of beef. And he could already envision himself confronting Nagato, asking outright, "Am I your son? If not, you shall perish." Such a life had been exhilarating. Yet it had also brought him considerable suffering. The three great sacred lands, other ninja villages, the Akatsuki, the Sage of Six Paths, and the Otsutsuki clan would all likely come seeking vengeance. Especially now that Minato had been summoned. It was possible that the old toad had foreseen his actions or awakened similar memories. He had little understanding of the high-level combat capabilities of these creatures, as they were scarcely depicted in the original work. such as the White Snake Sage and the Frog Sage. Moreover, in his past life, he had dealt with these formidable foes, leaving others unaware of their abilities. He feared them more than he did Obito and Nagato. Upon absorbing this information, he resolved to converse with the Nine-Tails. He began, "Kushina, is the Nine-Tails cursing me?" A hint of awkwardness flickered across Uzumaki Kushina's face, her lips twitching slightly. She thought to herself, "You've nearly drained the Nine-Tails chakra. How could it possibly commend you?" Yet, she knew she couldn't voice this directly. "The Nine-Tails has indeed been somewhat rude," she stated, adding silently, "exceedingly so," employing every conceivable epithet. "Please inform him that he must restore his chakra by tomorrow to assist in my training. Once I achieve mastery, I shall grant him his freedom," Senjutsu declared. After all, in the original narrative, the Nine-Tails was depicted as possessing infinite chakra. It would be unreasonable to allow him to be completely drained. Hence, it was most likely that the Nine-Tails was simply unmotivated, failing to refine the chakra while he absorbed it. Such matters were easily resolvable before his reincarnation. He had amassed ample examples of this, simply painting a grand vision. Regardless of whether he would ultimately grant the Nine-Tails freedom, it was wise to first lay out the enticing prospect. "I've conveyed your message," he said. "You, Kushina," she hesitated, unable to articulate the Nine-Tails words. The pressure weighed heavily on her. She couldn't possibly scold this emperor of the ninja world. Tell him that should he continue to speak insolently, I shall confine him back into his mother, the Tin-Tails, and have her give birth to him 100 times. Senjutsu proclaimed, sensing the escalating malice in Kushina's demeanor. Within the ceiling space of Kushina, the Nine-Tails found itself in a dire state due to the substantial loss of chakra. It resembled the condition of Minato back then, ensnared in a myriad of adamantine chains, resembling a tightly bound dumpling, with only its head protruding, baring its fangs and panting. It was akin to how it had treated those tourists in the past. Damn fox you. Having learned a wealth of vocabulary from visitors, it now utilized every bit of it. Overcome with rage, it sought to vent its emotions, oblivious to whether Senjutsu could hear its outbursts. "You filthy fox you." Kushina, too, had a remarkable vocabulary. Since this fox's insults were audible only to her, she retaliated, refusing to be outdone. Finally, Kushina's temper flared. The adamantine shards began to constrict rapidly, and the Nine-Tails resembled a sponge being squeezed, its eyes bulging out. "Stop, stop, you little girl. Are you trying to kill me?" The Nine-Tails finally relented, ceasing its colorful language. It continued, "Tell the outside world's Senjutsu to inquire how he can ensure I won renege. If I assist him and he turns around to imprison me in a zoo, I would rather be suffocated by you. At least that way, I have a chance of revival later." Kushina's face registered shock. "Huh, how do you think you can negotiate? Did you not hear his threats? He intends to have the Tin-Tails give birth to you 100 times. The Nine-Tails fell silent, seemingly realizing it had no bargaining chips. The only asset it possessed was its eco-friendly perpetual motion feature. "I don't care. I demand guarantees. Otherwise, I'll perish, and you shall perish too." The Nine-Tails began to throw a tantrum, rolling on the ground bound in adamantine chains, resembling a writhing maggot. "You wretched fox, do you think I'm easy to bully? Then go die? Let us see if you truly can. Moreover, the Emperor is the father of the Sage of Six Paths. You ought to refer to him as grandfather. Your current demeanor resembles that of a thoughtless rebel. If you were my child, I would have slapped you long ago," Kushina declared, her face contorted in fury. "So you, the Nine-Tails, have a bad temper, huh? Well, I can be quite irritable too. Come on, let us inflict some harm on each other. Who's afraid of whom? Whoever backs down first loses." The Nine-Tails, struggling to find words, fell silent, acutely aware that in his past life, even the Sage of Six Paths had found himself utterly helpless against her. After all, he was, in a sense, her ancestor. "He is your grandfather." Kushina pressed on, undeterred. "No, I refuse to acknowledge that." The Nine-Tails retorted angrily. "You wretched girl, if it weren't for this seal, I would have torn you to shreds long ago." The Nine-Tails felt humiliated, not only by Kushina, but also by the shame cast upon the Sage of Six Paths. In his previous life, he had languished in a zoo, and only the upper echelons of ninjas were aware of the sage's predicament. Thus, the common folk never dared to provoke him. However, Kushina showed no fear. Instead, she stepped closer with a mocking glint in her eyes. "Nine-Tails, you must face the truth. You are nothing more than a creation of the Sage of Six Paths. Do you truly believe yourself to be significant? Master Qianhuan can subjugate even Kagaya Otsutsuki. Before him, you are no more than an insignificant insect. It would be wise for you to comply. Were it not for Minato, she would not have wasted her breath on the Nine Tails. Upon hearing her words, the Nine Tails' eyes flickered with a moment of struggle, but the weight of his previous life's helplessness bore down upon him. Ultimately, he lowered his head, begrudgingly conceding, Fine, fine. He is my grandfather. I accept it. I will assist him in refining chakra. A victorious smile danced upon Kushina's lips as she replied, That's more like it, Nine Tails. If you had cooperated sooner, we could have spared ourselves this waste of time. Yet, rather than continuing his rage, the Nine Tails accepted this reality with an oddly sinister smile. Kushina, since you know I am His Majesty's grandson, how dare you treat me this way? Release my bindings at once. Kushina was taken aback. This sudden turn of events left her momentarily speechless, yet her smile remained, shifting onto the Nine Tails' face. The tides of fortune have turned. Little girl, if you don't release me, I shall inform my grandfather and have him punish you by locking you in a cage. The Nine Tails cackled triumphantly, his grin stretching from ear to ear, his golden eyes gleaming with newfound brilliance. In that moment, he had finally found his rightful place. Having endured the indignity of confinement in a zoo during his previous life, subjected to the scrutiny of countless visitors, stripped of dignity and power, he had long since tasted the bitterness of his own weakness. But now, he would no longer endure Kushina's oppression. Instead, he could wield his identity to completely overshadow her. I am His Majesty's grandson. Who do you think you are? Moreover, his grandfather had promised that if he aided in refining chakra, he would gain his freedom. Thus, this was the most exhilarating moment of his 2 lifetimes. Kushina fell silent, her vibrant red hair gradually settling down as she slowly began to loosen the Nine Tails bindings. Her mind was in disarray, needing to collect her thoughts. Hadn't she just used His Majesty being the Nine Tails' grandfather to persuade him? How had the tables turned so swiftly, with the Nine Tails now employing that very identity against her? No, something was profoundly amiss. How she wished Minato were here. He would surely untangle this web of relationships. Humph. The Nine Tails let out a disdainful snort, commanding with an air of superiority, Open the seal a bit. I wish to breathe fresh air. Yet, there was no response. Kushina had already vanished from the sealing space. Hey, little girl, come back. Hey. The Nine Tails called out for Kushina repeatedly, but silence enveloped him. Kushina, regaining her composure, spoke, Your Majesty, the Nine Tails has agreed, under my persuasion, to accept being your grandson. Qianhuan looked perplexed, his expression reflecting disbelief. What had she done? Was that really the request he had made? Why would the Nine Tails wish to be his grandson? His mind was in chaos. Yushui Akiheim burst into laughter, nearly doubling over, pointing at Kushina's stomach where the Nine Tails was sealed. Qianhuan, when did you develop such a relationship with the 10 Tails? Wait, no, at most, she would be considered his mother. Suddenly tilting her head, curiosity flickered in her eyes as she found the situation rather thrilling. Upon hearing this, Kushina's face flushed crimson to her ears as she realized she had misspoken. I didn't mean it like that. The Nine Tails has agreed to assist you in refining chakra. Yes, that's it. Qianhuan's expression darkened as he inquired. What exactly did you discuss with the Nine Tails? Uchiha Mikoto sat beside the table, lifting a teacup with confidence. I suspect Kushina must have discussed you and Kagaya Otsutsuki with the Nine Tails. As her good friend, I understand her quite well. This was indeed the case. And Kushina nodded in agreement. Only then did Qianhuan set aside his suspicions and say, Nine Tails, you shall rest with them today. As for Minato, worry not. I promise you. Even if I were to slay him, I would resurrect him once my strength is restored. The Nine Tails was a valuable asset, and Qianhuan held great regard for his current host, Kushina. Moreover, Kushina was not only the Nine Tails' host, but also possessed formidable strength, capable of protecting her companions, ensuring that even if Minato were to attack, she could buy time for him to arrive. Chapter 21. Kai and I are not that kind of relationship. If you want me to be your bodyguard, just say so. Rest assured, I will not allow anyone to harm Mikoto and the others, Kushina declared, open to the idea of spending time with them. Mikoto and the others exchanged worried glances with Qianhuan as they followed Kushina's lead. Qianhuan slowly stood up, carefully controlling his body's surging power, the floor creaking under the strain. He then reduced his strength again to stand upright. His physical prowess had improved tremendously. He needed to acclimate to his body before progressing to the next stage. Kai, stop posing for now. Let's go outside and practice. I want to see how much I've improved. Qianhuan suggested. Father, are we going to spar in taijutsu? That is wonderful. I was just thinking about showcasing my training results to you. Kai exclaimed, breaking from his meditative state, his face alight with excitement. Yes, Kakashi should join us as well. I've reached a new stage in my training and need to familiarize myself with my power, Qianhuan replied. Although his physical capabilities had grown significantly, he feared that if Kai unleashed the 6th or 7th gate and charged at him like a martial arts master, he might not survive the encounter, given his previous experiences. Understood, father. Kakashi stood up as well, his expression serious, as if ready to showcase his skills for Qianhuan. You don't need to take it so seriously. I just want to adapt to my strength, starting with taijutsu. Qianhuan quickly interjected. He was well aware of his own limitations. Before his reincarnation, he had never engaged in a fight, while his sons had battled alongside his former self in the cosmos. In the dead of night, Konoha village returned to tranquility. However, many homes still glowed with lights, as the villagers, celebrating his Majesty's return, had yet to sleep. Qianhuan and his companions arrived at a training ground near the Hokage building, where Kai stood to the side, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. What a youthful duel it is! He could not help but exclaim, beginning to warm up beside them. Kakashi assumed his stance, but did not draw his long blade. Similarly, Qianhuan refrained from using any weapons, as he was burdened by the memories of his former life as a cowardly ninja, whose poor skills in shuriken and kunai throwing were of little aid. In an instant, Kakashi moved, chakra gathering beneath his feet. He appeared before Qianhuan and delivered a punch to his chest. The impact resonated like a tolling bell. Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply, his silver hair fluttering gently in the breeze. As his fist made contact with the Emperor's chest, it felt as though he had struck a solid iron wall. The reverberation coursed through his arm, causing his palm to tingle. Kakashi had anticipated that the Emperor, having absorbed a significant amount of chakra from the Nine Tails, would possess formidable strength, yet he was utterly unprepared for the astonishing physical resilience the Emperor displayed upon his rebirth. Truly, this was the might of the Emperor. Qianhuan perceived the incoming strike and reacted, though he was unable to block it, his body still uncoordinated. However, he felt no pain, merely the sensation of being gently pushed. Kakashi, apply more force. Do not fear for my safety, Qianhuan urged, sensing that Kakashi's strength was greater than it seemed. Hearing this, Kakashi stepped back, then channeled chakra into his fist and launched another attack. Yet the next moment, Qianhuan seized Kakashi's fist. Kakashi, focus! Qianhuan chastised. Kakashi's expression, typically vacant, now displayed a hint of embarrassment as he exclaimed, Father, release my hand. I cannot break free, and I feel as if the chakra attached to my fist is being absorbed by you. What? Qianhuan responded in astonishment. He then released Kakashi's hand, feeling as though he had exerted little effort. Was absorbing chakra from the Nine Tails truly this extraordinary? Kakashi's ordinary punch felt akin to a mere tickle. His physical strength and qualities had enhanced remarkably, particularly his defense, which was typically low among Hokage. He effortlessly caught Kakashi's fist, and he could not recall having such swift reflexes in his previous life. Ultimately, he was able to absorb the chakra from the punch, effectively transforming his body into a unique constitution. This comprehensive enhancement was the essence of true cultivation. He eagerly anticipated what might occur if he could absorb and refine the chakra of other tailed beasts, merging it with the techniques to reach foundational mastery. Kakashi retreated a step and began forming seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. As he uttered the incantation, a searing flame erupted from his mouth, instantly transforming into a massive fireball that hurtled toward Qianhuan. Standing resolute, Qianhuan calmly observed the approaching fireball, its speed seeming to slow in his perception. Just as the fireball was about to touch him, he slowly raised his hand, palm forward, pressing it against the fireball. Contrary to his expectations, the fireball did not diminish. Instead, it spread along his arm, enveloping him entirely. He distinctly felt a stinging sensation on his skin, yet it was not unbearable, resembling merely a mild burn, akin to being splashed with hot water. The passive absorption of chakra was slower than he had anticipated. Before the fireball could continue to scorch his body and ruin his attire, he swiftly completed the seals, and the flames enveloping him abruptly contracted, all drawn into his being. This was indeed a commendable ability. Although he could have easily evaded the earlier attack, in certain specific scenarios, it could prove remarkably effective. However, accelerating the absorption rate required forming seals, which was somewhat cumbersome. After testing the ninjutsu, Kakashi's expression grew serious as he realized he had underestimated the Emperor. While the Great Fireball technique was unlikely to be lethal, the Emperor's response had been astonishingly effortless, as though it were merely a gust of wind, which he had subsequently absorbed. "Father, be cautious. I will fight seriously now." Kakashi's gaze sharpened suddenly, his previously languid demeanor replaced by a fierce battle intent. He slightly lowered his stance, drawing his ninja blade, which crackled with purple lightning, exuding an unsettling aura. Qianhuan too steeled himself, fully aware that this strike could breach his defenses. Just as Kakashi lunged to strike him, Qianhuan summoned all his chakra, concentrating it in his fist, and with utmost seriousness, he swung a punch. Kakashi, rushing forward, felt a palpable threat to his life. Just as he removed his Sharingan, still adjusting to the change, he desperately twisted his body to evade. However, the speed of the punch was astonishingly quick. Realizing he could not dodge in time, he instinctively crossed his arms in front of himself. Bang! The fist collided with Kakashi's arms. He felt as though he had been struck by a tailed beast. He was propelled backward, crashing into a nearby tree with a resounding thud, the impact echoing through the air. Blood spurted from Kakashi's mouth. One of his arms lay broken, while the other weakly propped himself up with his ninja blade, kneeling on the ground. "Kakashi!" Guy's voice rang out as he dashed over like a green beast, kneeling heavily beside Kakashi, heedless of the pain as he supported Kakashi's neck and waist, lifting him partially. "Kakashi, are you all right?" Guy inquired anxiously. Kakashi, observing the swirling green chakra emanating from his friend, realized that Guy had activated the 8 gates in his panic. Yet, rather than feeling grateful, a sense of alarm gripped him. He hastily stood up and addressed Qianhuan, who had approached to apologize, saying, "Father, please do not misunderstand. Guy and I are not in that kind of relationship." Chapter 22. I said, "Stop laughing." What kind of relationship? Qianhuan's mind faltered, failing to grasp the meaning behind Kakashi's words. He continued, "Kakashi, I apologize. I did not control my strength well. Let us cease training for now. Allow Guy to escort you to the Konoha hospital." No, I can go by myself. Let Guy continue training with you." Kakashi's complexion had turned pale, as though recalling some unpleasant memory. He struggled to free himself from Guy's grasp, attempting to rise and head to the hospital. However, it was evident that Qianhuan's punch had inflicted serious harm, and as he slipped, he was about to topple to the ground. Quick as lightning, Guy caught Kakashi, disregarding his protests and lifting him in a princess carry. Frowning, he proclaimed, "Youth is not meant to be squandered on injury." Under such treatment, Kakashi's ears flushed crimson as he hurriedly explained to Qianhuan, "Father, you must believe me. I was merely watching a romantic comedy." He did not wish to find himself in this predicament. In his previous life, his father had remarked that they were quite passionate, and now, having just been reborn, he had completely forgotten. Now, Guy, this oblivious fellow, was performing such theatrics in front of his father. It was utterly mortifying. Yet, in his injured state, he could muster no resistance, resigning himself to Guy's hold. What an enviable relationship it was. Qianhuan could not help but exclaim, then turned to Kakashi, saying, "Those ridiculous books are not suitable for you to be reading at present. Hand them over to me, and I shall safeguard them for you." A motherly smile graced his face as he addressed Guy. "Guy, I entrust Kakashi to you. I command you to take him to the Konoha hospital within 1 minute. You are not to leave his side until he is healed." He held a deep respect for both Guy and Kakashi, realizing through Kakashi's demeanor that he had acted similarly in his past life. "It is a pity, for I had wished to engage in a contest with Kai to ascertain the extent of my current prowess compared to his 8 gates of might. Alas, a gentleman aids in the success of others, and he must now test his abilities alone." "As you command, Father," Kai proclaimed with fervent determination. "You may set me down, or assist me. I can walk unaided." Kakashi attempted one final struggle, but it was futile. Kai disregarded his words entirely. "Enough. The priority now is for you to recover swiftly. Hold on tight. We are departing. Destination, Konoha Hospital." With a whoosh, the sound of slicing air echoed as Kai, having opened the 6th gate, vanished from sight, leaving only a verdant silhouette behind. Qianhuan watched them depart, the voices of Kakashi and Kai fading into the distance. "Hey Kai, with so many onlookers, let them look." After all of Konoha knows you are my lifelong. What was it? Ah yes, my eternal rival and dear friend. Once the duo had left, Qianhuan remained to continue his tests and adapt to his body. He discovered that ordinary blades could not harm him in the slightest, merely leaving white streaks upon his resilient skin. He then proceeded to perform a series of ninjutsu, but regrettably, his original self possessed a meager repertoire of techniques, lacking any sophisticated arts. He felt helpless in this regard. After acclimating to his body, he retrieved the copied foundational training manual from Kakashi and began to peruse and learn from it meticulously. As he continued to form hand seals and advance to the next steps, the natural energy surrounding him began to converge upon his being, merging and condensing with his chakra. On another front, deep into the night, moonlight poured into the room where Kushina and the others lay side by side on soft bedding. Suddenly, Hondo rolled over, pressing against the red blanket with a mischievous grin. Hong, did you deliberately dress so flamboyantly tonight? You've embarrassed me before Qianhuan. How do you intend to compensate? Her hands mischievously tickled Hong, who could not help but squirm. Indeed, Hong's attire had stolen the spotlight, and even I felt a twinge of envy. Mikoto interjected. Stop it, Hondo. You're driving me crazy. Yuhiko was desperately struggling, but Hondo had her firmly restrained. All right, I admit it. Haha, I was wrong. Please let me go. I didn't want to wear this. It was my father who insisted on it. That's more like it, Hondo said with satisfaction. Releasing her hold, she lay back down and sighed. But speaking of which, we Haven Tea succeeded tonight. Qianhuan's growth in this life will be swifter, and his body will become stronger. He will face more hardships ahead. Mikoto was about to argue that Qianhuan lacked memories of his past life, and that they should afford him time to adapt, but upon noticing Kushina beside her, she refrained from voicing this sentiment. Instead, she remarked, it is an inevitable circumstance. He has so many enemies now that he cannot afford to dwell on such matters. Nonetheless, Qianhuan is truly gentle, taking the time to strengthen our bodies for us despite his fears we might falter. A look of confusion crossed Kushina's face. She could not grasp why the formidable Qianhuan would enhance their bodies. What connection could there possibly be? She inquired. Is it that this Majesty seeks to prepare you for the battlefield? Hong, Hondo, Mikoto, Kyubi. Upon uttering this, silence enveloped the group. Hong instantly covered her face with the blanket, overwhelmed by embarrassment. This was utterly mortifying. Hondo, how could you speak of such things with Kushina present? Mikoto chuckled softly, amused by her sister's naivete. She couldn't possibly be unaware of such matters, could she? A wicked grin spread across Hondo's face as she cast a knowing glance at Kushina. Sensing the atmosphere, Kushina realized she had misspoken, but could not discern where she had gone wrong. Just as she was about to inquire further, the Nine Tails erupted in unprecedented laughter from within her. Little girl, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. Ha ha. The Nine Tails, now enjoying much better living conditions and free from the chains that once bound him, clapped his paws gleefully against the ground, laughing uproariously. What are you laughing at? Stop it. Kushina, flustered, bound the Nine Tails into a tight cocoon once more. With only his head protruding, he remained unperturbed, continuing to laugh heartily, his orange chakra spilling from the corners of his eyes. Hey! Kushina's hair flared crimson in the ceiling space as she entered a furious state. I said to stop laughing. The chains binding the Nine Tails began to slam him onto the ground of the ceiling space repeatedly. Little girl, please cease. These old bones of mine are going to fall apart. The Nine Tails protested. Though he was a revered being, he found himself compelled to bow to the whims of this fiery descendant of the Uzumaki clan, whose temper resembled that of the old woman, Uzumaki Mido. When she became enraged, it was only he who suffered. Speak, what is happening here? Kushina inquired, aware that everyone understood, except for her, which made her feel rather foolish. The Nine Tails clapped his paws together, a sly expression adorning his fox-like visage. You see, my two paws are of similar strength, thus neither is injured. However, if one grows stronger and larger, the other will sustain harm. Do you understand? Though he was not human and did not comprehend the implications of such a statement, he was not entirely ignorant, for Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido often engaged in such activities. He found it distasteful, yet over time, he had observed enough to recognize it. Moreover, visitors to the zoo in his previous life occasionally spoke in euphemisms. He distinctly recalled a young lad named Sasuke once inquiring about how tailed beasts reproduced. Filthy fox. You, Kushina's face flushed crimson, for in the ninja world, children matured quickly. Though she had been under constant surveillance by the Umbu with few friends, she understood very well what those women were insinuating. Cough. What about me? I am merely trying to explain things to you. Yet you still bind me. The Ninetales retorted, clearly irked. Humph, I shall ignore you. Kushina spat, leaving the bewildered Ninetales behind, still bound and squirming like a worm upon the ground. This little girl is insufferable. Let her try to keep me bound forever. The Ninetales muttered to himself within the ceiling space. Yet he persisted in writhing to his feet, attempting to sit cross-legged to refine chakra for his royal lineage. You wicked little girl. How dare you tie me up so tightly? The Ninetales exclaimed in anger. While this method could indeed extract chakra, it felt exceedingly awkward. Outside the ceiling space, Mikoto, you've been corrupted by that man. How could you utter such things? I will no longer associate with you, Kushina declared, flustered and indignant. Reflecting on the past, their discussions had merely revolved around the man's handsomeness. Now, however, her sisters had fallen into such depravity. Ha ha ha. Kushina, how did you know we were discussing that? Did the Ninetales tell you? Mikoto chuckled, as Kushina, once naive and oblivious, grasped the situation in less than half a minute. There had to be a reason behind it, and aside from them, Kushina was left only with the Ninetales. To one's surprise, the Ninetales is quite the mischievous fox. It seems to possess an uncanny understanding of such matters. When you mention that he is sealed within the body of the Jinchuriki, could it be that he often spies on others' private lives? Hondo inquired with curiosity, shivering slightly. The Ninetales. One cannot help but feel sympathy for Kushina. She pondered whether this was the reason that Xianhuan had no connection with Kushina in his past life. After all, this man, whenever he committed wrongdoing, would set up numerous layers of barriers. In light of this, it appears that tailed beasts are inherently malevolent. They should not be confined within human bodies, but rather kept in a zoo by Qianhuan. Yugao immersed herself in the role of Kushina and spoke. Oh, Mito Granny is so pitiful. This detestable fox is truly despicable, Kushina exclaimed. The Ninetales indeed observed the events outside. Upon hearing this, he nearly succumbed to frustration. As a tailed beast devoid of gender, he harbored no interest in such matters. How did he become a vile figure in their narratives? It was not as if he wished to be trapped within someone else's body. No, he must advocate for the tailed beasts and change these foolish women's perceptions. Unfortunately, no one outside could hear his words. In the Sarutobi clan, Hiruzen Sarutobi had just concluded a mission. He had annihilated the root organization, leaving no one alive, and the ground was littered with corpses. This was to grant Danzo a semblance of dignity. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his weary and aged visage. At this moment, Hiruzen's appeared exceedingly disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, yet he cared little for appearances. He clutched a cracked pipe, occasionally taking deep puffs that left him coughing violently, while in his other hand, he held 3 blood-stained forehead protectors belonging to Danzo, Minyin, and Koharu. Memories of their youth and the expressions of disbelief on their faces as he severed their heads replayed in his mind. Danzo, Minyin, Koharu, forgive me. Our existence has indeed brought decay to Konoha. Since Konoha has a bright future under my leadership, it is time for us elders to step aside, he muttered to himself, seemingly explaining to the 3, while simultaneously seeking solace. The more he contemplated, the more he convinced himself of this truth. He was no longer the idealistic third Hokage of yore. Over time, his decisions had grown increasingly conservative, corroded by power and compromise, passively accepting Danzo's unscrupulous actions. The corruption of Konoha's higher-ups, Orochimaru's human experimentation, and the death of White Fang. Had it not been for Kamizaki Qianhuan's appearance, what else would he have tacitly permitted? Konoha, under his leadership, appeared prosperous while being riddled with decay. Thus, ending it all by his own hand was indeed the right course of action. He began to brainwash himself, seeking to find peace of mind, for to him, death was simple, yet only by enduring could he summon the courage to live on. By surviving, he could ensure his son Asuma's safety. Otherwise, Asuma would be in peril. He painfully placed his fallen comrade's forehead protectors against his wrinkled face. After a moment, he lowered his trembling hand and stepped outside. Hiruzen's pushed open Asuma's door. The room was in disarray. Asuma sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly with hollow, despairing eyes, bandages wrapped around his head. This was due to Hiruzen's pressing Asuma's head against the ground repeatedly, which had now been bandaged. Hiruzen's approached Asuma, and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Asuma, are you all right?" His hand was forcefully pushed away by Asuma, followed by a hoarse, mocking laugh. "Injured? What does it matter if I'm hurt?" Hong followed that man. Asuma's voice suddenly turned sharp. "You even knelt before that man." Chapter 24. The 40-meter Great Blade Asuma. "I apologize. It is the fault of your incompetent father," Hiruzen's replied, falling silent. Ah. Asuma suddenly went wild, standing and shouting, "Stop talking. I know it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you would have had other choices. It's because I'm so useless that you knelt before him, acknowledging him as your father." As he spoke, Asuma's voice softened. "I also know that it's because I'm so worthless that Hong looks down on me." Witnessing his son's reaction, Hiruzen felt a pang of anguish. To commit suicide over a woman, to stab Susanoo with a kunai, over one who does not love him, such a deed seems utterly unworthy. Yet, regardless, he is still his son. "Asuma, this isn't your fault. That person is simply too dazzling, even surpassing the first Hokage." Sighing, he continued, "You've lost a woman, while I've lost the acknowledgement of all Konoha's ninjas." After a brief pause, Hiruzen rested his hand on Asuma's shoulder once more. "We are merely mortals, so do not continue to despise yourself." Hiruzen sought to find an excuse for Asuma's failure, allowing him to place all his shortcomings upon that person's extraordinary prowess. He had done so himself, overseeing Konoha for decades, yet in the end, there were but a few who sincerely supported him. Not even his close bodyguards could be found, let alone others in Konoha. The common ninjas, once favored under the will of fire, had become the most fervent supporters of his downfall. This undoubtedly revealed his failures, the most crushing blow to his pride. Upon hearing this, Asuma's emotions stabilized somewhat as he knelt before Hiruzen's. "Father, I cannot do it. I truly cannot bear this pain. So much so that I lack the strength even to stand." Seeing this, Hiruzen let out a deep sigh. He felt powerless to alleviate his son's suffering. And with the imminent assassination of the Fire Country's daimyo on the horizon, he could only resort to radical measures to ensure his son's survival. Despite the pain it would bring, he raised his head, avoiding looking at Asuma, and gritted his teeth. "Asuma, no matter what, you must not die, for if you do, all I have done will be in vain, and I will become a fool. For the sake of your father's final dignity, you must live, as this is the last thing you can protect." The next morning, a figure emerged amidst the fluctuations of time and space, appearing on the streets of Konoha. Clad in a dark, high-collared robe, his empty left sleeve billowed in the wind, a few strands of hair cascading down to obscure one eye. In his 30s, his youthful exuberance had faded, yet he retained the unique beauty of the Uchiha clan. The adult Sasuke had been brought back to this era by the temporal artifact left behind by Otsutsuki. His Majesty has returned. Now we have hope. With His Majesty Qianwan's rebirth, we must strive to reconstruct the ninja world to resemble that of the past in the shortest time possible. I heard His Majesty defeated Konoha SF for last night, and even adopted Hiruzen as his son. How enviable. The cacophony of voices surrounded him as adult Sasuke suddenly raised his head, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan glimmering in his eyes. He noted that the buildings on the street bore a striking resemblance to those of his childhood in his previous life. However, the discussions among the passers-by sent chills down his spine. What time is this? Who exactly are the Konoha F4? And who is His Majesty Qianwan? The third Hokage has become this lord's adopted father? His mind felt tangled in confusion, grappling with these perplexing matters. Clearly, events had transpired during this time that he was unaware of. He shifted his gaze further afield, toward the Hokage rock. The once grand rock face, adorned with the likenesses of the 7 Hokage, now bore only 3. This indicated that the 4th Hokage had yet to ascend. The timeline was either in the 48th year of Konoha or prior, meaning his parents and Itachi were still alive. The Uchiha clan has yet to face annihilation. Even with Sasuke's resilient disposition, he is unable to suppress his desire to see his parents and his brother Itachi. However, pressing matters demand his attention, primarily the search for the missing Boruto and the elimination of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Kagaya has employed a temporal artifact to return to the past, intending to reclaim the chakra of the 9 tails, only to find herself displaced by several decades. She must exit the realm of time before the artifact's coverage diminishes, hence her delayed arrival. At that moment, Sasuke's pupils suddenly contracted. He spotted a golden long blade in the distance, shattering several statues on the Hokage rock. Indeed, it was a long blade, rivaling the one wielded by his complete Susanoo. He had never encountered such a ninjutsu, which piqued his curiosity. Despite his lack of fondness for the earlier Hokage, he felt compelled to investigate. As that direction led to the Hokage building, Boruto would surely be drawn there as well. Qianhuan awoke from his training, suddenly opening his eyes to feel a geometric surge of power within him, a faint golden glow enveloping his body. He had advanced to the first level of this technique, specifically the chakra refinement stage. After reaching this level, a tomo appeared on his clothing. He attempted to change his attire, but the same phenomenon persisted, perhaps a remnant of his past life's peculiarities. Instead of forming seals to unleash jutsu, he merely concentrated, summoning a 40-meter-long golden blade into his hands. This blade pierced through the Hokage building, showcasing the fruits of his overnight endeavors. This technique was not of his own design, but rather an inherent ability of the technique, aptly named the 40-meter blade, accessible upon reaching the first level of chakra refinement. This was undoubtedly a technique developed with consideration for his chakra control from his previous life. Otherwise, his regular ninjutsu would have been exceedingly potent. Wielding the great blade and managing the sudden influx of power, he stepped outside the Hokage building and swung at the Hokage rock, effortlessly severing the heads of 3 Hokage statues without encountering any resistance. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Anko and others hurriedly arrived, their eyes heavy with fatigue, evidently having not rested well the previous night. Upon realizing Qianhuan's capabilities, they snapped to attention, sensing an ominous shift. Qianhuan's rapid ascent in strength could spell disaster. What kind of ninjutsu is this, Qianhuan? I've never seen it before in my past life. Anko inquired, recalling how the prior Qianhuan had followed the system's rewards, adhering to the original path of the Naruto world, ultimately becoming the host of the Ten Tails and reaching the Six Paths level. This life, however, appeared markedly different. This is the chakra cultivation I have long studied. Once I have subdued the ninja world, I shall share this technique with you all, Qianhuan declared, acknowledging the immense chakra demand of this art, which could only currently sustain him alone, while countless adversaries lay ahead. Kushina gazed upon him with envy, contemplating how fortunate men could be to create their own techniques and share them, while Minato still relied on her to seek aid. Just then, a sudden spatial fluctuation occurred, and the very Minato she was thinking of appeared before her, silent and reaching out as if to take her away. Upon reaching the first level of chakra refinement, Qianhuan experienced astonishing enhancements in all aspects of his being. His instincts kicked in as he sensed the disturbance from the spatial fluctuation, and he cleaved towards Minato. The blade struck with such speed that it surpassed visual perception, creating a sharp, explosive sound as it sliced through the air. Minato, unable to react in time, resorted to the flying thunder god technique. However, Qianhuan's blade, remarkably swift, still grazed him, inflicting a deep wound from his shoulder to his midsection, nearly cleaving him in two. Although Minato managed to teleport away, he was gravely injured. Had it been anyone else, they would have been utterly dismembered by Qianhuan. Kushina's realization dawned as she gasped, "Minato!" Her face drained of color, stunned by the decisive ruthlessness of this man. "Fear not. I assure you, should I slay him, I shall resurrect him. He will merely suffer superficial wounds," Qianhuan reassured her. Yet, he was no saint. When he resurrected Minato, he would certainly devise a way to strip him of his powers. For Minato's flying thunder god was far too advantageous. He sheathed the 40-meter blade, stained with Minato's golden hair and blood, and handed these remnants to Kushina. Should he have inadvertently slain Minato, they could serve to resurrect him. Kushina gingerly accepted the tokens, sealing them within a scroll, her racing heart gradually calming as she nodded at Qianhuan. Through this incident, Qianhuan gained a clear understanding of his prowess. Though somewhat akin to a sneak attack, he had nearly obliterated Minato. His strength had likely reached the level of a Kage, perhaps even slightly surpassed it. Once he familiarized himself with his current power, ascension to the Super Kage tier seemed imminent, though the Six Paths level remained a distant goal. Achieving the status of the Ten Tails host would grant him ninjutsu capable of devastating the very surface of the earth. However, with sufficient absorption of tailed beast chakra, he might attain combat capabilities rivaling those of the Six Paths without necessarily reaching the foundational stage. Yet, this was not the primary concern. The key issue was that Kushina possessed Minato's flying thunder god mark. Otherwise, he would not have appeared here so directly. Despite Minato's severe injuries, his adversaries included the 3 Great Sage regions, one of which housed the giant slug in the Wetbone Forest, Tsunade's summoning beast, known for its remarkable healing abilities. Moreover, the mark was permanent, warranting caution. He spoke, "Kushina, allow me to examine your body." In Mayaboku Mountain, a clone of the slug, the white-haired elder from the Dragon Cave, and the great sage Toad occupied the Grand Hall. As the three remained alone, they had yet to awaken their memories from their past lives due to their absence from the Land of Fire. The great sage Toad wore a smug expression on his wrinkled face until, in an instant, a golden-haired figure staggered into their midst. Minato, clutching his left shoulder to prevent his body from disintegrating, found warm blood gushing through his fingers, staining his garments crimson. "What a swift blade," he murmured before collapsing to the ground, unable to contain his wound. The great sage Toad's face froze in disbelief. Minato was someone he held in high regard, having ventured to Konoha merely to gather intelligence and to secure the Ninetales host. The prospect of having the Ninetales' assistance would have significantly increased his chances of defeating that man. Yet, in but a fleeting moment, Minato had been so severely wounded. The gravity of the situation was indeed terrifying. The slug clone reacted swiftly, its soft, pearlescent form springing from the ground to staunch Minato's wound, halting the flow of blood. How could this be possible? The aging figure of the great Toad Sage rose in astonishment from his seat. The white snake granny's expression also turned grave as she addressed him. "Is it your control that has caused the delayed response of Minato?" The great Toad Sage shook his head and, feeling despondent, returned to his seat. "I merely influenced his thoughts with this small toad. The transformation is complete and will have no bearing on Minato," he stated, revealing a transparent little toad in his palm. Has this individual truly become so formidable? In an instant, he has inflicted such harm upon Minato. According to Minato, he has only just been reborn this very night. The magnitude of this power growth fills me with despair. What are we to do? Should we passively accept our fate in this metaphorical zoo? Yet my prophecy foretold that I would meet my end at his hands. Regret washed over him as he pondered. Had it not been for Minato, perhaps his fate would have aligned with what Minato had predicted, being imprisoned in that zoo. However, by ordering Minato to abduct the Ninetales Jinchuriki, he had seemingly offended that individual, leaving him with no retreat. He reflected on his own gifted abilities, a bitter smile emerging on his wrinkled face. Such is the paradox of prophecy. Its blessing is also its curse. "Toad Maru, great Toad Sage, let us take action." The white snake sage's voice echoed softly. "If we allow him to grow for another day, we may find ourselves without any opportunity. Even if I must face death, I shall not accept being confined in that so-called zoo." The great Toad Sage nodded and shifted his gaze to the slug administering treatment to Minato. "Slug, what are your thoughts?" "Me? Esteemed sages, may I abstain from participation? I do not oppose the notion of being caged. At least His Majesty would provide food and shelter, and the living conditions would surely surpass those of the land of wet bones." The slug's voice resounded in the minds of the two sages. Trembling, she wished she had known their summons was for such a perilous endeavor. "You are currently healing his adversary. Should he discover your actions, he will surely end your life." Toad Maru threatened. The slug, massive in size and formidable in strength, was likely the strongest among the three. Moreover, when faced with danger, the slug could divide its body into countless smaller slugs, rendering it nearly immune to physical harm, perfectly countering the devastating strikes of Kamizuki Izumo. Thus, he resolved to persuade the slug to ally with him against Kamizuki Izumo. "What? How could this be? I merely seek to save a life." The slug sage, filled with trepidation, suggested, "Perhaps we should flee." The white snake sage responded, "Great Toad Sage, where could you possibly escape to? Did you not hear Minato? He has traversed the stars in his past life." The great Toad Sage retorted, "How can this slug be so cowardly? It has lived for so many years. Why does it prefer to be imprisoned in a zoo? Is there truly no way out? I am so frightened." The slug sage inquired. "There is no alternative. The ninja world has always operated in such a manner, survival of the fittest, even before the arrival of Kagaya Otsutsuki." The white snake granny replied. "But the journey from the land of wet bones to Konoha takes considerable time. Perhaps you should engage first, and I shall join you shortly." "Slug, you are overthinking. With Namake's Minato on our side, once you have healed him, we can utilize his flying thunder god technique to transport ourselves to Konoha," the great Toad Sage asserted. Upon hearing this, the slug sage hesitated, slowing her treatment of Minato. She was quite content to remain in the land of wet bones and had no desire to wade through this murky water. Chapter 26. Adult Sasuke's Breaking Point. Shiharu. What do you intend to do? Akane immediately blocked Chiharu's path, her expression one of distress. Since Chiharu's rebirth, he had not made any moves against her. While he might seek out other companions without consequence, the prospect of him approaching another woman stirred a fierce jealousy within her. Kushina instinctively placed her hands protectively in front of herself, taking a step back, her heart racing as a series of blows left her feeling like a startled fawn. The way she looked at Chiharu had changed entirely. Naturally, I must examine Minato's flying thunder god seal. If it is not removed, it will linger indefinitely. The Nine Tails is of utmost importance to me. I cannot allow Minato to abduct Kushina, Chiharu stated, as if it were an undeniable truth. At that moment, he sensed a faint malice in the distance, but chose not to raise an alarm. After all, it was unreasonable to expect everyone to express gratitude towards him. Chiharu, you have frightened Kushina. If you continue like this, we shall ignore you. Really, you could have spoken more clearly instead of resorting to such tactics, Mikoto remarked, her gaze slightly disdainful as she regarded Chiharu. However, just as Mikoto finished speaking, Chiharu sensed that the malice had intensified significantly. He could not help but wonder if it stemmed from envy or jealousy regarding his fortune. If that were the case, he would allow them to stew in their jealousy. Suddenly, Chiharu enveloped Mikoto in his embrace, feigning innocence as he exclaimed, "What are you talking about? What kind of vehicle? You are all so impure. I am but a pure-hearted young man, and you are leading me astray." Having completed this, he felt the malice surge towards the Nine Tails from the previous night, even more potent than before, as if it yearned to rend him apart. Yet, the Nine Tails bore little ill will towards him now. He found himself perplexed. Was it truly necessary to harbor such extreme emotions? Could they not seek companionship on their own? Why must they resort to jealousy and even murderous intent simply upon witnessing affection between others? This was utterly absurd. He grew curious about who was lurking nearby, spying upon him. Chiharu's actions startled Mikoto, but upon feeling his strong arms and warm breath, her gaze became somewhat dazed, and her voice faltered. Nevertheless, she mustered the strength to distance herself from him, saying, "Others are watching." Yet, Chiharu's focus was not on Mikoto. He sensed that the malice was on the verge of overflowing, as if he had obliterated the very essence of the other's existence. It seemed ready to strike at any moment, though it appeared to be restraining itself. Time rewound half a minute prior. At that moment, adult Sasuke arrived just in time to witness Chiharu nearly cleave Minato in two with a single strike. He was utterly astonished. He had seen Minato during the Fourth Great Ninja War, and the memory of the Flying Thunder God technique was seared into his mind. Yet, he could hardly believe that Minato, upon making his entrance, had come so perilously close to death. This individual was nothing short of terrifying. Sasuke, unaware of Chiharu's ability to sense malice, mistakenly believed that Chiharu's reaction speed surpassed even Minato's. Desiring to remain incognito, he prepared to leave when he overheard Chiharu mention examining his friend's mother. He halted in his tracks, unwilling to stand idly by while his friend's mother faced such treatment. He could not bear to leave it unaddressed. Simultaneously, he noticed his own mother nearby, seemingly quite close to this so-called sovereign. A wave of revulsion surged within him. At that moment, he was oblivious to the true nature of his mother's relationship with that man. But soon, his eyes widened in disbelief as both his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan activated. He could scarcely comprehend the scene before him. This man had dared to embrace her. How could he? Adult Sasuke was consumed by rage, trembling uncontrollably, his breath quickening. He yearned to strike down the man before him with a single blow. Just as he prepared to act, he noticed that his mother showed no inclination to resist, and the familiarity in her gaze was all too recognizable. He had seen that same look in Sakura's eyes. He stood frozen, his mind spiraling into a state of despair. How could his mother have changed so drastically? No. This must be a lie, an illusion. He refused to believe it. His mother was not that kind of person. This man must have coerced her. Yet, in such circumstances, why is there no sight of my father? What manner of being are you, to spy upon the sovereign? A tender voice laced with inquiry emerged from behind him. The adult Sasuke froze in apprehension, realizing his oversight. He had been so consumed by anger that he neglected his surroundings, an egregious lapse. However, why did that voice strike him as so familiar? It echoed as if from a distant memory. Cautiously, he turned around, and his pupils involuntarily constricted, for he recognized the voice's owner, his elder brother, Itachi Uchiha, who was now gazing at him with a palpable aura of menace. Wait a moment. What did he just see? Those were the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Sasuke's mind momentarily faltered. The information conveyed was overwhelming, shocking to the point of disbelief. He even forgot Itachi's admonition moments prior. The adult Sasuke could barely contain himself as he blurted out, "Itachi, how do you possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? It is of no concern to you. I ask you, why are you spying on father?" Itachi's eternal eyes fixed intently upon the figure before him. There was something oddly familiar about this person, yet he was certain he had never met him. Furthermore, this individual also bore an eternal eye, and to his astonishment, a Rinnegan as well. This stranger seemed to recognize him, which warranted his utmost attention. However, upon hearing Itachi's words, Sasuke felt his mind go blank again. Itachi had clearly activated the Mangekyo, a bloodline limit unique to the Uchiha clan. Why would he refer to that person as father? Yet Sasuke understood that no matter what he said, it would be futile, for he had not yet been born during this time. Claiming to be Itachi's brother would yield no credence. Moreover, Sasuke realized he must not reveal his true identity, lest he risk altering history. But history had already changed, leaving him in a turmoil of confusion. He yearned for solitude to reflect and devise a plan. Just as he considered leaving, the man who had just been in contact with his mother stepped in front of him, blocking his path. The following words from that man sent shivers down his spine. "Uchiha Sasuke, it appears you have arrived here riding the Otsutsuki's treasure. I wondered who harbored such animosity towards me." It dawned on him why his affectionate gestures towards Mikoto provoked such ire from this shadowy figure. It was indeed because he threatened to dismantle this man's origin. Nevertheless, he was not intimidated by the current Sasuke, as the adult Sasuke appeared weakened, having lost an arm and struggling with his chakra, reminiscent of the former Kakashi. Furthermore, with his mother present, it was unlikely Sasuke would act impulsively. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly utter some threat regarding his mother. The adult Sasuke halted his retreat, his emotions stabilizing. He had confidence, believing that during this period, no one in the shinobi world could rival him, and he yearned to uncover the truth of the matter. Thus, he spoke slowly, "Who exactly are you? In my recollection, there is no one like you in the shinobi world." Chapter 27. Itachi. How could I commit such a foolish act? Shinjuan, are you saying he is Uchiha Sasuke, someone who has traversed time to arrive here? Does he share any relation to our son, Sarada? Mikoto interjected, as an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's defenses crumbled in an instant, his previously stoic demeanor transforming into one of disbelief. He stared in shock at his mother. "What is this, Sarada Uchiha? So in the future, there will be no Uchiha Sasuke. How did I come into existence? Mother, are you suggesting that you and he bore Sarada Uchiha?" He questioned, deciding to abandon any pretense. For altering history seemed irrelevant now that it had already been changed. Could he still be concerned about such matters? Upon hearing Sasuke's inquiry, Itachi's youthful face expressed incredulity, and his hostility evaporated. This was indeed his brother. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that Sarada Uchiha was not like this. Mikoto's face registered shock. In her past life, Sasuke had not yet matured, but upon closer inspection, he bore a resemblance to her Sasuke. Could it be that he truly was her Sasuke, returned from the future using an Otsutsuki time artifact? She had heard Shinjuan speak of such a treasure, yet he had not found it. Nevertheless, she needed to address Sasuke's behavior first. Her excessive indulgence had transformed him into this. It was time to alter her son's mindset. "Sasuke, when did you change your surname to Uchiha Sasuke? You have deeply disappointed me. Do not presume that because you are from the future, I cannot discipline you. Change your name back at once. Moreover, how dare you address your father in such a manner? To claim you do not recognize him is utterly audacious. It is a testament to your father's excessive indulgence in your past life." Sasuke was overwhelmed by the deluge of information contained in her words. What was this about a past life? What did it mean for his father to have doted on him excessively? He felt as though his heart had been pierced multiple times upon witnessing the disappointment on his mother and brother's faces. He could only muster a feeble explanation. "Mother, I am not Sarada Uchiha. I am the son of Uchiha Fugaku. I am Uchiha Sasuke." Slap. The next moment, he was met with his mother's furious hand. "Do not speak of that scoundrel." Mikoto, seeing her son unrepentant, wore an expression of anger. Yet, this slap left a profound psychological impact on Sasuke, leaving his head buzzing. As the situation escalated, Shinjuan could no longer remain silent. He did not wish to disrupt Mikoto's state of mind. Thus, he spoke gently. "Mikoto, cease this at once. I believe I have mentioned the concept of parallel worlds to you before. I am uncertain if I had discovered other parallel shinobi worlds back then. But they have indeed emerged now. This is not my son. This is Sasuke from a parallel shinobi world, a world whose development diverges from ours. Impossible. What parallel shinobi world? I have traversed time. The adult Sasuke interrupted Shinhwan, skeptical of this theory. If we are on a singular timeline, then there will be no Uchiha Sasuke in this world. And yet you have not vanished. That is proof. Shinhwan asserted. Such a revelation left Sasuke momentarily speechless. Upon careful contemplation, he began to grasp the implications. He cast a resentful glance at Shinhwan, realizing this individual had known everything yet failed to clarify matters, resulting in his mother striking him without cause. It was utterly disgraceful. How could his mother have taken a liking to such a person? By the way, you mean to say there is no Shinhwan in your world? How did you defeat the Otsutsuki? It must have been quite the struggle. Mikoto observed Sasuke with a sympathetic expression, gently caressing the spot where she had struck him. Sasuke's face returned to a frown. Of course. We defeated Kaguya Otsutsuki on our own. I am quite strong now. Sasuke replied, pride evident on his face. Though she was from another world, he still desired his mother's praise. Yet he remained puzzled as to why she would say such things. Did this man truly defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki single-handedly? However, the timeline seemed off. Numerous conditions had to be met for her appearance, and the Black Zetsu from this world likely could not manifest yet. How could they be so well informed about Kaguya and her artifacts? Kaguya Otsutsuki? This time, it was Mikoto's turn to be bewildered. Why did you defeat her? She is quite pitiful. In the previous life, Shinhwan struggled to rescue her from the moon. Sasuke, his lips slightly parted, appeared as though a force had constricted his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless in shock. After a few seconds, he slowly inquired, did she not activate the infinite Tsukuyomi? Kaguya is indeed a pitiable woman. However, she sought to annihilate the ninja world. How could you have saved her? Mikoto, too, was at a loss for words. At this juncture, Shinhwan stepped forward to clarify. Perhaps it was because I provided her with a sense of security. She did not feel the need to reclaim the chakra of the entire ninja world. Nor did she fear other Otsutsuki. Sasuke, confused, retorted, what do you mean by giving her a sense of security? Did you subdue her as well? Sasuke chose not to dwell on this matter and instead asked, what transpired in the previous life? Even if the people of the ninja world can reincarnate, how do you possess memories of that past life? Itachi then took over the conversation, recounting the events of their former lives and the circumstances of their collective rebirth. Is your side truly that formidable? You infiltrated the Otsutsuki stronghold, and yet the Uchiha clan was not exterminated? Sasuke marveled, gaining a newfound respect for the man before him. He was indeed powerful, which explained why he could provide Kaguya with a sense of security. At that moment, others sensed the commotion and hurried over. Greetings, father. The swiftest was Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been on his way. Upon hearing Sasuke's last remark, he refrained from elaborating, as the Uchiha had not been annihilated. However, upon seeing Hiruzen, Sasuke's expression darkened, for Hiruzen was one of the culprits behind the Uchiha massacre. The group ignored Hiruzen and resumed their discussion. Mikoto, with a sorrowful expression, asked, was your Uchiha clan exterminated? Indeed, it was an order from the higher-ups of Konoha, executed by my brother, Sasuke sighed. Itachi interjected. I was the one who carried it out? Why would I do such a thing? He was taken aback, having followed the orders of Konoha's leaders to eliminate his clan. What a ridiculous notion. He could never commit such a foolish act. Chapter 28. Sasuke's resurgence of ambition. Sasuke briefly recounted their side of the events. Almost simultaneously, everyone's gaze shifted to Hiruzen. Hiruzen found himself engulfed in existential doubt, disliking the accusatory stares directed at him. Yet, he dared not voice his feelings, offering only an awkward smile. Upon reflection, he realized that this was indeed something he might do. In such circumstances, he could not conceive of a better solution. For the village, how absurd. It was utterly laughable that the village could issue such a decree, and yet he was expected to sacrifice for the village. It's truly remarkable, Hiruzen. Were you planning to use your will of fire to brainwash me into another world, where you could even kill your own kin for the village? Itachi demanded. He could not fathom how foolish he must have been in that alternate reality. Manipulated by the elderly leaders of Konoha, Hiruzen remained silent. What was Uchiha Fugaku doing? Was he just waiting for Itachi to kill him? How utterly hopeless. His death left so much for his son to bear. Mikoto exclaimed angrily, noting that Itachi had merely been 12 or 13 at that time, yet forced to endure such trials. Meanwhile, Fugaku, as the clan leader, had failed to take any action. Indeed, he was as weak and ineffectual as ever. Father. Sasuke too could not fathom what Fugaku had done to rectify the situation, only knowing that he had not resisted. This comparison starkly highlighted that his father, Uchiha Fugaku, lacked fortitude and was woefully cowardly. In contrast, Chi-Huan had not only prevented the Uchiha massacre, but had also unified the ninja world and reached for the stars. No wonder his brother held him in such high regard. At this moment, Sasuke felt a tinge of envy for this world, where a protector always stood before them. Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. Lord Orochimaru, let me go? I am not a spy or a villain. The group turned to see Orochimaru dragging a golden-haired boy of about 10 years old toward them, followed closely by Hisashi, Hayashi, Shisui, and Yamato. They had all undergone the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, with one of Hisashi's eyes still bandaged as the Tenseigan was still in the process of forming. Your Majesty, look what we have discovered. This boy is a traveler from another timeline. Orochimaru exclaimed excitedly, as such material had never appeared in the previous life. Release him. They are indeed not from this timeline, but from another ninja world. They lack the ability to traverse dimensions and have instead arrived through an Otsutsuki artifact, Chi-Huan stated. A flicker of disappointment crossed Orochimaru's eyes, as he had hoped to encounter a rare specimen. Uncle Sasuke, you're here, Boruto exclaimed, dashing toward Sasuke. The people here are incredibly unfriendly. That Orochimaru tried to capture me for experiments. Do not concern yourself with that. This world no longer requires a Hokage, Sasuke replied, his gaze drifting into memories. The trajectory of this world resonated with his previous thoughts. He had once desired to subdue the ninja world through strength, but Naruto had intervened, leading him to abandon that ambition. However, upon hearing of their former sovereign's might, who not only realized his vision but also advanced against the Otsutsuki, that ambition began to flicker back to life. How can we do without a Hokage? Boruto said, astonished. Although he did not wish to become Hokage himself, he could not accept Sasuke's assertion, considering his father's role as Hokage. It is simply unnecessary. There is no need for further explanation. Your grandmother Kushina is here. Why not go and acknowledge her? Sasuke suggested, unwilling to engage in this debate with the child. Kushina's expression turned complex at the mention of other ninja world grandchildren. She had not even had a son yet. Suddenly, she leaped forward with astonishing speed, leaving Boruto unable to react. In the next instant, Boruto felt powerful hands grasp beneath his ribs, lifting him off the ground. Ah! Boruto cried out in surprise, instinctively struggling, kicking his legs in an attempt to break free. But the woman's strength was astonishing. He had yet to process Sasuke's words, and now he found the red-haired woman before him quite terrifying. Kushina hoisted Boruto to eye level, scrutinizing the boy in search of resemblances to herself and Minato. Upon noticing his golden hair, she tentatively asked, "Is this my son's son? He has golden hair. He certainly resembles that guy Minato." "I am not your grandmother. Dad said my grandmother is very gentle, the best person in the world." Boruto retorted defiantly. "My dear grandson, what are you saying?" A dangerous glint flickered in Kushina's eyes. Yet Boruto continued to analyze earnestly. The grandmother in the photo was clearly very gentle. She wouldn't just lift someone upon meeting them. Although you have red hair, you are clearly not my grandmother. Bang! Kushina could no longer restrain herself. Her red hair billowed without wind as she delivered a punch to Boruto's head, her eyes radiating a more intense danger. Now, say that again. Boruto, realizing the truth, conceded that she must indeed be his grandmother, for no one would treat him with such warmth. After these minor interludes, they simultaneously lifted the flying thunder god seal from Kushina, and the group turned to discuss more serious matters. Sarutobi Hisashi obtained a token of the 1,000 illusions and set forth to the capital of the Land of Fire to bring an end to the old era of the daimyo's reign. He entrusted all matters concerning Konoha to Nara Shikaku, as they held little significance for him. His primary focus was to enhance the strength of the existing ninjas. Although the adult Sasuke was present, alleviating his immediate concerns, Hisashi knew he could not remain there indefinitely. Thus, his directive was clear: capture the tailed beasts before the other ninja villages could react, ensuring that they were all ensnared. Sasuke, listening intently, found himself increasingly in alignment with his father's thoughts, though he wished the man were less fickle. "Father, when will you ascend the throne again?" Hisashi inquired, eager to learn. For his clan awaited his father's return to power. My dear Hisashi, have you forgotten my teachings? Remember, gather resources and delay the claim to kingship. When we regain our strength at the Six Paths level, we will be kings without a crown. Hisashi's indifference towards the throne stemmed from his arrival in a world of extraordinary power. His true desires lay in being invincible and achieving immortality. At that moment, outside of Konoha, colossal creatures suddenly appeared. What is that? The monsters are attacking. Quickly, seek refuge. Inform His Majesty. Panic engulfed Konoha. In the marketplace, an elderly vendor selling dango slumped amidst his toppled wares, his bleary eyes reflecting the shadow of a gigantic toad's webbed hand, whose palm was wider than the street itself. Mom, is that a mountain walking? A young girl with pigtails pointed in awe. What they witnessed was the great toad of Awoke Mountain. The sky darkened as the massive creature obscured the sun. The toads of Awoke Mountain and the serpents of the Dragon Cave were present, with the largest among them being the very embodiment of a slug, nearly the size of half of Konoha. The ninjas who had followed Hisashi in a past life remained calm. After all, these monsters had once been confined to a zoo for public viewing. They swiftly organized the villagers for an orderly evacuation. Hisashi felt an unsettling presence. From within the Hokage building, he gazed outside, experiencing an overwhelming sense of oppression due to the sheer size of the creatures. Each one resembled a small mountain. They rushed towards the gates of Konoha to confront the toads of Awoke. Simultaneously, a booming voice echoed throughout the village. Surrender Kamizaki Hisashi, or Konoha shall be annihilated. By this time, Hisashi and his companions had reached the village entrance, facing the monsters head-on, eager for battle, his massive sword yearning to cleave. Just as tensions escalated, a clear voice rang out, Your Majesty Hisashi, where are you? I do not wish to attack Konoha. I am being coerced. You all fight. I will help protect the villagers. Hisashi realized the voice came from a gigantic slug, which then fragmented into smaller slugs that scurried towards Konoha. The toads of Awoke and the serpents of the Dragon Cave glared angrily at the slug, particularly the sage toad atop the great toad of Awoke, whose expression soured at the betrayal of someone who had agreed to fight under his duress. Hisashi turned to Itachi and asked, Can we trust this slug? In the past, the slug's demeanor seemed consistent, yet its true intentions remained a mystery. Itachi nodded in affirmation. Hisashi then instructed, Go inside and lead the villagers to safety. This place will soon become a slaughterhouse for beasts. Kaminari Hisashi, are you truly so confident? Only a day into your rebirth, and you believe you can contend with us using the people of Konoha? Do you understand the weight of a millennium's legacy? The great toad sage's voice boomed from hundreds of meters above. Hisashi, however, had no desire for idle chatter. With a decisive resolve, he commanded, Let us commence. No room for banter. To my sons and the ninjas behind me, it is your time to shine. Those below Jonin level should distance themselves from the battlefield. The barrier unit will protect Konoha. Show me how much you have grown. Our targets are Awoke Mountain and the Dragon Cave. Leave none behind. Arrogance. The great toad sage raged. Incensed by Hisashi's words, a colossal webbed hand descended from the heavens. Just then, a booming voice broke through the chaos. The azure beast of Konoha arrives. The seventh gate of the 8 inner gates is open. The 18 dragon subduing palms. Guy's thunderous roar echoed, and a torrent of chakra converged in his palm, morphing into several golden 5-clawed dragons. As the golden dragons surged forth, the air erupted with a cacophony, violently colliding with the great toad's hand, which was capable of shattering the earth itself, now rendered battered, with the foul blood of the toad raining down. Roar! The great toad let out a thunderous cry, staggering back, causing the ground to tremor and countless trees to topple. The great toad sage's eyes widened in realization. He had underestimated this man. Even in his rebirth, he commanded such formidable subordinates. Yet, there was no turning back now. He ordered the toads behind him to launch a full-scale assault. The White Lady of the Dragon Cave did the same, sending an army of snakes, large and small, rushing toward the entrance of Konoha where Hisashi and the others stood. Sasuke's eyes lit up at the spectacle. What jutsu is this? Its power is astounding, and those golden dragons are utterly magnificent. However, as the blood rain threatened to fall, he furrowed his brow, unwilling to be drenched. Activating his Susanoo, he shielded Hisashi within. He refrained from making a move, trusting that His Majesty had a plan. Seeing Guy take action, Hisashi's sons exchanged glances, having just undergone transformation with Hashirama's cells under Orochimaru's guidance. They shared confident expressions. Instantly, they displayed a golden hue in their eyes, an ancient sage technique imparted by Hisashi, distinct from the three great sage realms. In unison, they began forming seals, declaring, "Sage art, true thousand hands of wood release." The ground trembled violently as their chakra surged forward, and in an instant, a colossal wooden Buddha towering hundreds of meters appeared, colliding with the great toad and sending it tumbling. The smaller snakes and toads surrounding the great toad met a far grimmer fate, crushed underfoot. All eyes turned towards the scene. The ninjas stationed within the protective barrier at Konoha's entrance, who had not engaged in battle, were overwhelmed with excitement. Is that the ultimate would release ninjutsu, the true thousand hands? How extraordinary, as expected of the one who unified the ninja world in a past life. To showcase such power immediately upon rebirth, the sage realms of the Dragon Cave and Mayaboku Mountain paled in comparison to the might of Lord Hisashi. As the slugs traversed the battlefield, they too glanced back at the unfolding spectacle. One of them, with a crisp voice laced with malicious glee, exclaimed, "You truly startled me." Thankfully, I was wise enough not to oppose the great Shinhuan. A fist of that magnitude striking me would undoubtedly be excruciating. On the back of the great rock shelter toad, the toad Maru stood frozen in shock, even falling from the toad's back without feeling the impact. All he sensed was a chilling sensation coursing from his head to his toes. Despite the apparent size similarity between the true thousand hands and the rock shelter toad, their battle prowess was worlds apart. Regret washed over him. Reflecting on his confinement in a cage now seemed far less dire. This was indeed a path to his own demise. The white serpent elder's face turned ashen in an instant. She could not maintain her composure, feeling as if she were hallucinating. How could such a phenomenon manifest in Konoha at this time? That man had been dead for so many years. Faced with such circumstances, she had no choice but to intervene. Even Sasuke was taken aback by this transformation. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Senju Hashirama had never utilized this jutsu. Yet now, it was being employed by a coalition of individuals. This was utterly absurd, further substantiating the rumors of their past lives. After all, it was said they had only been reborn for a day. Even if they had integrated Hashirama's cells, it would be improbable for them to reach such heights. The most plausible explanation was that they had mastered this technique in their previous lives and had done so with considerable proficiency, enabling them to unleash it all at once. Chapter 30. Adult Sasuke yearns for glory upon witnessing the situation. Adult Sasuke felt a surge of temptation. The power of wood release was formidable. Perhaps he could cultivate an arm using Hashirama's cells. Previously, he had feared that attaching a hand crafted from Hashirama's cells would amplify his strength, igniting his ambition. Much like the legendary Uchiha Madara. Additionally, he had once scorned the notion, believing that even with one hand, he stood atop the pinnacle of the ninja world. However, circumstances had shifted. He had heard from his mother that the Otsutsuki clan was soon to descend, and their current strength was insufficient to contend with such a threat. Moreover, witnessing the validation of his path by the sovereign had rekindled his ambition. He now longed to reshape the ninja world in the image of the sovereign's past. Sasuke, upon seeing this colossal Buddha, do you not wish to envelop it in Susanoo? Inquired Shinhuan, who was within the Susanoo alongside Sasuke. Observing his son's formidable resolve, he abandoned his own intentions to intervene, eager instead to behold the scene he had long desired to witness prior to his journey through time. Gazing at the immense true thousand hands, Sasuke fell into silence. Though the pride of the Uchiha forbade him from admitting his limitations, he genuinely felt inadequate. While he could manage a nine-tails transformation, attempting to wield the great Buddha was akin to an old man hanging himself, as if he were inviting his own demise. Even if he could achieve it, it would drain his chakra entirely. Adult Sasuke was thus quite hollow, his chakra reserves dwindling to levels akin to Kakashi's. At that moment, Shinhuan heard a resounding voice, followed by the great Buddha's movement. Its agility surpassed his expectations, likely due to the multiple individuals controlling it. The Buddha's arms moved like blossoming flowers, launching indiscriminate assaults upon the toads and serpents on the battlefield. It was as if an 8th-degree earthquake had erupted, unleashing a tempest of gale-force winds. The ground trembled violently, causing those within the Susanoo to struggle to maintain their balance. Dust swirled in the air, intermingled with various cries of despair. In the blink of an eye, The entire summoning beast brigade suffered catastrophic losses. The two were entranced, for men could not resist the allure of such violent beauty. Meanwhile, not far from Konoha, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune raced towards the village. As they caught sight of the monstrous spectacle encircling Konoha, anxiety gripped them. However, upon witnessing the Titanic would release Buddha, they were rendered speechless. Is this truly the true 1,000 hands of my grandfather? How can this be? Tsunade gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment, involuntarily halting her steps. Jiraiya observed the astonishing scene, realizing the toads would likely be annihilated. He could only manage a bitter smile, feeling a profound sense of loss. Although these toads had committed unforgivable acts against Minato, they had been his teachers in the art of sage mode. Their potential demise weighed heavily on his heart. I hope Minato is safe. I hope the residents of Konoha remain unharmed, he thought, while Shizune, worriedly gazing towards the battlefield, refrained from voicing her hopes for Qianhuan's safety. They witnessed the enormous rock shelter toad being reduced to a blurred mass of flesh and blood. Each arm of the wooden giant was stained with bright red blood. Suddenly, they saw a colossal stone figure appear on the battlefield, confronting the giant Buddha and momentarily staving off its onslaught. Yet, the stone figure was clearly at a disadvantage. Its size paled in comparison to the Buddha's multitude of arms. Each time the giant was battered, it quickly regenerated. Jiraiya, we must hasten our pace. If this continues, who knows how many lives will be lost. Konoha may very well be obliterated. Tsunade's brow furrowed with urgency as she accelerated ahead. However, she found some solace in the fact that she had not spotted any slugs on the battlefield. She yearned to rush in and assist Qianhuan in driving back the toads and serpents. Wait, do not rush in. We cannot interfere in such a battlefield. Jiraiya attempted to grasp Tsunade's arm, but she slipped away. Anxiety etched upon his face, for he wished to shield her from danger. Even if we cannot intervene, we must save those we can. Hurry, we must evacuate the civilians of Konoha. If you dawdle, I shall truly send you to the Pure Land. Tsunade called back, giving him a knowing look before accelerating once more. Shizune and Jiraiya quickly followed suit. On the battlefield, dust filled the air. The White Serpent Elder, witnessing the heavy losses among her giant serpents, bore a face as grim as iron. Her frail hands pressed together. Her hoarse voice rose sharply. Sage art, transmutation of the inorganic. The boulders thrown into the air by the impact of the 1,000 hands gathered as if alive, swiftly transforming into a massive stone giant that stood before the Buddha. However, despite its size, the stone giant was dwarfed by the true 1,000 hands, barely reaching half its height. It was instantly suppressed, yet its ability to constantly regenerate allowed it to somewhat hinder the assault on the summoning beast army. Well done, White Serpent Elder, Toad Maru praised, impressed by her enhanced strength compared to years past. What a splendid display. Now think of a way to sustain it. I cannot hold out for long, the White Serpent Elder retorted. At her advanced age, having to personally engage in battle was exasperating. If not for the treachery of the slugs, perhaps this old toad could have dealt with the situation without her involvement. Watching her subordinates perish one by one, Toad Maru's heart had turned to stone over the millennia. He felt little sorrow. He extended his hand, summoning Minato, who had activated Sage Mode to a significant enhancement. A transparent toad dove into Minato's body, and he vanished from sight using the Flying Thunder God technique. Toad Maru's wrinkled face twisted into a sinister expression. His thoughts no longer on simply eliminating Qianhuan, but rather on controlling him as he did Minato. In doing so, the entire ninja world would bow before their Mount Myobokuzen. Gazing at the suddenly emerged stone giant, Sasuke's expression tightened. He recognized this technique. It was the jutsu of inorganic rebirth. This stone creature was not easily vanquished. Your Majesty, could you lend me your assistance? Sasuke inquired. Observing the vast battlefield, he felt an overwhelming discomfort at the prospect of showcasing his prowess. Just guard this area for me. Ensure the toads do not breach the defenses and infiltrate Konoha, Qianhuan replied. He too recognized that this was inorganic rebirth, a technique previously employed by Sage Kabuto in the original storyline. However, White Granny had made her move, yet the old toad had yet to reveal himself. That was the aspect he needed to remain vigilant about. Chapter 31. Piercing Susanoo uncertain of the old toad's capabilities, he decided to exercise caution. At that moment, Qianhuan abruptly turned his head in one direction, spotting a golden-haired figure that had materialized. It was Minato Namikaze. At this juncture, Minato had entered sage mode, his expression devoid of emotion. He seemed unperturbed by Sasuke's Susanoo, as it was not yet in its complete form. Minato's figure vanished, and several specially crafted kunai shot towards the Susanoo from various angles. Sasuke did not even flinch. With a mere sweep of Susanoo's colossal hand, the kunai were deflected. A cold smirk appeared on his face, for he had already discerned Minato's attack pattern. It was evident that Minato would employ one of those kunai to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. The moment Minato reappeared, he would be met with a thunderous strike. Under the scrutiny of his eyes, nothing could escape detection. Yet, Minato's figure did not materialize atop the kunai. Instead, Minato appeared a short distance away, his countenance suddenly darkening ominously. "Susanoo, Rinnegan, who are you?" His voice was chilling, devoid of humanity. "And who might you be? You are nothing like me," Sasuke retorted icily, having realized that Minato was under control. Judging from Minato's aura and the chakra emanating from him, it could only be that old toad. Minato had previously been summoned to Mount Myoboku, and it was for this very reason that Sasuke had attempted to strike him down. He had severely wounded him. Yet his recovery was astonishingly swift, likely aided by the slug. Chi-Huan spoke, understanding why Minato had persistently targeted him in his past life. He had likely been manipulated. Minato, with a grim expression, declared, "Chi-Huan, do not push me too far. You are not even human, yet you accuse me of pushing too far. A dead toad dares to attack Konoha. Do you not fear death?" Chi-Huan responded, turning to the now adult Sasuke, who still intended to linger and showcase his abilities. He added, "Let us locate that old toad first. We shall eliminate him before anything else." Sasuke frowned and reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he despised schemes and subterfuge, but since his Majesty had decreed it, he harbored no further objections. Moreover, the individual before him was indeed formidable. If he attempted to flee, he would not be able to stop him. "You despicable fiends!" Minato exclaimed, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, placing himself in front of Sasuke's Susanoo. Yet, something utterly unexpected transpired. At the very moment Minato appeared, a colossal 40-meter blade manifested in that same position, piercing through Minato with brutal precision. His face registered shock, utterly unprepared for such an occurrence. This sudden turn of events left Sasuke dumbfounded as well. "Sasuke, do you know what this is called?" "It is called attacking the enemy to save oneself," Chi-Huan remarked with a smirk. In the midst of Sasuke's astonished expression, he split Minato into two halves, not affording the adversary a chance to utter threats. "Is it really over?" Sasuke pondered internally, realizing he could never match such decisive ruthlessness in his past. His gaze towards Chi-Huan shifted, for his proud Susanoo had been pierced, albeit from within, but it felt far too effortless. Furthermore, the speed with which Chi-Huan had struck was astonishing. He had barely registered the blade's appearance before it had already impaled Minato, as if Minato had collided with it himself. "If you do not slay him, what purpose does he serve? In the ninja world, resurrection is not impossible. I can always revive him later," Chi-Huan stated without a hint of remorse. However, those words shattered Sasuke's worldview. He believed that life and death should not be treated so frivolously. Possessing a Rinnegan, he too could resurrect others. Yet the price was his own life, unless he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. With the boundaries of life and death blurred, what did the Uchiha clan's massacre signify? Observing his Majesty's nonchalance left Sasuke in a state of confusion. Upon seeing his mother from this realm, he felt a stirring desire to resurrect his own mother in the ninja world. "Hey Sasuke, why are you in a daze? The task is not yet complete. Let us go eliminate that old toad and avenge Minato," Chi-Huan urged, sheathing his 40-meter blade. However, his gaze shifted back to the two Minatos, sensing malice emanating from one of the halves. Without waiting for Sasuke's response, he unleashed his colossal blade once more. With a swift motion, the blade plunged back into Minato's body. Sasuke's expression turned to one of confusion again. He regarded Chi-Huan with an unusual look. While he could commend him for his decisiveness in slaying Minato, repeatedly stabbing his body appeared rather perverse, an act few Uchihas would dare commit. Before Sasuke could grasp the situation, Chi-Huan withdrew the blade from Minato. Through his Rinnegan, Sasuke perceived something extraordinary. Upon retracting the blade, it bore a transparent figure reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's limbo. "Ah, I see," Chi-Huan remarked, now comprehending the presence of dual malevolence. He understood how the old toad had managed to control Minato. It was through this small toad. Otherwise, given Minato's prowess, he would not have been so easily ensnared by Jinjutsu. Your Majesty, could you perhaps provide a warning next time you draw your blade? It is quite distressing to have Susanoo pierced so unexpectedly, Sasuke lamented. The speed of this unmarked ninjutsu was astonishingly rapid, to the point he barely had time to react. Having faced it twice now, he was reluctant to voice his discomfort, but the experience was indeed unsettling. Had he been a novice, just unlocking his Mangekyo Sharingan, enduring such a fate while summoning Susanoo would likely have resulted in bleeding eyes. My apologies. The timing was fleeting. Had I not acted, I would have missed the opportunity. I shall be more considerate in the future, Chihuan replied, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He indeed had not anticipated this, and would take care to be gentler henceforth. Meanwhile, the great toad sage abruptly clutched his head with his enormous webbed hands, his face contorting in distress. He felt an overwhelming fear of the man before him. In the span of a single day, his subordinates had grasped the true nature of 1,000 hands, while he himself had employed techniques never seen in his previous life. Minato spoke the truth. The blade was indeed swift, so swift that he had been unable to react. The man's heart was dark. He had utilized the strategy of attacking the enemy to save himself, leading to his own blunders. Even his specially crafted clones had been exposed. The transparent little toad was a product of his own soul's division and modification. This technique had previously been unfailingly effective, yet now it had been seen through. Had it been that boy with the Rinnegan, he might have understood, but he had never anticipated it would be the demon Chihuan who unraveled it. Old man, are you all right? Shinzua, the old frog sage, displayed a rare expression of concern on his youthful face. Throughout his many years of existence, he had never witnessed such an emotion on the elder's visage. That rascal, Kamisato Chiho, is approaching swiftly. This time, we may not survive. You two should leave, the great toad sage proclaimed, for he cherished these two junior disciples dearly and wished to spare them from perishing due to his own predicament. Chapter 32. Deliver my regards to Yui, below the white snake granny. Having emerged from her concentrated state of controlling the stone beings, shifted her gaze to Toad Maru, her eyes brimming with malevolence. Is this your strategy, old toad? After all my efforts to hold off that giant Buddha, this is how you repay me? The old toad had been reduced to merely an old toad in her words, a stark contrast to her previous self-reference. Enraged, she questioned the worth of her companions, deeming them useless, either traitors or utterly inept. Regrettably, she pondered if she should have fled herself, instead of finding herself trapped in this dire situation. Now, it was evident that Kamisato Chiho would not spare her. The sanctuary was no longer accessible. She would inevitably be sliced apart by that swift blade. Then hurry and flee. I shall hold them off here, the great toad sage insisted. He was torn between the instinct to escape and the haunting premonition of being slain by that individual, as his prophetic dreams had seldom failed him. Just yesterday, he had believed he could alter the fate foretold, yet he now understood the true terror of that foe. His gift, which he had once cherished, now filled him with loathing. Had it not been for this cursed talent, he might have awaited his fate peacefully, confined to the zoo as a mere spectacle for onlookers. Alas, he had lost even that modest privilege, with only death awaiting him. After living for over 1,000 years, he found himself increasingly fearful of death, a dread that gnawed at his very nerves. Upon hearing his words, the white snake granny slowly flicked her tongue, a cold glimmer of mockery flashing in her slitted gaze. Flee. Oh, old toad, have you lost your wits? The ninja world is not so vast. Where can we run? Moreover, she paused, locking her gaze upon the great toad sage before continuing. I never imagined this cowardly old toad would contemplate covering my retreat. However, having lived for over a millennium, I would rather go down fighting than be chased like a stray dog. I'll hold them off. You take your leave. At her declaration, the great toad sage straightened, hope illuminating his eyes. He disregarded his pride and spoke earnestly. Old woman, I will remember your sacrifice. Please convey my regards to Yui below. Faced with the threat of death, he realized he had not been as indifferent to life and death as he had previously believed. He prepared to flee with the two young toads, Shima and Shinzaku. Still the same cowardly old fool, the white snake granny scoffed, her expectations met. Just then, the great toad sage's body trembled, his murky eyes widening in horror as he beheld a colossal arrow wreathed in black flames hurtling towards them. The arrow's speed was so great that he found no time to utilize his ninjutsu. In the face of impending demise, his mind raced. memories from his millennia of existence flashing before him. However, driven by an instinct for survival, he refused to succumb to despair and suppressed these futile recollections in a moment of urgency. He noticed that the white snake granny seemed oblivious to the approaching arrow. Acting on instinct, he thrust her behind him protectively. Boom! The arrow, ablaze with black flames, struck before him, instantly piercing the white snake granny. The flames engulfed her, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. "You despicable old toad!" she cried, her form now shrouded in black fire, her twisted visage resembling a malevolent specter as she glared fiercely at Toad Maru. This blow revealed her true form, a massive white serpent, spanning dozens of meters in length. Yet, when compared to the colossal toads of Awoke Mountain, she appeared relatively diminutive. Soon, the acrid scent of scorched flesh filled the air. As the white snake's skin was charred and torn, with a swift motion, she rolled, transferring the flames to Toad Maru, sparing neither him nor the two smaller toads. At that moment, the white snake's enormous jaws gaped wide, and a smaller white serpent emerged from within. "Such insidious flames," the white snake sage remarked, observing the old toad rolling on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. She reverted to her elder form, her expression grim. The sudden attack on the white snake granny caused her control over the massive stone beings to shatter, and the countless wooden hands resumed their harvest of the spirit beasts from the dragon cave and Awoke Mountain. She spat at Toad Maru, unwilling to expend further energy on the cumbersome technique, which had proven taxing. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a transparent white toad had manifested on the struggling old toad, intent on burrowing into her being. A colossal, complete Susanoo descended before the white snake sage, yet she bore no sign of fear, instead yearning to resist like a moth drawn to flame. "Divine art, white surge," Sasuke observed with a disdainful snort. She did not even attempt to resist. When he and his brother faced this jutsu, they had relied on their shared Sharingan Jinjutsu to break free. Yet, he was no longer the same. He was eager to see if this technique could still ensnare him. He held no belief that it could penetrate his complete Susanoo. Kamisato Chiho shook his head, bemused by Sasuke's arrogance despite his maturity. "Why not simply cleave that creature before you and end this battle?" A resounding shockwave, intermingled with blinding light, surged forth. As expected, the white surge technique proved ineffective against his enhanced prowess, barely making an impact on his complete Susanoo. Kamisato Chiho gracefully leapt, extending a hand from the Susanoo to feel the effects of the divine art. His arm tingled as though submerged in an ultrasonic cleaning device. However, that was the extent of it. His physical constitution was far superior to that of the denizens of the ninja world. Even blades could not harm him. He leapt from the Susanoo, fully immersing himself in the range of the white surge technique, feeling as though he had consumed a mere 2 liang of liquor, nothing more. Fixing his gaze upon the white snake sage, he noted the expression of disbelief on her face, akin to that of someone witnessing a fool. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. It seemed his actions were underestimated. Just as he closed the distance, a massive 40-meter-long golden blade materialized in his hand. "Arise, God-slaying blade." The enormous blade appeared without warning, leaving the white snake sage no chance to react. It pierced through her chest, a plume of smoke enveloping her as she reverted to her true form. Chapter 33. Are you prepared for your death? The expression of disbelief on the white snake granny's face solidified. How formidable could this person be, capable of moving within the confines of the white surge technique? She had never encountered anyone so absurdly powerful. After a brief moment of shock, she was about to unleash other ninjutsu, only to suddenly discover that a golden blade had been thrust into her body. She had not seen how the blade had appeared, as the individual had not performed any hand seals. She was aware of ninjutsu without hand signs, but had never encountered one executed with such astonishing speed. The velocity was beyond imagination, surpassing even the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique by a factor of 10. "What a swift blade," the white snake sage remarked, preparing to shed its skin. However, in the next instant, she was swiftly sliced into fragments by the still airborne Uchiha, meeting her demise instantly. In her final moments, her head shattered without the hint of fear, only astonishment, for she had not had the time to feel fear. Sasuke was left utterly dumbfounded by this turn of events. In previous encounters with the Sovereign's technique, he had merely sensed its rapidity, but now he bore witness to the extraordinary nature of this ninjutsu. He believed that even with his Sharingan, he would be unable to evade such speed. Within the reach of the long blade, the sovereign was virtually invincible. He doubted anyone could match this power. Perhaps only by becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails could one possess the strength to contend in such proximity. At that point, one's body would be nearly immortal, with significantly enhanced capabilities. Even if caught off guard, a mere wound would be inconsequential, allowing for swift recovery. As the slicing slowed, Sasuke felt confident he could evade the next strike. Furthermore, he surmised that the sovereign's blade would be unable to harm the truth-seeking orbs. With that thought, he breathed a sigh of relief, for the alternative was simply too overwhelming. Unbeknownst to him, he had subconsciously begun comparing the sovereign with the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Meanwhile, the transparent Toad Maru, who had been attempting to enter the White Snake Sage's body, froze in place. He had never anticipated that the White Snake Sage would be slain so swiftly. This revelation filled him with terror, just as he intended to flee the battlefield. He noticed the man's gaze shifting towards him. Paralyzed with fear, he found himself unable to move. This was his last clone. If it were to perish, so would he. He was on the verge of pleading for mercy when the man offered him no such opportunity, delivering a fatal blow that sent him to meet the Sage of Six Paths. At that moment on the battlefield, with the enemy leader's repeated deaths, the massive stone giants could no longer provide defense. The thousand-handed Buddha advanced unimpeded, swiftly clearing the battlefield. Chihuan's sons and Orochimaru had also arrived before him, struggling to stand. The true Thousand Hands consumed an immense amount of chakra. Yet, they were invigorated, as their father once again displayed formidable prowess. Although they had been vigilant of the battlefield near the thousand-handed Buddha, they were still exhilarated. Enough, you lot are truly worrisome. You've just integrated Hashirama's cells and already unleashed ninjutsu of this magnitude. It's too impulsive, he remarked. He had initially intended to scold them, but upon seeing their pale faces and exhausted expressions, he felt a pang of compassion. He could only instruct Sasuke to use Susanoo to escort them back. Just before they departed, Chihuan suddenly spoke. Sasuke, you will soon face enemies akin to Otsutsuki. It won't be long before Otsutsuki Ishiki appears. Would you like me to implant a cell of Hashirama's arm here? Upon hearing this, the massive Susanoo halted. After the recent events, he felt a surge of desire. All Otsutsuki were formidable, and the shinobi world would soon confront a being named Otsutsuki Ishiki. Without formidable power, the ultimate fate of the shinobi world would be to be planted with the God Tree, leading to annihilation. Sasuke, what is there to hesitate about? Without immense power, how can you protect your family? Will you wait until the shinobi world is destroyed to regret your inaction? Itachi, sitting beside Sasuke, urged him. Orochimaru chimed in, Sasuke-kun, I am quite eager for you to merge with Hashirama's cells. You awakened the Rinnegan even without them. Imagine the heights you could reach with them. He narrowed his eyes, licking his lips, and continued, Rest assured, Sasuke-kun, I am most experienced in this area. You will recover in the shortest time possible. Look at me. I have already assimilated Hashirama's cells. As everyone urged him, Sasuke finally acquiesced. All right, then I shall rely on you. His ambition reignited. He resolved that after the implantation of Hashirama's cells, he would return to gather the tailed beasts, aspiring to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. He aimed to reshape the shinobi world, to become its emperor, and to ascend to the stars like the sovereign. After their departure, Jiraiya and the others arrived belatedly. Your Majesty, Jiraiya knelt before Chihuan, surveying the multitude of fallen toad bodies with a complex expression. The toads had indeed perished, and the entire army had been annihilated, with even the great sage Toad nearly consumed by the black flames. When Tsunade saw Chihuan again, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, though she turned away in silence, waiting for him to speak first. Unexpectedly, her disciple, Shizune, rushed into Chihuan's embrace. Lord Chihuan, I was so worried about you. I feared I would never see you again. Shizune exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Chihuan awkwardly patted Shizune's back, replying, They were merely beasts. Did you truly believe they could harm me? This time, he recognized who had come, as their features were quite distinctive. Jiraiya's mane of lion-like white hair and Tsunade's impressive bosom, adorned with a large gambling character on her back, were unmistakable. Even so, he couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinary his past self had been. Meanwhile, his keen mind noted Tsunade's peculiar reaction, likely tied to their complicated past. Tsunade, do you not recognize me? Why so distant? Chihuan then observed Tsunade unleashing the Byakugan technique, releasing her sealed chakra. He swiftly pushed Shizune aside, realizing Tsunade was serious about wanting to engage him in combat. Shizune and Jiraiya, understanding the gravity of the situation, prudently distanced themselves. You truly are a scoundrel. To behave in such a manner before me. How do you intend to meet your end? Tsunade exclaimed, filled with indignation. Chapter 34. The sovereign has never known defeat. Painful heaven's foot. Tsunade yelled fiercely, her body suddenly launching into the air, chakra exploding from her feet. She raised her right leg, delivering a powerful downward strike towards Chihuahuan's head, creating a gust of wind. Calmly, Chihuahuan stepped aside, grasping Tsunade's calf with his hand. A surge of immense force coursed through his palm, causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly. Yet, it was far less impactful than a direct hit. He was well aware of Tsunade's extraordinary strength, a technique that concentrated all her chakra into one point for release. Thus, as long as he dodged that strike, he would be fine. Moreover, with her chakra concentrated in that area, other parts of her body became vulnerable. Of course, this was only possible due to Chihuahuan's current physical prowess. Others would not even know how to attempt such a feat. Let go. Tsunade cried out in indignation, attempting to free her leg. However, it felt as though it were clamped in an iron vise, utterly immobile. She feared that using her strength to break free might injure him, so she remained in a stalemate. Fortunately, there was no one facing them. However, Qianhuan did not loosen his grip. He merely adjusted his strength slightly, his fingertips gently caressing the surface. The former you would never have taken such action against me. Qianhuan's voice was low and his gaze complex, as if he were reminiscing about the moments they once shared. Tsunade's body trembled slightly. This scene felt familiar. In a previous life, she had acted similarly towards Qianhuan, and he had responded in kind. Yet, upon hearing Qianhuan's words, Tsunade's anger intensified. She reflected on how naive she had been, deceived by this man far too deeply. And what of Shizune, and that woman on the moon, Kamisato Qianhuan? How many more secrets do you conceal from me? Tsunade nearly ground her teeth as she forced out these words, which had been pinned up within her for far too long. The tumult of emotions within her was more intense than any loss she had ever experienced in a gamble. It was a furious anger rooted in betrayal, intertwined with a bitterness she could scarcely acknowledge. Upon hearing her, Qianhuan observed Tsunade's jealousy manifesting in the slight twitch of his lips, and he couldn't help but admire how he had made these individuals so devoted to him. Of course, it was certainly not solely due to his good looks. Suddenly, he covered Tsunade's mouth with his hand. Woman, you know far too much. His deep voice carried an ominous undertone, causing Tsunade to shiver, her amber eyes widening as she genuinely believed Qianhuan might strike her. Just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Qianhuan abruptly released her, stepping back with a grin and dramatically patting his chest. Stop deflecting the topic. Tsunade scolded indignantly, her ire only escalating as she observed Qianhuan's feigned innocence. I have a rather affectionate nature. I cannot help but water beautiful flowers or rescue injured animals. Hence my growing family, which I cannot avoid. You truly are a scoundrel. I want to beat you to a pulp. Tears nearly brimmed in Tsunade's eyes at his shamelessness in expressing such thoughts without a care. But wait, what I most desire to bring home is... Qianhuan's tone paused, fixing his gaze on Tsunade to gauge her reaction. Noticing a subtle shift in her expression, he realized she had begun to consider the implications of his question. He continued, still, it is a certain ill-tempered princess with terrible luck and an insatiable appetite for gambling. You. Tsunade's fist swung through the air, striking nothing but the empty space where he had stood. She could only see that detestable figure crouched atop the dismembered body of a colossal white serpent, winking at her before he dashed off towards Shizune. Jiraiya swiftly distanced himself from Shizune. He had previously asked her if she wanted to develop alongside him. If that man found out, he would be doomed. As for the issue with Minato, it was best left unspoken for now, as he was not well acquainted with his Majesty and feared the repercussions. Yet, he genuinely admired this monarch. If given the chance, he would wish to be the son of this ruler, renowned for his kindness towards his offspring, who would undoubtedly impart the art of engaging with women without reservation. Meanwhile, within the village of Konoha, the residents making their way to the shelter paused. A young girl exclaimed, "My goodness! What is that? It can even defeat those mountain-sized monsters. In my 60 years, I have never witnessed such a terrifying battle. Only the first Hokage could wield such formidable ninjutsu." An elder marveled at the sight of the massive wooden Buddha beyond Konoha. Beside him, a ninja guiding civilians to safety wore an expression of excitement, akin to someone witnessing their idol perform a miraculous feat. Old man, it's a pity you lack future memories. You cannot fathom this is undoubtedly the work of His Majesty Qianhuan. Soon, there will be no shadows, no wars. His Majesty will unify the ninja world, allowing everyone to live well. The elder chuckled helplessly. You youngsters know nothing. Since the founding of the village by the first Hokage, there have been few periods of complete peace. And since yesterday, I keep hearing you speak of His Majesty and rebirth. Have you all been caught in an illusion? Just as the ninja was about to explain, they saw the colossal Buddha halt and, moments later, completely dissipate. His expression transformed into one of heightened excitement as he addressed the elder. Did you see that? His Majesty and his sons have repelled the enemy. Under such divine power, we shall soon reunify the ninja world. He then turned to the crowd, stating, Everyone disperse, go about your business. The war has ended. And I must go to the Konoha gates to welcome His Majesty's triumphant return. The ordinary people exchanged glances, questioning whether a war could truly end so swiftly. This was not the first time. Just last night, they were told to seek refuge, yet before they could reach safety, it was rendered unnecessary, utterly absurd. Hey kid, are you so certain that your Majesty's forces emerged victorious? What if they lost instead? The elder could not help but inquire as he watched the young ninja speed away. The young ninja halted, turning to the elder. That is impossible. His Majesty has never lost. Rest assured, in a few days, the ninja world will be at peace. A similar scene unfolded in various corners of Konoha. Some wore puzzled expressions, others wept tears of joy, relieved they would no longer face danger, while some quietly took note of the title His Majesty. Chapter 35. Pure Land more than 10 miles beyond Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was hastening towards the capital of the Land of Fire. He had not forgotten his second son, despite having conducted much psychological counseling. He still feared he might succumb to despair. At that moment, they also beheld the enormous Buddha statue that had appeared in Konoha. Is this truly the true 1,000 hands of the first Hokage? He gazed in astonishment at the scene. Having departed early, he was unaware of the attacks on Konoha from Mayaboka Mountain and the Dragon Cave. Had Konoha been under attack, he would surely have returned. However, upon witnessing this spectacle, he completely abandoned the thought of doing so. Under such a calamity like ninjutsu, all adversaries would be reduced to ashes. If this Buddha were an enemy, returning would only lead to his own demise. If it was a creation of His Majesty, there was no need to return. Who could stand against such a force? Thus, he merely halted, standing atop the tallest tree, gazing into the distance. He discerned that the foes were those frogs and giant serpents, and as these creatures retreated in defeat, he exhaled deeply. They were truly formidable, far beyond his expectations. Even when his father had killed him in a past life, he had not been this powerful. He felt immensely fortunate for his actions the previous night. Otherwise, had His Majesty intervened, they would have endured torment for 49 days. The mere thought of that scenario sent shivers down his spine. Asuma was equally stunned. The colossal entity before him completely shattered his comprehension. He had no idea what it was, only recognizing that it belonged to the realm of divine powers. Asuma, I warned you last night not to think of opposing His Majesty. At that time, you may not have comprehended his true strength. Do you see it now? This is his power, akin to a deity, while we are but mere mortals. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a gravitas born of experience, not reprimand, but rather a near sigh of caution. Humph, Asuma scoffed, a hollow gaze fixed on the ground. What am I, after all? Father is right. I am nothing. He murmured. At least with Karini, she won't be burdened by a useless person like me. The bandage on his forehead had already turned yellow, and the dried blood had congealed into dark brown stains upon the fabric, itching as if it were about to sprout a mind of its own. He slowly raised his hand, seemingly intending to scratch at the wound on his forehead, but it paused mid-air, ultimately falling weakly to his side. He spoke again. I will live well, and I no longer wish to trouble him. Pure Land, a sanctuary for souls to rest, a hazy realm of eternity, enveloped in gentle, ethereal light, where countless souls from the ninja world lay in repose. They were devoid of consciousness, resting as if in a deep slumber. At this moment, the souls of the Great Toad Sage and the White Snake Granny had just arrived in this Pure Land, still not yet succumbed to sleep. The stronger the individual in life, the longer their soul retains awareness after death. Yet, it was evident that they were not strong enough and were slowly losing their senses. At that moment, A gentle, aged voice resonated. "Awaken, both of you." The Sage of Six Paths, witnessing the demise of his two old friends, surmised that a significant event had transpired in the ninja world and had come to ascertain the truth. He sat cross-legged in the air, staff in hand, and with a gentle wave, an energy flowed into their spiritual forms. The eyelids of the great toad sage fluttered slightly, while the snake eyes of the white snake granny gradually focused. Their consciousness, guided by the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths, began to return to clarity. "Is this the Pure Land? Am I dead? Such a swift blade," the white snake granny rasped. Immediately, her gaze shifted to the great toad sage beside her, her serpent body stiffening, scales bristling. "Ah, old toad, I never expected to see you again in death. What now? No longer using me as a shield?" Each word seemed to be forced out through clenched teeth, her face contorted with rage. The great toad sage took a deep breath, only to realize that his spiritual form could not inhale. Acknowledging the finality of death, madness and resentment gradually emerged on his face, akin to a beast on the verge of losing control. "If it weren't for your poisonous nature, that flame would never have reached me. You deliberately entangled me in your death and sought to drag me down with you." His hoarse voice echoed, intent on confronting the white snake sage. The white snake sage, unwilling to back down, opened her mouth to retaliate, wishing to tear a piece of flesh from the great toad sage. "Silence." The Sage of Six Paths tapped his staff against the void, sending ripples of energy outward. Both creatures were instantly restrained. Yet, they glared at one another, each wishing to obliterate the other's spirit. "Toad Maru, what transpired? What enemy have you encountered to leave you in such disarray?" The Sage of Six Paths inquired. "Death, one would expect, should lead to dust returning to dust. However, since they were his friends, he wished to understand. Moreover, with both of them deceased, it was evident that a significant event had unfolded in the ninja world." Feeling the restraints on their speech lifted, both creatures fell into a reluctant silence, seemingly reluctant to broach the topic. Observing this, the Sage of Six Paths had no choice but to let them slip into slumber once more. As he prepared to wave his staff again, fear flickered in Toad Maru's eyes. Although he could not change the fact of his death, he understood that the Sage of Six Paths possessed the power to resurrect souls. He also knew that the sage would likely refuse his request. This concern stemmed from their friendship a millennium ago. Yet, he was unwilling to accept his fate. The thought of endless slumber suffocated him. And though he could not breathe now, the feeling overwhelmed him nonetheless. White Feather, a formidable evil that could bring an end to the ninja world, has emerged. We shall die in opposition to it. If you resurrect me, I will safeguard the ninja world this time. The aged voice of Toad Maru conveyed his fervent desire for life. "Ha ha." The white snake sage burst into laughter at Toad Maru's display. Were it not for their spiritual forms, tears would have streamed down her face. Quickly, she regained her composure and retorted, "You, old Toad, are truly cowardly. It was that fellow who sought to imprison us in a zoo. We merely resisted. To speak of world destruction is utterly amusing. Poisonous woman, you truly are a venomous creature." Toad Maru spat, angered by the white snake sage's revelations. He merely wished to survive. What was wrong with that? The Sage of Six Paths, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but shake his head. His former friends had indeed changed, capable of uttering such words. Hearing that they were merely to be imprisoned in a zoo, he sensed it wasn't a grave matter and felt somewhat disheartened, preparing to gesture for their spirits to drift into sleep. However, at that moment, the white snake sage suddenly spoke. "Indeed, a remarkable individual has appeared, Otsutsuki Hakui. You may inquire with the deceased Namikaze Minato about this." Although the white snake granny was unaware of Kagai's matters, she believed that once the Sage of Six Paths understood the events of their past lives, he would take action, likely even opposing Kamisato Chiharu. Thus, all would be well. Chapter 36. Sasuke's transplant of Hashirama cells. After settling a few matters, Chiharu returned to the Hokage's office. Tsunade and Shizune had not accompanied him, as the two were not well acquainted with the others waiting for Chiharu in their past lives. A slug perched on Chiharu's shoulder, and they conversed merrily. The slug promised to assist him in healing and protecting the residents of Konoha during future battles. Chiharu assured her that she would be provided for, and should trouble arise, she could seek him out. The slug rejoiced. Though already powerful, she preferred to have a formidable ally. Upon seeing Chiharu's return, Mikoto and the others displayed excitement. While they had faith in Chiharu, they knew he had just been reborn and lacked the memories of his peak state from his previous life. Meanwhile, the summoning beast from the Holy Land had lived for so many years, perhaps possessing unknown jutsu. Now, witnessing Chiharu's return, their anxiety subsided. "Chiharu, it's a relief to see you safe. I knew you wouldn't lose," Mikoto said, her eyes glimmering with tears. Hong and Azuki also gathered around, regarding Chiharu with concern. "How could I be in any peril? They were merely a few beasts," he replied, shifting his gaze toward the silent Kushina Uzumaki. He directly addressed her, "Uzumaki Kushina. I must inform you that Minato has been controlled by the old toad and has been killed by me. When I gain the strength, I will assist in resurrecting him." At his words, Kushina trembled, her eyes suddenly reddening, tears welling in her gaze, lashes fluttering until they fell. She bit her lip and turned her face away, her shoulders trembling slightly, as she hastily wiped her cheeks, yet could not stem the flow of tears. After regaining a measure of calm, a surge of murderous intent welled in her gaze, and the chakra of the tailed beast began to manifest around her. Is that old toad dead? Though she trusted that this lord would keep his promise, she still mourned that Minato could not escape death. It was all that old toad's fault. Without him, Minato would surely have survived this time. She had convinced Minato in this life, yet the outcome remained unchanged. "Kill him," Chiharu replied succinctly, further assuring Kushina. "But now I cannot slay a spiritual form. Once I grow stronger, I will obliterate that old toad's spirit." At that moment, Mikoto suddenly inquired, "Chiharu-kun, where did Sasuke go? Has he returned to his original timeline?" As her son from another world, she was naturally concerned. "Sasuke? He has come to terms with things and gone to Orochimaru to undergo the transplant of Hashirama's cells. By the time you see him again, he will likely have grown arms." As the pineapple-headed child's eyes sparkled with excitement, he exclaimed, "Really? That is wonderful. Uncle Sasuke will find it much more convenient. But what exactly are the Senju cells?" The little one had too many questions. Qianhuan addressed a few queries with simple responses before resuming his training, extracting the chakra of the nine tails. Meanwhile, in Orochimaru's laboratory, the eerie green incubator housed writhing Senju cells, the dividing tissue expanding within the nutrient solution. Sasuke leaned against the wall with one arm, his crimson Sharingan fixated on Orochimaru's actions. He bore no wariness towards Orochimaru, while not fully trusting him. He believed that their lord would not permit any underhanded actions from him. Curiously, he observed Orochimaru meticulously merging the tissue containing his cells with the Senju cells. This version of Orochimaru seemed quite different from the one he knew, whether it was the ambitious Orochimaru before the Fourth Great Ninja War or the one after. The contrast was striking. Suddenly, he inquired, "Orochimaru, why would someone like you willingly serve Shinuri Qianhuan?" Orochimaru paused momentarily, his golden serpent eyes shifting towards Sasuke, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "This question is rather straightforward. I fell victim to Uchiha Shusui's Koto Ematsukami." His tone was deep and composed, as if stating a simple fact. Sasuke was taken aback, his pupils constricting as he stammered, "What did you say?" He had never considered this possibility, believing instead that Orochimaru had voluntarily chosen to follow their lord. It now appeared that their lord's methods were even more forceful than he had imagined. Orochimaru continued adjusting the nutrient solution, his demeanor unruffled, as if discussing someone else's affairs. "The lord commanded Shursui to alter my will. Even now, knowing I am being manipulated, I feel no inclination to resist." He gently caressed the glass of the incubator, as if admiring his own creation. "Moreover, I find a sense of pleasure within. Since you have realized this, why do you derive pleasure from it?" Sasuke regarded Orochimaru with suspicion. He felt that this version of Orochimaru seemed to have awakened some peculiar trait, finding joy even while being controlled. It was utterly bizarre. Is that legendary Genjutsu truly that formidable? The very essence of not wanting to resist is part of Koto Ematsukami's effect. Even though I am aware of my manipulation, my thoughts and desires naturally gravitate towards loyalty. Orochimaru chuckled softly before adding, "Isn't it intriguing?" At this, Sasuke fell silent once more, gazing intently at Orochimaru. Attempting to discern his true thoughts, he tentatively remarked, "So, by sharing this with me now, do you hope for my assistance in breaking Koto Ematsukami's control?" Orochimaru shook his head. "No, I am merely stating facts. Besides," his smile deepened, "I do not perceive my current state as unfavorable. Serving our Lord not only allows me, with my burgeoning ambitions, to survive, but also enables me to pursue the unfinished endeavors of my past life. In every way, this seems the best outcome. At this point, Orochimaru was disinclined to discuss the matter further. Instead, he expressed interest in Sasuke. Speaking of which, Sasuke-kun, you seem quite familiar with me. Can you share what became of my counterpart in your world? After the Fourth Great Ninja War, you remained in Konoha to assist with research, Sasuke paused, and occasionally helped the 7th Hokage resolve issues. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. That sounds like a rather pleasant fate. I never imagined someone like me would aspire to such a life. Meanwhile, within the incubator, the Senju cells and Sasuke's cells, stimulated by Orochimaru's chakra, gradually began to take the shape of an arm. Both paused their conversation. Orochimaru licked his lips and extracted the pale arm, comparing it to the spot where Sasuke was missing one. He nodded with satisfaction. Sasuke-kun, you didn't need to implant Senju cells like Uchiha Madara to awaken the Rinnegan. I genuinely look forward to your transformation this time. Sasuke complied, walking to the operating table and lying down. At that moment, Orochimaru's expression evoked a flicker of familiarity in Sasuke, reminiscent of how Orochimaru had once looked at him. Chapter 37. Loyalty. That night, the lights in the Raikage's office in Kumobikure remained bright despite the late hour. However, beneath that illumination, Raikage's face was ominously dark. His robust fingers clenched the thin intelligence scroll tightly, his fists poised to shred it into pieces at any moment. Killer Bee, come take a look at this, said in a low voice, tossing the scroll to the recently departed Killer Bee. Killer Bee easily caught the scroll, his expression hidden behind sunglasses, though his rhythmic speech noticeably slowed. Yo, big bro, calling me over this late? Sounds like trouble. As he unfurled the scroll, his sunglasses slipped down an inch, and his arms trembled. What is this? Killer Bee rarely lost his lyrical rhythm, his eyes widening behind his glasses. The first Hokage Senju Hashiramas would release secret technique. The true Thousand Hands arose from behind his desk, his imposing figure casting a shadow. Yet, Hashirama had been dead for decades. How could Konoha still possess a ninja capable of wielding such a formidable wood release? Felt an intense fury rise within him. Why did Konoha always seem to produce such powerful figures? First, there was the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, who altered the course of war single-handedly. Now, a new individual capable of employing the true Thousand Hands had emerged. At that moment, the Eight Tails, Gyuki, alerted Killer Bee. Be cautious. Wood release techniques are highly effective against tailed beasts. Cold sweat beaded on Killer Bee's forehead, but he quickly steadied his breathing and adjusted his sunglasses. Big bro, calm down. This intel could be false. There's no way such a thing could be true. False. Slammed his fist on the desk, splintering the solid wood surface. The spies we dispatched are all missing, and this information was relayed by civilian ninjas. Even so, there are 7 different channels reporting the same intelligence. He continued, moreover, pay attention. The intel mentions a phenomenon where Konoha's ninjas suddenly awakened some memories last night and are now supporting a person named Shinyuri Qian Huan as their emperor. Killer Bee fell into silence, uncertain of how to proceed. However, was pacing the office restlessly. The Ninja World War had occurred multiple times. With each village suffering significant losses, hatred had long taken root. If Konoha suddenly produced a ninja capable of wielding the true Thousand Hands, then their conversation was abruptly interrupted. Yo, listen to me, big bro. This could be the result of Orochimaru's experiments. That guy loves tampering with forbidden techniques. Killer Bee slightly regained his composure and resumed his rap. Halted his steps, frowning. Are you suggesting this is the result of Orochimaru's human experiments? But he quickly dismissed the thought, deeming it unimportant. It was too late to ponder how this had come to be. After a brief silence, A approached the window, gazing at the moon obscured by dark clouds, and gritted his teeth. Regardless of what it is, we cannot remain passive. If Konoha truly possesses a ninja of this caliber, I'm certain the other ninja villages won't wait idly for Konoha to attack. We must unite with the other villages. Big bro, do we need to ally with the Wagakure? Killer Bee asked, a look of inquiry crossing his face, completely devoid of his previous rap rhythm. Unite. But there are no buts. You cannot comprehend the terror of wood release. A made his decision. He harbored animosity towards Inoki, that old fool, yet as a village leader, he understood that he must not only take responsibility for himself, but also for others. Uniting with other ninja villages may still offer a glimmer of hope. However, should we fail to unite or lose even 1 or 2 villages, what awaits us is naught but destruction. 2 hours later, in the village of Kumogakure. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, within a vast plaza, throngs of figures gathered, nearly encompassing all the shinobi of the village. Reikage stood upon a platform, his imposing stature resembling that of an iron tower. With arms crossed, his piercing gaze swept over every individual present, while the thunder emblem on his cloak fluttered unnaturally in the stillness. "Esteemed colleagues," he began, his voice resonating not loudly but akin to a thunderclap in the ears of all. "Just moments ago, we received confirmed intelligence. Konoha possesses a wood-release ninja capable of executing the true Thousand Hands technique." A wave of suppressed gasps erupted from the crowd. The elder shinobi's expressions shifted dramatically, while the younger ones exchanged puzzled glances. "Indeed, it is the very technique of Hashirama Senju," stated coldly. "Konoha has concealed such a trump card until now. Do you comprehend what this implies?" He slammed his foot down onto the platform, causing the sturdy stone surface to shatter instantly, debris scattering. "This signifies they have reached their limits, compelled to wager their final card. And this card possesses the potential to alter the course of battle. Therefore, we of Kumogakure must not grant them a moment's respite." Effective immediately, Kumogakure enters a state of heightened readiness. As Reikage continued issuing orders, the expressions of the shinobi below gradually transformed from shock to fervor for battle. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that it was nearing midnight. As he concluded his statement, the clock struck 12. At that instant, memories from a past life surged into the minds of all present. A silence engulfed the multitude of thousands, save for the occasional cries of anguish triggered by the resurfacing memories. Among those lamenting were Reikage, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, and nearly all of Kumogakure's elite shinobi. The expressions of the other ordinary shinobi also shifted in that moment. However, no one moved. Reikage regained his composure and exchanged a knowing glance with Killer Bee. They both understood the gravity of the situation. They had all regained memories of a previous life, during which they had been mercilessly annihilated by Shinjiro Sunkan. They finally grasped why Konoha had unveiled the true Thousand Hands technique. It was undoubtedly the work of that man. Thus, Reikage proclaimed, "It is evident that you have all awakened your memories. That man, Shinjiro Sunkan, is indeed the one who wields the true Thousand Hands technique, and he is responsible for the obliteration of Kumogakure." He paused, shifting his gaze to the crowd below, only to discover that, apart from the higher-ups and elite shinobi, nearly everyone else was watching him with an eerie expression. A wave of dread washed over him. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to continue. "This time, we have all been reborn. And Shinjiro has also just been reborn. His powers are limited. Thus, we shall succeed in eliminating him. Wherever lightning strikes, the land turns to ash. Let us vanquish him." He awaited the other shinobi to join him in a rallying cry. Yet unexpectedly, a relatively unknown chunin called out from the crowd, "Shadow? Merely a figure consigned to the annals of history. And now you dare audaciously proclaim to slay our sovereign? How dare you?" Reikage felt his scalp prickle in response. Fury surged within him. He regarded the bold individual as a fool, as a spy for Shinjiro. That person should have remained concealed. Instead, they had the audacity to confront him directly. His eyes sparked with fury as he glared at the individual, but he remained silent, anticipating others to restrain the audacious speaker. Yet, another voice emerged from the crowd. "How laughable. If you possess such courage, then challenge our sovereign yourself, and let the entire village follow you to ruin. You are a beast. Thankfully, I have awakened my memories. Otherwise, I would have fallen victim to your deception." Reikage activated his lightning chakra mode, his rage reaching an apex. One after another, individuals arose to condemn and ridicule him. Were they truly unafraid of death? If so, he would grant them their wish. He would make an example of these too, demonstrating the grave consequences of betrayal. However, more voices began to rise in malicious derision. "Eliminate them. These parasites dare to oppose our sovereign. What is Reikage compared to our sovereign? We do not need these worthless higher-ups. Reikage sycophants deserve 1,000 deaths. Not a single one shall escape. Hang them up. I wish to view the Eight-Tails chakra. You all have gone mad." Mad. Reikage's furious roar echoed across the plaza. His rugged visage contorted in disbelief. As he surveyed the surroundings, those who had once fought alongside him regarded him with scornful eyes. And the air was thick with an oppressive tension. "Awaken. Our enemy is Shinjiro Sunkan. Awaken." But all he received in response were scoffs and laughter. He could not fathom why such animosity was directed at him. Their true enemy should be that man. Why was this happening? Had they all fallen under an illusion? This sentiment resonated among the higher-ups of Kumobikure, who were equally distressed. Brother, you must remain calm. Killer B hurriedly ascended the platform to restrain A, fearing he might act impulsively and commit an irreversible act. Yet the shinobi below could not remain composed, for Reikage A's actions had blasphemed their sovereign. Suddenly, a shuriken hurtled toward Reikage A, igniting chaos throughout the gathering. The ninja below began unleashing ninjutsu against A and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Despite both A and B being formidable, they could not suppress their fear in the face of such madness. In that moment, Reikage A recalled his father, who had faced the army of Awagakure alone, a feat requiring unparalleled courage, one he could not yet muster. Moreover, he discovered that some of the jutsu unleashed by the shinobi were techniques he had never encountered. Fortunately, with the protection of their lightning armor and the tailed beast cloak, the two sustained no injuries. However, others were not so fortunate. Samu! Killer B shouted in fury. As his disciple Samu was suddenly ambushed, a kunai piercing her delicate neck. Blood gushed forth as it was withdrawn. Yet, there was no time for him to express his rage, for more individuals launched their assaults. Thousands of kunai rained down upon the platform like a torrential storm, while lightning-style ninjutsu surged like a swarm of serpents. With circumstances spiraling out of control, Reikage A could only flee the scene, dragging the distraught Killer B, who was on the verge of entering tailed beast transformation, with him. Such events transpired nearly simultaneously across all ninja villages. Those who had followed Sunkan in their past life spontaneously sought to eliminate their village's leader. Meanwhile, members of the Akatsuki organization awakened their past memories as well. They were currently engaged in a remote conference using the body flicker technique. Within the dimly lit cave, colorful illusions intertwined to form vague silhouettes. And beside them stood the Outer Path's Gedomazo. Their numbers were still few. The Akatsuki had not yet grown to its later formidable size. Present were Sasori of the Red Sand, Haiden, Deidara, Tobi, Kurizetsu, Konan, and Pain's Deva Path. The Rinnegan of Pain's Deva Path glimmered coldly in the shadows. You must have memories of your past lives. Speak, how shall we confront Kamizuki Izanami? Although Nagato hesitated to voice this query, he had felt the formidable power of that individual in his previous life. He was no match. The opponent had not even granted him the opportunity to react. Thus, relying on himself offered no hope. And he turned his gaze to the enigmatic figure of the masked man, Uchiha Obito. At that moment, Kakuzu's emerald eyes flickered, seemingly imbued with fear. He spoke first. 5 hearts were obliterated in a single blow. We might as well disband here rather than face certain death at his hands. Is Elder Kakuzu truly so cowardly? You might as well withdraw from Akatsuki, Obito retorted with a tone laced with flippant mockery. That man was indeed terrifying. Yet he was determined to eliminate him in this lifetime. Kakuzu's spectral green eyes suddenly constricted, and the embodiment of his dread, Jashin, manifested beside him, filling the air with an icy intent to kill. Do you think I have survived for over 90 years merely by hiding in a bounty office counting money? Yet you, Obito, were absent when our organization fell. If you seek death, I shall gladly remove your heart to serve as my spare. For your existence is but a waste of our resources. The atmosphere within the cave plummeted to a freezing silence, the gazes of the other members shifting between the two. Oh dear, Elder Kakuzu is about to commit murder, Obito remarked in an exaggerated tone. However, he soon felt disinterested, realizing that continuing this charade was futile. He shifted his tone to one of cold resolve. Cowardice is not a sin. Allowing your own weakness to influence others is the true transgression. This time is different. We hold the advantage. All eyes turned to Obito, eager to discern any viable strategy he might propose. Yet, their hopes were tempered by the knowledge that this was his first appearance, and his stark contrast in demeanor suggested he might be a fool. However, Nagato and Konan understood Obito's true identity and were curious about what insights the esteemed Uchiha Madara might offer. Oh, what advantage do you speak of? Kagaya suddenly inquired, her yellow irises glinting with interest. She was keenly aware of this matter. In his previous life, as the longest living member of the organization, he had undoubtedly survived until the time of his mother's rescue. With someone now assisting him, he would not allow his pieces to be compromised. Time, Obito declared, his voice laced with bitterness. Do you know what time it is now? In my past life, that individual did not approach us until a year later. As far as I know, he is merely a fugitive now, lacking the strength he once possessed. His eyes brimmed with hatred as he recalled how Kamizuki Izanami had resurrected Rin before his eyes, exposing all his past actions, leaving him haunted by her disappointed gaze and her words. Obito, you are truly pathetic. Life had lost its meaning for him. But now, Reborn, he could eliminate that man before he could grow powerful. The others fell into contemplation. However, Kaguya interjected, speaking of the past, your corpses have yet to cool. And that man has already achieved peace in the ninja world. I believe we may not need to confront him. Is not the leader's aim to establish peace? After speaking, she fixed her gaze intently on Pain, seeking to glean his decision from his expression. She understood that both Nagato and Conan, the visible leaders of the organization, ardently desired peace in the ninja world. She hoped her words would quell any animosity they might hold. Following Kaguya's statement, silence enveloped the cave once more. After a moment of contemplation, Pain raised his head, his Rinnegan emanating a cold purple light, as if capable of devouring all vitality. His orange hair swirled slightly with the chakra's fluctuations as he lifted his hands and declared, the peace Kamizuki Izanami seeks is built upon hypocrisy. Without experiencing comparable suffering, humanity will never grasp the weight of peace. His methods merely shift the burden of war to the next generation. Conan observed Pain quietly, her stance unwavering. I support the leader's decision. If anyone wishes to withdraw, you may do so now. The enemy is formidable, and I will not force anyone. Her voice was calm and resolute, offering her unconditional support for Nagato's decision. Kaguya shook her head slightly, amused by the apparent determination of the Akatsuki's visible leader to resist to the end. However, she found his words somewhat laughable. Had the king not ascended to the Six Paths level, perhaps his assertions would hold merit. Yet they were unaware that those who reached the Six Paths transcended life and death. Only one would sit upon the throne in the future. Therefore, what Nagato spoke of could not come to pass. Still, she chose not to voice her dissent, for these individuals were merely her pawns. If given the opportunity, and they failed to seize it, only death awaited them. As for Uchiha Obito, he was beyond the need for reminders. Obito nodded, glancing at Kaguya, who appeared indifferent, and stated, I also support the leader's decision. We must eradicate that nefarious Kamizuki Izanami. With Obito's endorsement, the others quickly aligned themselves, recalling how mercilessly Izanami had acted in their previous lives, leaving none alive. Seeing his comrades rally behind him, Pain nodded decisively, issuing the final command. Day after tomorrow, no. Tomorrow night, we shall assemble near the Hidden Leaf Village for a surprise attack on Kamizuki Izanami. Meanwhile, Kamizuki Izanami, observing the intermittent chakra of the Nine Tails emanating from Kushina, felt a deep discontent. After nearly a full day of absorption, he had scarcely reached the second tier of chi refinement. Regrettably, he had not grasped any new ninjutsu during this time, as his repeated siphoning of the Nine Tails chakra had slowed its extraction rate. The Nine Tails rate of refinement clearly could not keep pace with his absorption speed. If only he could acquire multiple tailed beasts, his progress would accelerate exponentially. For him, seeking out tailed beasts posed a considerable challenge, as the entire ninja world was vast, and the tailed beasts were scattered across the four great nations. Sending others to capture them was feasible, yet their speed remained sluggish. He could not predict when a formidable adversary might strike. Spending 10 days or half a month to capture a single-tailed beast could render the effort moot, should he no longer require them by that time. Hence, he needed to hasten this process. He could not help but think how beneficial it would be to possess the Flying Thunder God technique. Unfortunately, Minato had already met his demise at his hands, and even had he survived, the Minato controlled by the great sage of the Toad would not heed his commands. Thus, he was left to devise alternative methods, as the others around him drifted into slumber, and with Kushina lacking expertise in this area, he shifted his focus to the sealing scroll of Konoha. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Dark Walking Technique, for symbol seal, 8 Gates of Death, Impure World Reincarnation. Kamizuki Izanami perused each technique until he suddenly halted. Impure World Reincarnation. Yes, why can't I ask Orochimaru to help me resurrect the first Hokage? His chakra reserves should surpass even that of the Nine Tails. Furthermore, following my previous training with Kakashi, I discovered my ability to absorb another's chakra. If I could siphon the chakra of those resurrected, what effects would that yield? If possible, he could acquire a few more portable chargers. alleviating his concerns regarding the duration required for capturing the tailed beasts. Kushina, this is where we shall conclude for today. You may return to rest, Chihuan remarked to Kushina, who was patiently waiting nearby. After all, it was rather late, and the Nine Tails had been thoroughly exhausted. To keep her waiting any longer would be somewhat impolite. As you command, Your Majesty. Kushina respectfully bowed before departing. As she took her leave, she inadvertently cast a glance at the monarch and was struck by the realization that he seemed transformed, his aura ethereal and captivating. It compelled one to gaze longer. Yet upon doing so, a sense of inferiority would inevitably arise, evoking an overwhelming self-consciousness. Within Orochimaru's experimental facility, Sasuke gazed intently at his left hand, pale and slender, seemingly akin to any ordinary hand, yet beneath the surface lay astonishing power. He slowly clenched his fist, the coordination of bone and muscle nearly flawless. As if this arm had never known loss. The strength of Hashirama Senju was indeed unparalleled. Suddenly, a wooden spike erupted from his left hand before retracting, showcasing the power of wood release, which he had now mastered. Simultaneously, he felt the chakra within him swell to oceanic proportions, magnitudes beyond what he had previously experienced. In the next moment, his Rinnegan manifested. Since depleting the Six Paths Sage's Yin chakra, the chakra required for each use of the Rinnegan had been exorbitantly high. However, now, that sensation had vanished entirely. Additionally, he discovered that his Tensho power had returned to its peak, if not stronger. Whenever he desired, he could exchange with the surrounding air. A stark contrast to his previous limitations, where he could only interact with solid objects like stones after exhausting the Six Paths Yin chakra. This was a comprehensive augmentation. As Sasuke's strength surged, so too did his ambition. He resolved that upon returning to his own world, he would immediately become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and subsequently annihilate Kaguya Otsutsuki. He intended to use her remains to nourish the Ten Tails. Chapter 40. Chihuan. What heights have you truly attained? So how is it, Sasuke-kun? Your adaptation seems to be swifter than I anticipated, Orochimaru observed, his gaze narrowing as he watched the flames flickering in Sasuke's eyes. I am well, thank you. Sasuke continued to flex his left hand, attempting various hand signs. As long as you are satisfied, Orochimaru said, before posing an unexpected question. Sasuke-kun, how does the version of me from your world compare to this one? A rare glint of competitiveness flickered in Orochimaru's serpentine eyes. He typically held disdain for comparisons, save for those involving his alternate selves. Sasuke paused, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Your prowess surpasses that of my world's Orochimaru. He likely hasn't achieved such a level of flawless transplantation. Was he feeling competitive towards his other self? This revelation rendered Orochimaru somewhat endearing. Yet, Sasuke spoke truthfully. Technically speaking, this Orochimaru was undoubtedly superior. This endeavor was not merely about merging Hashirama's cells. It involved integrating his own cells with Hashirama's, rendering them entirely compatible. Even if his counterpart could accomplish this, he could not possibly fabricate such a result in a short time frame using chakra. Ha ha ha, Orochimaru chuckled darkly, his golden pupils glimmering in the shadows. To gain Sasuke-kun's recognition is truly delightful. At that moment, the metallic door of the laboratory creaked open. Chihuan stepped inside. Unbeknownst to him, he was enveloped in a subtle, ethereal glow, a transformation upon breaking through to the second level of chi refinement, which was quite pronounced due to its recent occurrence. Sasuke and Orochimaru both shifted their attention, and Sasuke's Rinnegan activated uncontrollably. He perceived not the familiar outline of a human, but rather a mass of chakra, its density tangible, instilling a sense of existential pressure. It was noteworthy that when he had seen this monarch during the day, the difference was striking. He was indeed the figure who once unified the ninja world. And such growth was unprecedented. Orochimaru instinctively took a half-step back, sensing that the figure before him was beyond his capacity to confront. The two acclimated to this phenomenon before it subsided. While Sasuke scrutinized Chihuan, Chihuan was equally observant of Sasuke. Upon entering, he had immediately noted Sasuke standing before the operating table, still engaged in moving his pallid arm. When Sasuke lifted his gaze, Chihuan astutely detected a fleeting spark in his eyes, not the usual cold demeanor of an adult Sasuke, but a long-lost, aggressive ambition. It was uncertain whether this was a byproduct of Hashirama's cells or the result of restored strength. However, this was fortuitous, as Sasuke's world was indeed under siege by Kaguya. necessitating a figure to rise to the occasion. In this lifetime, devoid of a system, Shihuan also had to confront Kaguya, making the presence of a Six Paths level ally exceedingly advantageous. This atmosphere did not linger long. Shihuan's lips curled into a smile as he spoke. Sasuke, it appears the operation was a resounding success. Congratulations on your return to prominence. Sasuke nodded slightly, replying, I owe my gratitude to your Majesty for allowing Orochimaru here to assist. The integration was swifter and more flawless than I had anticipated. Rather than exhibiting arrogance from his newfound power, he remained exceedingly courteous. He continued, Thank you once again, your Majesty. I shall remember this favor and will offer my assistance when necessary. His tone was subdued, yet laced with unparalleled confidence, as though no one in their ninja world could rival him. Shihuan certainly sensed Sasuke's self-assurance, and his smile broadened. Your strength is indeed needed. I have just been reborn and have yet to regain my peak power. My adversaries from my past life will seek me out one by one, but rest assured, the timing will align with Kaguya's impending assault. Very well, I shall remain nearby until her arrival. Sasuke promptly agreed. Your Majesty, do you have specific plans for your visit? Orochimaru inquired, realizing that Shihuan's purpose extended beyond merely observing Sasuke's transformation. Shihuan turned to face Orochimaru, his voice steady yet commanding. I require you to perform the reanimation jutsu on the first Hokage. As you command. Orochimaru responded instantaneously, almost reflexively bowing. He happened to possess Hashirama's cells. Licking his lips as he stated, Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. I will cultivate a white zetsu as a vessel for you. According to the forbidden experiment management regulations you decreed in your previous life, I can only use a white zetsu as a vessel. However, if you are in urgent need, I have ample materials at hand. How long will it take to cultivate a white zetsu? Shihuan inquired. 1 hour, Orochimaru replied. No matter. Proceed with the cultivation of the white zetsu. Shihuan nodded, having expected a longer duration. He was pleasantly surprised by Orochimaru's efficiency. It seemed his decision to have Shursui utilize Kotoa Mitsukami to control Orochimaru had indeed proven wise. Orochimaru retrieved a sealing scroll from his sleeve, unsealing it to reveal a fragment of Hashirama's tissue, and began to operate the culture dish. Under the influence of chakra, the tissue began to grow gradually. Sasuke cast a curious glance. Your Majesty, why do you wish to perform the reanimation jutsu on Hashirama Senju? He asked. He found himself somewhat perplexed. Despite his current strength, why was there a need to summon that individual? Did this sovereign truly doubt his capabilities? Did he believe he could not protect them? I intend to utilize the unique characteristics of the impure world reincarnation, Shihuan explained to Sasuke. Those resurrected through this technique can acquire boundless chakra. And I happen to possess a training method that allows me to absorb chakra. Sasuke's Rinnegan suddenly constricted, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Absorb chakra for training? His deep voice, rarely filled with such astonishment, left him momentarily dumbfounded. In an instant, everything clicked in his mind. So that was it. He finally understood why this sovereign could grow at such an alarming pace. The ability to directly devour others' chakra for cultivation. Such a method was unheard of, even in the most forbidden tomes. It was worth noting that their faction boasted the presence of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Yet now they needed to rely on impure world reincarnation to replenish chakra. This signified that even the nearly limitless chakra supply of the Nine-Tails could not keep pace with this sovereign's absorption rate. What an absurd efficiency! Moreover, this chakra absorption method completely contradicted the established principles of the ninja world. Even more frightening was the implication that this might not be a bloodline limit, but rather a reproducible training system. The ingenuity of its creator could rival that of the Sage of Six Paths, who established the ninja religion itself. Shihuan, you stand at an extraordinary height. It appears the power structure of this world is destined for redefinition. Chapter 41. Mastering New Ninjutsu. Golden Flame. Sasuke's heart remained tumultuous. The sense of superiority he had just gained from the Hashirama cells vanished entirely. He was merely an individual who had grown to his current state through the power of his lineage, utterly incomparable to the person before him. He knew that this sovereign, named Kamizari Shihuan, had no bloodline limits, yet had managed to unify the ninja world in his past life. In comparison, he felt like nothing more than a waste. Relying on bloodlines, on his brother, on the Sage of Six Paths, and now on the Hashirama cells to reach this point, while this sovereign stood invincible on his own merit. It was no wonder the people of this world held such deep respect for him, and why the world's essence would choose him. Sasuke's gaze towards Kamizari Chihuahua transformed. It was now filled with admiration akin to that of a devoted fan. Orochimaru also shifted his attention, revealing an expression of keen interest. "Your Majesty, may I experience it?" Sasuke looked at Kamizari Chihuahua with fervor. "Experience what?" Chihuahua was taken aback, unaware of the multitude of thoughts swirling in Sasuke's mind or how his perception had changed. "I wish to feel the intensity of your chakra absorption." Sasuke's eyes gleamed with fervent anticipation. "Very well, let us proceed." Chihuahua readily acquiesced to Sasuke's request. In his life thus far, he had never encountered anyone so eager to become a vessel. He placed one hand on Sasuke's shoulder and swiftly formed hand seals with the other. "What is this?" Sasuke felt a heaviness on his shoulder as an uncanny sensation of withdrawal washed over him. He could distinctly feel his chakra being forcibly extracted, pouring out like a flood released from a dam. The power coursing through his veins was rapidly depleting. Even the strength of his Rinnegan seemed to wane at that moment. This sensation of forcible extraction was more uncomfortable than the torment he endured from Itachi's Tsukuyomi, akin to being doused with cold water in winter. In a mere moment of contact, Chihuahua had drained an amount of chakra equivalent to an A-rank ninjutsu. What a terrifying rate of absorption. Were he an ordinary ninja, he would likely be drained instantly. Though he thought this, as the last glory of the Uchiha clan, he refused to allow himself to succumb so quickly. Thus, the two remained locked in a stalemate, one in discomfort, the other in exhilaration. A faint smile curled at the corners of Chihuahua's mouth. He felt a surge of energy, distinct from that of the Nine Tails, continuously flowing into his body, awakening or perhaps completing something within him. Yet, this was no simple feat, perhaps due to Sasuke's Rinnegan, which resisted instinctively. The absorption proved far more challenging than siphoning chakra from the Nine Tails. Rather than feeling anger, Chihuahua found himself increasingly exhilarated. Continue to struggle. The more you resist, the more thrilling it becomes. He guided this energy to circulate within his body, breaking it down, purifying it, and integrating it into his own training system. As he absorbed more of Sasuke's chakra, he approached a critical threshold. Truly, Sasuke is worthy of having Hashirama's cells implanted. He possesses an astonishing quantity of chakra, rivaling a fully revitalized Nine Tails. Chihuahua marveled internally. Orochimaru had been observing the situation closely. His pupils widened in shock, but soon, a fervor for research resurfaced. He fixated on every subtle motion of Chihuahua as he formed seals, attempting to decipher the underlying mysteries. First, induce the target's energy flow through chakra resonance at a specific frequency, guiding it towards oneself. Then use sealing techniques as a transitional vessel, and finally, perform molecular-level chakra purification. He rapidly constructed a theoretical model in his mind. However, while Chihuahua's actions appeared straightforward, comprehending their principles was an insurmountable challenge. This was a masterful technique that perfectly fused ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and sage arts, a feat that transcended his understanding, something only a deity could achieve. Truly, this was the sovereign's brilliance. The stalemate between Sasuke and Chihuahua only ceased when Chihuahua decided to halt, as he had pierced through that membrane and surpassed the critical point. Upon reaching the second layer of chi refinement, he no longer needed to process the absorbed chakra. His body would automatically handle that, and he merely needed to absorb it. After undergoing this processing, he discovered that he had once again mastered a brand new ninjutsu. He raised his palm, and a golden flame manifested within it. What is this? Upon sensing the cessation of chakra being extracted from within him, Sasuke's gaze shifted to the golden flame in Chihuahua's hand. He felt a familiar aura radiating from this golden flame, reminiscent of his Amaterasu. However, it seemed different from the flames of Amaterasu. I have only just grasped this ability. Further experimentation is necessary. Just grasped? You mean to say that by absorbing my chakra, you have attained a flame akin to Amaterasu? Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Once again astonished by the training method developed by the sovereign, he fixed his gaze intently on the golden flames dancing in Chihuahua's hand. What a jest! Amaterasu is a Kekai Genkai technique, and this man can replicate it merely by absorbing chakra? Even more terrifying is the fact that he is not of Uchiha blood. Chihuahua placed a small twig into the golden flame, yet the fire showed no signs of change, and the twig remained unburned. He shook his head, realizing that this flame did not consume physical matter. He did not express disappointment. After all, special flames often wield greater power, and this was still a ninjutsu without hand seals. Nevertheless, He had no intention of using this power against a living being and would wait for Orochimaru's impure world reincarnation. For if it were a dead person, he would bear no psychological burden. Thus, Chihuan waited in Orochimaru's laboratory for several minutes. Sasuke remained as well, eager to witness whether Chihuan's experiment would succeed. At that moment, Orochimaru completed his cultivation, one hand holding Hashirama's cells and the other a white zetsu. He licked his lips, eagerly anticipating what would transpire next. Would the sovereign's chakra absorption speed surpass that of the resurrected individual's chakra recovery? Summoning impure world reincarnation. Orochimaru's jutsu unfurled upon the ground, and the body of white zetsu gradually contorted, transforming into the visage of the legendary Senju Hashirama. However, the transformation halted midway, and white zetsu reverted to its original form. A sudden narrowing of Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes signaled his astonishment. This was an unprecedented occurrence for him. "What is happening, Orochimaru?" asked Senju Kage, his voice laced with a chilling intensity. He had not anticipated such a twist of fate. "Your Majesty, it could be due to the resurrection of Senju Hashirama, or perhaps the interference of a higher power. Regardless of the cause, we must treat this with utmost seriousness," Orochimaru replied, a venomous glint in his eyes. Failing to execute such a straightforward task for His Majesty was a grave disappointment. Chapter 42. You will regret this, Hayashi. A weight settled in Senju Kage's heart as he contemplated the unforeseen events. If Hashirama were merely reanimated through impure reincarnation, it would be manageable. However, he suspected the likelihood that he had been resurrected or intercepted by a more formidable entity. Such a possibility complicated matters significantly, indicating that the Sage of Six Paths had likely begun to meddle in the affairs of the ninja world. This was a straightforward deduction. Besides Sasuke, the only other wielder of the Rinnegan was Nagato, who had no reason to resurrect Hashirama. Thus, it could only be the Sage of Six Paths behind this. But had not the letter from his past self stated that the sage would be the last to know? How was it that he was aware now? This remained conjecture. The only way to ascertain the truth would be to attempt Orochimaru's impure reincarnation of Uchiha Itachi. Then what of Uchiha Itachi? Senju Kage inquired. Orochimaru shook his head. "Your Majesty, I currently lack the biological material necessary for Obito's impure reincarnation." "Very well, then assist me in summoning a being with a substantial chakra reserve." A flicker of disappointment crossed Senju Kage's face. If they could not ascertain the truth, they would have to continue to bolster their strength to resolve this crisis. Orochimaru noted the frustration in his demeanor, lamenting his own inadequacy for failing to meet the expectations of such a revered figure. "This morning, the chakra of the Great Toad and the White Snake Sage was quite impressive," Sasuke suggested. Moreover, both summonings possessed ample sage chakra. He wished to see if His Majesty could absorb sage chakra. "That may not be feasible, Sasuke-kun. I have yet to attempt the impure reincarnation of a summoning beast. And the white zetsu we have prepared resembles a humanoid, not a creature," Orochimaru countered. "Then let us proceed with the impure reincarnation of Danzo. It would be a case of utilizing waste effectively," Senju Kage proposed. Among the available shadow-level powerhouses, only Shimura Danzo and Minato Namikaze came to mind. Given Minato's ties to Sasuke, experimenting with the golden flames in front of him would be inappropriate. Thus, Danzo was the most suitable target. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, as he indeed had access to Danzo's cellular material from prior transplants involving Hashirama's cells. Impure world reincarnation. The form of white zetsu twisted and transformed once more, seamlessly becoming Shimura Danzo. "You will regret this, Hayashi." Danzo's eyes, now tainted with the corruption of impure reincarnation, opened wide. His withered visage twisted in rage, unable to accept the bitter reality of having been slain by his closest friend. Yet even in death, his first thoughts were of Sarutobi Hayashi. How tragic. "Your dependency on my son, Sarutobi Hayashi, is truly pathological, yearning for him to regret your demise." Senju Kage's voice echoed in Danzo's mind. "Ah, so it is you. You abominable creature." Danzo's gaze focused on the strikingly handsome countenance of Senju Kage, his fragmented body trembling violently. "Hayashi, that fool." Danzo's voice emerged as if dragged from the depths of hell, fragments of his form crumbling as he realized the indignity of recognizing a thief as his father. Orochimaru chortled hoarsely, "Lord Danzo, what is there to lament? Your former master now bears the heavy burden of overseeing the entire land of fire." "Silence," Danzo bellowed, fully comprehending his current state. He realized that he had been summoned back to this world by the devilish machinations of Senju Kage. Did it mean his spirit would once again be tormented? 49 days? Do you know how I endured those 49 days? Danzo's body trembled as he made a fateful decision. His hands formed seals rapidly, and his impure body swelled. Since Hayashi has fallen so low, then I shall take you all with me. For symbol seal. A glint of satisfaction crossed his eyes. In such confined quarters, even this devil could not hope to escape. I advise you to conserve your strength, Orochimaru interjected, forming a single-handed tiger seal. A cold smirk graced his lips. Not even Senju Hashirama could evade the control of his impure reincarnation, let alone a mere Danzo. Should he fail once more, he would gladly take his own life before his Majesty. Indeed, in an instant, Danzo's movements ceased entirely. He could not even utter a word. Sasuke's Rinnegan flared to life. Should Danzo make any untoward moves, he would not hesitate to eliminate the old fool once more. Contemplating the fact that in this timeline, the Uchiha clan had not been exterminated solely because Senju Kage had first dealt with the Konoha F4, a fire ignited within Sasuke's heart. His ire surged. Were Danzo not a mere tool of his Majesty, he would have long since demonstrated the might of Amaterasu against the old man. Danzo's malevolent expression suddenly froze. He became aware of a naturally sinister Uchiha glaring at him with palpable hatred, though he did not recall such an Uchiha. The threat emanating from those eyes, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan, was unmistakable. It seems you still do not grasp the situation, Senju Kage stated, raising his hand. A golden flame erupted from his palm. Danzo's pupils dilated. This flame, the very one that had scorched his soul for 49 days, signaled that this devil was poised to torment him anew. Though the body of impure reincarnation could not feel pain, his soul was acutely aware. He had endured this experience in his past life. Would this devil once again use his soul as a wick and ignite it anew? Senju Kage, Orochimaru, are you both devils intent on tormenting me? Danzo exclaimed in a hoarse cry. Oh, a look of intrigue flickered in Senju Kage's eyes. Why do you react so strongly to this flame, old man? Have you encountered it in your previous life? Humph, you feign ignorance. Danzo retorted with a scoff. Though he was on the brink of a breakdown, he refused to yield. After all, during those 49 days, he had not submitted, and it had proven futile. This man before him was indeed a devil, and the more he yielded, the more he suffered, which only seemed to delight him. Seeing Danzo's defiance, Senju Kage chuckled. He had not expected the old man to possess such resilience. Yet, he was curious as to why Danzo so feared the flames he had conjured. Regardless, it mattered little. He would soon discover the truth. With that, he infused his chakra into the golden flames, which surged violently. In an instant, the flames leapt up Danzo's arm. Chapter 43. What a pity, Obito. Danzo gazed at the flames consuming his arm with terror etched across his features. He would never forget the excruciating pain. However, he could not resist, only able to watch helplessly as the flames climbed up his arm. This golden fire was not ferocious. It merely began to burn slowly from Danzo's fingertips. Danzo emitted a scream that was far from human, a haunting sound reminiscent of being simultaneously served by 100 Chio in swimwear. Amidst the cries of despair and unwillingness, the Sharingan embedded in his right arm closed one by one, as if fearing this power. His arm began to disintegrate. The dirt of the impure reincarnation unable to mend the parts scorched by the golden flames, leaving him to watch his existence gradually erased. When the flames had consumed Danzo's entire arm, Qianhuan waved his hand and retracted the fire. He needed to keep this power bank. It was then that he understood why Danzo was so terrified. The might of these flames was indeed formidable. It was akin to obliterating Danzo's very soul, reminiscent of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki's assault on a body of impure reincarnation. In his previous life, he had mastered such flames. Orochimaru stood half a step behind Qianhuan, his golden pupils narrowing to slits, his throat involuntarily swallowing as a long-forgotten shiver ascended his spine. He could not help but think that if such flames existed, they could truly annihilate him. Flames capable of directly incinerating the soul. Orochimaru's voice was hoarser than usual, trembling with an indescribable excitement. Your Majesty, have you already entered the realm of the divine? He referred to the six paths level of power. For only by reaching that level could one inflict harm upon the soul. Qianhuan shook his head, certain that he had yet to attain that level. After all, some divine arts of the six paths demonstrated the ability to obliterate the earth's surface, and even the complete Susanoo of the super shadow-level Uchiha Obito could cleave mountains in two. Yet, he was not there yet. The chakra of Sasuke-kun could give rise to such power. Orochimaru's tongue lightly licked his dry lips, his eyes gleaming with a morbid fervor. He grew increasingly intrigued by the Uchiha Sasuke of another world. Sasuke-kun, you truly deserve to be one of the strongest in the ninja world. Sasuke had previously been astonished by the effects of the golden flames. Little did he expect these flames to surpass his Amaterasu, incinerating the soul. This was the ultimate fire. However, upon seeing Orochimaru's fervent gaze, he recalled some rather unpleasant memories and could not help but lament that Orochimaru's current state in their world was far better. Your Majesty Qianhuan is impressive. My Amaterasu can only burn material. An unnatural expression crossed Sasuke's face. You damn devil, Qianhuan. Danzo's visage contorted as he broke free from the agony of his burning soul, his eyes ablaze with hatred and fear. How dare you desecrate the souls of the deceased? My will shall never perish. Danzo, do you truly believe that your soul, now burned away, can return to the Pure Land? How did you come up with such a delightful notion? But worry not, I am not entirely malevolent. Once I am satisfied, I shall return you. Qianhuan's gaze was icy, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a barely perceptible smile, as if relishing the final struggles of his prey. Your hatred is even more delectable than I imagined, he whispered, placing a hand on Danzo's shoulder. With his other hand, he began to form seals. Instantly, the chakra within Danzo surged forth like a tidal wave, transforming into a ghostly blue energy stream that flowed into Qianhuan's body through his arm. However, unlike the chakra absorbed from the Nine Tails or Sasuke, Danzo's chakra bore an eerie chill. This could be attributed to the fact that Danzo was a body of impure reincarnation. Nonetheless, he paid little mind to this detail. After all, he could sense the foundational chakra technique advancing once more. Moreover, his body seemed to revel in this energy, serving as a form of replenishment. He was merely uncertain what skills he might awaken this time. His growth was rapid. He felt that he could reach the third layer of chi refinement by the end of the night. Yet, this was unfortunate for Danzo. As Qianhuan absorbed chakra at an accelerated pace, Danzo's body inevitably approached death, yet he was already dead, resulting in a continuous cycle of dying and recovering. Orochimaru, one Danzo is insufficient. Summon forth more with special abilities for me, Qianhuan commanded. Although the bodies of impure reincarnation restored chakra faster than that extracted from the Nine Tails, there remained a significant interval. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, after the Akatsuki's meeting had concluded, Uchiha Obito moved alone, his Sharingan concealed beneath his mask, staring blankly ahead. His destination was Konoha. He intended to witness Qianhuan's destruction firsthand, even if he did not need to intervene in the actions planned for the following night. Furthermore, he sought to reclaim the Sharingan from Kakashi, for even if Nagato and the others failed, he would remain unscathed. He eagerly anticipated the power of his dual Kamui. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been targeted. Kagaya's will, Black Zetsu, had long been lurking in his shadow. Without a trace, without a fluctuation of chakra, even the intent to kill was perfectly concealed. He was the embodiment of Otsutsuki Kagaya's will, her son, manipulating the ninja world from behind the scenes for millennia. Having toyed with Madara at his whim, how could a mere Uchiha Obito ever detect him? He had no intention of killing Obito, this pawn, but alas, he obstructed his path to save his mother. Oblivious, Obito walked on. At that moment, Black Zetsu silently emerged from the ground, its pitch-black arm piercing Obito's chest like a steel beam. Blood gushed forth as Obito stiffened, his pupils dilating in shock. He glanced down at the dark arm protruding from his chest, disbelief etched across his face. Who could have silently launched such a surprise attack? This black arm felt oddly familiar. What a pity, Obito, Black Zetsu's chilling voice whispered in his ear. You could have been a compliant pawn. Obito attempted to struggle, but Black Zetsu's arm had sealed off all his chakra, rendering even his Sharingan useless. This time, he had fallen completely. When and why? You should have supported my proposal during the Akatsuki meeting. Why must you oppose His Majesty Qianhuan? I truly did not wish to kill you. After all, you are my most convenient pawn after Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu spoke earnestly to Obito, his eyes filled with regret. Chapter 44. Kill him before releasing my mother. Upon hearing this, Obito's pupils contracted violently. The weight of Black Zetsu's words was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily speechless. A pawn. He had not anticipated that Black Zetsu had also pledged allegiance to Qianhuan. What capabilities did Qianhuan possess to garner such loyalty from so many? Moreover, Black Zetsu's assertion that both Uchiha Madara and he were pawns was perplexing. What did this mean? Seeing as you are on the brink of death, I shall enlighten you. In truth, both you and Uchiha Madara are my pawns. I am not Madara's will. I am the will of my mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. I have lived for over 1,000 years. The moon I planned is but my ruse, solely to rescue my mother. Ha ha ha. Obito, do you understand now? Black Zetsu slowly withdrew his arm from Obito's heart, his gaze icy. Your Kamui is indeed troublesome, but as long as I remain undetected, you are utterly defenseless. Obito collapsed to the ground, blood staining the earth as his vision began to blur and consciousness swiftly faded. Why? He rasped. With his cognitive capacity, he struggled to comprehend the situation. One moment it was Qianhuan, the next it was Kagaya. What connection could there possibly be between the two? He looked down at him, devoid of any compassion. The emergence of his Majesty rendered my moon I plan unnecessary, while you persist in opposing him. Your existence has become an impediment to my mother's resurrection. Mother? Obito echoed this unfamiliar term in confusion. He was on the brink of death. Realizing from Black Zetsu's words that both he and Uchiha Madara had become mere pawns. Yet, Black Zetsu offered no further reply. Obito's breaths grew faint. Memories of moments spent with Rin began to resurface in his mind. Ultimately, he recalled Rin's words before his demise in the previous life. Obito, you truly are pathetic. Bearing this sting, he finally succumbed, his body collapsing entirely, the mask rolling aside to reveal a face steeped in despair and blood. Black Zetsu coldly regarded his corpse. Then, he reached forth to extract the one remaining valuable possession Obito had, placing it within his own eye. With Obito gone, I am certain that His Majesty will appreciate this eye. As for Nagato, I have no intention of intervening. After all, Nagato is merely a cripple, and I trust His Majesty will adeptly handle the Akatsuki. My only task is to report the Akatsuki's conference to His Majesty. Time shifted to the daytime. In a white expanse, the Sage of Six Paths sat cross-legged in the void, his brow furrowed. Listening to the account of Minato Namikaze, he initially regarded it with indifference. The so-called monarch mentioned by Gamamaru did not seem to be an outright demon, but rather a formidable leader. After all, having overseen the ninja world from the Pure Land for so many years, he recognized that the methods employed by Kemizaki Chihuan were not inherently malevolent. They truly had the potential to guide the ninja world toward a brighter future. Yet, the more he listened, the less composed he became. For Minato revealed that this man intended to liberate his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, from the moon, and he would become that monarch's son. Absurd. The Sage of Six Paths clenched his fist, chakra surging around him, causing the Pure Land to tremble. His mother, a being that devoured chakra and annihilated worlds, was to be released by him, and to become his wife. His complexion darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. This was no ordinary threat, it was blasphemy. An abomination that must be eradicated. Gamamaru was right. This person was not a reformer, but a quintessential devil. After returning Minato to his place, he decisively pulled two souls from the depths of the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, the purple light of the Rinnegan starkly illuminating the Pure Land. Senju Hashirama appeared bewildered. Where is this? The Sage of Six Paths coldly scrutinized them, getting straight to the point. I am the Sage of Six Paths, the creator of the ninja world. Now, a being named Kemizaki Chihuan has emerged, a demon whose existence threatens to annihilate the entire world. I require your return to the living realm to obliterate him. Madara furrowed his brow, his Rinnegan subtly rotating as he assessed the Sage of Six Paths Kemizaki Chihuan. How intriguing. He had anticipated being revived by Obito, but instead, he was summoned by the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Moreover, he was given a mission to eliminate a being that could obliterate the ninja world. How fascinating. He eagerly anticipated meeting this individual. Hashirama, astonished, exclaimed, "Destroy the world? Is he truly that powerful?" The Sage of Six Paths paid no heed to their reactions, yet his gaze suddenly fixated on Madara's Rinnegan. Wait, your eyes? His pupils constricted abruptly, his expression turning icy. The power of all creation? You have fused Azura's chakra. Madara also regarded the Sage of Six Paths with a cold smirk. As expected of the sage, you are ever vigilant of the Rinnegan. The sage's expression darkened. The reincarnation of Indra's generation has, on his own, discovered the method to awaken the Rinnegan? This is not a good omen. This matter is both grave and trivial. However, Madara is already dead, so there should be no further schemes. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Your powers are formidable, but perhaps not sufficient. Thus Azura, Indra, appear. Two even older souls were summoned forth. The spirits of Azura and Indra slowly awakened. Indra opened his eyes, his crimson Sharingan scanning the surroundings, ultimately fixing upon Uchiha Madara. Oh, the reincarnation of my chakra in this generation has awakened the Rinnegan? Azura turned to Hashirama, displaying a gentle smile. It seems my descendant is still steadfast on the path of love. The sage of six paths did not allow them time for reminiscing and coldly issued his command. Listen, a being must be eradicated in the living realm. He is named Kamizaki Chihuan. He not only seeks to liberate Kaguya Otsutsuki, but also aspires to claim her for himself. Your mission is to assist Madara and Hashirama in completely ending his ambitions. Azura's expression turned grave. Father, grandmother's seal must not be broken. Uchiha Madara's face revealed curiosity. This was indeed an intriguing family drama. But why was Kamizaki Chihuan entangled in the affairs of these legendary figures from ancient times? A proud smile curled Madara's lips. How interesting. Let me see what abilities this Kamizaki Chihuan possesses. Hashirama clenched his fists, resolutely stating, if his existence threatens to annihilate the ninja world, then I shall not stand idly by. The sage of six paths slowly raised his hand. Chakra flowed into these souls, granting them the power to resurrect. With a wave of his hand, he sent their spirits out of the Pure Land. Go forth. Eliminate him before he releases my mother. Chapter 45. Madara, do not think of escaping on the way to Konoha. Within a dense forest, the individuals had been resurrected. However, Madara's eyes did not possess the Rinnegan, but rather a pair of ordinary Sharingan. At that moment, Indra suddenly halted his steps. The three-tomo Sharingan manifested in his gaze. Fixated on Uchiha Madara. Let me see your Rinnegan. Hashirama also turned his attention to Madara, uncertain of when Madara had awakened the Rinnegan. He clearly had not awakened it when he was killed by Hashirama. Could it be that this fellow trained in the Pure Land? Hashirama hoped Madara would share his experiences. But it was evident that Madara, having been struck down by him, was not inclined to engage. You are Indra? The legendary progenitor of the Uchiha? Madara raised an eyebrow. His own three-tomo appearing, speaking with arrogance. You seem no better than the rest. At that moment, his three-tomo began to whirl violently, blood oozing from his eyes, transforming into a Mangekyo. You possess a bit of arrogance, but I shall show you what it means to overreach. Indra's face bore the expression of one observing a junior. And then his Sharingan underwent a transformation, becoming a Mangekyo, much to Madara's irritation. An astonishing battle intent surged within them both. Seeing this, Azura quickly stepped forward, anxiously stating, wait, do not engage. Father has a mission, and there may be people residing nearby. You cannot simply start fighting. Silence. Indra barked. A massive purple figure rising from the ground. Madara laughed heartily. Is that all you have? He too unleashed his own formidable presence. In an instant, the complete body Susanoo of Azure clashed with Indra. The explosive shockwaves swept through the entire forest, colossal ancient trees disintegrating in the face of the violent energy. Madara's blue Susanoo was pushed back several dozen meters, carving deep trenches in the earth beneath him. Through the translucent chakra armor, he beheld Indra on the opposite side. Equally beleaguered, the purple Susanoo armor marred by numerous cracks. Indeed, the chakra reserves are commendable. I acknowledge your prowess, a true testament to the Uchiha progenitor, Uchiha Madara proclaimed, his raven hair billowing, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor. Arrogant descendant. The purple Susanoo of Indra unfurled its wings, intently gazing at the colossal azure figure in the distance. Suddenly, a massive sphere of lightning began to coalesce in his hands. Descendant, you do not comprehend the essence of true power. Madara scoffed, brandishing his weapon in response. The clash of the lightning sphere and the blade unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding environment. Unbeknownst to them, a camouflaged cloud drifted above. Crafted from paper by Conan, concealing Nagato and the six paths of pain. They observed the fierce battle below with grave expressions. Nagato felt a pang of vulnerability, realizing that the divine strength he had once prided himself on paled in comparison to these titans. At that moment, the earth quaked violently. Countless wooden vines erupted from the ground, forming a colossal barrier that separated the two Susanoo. Cease. Madara. Indra. Hashirama emerged atop the suddenly manifested wooden dragon, hands clasped in prayer. Are you aware that your recent assault obliterated a nearby village? Do you wish to annihilate the entire land of fire? The figure of Ashura appeared on the other side, his wood-style technique summoning numerous giant hands to erect a protective shield. Indra. You will surely lose yourself in your pursuit of power if you continue down this path. Madara's Susanoo emitted a haughty, derisive laugh, his fighting spirit unwavering. This is a private matter of the Uchiha. His gaze turned to Indra. Come, let us retreat to a desolate place. Madara. Our current mission is to eliminate the world-destroying demon, Kaguya. Hashirama urged. Ha. Upon hearing this, Madara erupted into laughter. Destroy the world? Does anyone truly possess such a dull ambition? You are quite naive. As Madara insisted on settling the score with Indra, Hashirama's expression grew grave, the sage mode markings spreading across his face. Thus, he clapped his hands together. Sage art would release true thousands hands. A gargantuan statue of the thousand-handed Buddha arose from the ground, its myriad arms stretching forth toward the two Susanoo. Witnessing this, Ashura unleashed the same technique. A second wooden Buddha emerging on the battlefield, also pressing towards the Susanoo. Madara and Indra were forced to separate, each facing the onslaught of a wooden Buddha. The clash of the Susanoo's colossal sword against the Buddha's fists resonated with a thunderous roar. Ashura, do not meddle, Indra bellowed, his Susanoo being battered by dozens of wooden fists, its armor sustaining extensive damage. However, Madara refrained from confronting Hashirama directly, aware of the terrifying nature of the wooden Buddha, having once been overpowered by the Nine Tails. To surpass Hashirama, he would need to reclaim his own strength. Above the paper-crafted clouds, Nagato observed the rise of two immense thousand-handed Buddhas, a serious expression overtaking him. He could distinctly sense their superiority over the Azure Giant. Nagato, we must depart swiftly. These individuals are too formidable. Konan's expression mirrored Nagato's concern. She had once believed Nagato was nearing divinity, only to realize the vastness of this world. The sudden emergence of these four individuals suggested that Nagato might not stand a chance against any of them. Good, Nagato quietly acknowledged, reluctantly admitting the terrifying strength of these four, compelling him to retreat into obscurity. However, at that moment, Uchiha Madara, circling above the thousand-handed Buddha, suddenly felt an eerie sense of familiarity. He sensed his Rinnegan nearby, standing within the colossal Susanoo. His pupils shifted, yet he detected no anomalies. Nevertheless, he trusted his instincts, for he was not one to relinquish easily. Thus, he soared high, indifferent to Ashura's suppression of Indra. Madara, what are you doing? Do not even think of escaping. Hashirama shouted, but his thousand-handed Buddha could not fly. Despite stretching its arms to their utmost, it could not hinder Madara. Unfazed, Madara broke through the sky. Indra, who was being assailed by Ashura, attempted to break free and follow Madara, but as he exerted himself, he was forcefully subdued once more. Futile, Indra, you cannot escape. Just obediently fulfill the task entrusted to us by Father, Ashura declared. Chapter 46. Nagato, observe closely, this is how the Rinnegan is wielded. Madara burst through the cloud cover. Standing in the heavens above, he activated his Sharingan once more, scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, Konan atop the paper clouds swiftly formed hand seals, aiming to envelop them entirely. But she was a moment too late. I have discovered you. Madara's arrogant voice resonated. He piloted his complete Susanoo before Konan's cloud. Truly impressive ninjutsu. In the art of disguise, I, Uchiha Madara, deem you the strongest. Madara unabashedly praised the efficacy of Konan's paper jutsu. Uchiha Madara? Konan's pupils dilated, her azure hair swirling in the turbulent air. Her fingers instinctively clenched, the paper coalescing into a sharp blade within her palm, yet she hesitated to strike. For the oppressive aura of the man before her rendered even breathing a challenge. She had encountered another Uchiha Madara, yet none had possessed the overwhelming presence of this man. Nagato, seated in his wheelchair, leaned slightly forward, the Rinnegan reflecting Madara's figure, a look of horror etched across his face. Nagato, the time has come. Return my eyes to me. Madara loomed above them, his Sharingan devoid of warmth. What are you saying? Nagato's breath hitched, the ripples of his Rinnegan contracting violently. The 6 paths of pain immediately shielded him. It felt utterly absurd, Was this man truly the source of his Rinnegan? Do not approach Nagato. Konan finally sprang into action, her paper wings unfurling, unleashing a torrential storm of sharp paper shurikens toward Madara. Boredom. Madara did not even cast a glance at Konan. The massive blue Susanoo merely raised a hand, warding off the barrage effortlessly. The multitude of paper shurikens had no effect on the Susanoo. Nagato, you are merely a vessel for my eyes. Do you truly believe someone can be born with the ability to awaken the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths? Madara stated coldly, relishing the incredulous expressions of his pawns. In an instant, the 6 figures of the 6 paths leaped into action, Deva Path Pain suspended in the air, while the remaining 5 surrounded Madara from various angles. Almighty Push. Deva Path Pain raised a hand, unleashing a terrifying repulsive force, the air compressing into visible ripples, hurtling toward Madara. A smirk curled upon Madara's lips, his form unyielding, as he raised a hand effortlessly to deflect Deva Path Pain's almighty push. Even his massive Susanoo did not retreat an inch. This paltry repulsion is worthy of being unleashed before me. Nagato, let me see just how far you can utilize my Rinnegan. Madara's tone dripped with arrogance. Nagato's pupils contracted sharply. He had not anticipated Uchiha Madara's strength to reach such heights, where even the usually invincible almighty push could not harm him in the slightest. Under these circumstances, he had but one move left. Seated in his mechanical wheelchair, Nagato silently regarded Uchiha Madara. Suddenly, he brought his hands together. Planetary devastation. A dark sphere rapidly ascended from Nagato's hands. However, this technique placed an immense burden on Nagato, leaving him breathless and in a state of exhaustion, his body frilier than ever. Nagato, you have squandered my eyes, Uchiha Madara remarked disdainfully, expressing his disappointment that Nagato had only managed to execute such a rudimentary version of the Heavenly Star. Do you possess a way to counter this technique? Nagato's voice trembled with exertion as he gazed at Madara, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. Because you are too slow. With that, Madara unleashed his complete Susanoo, cleaving through the partially formed Heavenly Star and obliterating it. If you have no other means to amuse me, then surrender your eyes, Madara declared, clearly disheartened by Nagato's failure to harness the true power of his Rinnegan. Azura Path, Rocket Arm, Beast Path, Summoning Technique, Hungry Ghost Path, Human Path. The mechanical arms of the Azura Path split open, launching dozens of missiles that locked onto Madara. The Hungry Ghost Path materialized in front of him, attempting to absorb his chakra, while colossal creatures like the Split Hound, Yada no Kagami, and Hell Crab were summoned, roaring as they charged at Madara. The Human Path launched a surprise attack from behind, aiming to extract Madara's soul. Konan joined in the assault, and simultaneously, a multitude of paper clones filled the sky, all targeting Uchiha Madara in a surprise attack. These paper clones were composed entirely of explosive tags. Countless attacks rained down upon Madara's Susanoo, resulting in a violent explosion that engulfed its head in flames. Just as Nagato and Konan hoped for their assault to bear fruit, a sudden flash of blue light appeared, sweeping across the battlefield and effortlessly severing all but the Deva Path of Pain, reducing Konan's paper clones and the other paths to mere halves. As the dust settled, the blue Susanoo began to show signs of deterioration. Not bad, Nagato. You truly possess potential. Continue to entertain me. Madara laughed heartily, igniting a flicker of interest within him. At that moment, the Deva Path of Pain soared into action, unleashing a repulsive force hundreds of times stronger than before. The blue Susanoo was sent hurtling through the air, flying several kilometers before it finally came to a halt. However, this blow left Nagato in an even worse state. His body nearly withered, and his lungs gasping for air like a deflated bellows. Nagato, are you all right? Konan inquired with concern, spreading her wings. She cast aside the paper clouds and lifted Nagato, attempting to escape. But suddenly, a flash of a blade sliced through the distance, severing Konan's arm, causing Nagato to plummet downward. At that moment, Madara's Susanoo arrived, capturing Nagato with one hand while extracting the Rinnegan from his eye and implanting it into his own. He then replaced it with his original Sharingan, stating, Nagato, observe closely. This is how the Rinnegan is wielded. He then tossed the newly implanted Nagato back to Konan. At that moment, Konan, engaged in her paper jutsu, was temporarily immune to physical attacks, thus her arm remained intact. She swiftly flew to Nagato's side, rescuing him. Within the Susanoo, Uchiha Madara reveled in an unparalleled surge of power, directing his gaze toward the three individuals on the ground. The Rinnegan in his eyes spun rapidly. Rinnemoku, boundary of hell. Invisible shadows split from Madara's Rinnegan, manifesting as unobservable clones in the real world, instantly appearing beside Hashirama, Azura, and Indra. Chapter 47. Congratulations to His Majesty Qianhuan for achieving divinity. On the ground, Hashirama looked skyward, his expression grave. He was unsure of Madara's intentions, but he was certain that if things continued this way, calamity would ensue. Lord Azura, can you capture that rascal Madara? Hashirama asked hopefully, unwilling to watch his friend falter once more. Azura shook his head. He lacked the power to fly. In the next moment, an invisible force suddenly struck the three of them, causing them to collapse and suffer severe injuries. Madara, controlling his complete Susanoo, hovered above them, taunting, "What do you think? Indra, do you still wish to watch?" This is the power of the Rinnegan. Lying on the ground, Indra, Azura, and Hashirama shared expressions of disbelief. "How can you possess eyes like father?" Azura asked, his worldview shattered. "Madara, what have you done?" Hashirama couldn't help but inquire, recalling how Madara had awakened such eyes while in the Pure Land. However, after the Sage of Six Paths reshaped their bodies, Madara had lost that ability. And now he suddenly appeared with the Rinnegan. Did he acquire it from those two above? Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of my descendant. Azura, it seems my chakra reincarnation has outdone you. Indra exclaimed, laughing heartily. He was unconcerned about where Madara had obtained his power. He simply knew he had won. It was exhilarating to see Azura, not even his reincarnation, falter against him. However, Madara did not strike down the three, knowing that an unpredictable Sage of Six Paths was observing them from the Pure Land. Before he completed his plans, he did not wish to provoke the sage. "You three stay here while I test the depths of Kamiri Qianhuan's abilities. Madara, you cannot leave. Father commanded us to go together." Azura shouted, ever blunt. "Humph, will you just hinder my progress?" With that, the boundary clones of Rinnemoku immobilized the three. Madara then laughed heartily, controlling his complete Susanoo as he departed. In the sky, Konan and Nagato fell into silence, realizing that the once formidable trio could now be effortlessly defeated by Uchiha Madara, who had acquired the Rinnegan. "Konan, it seems we will not achieve peace," Nagato lamented, feeling they could not fulfill Yahiko's dying wish. Konan gazed at him, her light purple eyes reflecting Nagato's dejection. She gently raised her hand but paused mid-air, ultimately resting it on his shoulder, her voice soft yet resolute. "Nagato, do not blame yourself. At least we are still alive." "Yes, we are still alive. However, the current state of the ninja world is beyond our intervention. We must return, cease the vengeance against Kamiri Qianhuan, and disband the Akatsuki." Nagato issued his final command. With Madara's overwhelming strength, it was likely that Kamiri Qianhuan would also meet his demise, thus avenging their past lives. In the end, Konan returned to the Rain Village with only the remains of the Deva Path of Pain and Nagato. As dawn broke, Qianhuan suddenly opened his eyes. After a night of uninterrupted chakra extraction from the reanimated bodies, he had reached the third level of chakra refinement. 3 tomo appeared on his clothing, and this time, he realized that he had acquired something beyond a mere ninjutsu. His state was akin to that of a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. A black orb materialized in his hand. Yes, it was the truth-seeking ball. After absorbing a vast amount of chakra from the reanimated, his chakra was once again replenished. He could now mold the truth-seeking ball. Achieving this left Qianhuan somewhat perplexed, as the truth-seeking ball was composed of a mixture of 7 types of chakra. Aside from the Rinnegan, others needed the power of the Sage of Six Paths to condense it. Yet now he possessed that power. It could only be said that the chakra foundation technique left to him from his previous life was truly formidable. Moreover, the Tao-seeking jade he crafted by hand has become even more versatile, allowing him to seamlessly integrate its properties into his ninjutsu. Currently, he possesses only a few ninjutsu techniques, one resembling a colossal sword of 40 meters, and another embodying golden flames. However, the 40-meter sword has now transcended to 100 meters, resembling the god-slaying gun wielded by Jin Ikamaru from the anime Bleach. Its retractable speed is akin to that of a firearm. After merging the Tao-seeking jade, he has become invincible beneath the 6 paths. The golden blade enveloped in black Tao-seeking jade has transformed into a pitch-black sword, and with the speed of his strikes combined with the jade's ability to decompose all things, he can effortlessly execute his lethal moves once he locks onto a target. Sasuke has already returned to rest, while Orochimaru remains beside Qianhuan, undoubtedly discerning the value of the Tao-seeking jade at a glance. He immediately knelt, his gaze brimming with fervor, congratulating the sovereign on achieving divinity once more. Although they referred to the Six Paths level in their previous lives, the gap between the Six Paths and other ninja ranks is insurmountable by mere effort, leading them to often regard the Six Paths level as godly. In front of Orochimaru and Qianhuan stand two individuals in the state of Edo Tensei. One is Danzo, and the other is Minato. Due to Qianhuan's rapid absorption, Danzo's chakra was insufficient, prompting the summoning of Minato as well. Danzo's mouth moved silently, yet one could discern from his lip movements that he was still expressing his contempt. Qianhuan, may you meet a wretched end. You better kill me, or I shall make you regret it. Your so-called divinity is but a figment of your imagination. What is a mere black sphere to frighten anyone? Such sentiments were echoed. Yet, Qianhuan has grown to an unfathomable degree. Though his current state may not rival that of the Six Paths, his physical prowess and reflexes may indeed surpass it. Thus, he easily perceives Danzo's insults. In response, he placed the Tao-seeking jade into Danzo's mouth, instantly causing it to disintegrate. Now devoid of a mouth, Danzo could only glare at Qianhuan with malevolent eyes. Finding Danzo's gaze bothersome, Qianhuan further confiscated Danzo's eyes, rendering him entirely immobile. In contrast, Minato remained much quieter. Having freed himself from Gamamaru's control, having died once, he essentially reset his state. He observed Qianhuan's actions with Danzo, feeling a twinge of satisfaction. After all, Danzo had long coveted Kushina's body, seeking to control her, and thus his demise brought a sense of justice. He refrained from cursing Qianhuan and joined Orochimaru in exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on achieving divinity." Although uncertain of what divinity entailed, he believed aligning with Orochimaru was a prudent choice. As for Minato's demeanor, it stemmed from Qianhuan revealing his promise to Kushina. Naturally, Minato, yearning to reunite with Kushina, held no animosity towards Qianhuan. Rather, he felt a sense of guilt. In their previous life, under Gamamaru's control, he had attempted to assassinate Qianhuan multiple times, only to be spared due to Qianhuan's admiration for him. Reflecting on these events, he wished to obliterate the toads of Mayaboko Mountain, having been manipulated in 2 lifetimes. At this moment, Qianhuan, in his third layer of chi refinement, approached Minato, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Minato, I can return you to the ninja world." Indeed, the state he achieved was not merely the ability to condense Tao-seeking jade. It encompassed numerous capabilities of the Six Paths, including the resurrection of others. The cost of resurrection was no longer his life, but merely some chakra. His chakra reserves had vastly exceeded those of several tailed beasts since reaching the third layer of chi refinement, allowing him to absorb natural chakra from the air for cultivation and recovery without needing to draw from others. Furthermore, he had already refined an abundance of chakra, far surpassing that of multiple nine-tails. Minato's eyes brimmed with longing at the mention of resurrection, yet a weighty expression soon clouded his countenance. Ultimately, he steeled himself, lifting his face with a fractured smile, saying, "Your Majesty, while I yearn to reunite with Kushina immediately, I understand that resurrecting someone is no trivial matter. You have numerous enemies. Please prioritize the greater good." Though he had not lived long in his previous life, he recognized Qianhuan's decisiveness in battle and the multitude of adversaries he faced. Thus, it was wise to conserve strength for the time being. Orochimaru, hearing this, observed with a dangerous gleam in his golden serpent eyes, clearly holding a divergent view on the matter. A sardonic smile crept onto his lips. "Minato, do you dare question the power of His Majesty?" His voice was low and gravelly, imbued with undeniable authority. "Do you think our sovereign is akin to those mediocre beings who exhaust themselves in a futile attempt to wield forbidden techniques? He is the emperor who unifies the ninja world, a being that transcends all ninjas. Do you believe resurrection would leave him weakened? Absurd. He has long surpassed the limits of mortals, his chakra vast as the ocean, while your understanding remains mired in the narrow confines of the past ninja world." Qianhuan remained noncommittal, stepping before Minato and placing a hand on his shoulder. "Resurrect, Minato Namikaze." Golden chakra surged like ocean waves from Qianhuan's palm, enveloping Minato entirely. The quality of his chakra was astonishingly high. Even those who had perished could be restored to full strength solely through his chakra, surpassing even Kin's utility. not to mention the abilities he could unleash. Minato's Edo Tensei body began to tremble violently, fissures erupting with blinding golden light. A muffled groan escaped his throat as his bones reformed, flesh regenerated, and his heart pulsed heavily for the first time. Minato gazed at his hands. Witnessing the cracks in his skin healing at a visible rate, the pallor of his Edo Tensei form fading, replaced by vibrant flesh. Yet, Shinwan's chakra did not cease. Rather, it surged forth in greater abundance, for resurrecting a being entailed more than merely manifesting flesh and blood. It shattered the boundaries of life and death, defying the very rules of the ninja world. Under the onslaught of the golden chakra, Orochimaru's entire laboratory trembled. Blinding golden light emanated from the connection between Minato and Shinwan, piercing through the laboratory walls and illuminating the sky beyond. Orochimaru's serpent eyes were momentarily blinded by this golden radiance, yet he endured the pain. Tears streaming down his cheeks as he stubbornly kept his eyes open, marveling at the majesty of his sovereign. Simultaneously, the strongest figures from the entirety of Konoha turned their gazes toward this direction, particularly Shinwan's sons, who had remained awake, striving to regain their former battle prowess. In that instant, Guy, Kakashi, Itachi, Yamato, Hisashi, and Hayashi watched with excitement. Beneath the immense chakra, they sensed a familiar presence. It was their father. Their father's strength had elevated to yet another tier. Especially for Hisashi, who gritted his teeth, a sense of guilt welled within him. For it was the sacrifice of the entire Hyuga clan's Byakugan that had afforded him a mere chance at awakening the Rinnegan. Yesterday's fierce battle necessitated the exclusive use of the wood-release powers derived from Hashirama's cells. However, the wielder had only just awakened, and his strength was already beginning to falter. The adult Sasuke's attention shifted, as he now stood as one of the most formidable individuals in the entire Hidden Leaf village, second only to Chihuan. His perception was astute, and he discerned that the immense chakra at play was not intended for combat, but for other purposes. He could naturally surmise what those purposes were, as he had encountered this sensation before, the resurrection of the deceased. His heart trembled at the thought. Merely a day had passed since yesterday, and already that man had achieved such a feat? It was utterly terrifying. Moreover, based on his understanding of that man, he was certain that the resurrection would come at minimal personal cost. He would not meet his own demise. Sasuke knew that attaining such power required the strength of the Sage of Six Paths. Could it be that his Majesty had ascended to such heights? Sasuke could not suppress his curiosity and resolved to visit Orochimaru's laboratory. Having transplanted Hashirama's cells, Sasuke felt invigorated, despite only having a few hours of sleep. Meanwhile, Kushina Uzumaki suddenly sat upright in bed, her vibrant red hair clinging to her pale cheeks due to cold sweat. She gasped for breath, her right hand clutching the fabric of her nightgown over her heart, which raced violently, while tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She had dreamt of Minato, and in her dream, he had met a tragic end, attempting to assassinate his Majesty, only to be severed into pieces. He was then resurrected through impure world reincarnation, subjected to torment by his Majesty, who mercilessly whipped him with pepper-infused lashes. Another dream of Minato? Deep within her, a resonant voice echoed, the voice of the Nine Tails. Since reconciling with the beast, its voice had lost the malevolence it once held. While others slept, it had been refining chakra for Chihuan. I dreamt of Minato being tortured, Kushina remarked, regaining a semblance of composure. Little girl, isn't it normal to endure some torment? If I were his Majesty, I would also make Minato suffer for opposing me. The Nine Tails retorted. Sitting on her bed, hugging her knees, she became immersed in the sealed space. You wretched fox, that's utterly unacceptable. Minato is dead. How can you say such things? Kushina had expected the Nine Tails to offer comfort, only to find it was aggravating her wounds instead. Chapter 49. Extracting dual Kimui. The Nine Tails huffed in dissatisfaction, asserting, what Grandpa promises, he delivers. That blonde lad will come back to life. I swear by the name of the Sage of Six Paths. To bolster its assertion, it had taken to addressing her as Grandpa. Kushina, preoccupied with thoughts of Minato, failed to notice the shift in address. I believe His Majesty will keep his promise, she said, rising from her bed, her bare feet touching the cold floor as she approached the window. But I worry that even if Minato is resurrected, he may still fall under that wretched frog's control. Then use a binding technique. Yes, the diamond lock. Just restrain Minato. Weren't you quite proficient at restraining me? The Nine Tails remarked nonchalantly, viewing Kushina's concerns as unfounded. Kushina, recalling the dream vividly, felt a surge of anger. She realized that ever since the Nine Tails had acknowledged her as grandpa, it had grown increasingly arrogant, seemingly trying to provoke her. In a fit of indignation, she bound the Nine Tails using the diamond lock. Just as Chi-Huan approached the final stages of his endeavor, a shadow as dark as ink materialized within Orochimaru's laboratory. It was Kagaya's manifestation, Black Zetsu. Chi-Huan had long sensed Black Zetsu's presence, yet refrained from any action, as interrupting the resurrection of Minato at such a critical juncture could necessitate starting anew. Moreover, he felt no malice emanating from Black Zetsu, indicating that it was now aligned with him. This was understandable, considering Black Zetsu's lifelong goal was to rescue Kagaya, and Chi-Huan had previously succeeded in doing so. It would be quite disrespectful for Black Zetsu to kneel before him. As if affirming Chi-Huan's thoughts, Black Zetsu extracted itself entirely from the earth, and, amidst a blinding golden light, deeply bowed towards Chi-Huan. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects," Black Zetsu exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Through observing Chi-Huan's actions and the chakra he displayed, Black Zetsu realized a profound truth. This once invincible sovereign had regained a portion of his former power. Every aspect of his being, from the unfathomable aura to the overwhelming presence, confirmed that Chi-Huan had indeed entered the realm of the Sage of Six Paths. Initially worried about whether Chi-Huan could withstand the enemies of his past life, Black Zetsu was now utterly convinced. Such power would undoubtedly enable him to rescue his mother. Orochimaru, upon hearing Black Zetsu's voice, realized that someone had intruded upon his laboratory. Instinctively on guard, he felt a surge of murderous intent. But the formal address of Your Majesty instantly dissipated any hostility within him. At that moment, the golden light gradually retracted until it vanished entirely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Minato knelt on one knee, his chest heaving as if he had finally resurfaced from drowning, greedily inhaling the long-lost air. After a few moments, he lifted his gaze, his cerulean eyes meeting the presence that had forcibly pulled him back from the realm of the dead. Clearly, resurrecting him was a mere act of convenience for this being, who did not even seem to exhibit signs of respiratory distress. This was astonishing. As Orochimaru had stated, His Majesty had indeed transcended the limits of mortality. Minato shook his head, casting aside these thoughts, and resolutely declared, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I, Minato, am willing to serve you until death." His life had been saved by His Majesty, granting him the chance to reunite with Kushina. Thus, his loyalty was only fitting. Not a problem, merely fulfilling a promise. Chi-Huan waved his hand dismissively before turning his gaze toward Black Zetsu. The fact that Black Zetsu did not refer to him as father relieved him significantly. It was reassuring to know that not everyone from his previous life was treated as a son. If this dark entity were his offspring, he would have nightmares. Whipping Kagaya and questioning whether she had consumed soy sauce when giving birth to Black Zetsu. Feeling Chi-Huan's gaze upon him, Black Zetsu quickly adjusted his demeanor, respectfully lowering his head. He produced a blood-red Sharingan from his eye, unmistakably belonging to Uchiha Obito, and presented it with reverence. "Your Majesty, this is Obito's left eye, possessing the spatial abilities of Kamui." Chi-Huan accepted the eye, casually examining it, a smile gracing his lips. "Oh? So Obito is dead?" He had not anticipated that Black Zetsu would eliminate Obito, which was a fortuitous surprise. After all, Obito possessed Kamui, making him incredibly difficult to apprehend. "Yes, my subordinate has dealt with this unstable factor," Black Zetsu affirmed, bowing his head. Minato, watching from the side, could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow for Obito. Despite Obito's past intentions to abduct Kushina, he had once been his disciple. However, this outcome also served as Obito's atonement for his actions. Chi-Huan chuckled lightly. "It matters not. He was merely a pawn." He then retrieved a scroll from his waist and unsealed it. Before him appeared another eye. This one, the right eye of Uchiha Obito, presented by Kakashi. Now, both of Obito's eyes were gathered. Given his current state, it seemed he could achieve things he had previously only dared to dream of. With a smirk, he concentrated a strand of golden chakra at his fingertip and gently touched it to the two eyeballs. Before the astonished gazes of Orochimaru, Black Zetsu, and Minato, the two orbs trembled violently. Although they were composed of flesh and blood, a web of cracks began to surface upon their surfaces. A tendril of pitch-black energy was forcibly extracted, coalescing in the air into a swirling mass of black mist-like chakra. It radiated a chilling and oppressive aura. faint whispers echoing within its depths. This chakra was unlike ordinary chakra energy. It embodied a tangible obsession, thick as viscous tar, as if countless tiny barbs resisted the touch of myriad illusions. Within this mass of chakra lay Obito's despair towards the world, his madness over Rin's death, and his obsessive emotions regarding the Moon Eye plan, all distilled into the purest form of yin release through the power of the Sharingan. Minato, startled by Qianhuan's actions, involuntarily stepped back, his resolute expression frozen in place. His understanding was shattered in that instant. He had believed that resurrecting the dead was the pinnacle of Qianhuan's power, yet it now appeared to be merely the tip of the iceberg. If Qianhuan could extract the yin release energy from the Sharingan, could he not similarly extract the essence from other bloodlines at will? His mind raced with the implications, envisioning a radical shift in the entire ninja world. Kurizetsu, witnessing this scene, trembled slightly as if made of mud. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he had witnessed the Sage of Six Paths founding the ninja arts and Uchiha Madara awakening the Rinnegan, but he had never seen such a profound desecration of common sense. At that moment, he even entertained the notion that the seal of his mother might simply be a child's toy in the hands of this sovereign. In Chapter 50, Senju Hashirama, Orochimaru's golden serpent-like eyes narrowed sharply, and his fingers trembled involuntarily. The essence of yin release from the Sharingan was extracted directly. As the foremost researcher in the ninja world, he understood better than anyone that the Uchiha clan's ocular techniques were a unique fusion of their bloodline and chakra, inherently impossible to separate by physical means. Yet, at this moment, Qianhuan could dissect the yin release chakra as one would a specimen. A low, hoarse laugh escaped Orochimaru's throat. For this transcended the realm of ninjutsu. No, it even surpassed the limits of science itself. In an instant, his mind conjured a flurry of mad experiments. Qianhuan remained oblivious to the thoughts of the three, and even if he were aware, he would have cared little. He observed the pitch-black yin release chakra in his grasp, feeling the overwhelming hatred emanating from it. Should this essence be bestowed upon another, that individual might very well succumb to madness. Even with his significantly enhanced power, he had no desire to experience it. Thus, he intensified the golden chakra at his fingertips, enveloping the dark chakra within. Refinement commenced. The golden chakra illuminated the twisted obsession, penetrating its core. The dark yin release chakra began to break down and purify, akin to snow meeting a heated iron rod. The remnants of Obito's lingering malice and anguish swiftly vanished under the onslaught of the golden chakra. The purest form of yin release energy emerged, transforming into two spheres of gray energy, the very essence of Kamui. Merging, the gray energy shot into Qianhuan's eyes, enveloping them in a refreshing, crystalline sensation. In that fleeting moment, his perception of reality shifted entirely. With a mere thought, his body felt as if separated from the material world by a thin veil, existing in a different dimension while still within the ninja realm. This was Obito's ability to phase out of reality. However, Qianhuan's version was distinct. It had evolved from an active skill into a passive one, allowing his body to automatically enter a phasing state when attacked. Moreover, his eyes would not succumb to blindness from overuse, as the power of Kamui relied not on ocular power but on his chakra. Obito's phasing had a time limit of 5 minutes, whereas Qianhuan's lacked such constraints, permitting him to maintain it nearly indefinitely as long as his chakra reserves were ample. He directed his gaze towards Danzo Shimura, narrowing his eyes as golden chakra flickered within them. The space surrounding Danzo warped rapidly, as though gripped by an invisible giant's hand. Deprived of sight, Danzo instinctively focused on his other senses, struggling against the pressure that enveloped him, yet to no avail. Ultimately, his neck was twisted and broken, pulled into the realm of Kamui amidst a flurry of debris. As Danzo began to restore himself, likely reduced to a mere head, the process was agonizingly slow. This was the original power of Obito's right eye. Qianhuan felt no significant change within himself, recognizing that further exploration was necessary. However, to the onlookers, his actions appeared utterly terrifying. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring yet another ability. Kurizetsu gazed fervently at Qianhuan, kneeling at his feet. With the power of space-time at his command, rescuing his mother would be a simpler endeavor. Minato knelt on one knee beside him, unable to suppress his awe. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique had not been an easy feat for him. Now, Qianhuan not only extracted the power of the Sharingan, but also absorbed it for his own use, swiftly mastering a formidable space-time ninjutsu. He dared not imagine the heights to which such a sovereign could ascend in the future. It was utterly absurd. Orochimaru, witnessing this spectacle, bore a visage akin to that of a mad scientist. He yearned for Qianhuan to drain the entire Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Orochimaru, summon Obito for the reincarnation. I despise wasting resources. Qianhuan handed Obito's shattered, pallid eyes to Orochimaru, deeming it a resourceful utilization. Although he could extract natural energy for cultivation, it paled in comparison to the speed of siphoning another's chakra. At your command, your Majesty. Orochimaru respectfully accepted Obito's eyes with both hands, preparing for the reincarnation process. Just then, Qianhuan's gaze shifted abruptly towards one side of the laboratory, penetrating through walls to sense a powerful chakra approaching. In an instant, his form vanished like a whirlpool. Orochimaru, do you have any idea what has compelled His Majesty to leave so hastily? Minato's eyes were filled with concern. An enemy must have arrived. Orochimaru, however, was less concerned about the enemy, casually adding, perhaps it is someone like Senju Hashirama. After all, their original target for reincarnation had been Hashirama, and upon failing to achieve that, they had settled for Danzo. What? The first Hokage? Minato's eyes widened in shock. He had heard tales of the first's overwhelming would release and had witnessed the earth-shattering power of the sage Buddha just before his demise. Unaware of the 6 paths level implications, Minato was now filled with trepidation, uncertain whether Qianhuan would be Hashirama's match. Moreover, he had never heard of any conflict between Qianhuan and the first Hokage. Minato, you underestimate His Majesty. Even if Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara joined forces, they would not stand a chance against His Majesty now, Korezetsu remarked darkly. While he was unaware of how Hashirama had returned, it did not hinder his ability to predict the situation. Minato reluctantly nodded, still uneasy, and decided to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the battlefield from the previous day. Oh dear, such impatience. Orochimaru, you should remain here and complete the tasks entrusted by His Majesty. I shall assess the situation, Korezetsu commanded, a tone of authority in his voice. Orochimaru, I recall that you are not His Majesty's son. Do you think His Majesty would oppose me should I choose to study you? Orochimaru retorted, displeased with Korezetsu's words. He served only one master, His Majesty. The Emperor's adopted sons may reluctantly lend an ear. However, you, cloaked in darkness, what are you to command, Orochimaru? Orochimaru, your expression darkened. Yet, in a past life, the Emperor indeed did not accept him as an adopted son, leaving him with no choice but to refrain from debating with Orochimaru. For it was evident that Orochimaru had been entrusted with significant responsibilities by the Emperor. Chapter 51. This approach is undeniably characteristic of the Uchiha. Above the skies of Konoha, Uchiha Madara stood atop the clouds, his raven hair billowing, the light of his Rinnegan flashing like lightning. He gazed down upon the entirety of Konoha, reminiscing about the scene when he and Hashirama established the village. As he indulged in memories of his youth, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared before him. The figure of Senri emerged from within. Madara's eyes immediately fixed upon Senri, a cold smirk curving his lips. You must be Kamizaki Senri, an entity that even the Sage of 6 Paths holds in apprehension. How intriguing you are, far more than I had anticipated. Madara scrutinized Senri intently. This individual lacked the Rinnegan and exuded a different aura from that of the Sage of 6 Paths. Though not employing the technique of super lightweight gravitation, he could still soar through the skies. It is worth noting that flying with the Rinnegan is no trivial feat. He believed himself to be the only one capable of executing it flawlessly. Senri, however, did not rush to engage. Although the circumstances deviated from his expectations, Madara now possessed the Rinnegan. He regarded it merely as such, nothing more. The Sage of 6 Paths? Merely a coward who dared not confront his own mother. As for you, Uchiha Madara, I hold you in high regard. I offer you a chance at life. Submit to me, Senri proposed, extending an opportunity to Madara. After all, he was not one to revel in slaughter. Should Madara refuse, he would have to become a mere vessel for his resurrection. Oh, how fascinating. Is this the arrogance of the younger generation? Madara observed Senri with keen interest, suppressing his ire. In his heart, he considered it beneath him to squabble with a child. Yet, Senri's subsequent words cast a shadow over his expression. Uchiha Madara, you may deem me arrogant, but I perceive your ignorance. You believe that by usurping Hashirama's power and awakening the Rinnegan, you can alter the shinobi world. Yet, you are unaware that your so-called Eye of the Moon plan is not but a delusional dream. You are merely a pawn for Black Zetsu, intended for the resurrection of his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. When you become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and activate the infinite Tsukuyomi, that will be the moment Kagaya seizes your body. Senri spoke slowly, revealing the plot to Madara, which he found quite satisfactory. He also wished to prevent Kagaya from inhabiting a man. Kagaya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu? Madara's gaze turned grave. The name of Kagaya Otsutsuki had reached his ears only yesterday. She was the mother of the Sage of Six Paths. Upon hearing the name from Senri, he believed it. Yet how could he accept that he was merely Black Zetsu's pawn? After all, Black Zetsu embodied his will. Senri and Madara confronted each other high in the sky. His adopted sons had gathered, each resembling Vegeta, arms crossed, gazing upward at the two figures above. They yearned to assist, but understood that facing someone capable of flight rendered their efforts futile. They could only hope their father would prevail. However, Sasuke held a different perspective. He could fly without utilizing Susanoo, yet his flying skills were subpar, struggling with the control of gravitational and repulsive forces, rendering prolonged flight impossible. Thus, when he observed another figure in the sky, he could not help but be astonished. Madara was able to stand steadily aloft for extended periods solely through the power of his Rinnegan. As for why Madara appeared now, Sasuke did not dwell on it. Subconsciously, he accepted that anything could transpire in this realm under Senri's authority. Therefore, he felt no shock at Senri's ability to fly. For having reached that level transcended humanity, flight was merely a fundamental capability. With a mighty leap, Sasuke soared into the sky, soon standing beside Senri. Madara, still troubled by previous details, glanced at Sasuke, noting the six-pointed star pattern of his Rinnegan, unable to suppress his scrutiny. Was the Rinnegan now so common that anyone could possess a superior version? Uchiha Madara, relinquish your ambitions. Submitting to his majesty is a commendable resolution, Sasuke declared, his dark hair whipping in the wind. Although he had once been an adversary of Madara, nearly falling victim to him, his focus now extended beyond the shinobi world. Do you recognize me? Madara inquired gravely. But if you wish for me to submit, you must demonstrate your strength. He felt as though these two individuals could see through all his layers. While the Eye of the Moon plan might indeed be a manipulation, he believed it was not common knowledge. Upon hearing Madara's words, a fierce determination ignited within Sasuke. Previously, they had only been able to confront such an enemy together with Naruto, yet standing before Madara again. He sensed victory this time. Senri, understanding the unspoken intent, stepped aside for the two. Although he felt capable of defeating Madara in an instant, he had no objection to Sasuke attempting to engage, especially since Sasuke had recently integrated Hashirama's cells, strengthening his abilities. Noticing Senri's gesture, Sasuke spoke up, before we commence battle. Uchiha Madara, I must inform you of something. I am aware of the abilities of the Rinnegan. My Rinnegan grants me the power of Deva Path, allowing me to instantaneously exchange the positions of objects within my line of sight with my own. Senri covered his face with one hand, recognizing the quintessential Uchiha nature of this approach. He never imagined that Sasuke, now in full possession of his physical form, would revert to the temperament reminiscent of his pre-Fourth Great Ninja War self. In truth, he was uncertain whether Sasuke could triumph, for during the battle against Kagaya, Naruto had primarily taken the offensive while Sasuke had often played a supporting role. What do you mean by that? Pity? Or do you believe I require your fairness? Madara sneered, his voice low and disdainful. Only the weak sought pity. He was Uchiha Madara. This was the first time he had been treated in such a manner. As a fellow Uchiha, I do not need to rely on intelligence to claim victory. I will ensure you lose with complete conviction, Sasuke replied, his gaze icy, facing not only Madara but also the younger version of himself. Haha, absurd. Madara suddenly erupted in laughter, an overwhelming surge of chakra exploding forth, causing the very air to tremble. His laughter ceased abruptly, and his gaze sharpened. A mere junior dares to adopt such a posture before me. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are facing? Sasuke, undeterred, unleashed a tremendous wave of chakra, fixing his gaze on Madara as he declared, with my current strength, I am superior to you. Arrogance, Madara retorted, as his Rinnegan spun rapidly, a palpable bloodlust emanating from him. Very well. If you seek death so fervently, I shall demonstrate to you what true Uchiha power entails. Let us see if your Deva Path can save you. Chapter 52. What are you boasting about? In the Pure Land, tranquility reigned. The Sage of Six Paths sat cross-legged in the void, his white robe billowing without wind. The Rinnegan upon his forehead flickering faintly. He observed Madara's actions. Previously, he had not intervened to prevent Madara from acquiring the Rinnegan, for it meant little to him. However, what he witnessed now was utterly incomprehensible. How could this entirely unfamiliar Indra awaken the six-tomo Rinnegan? The aged visage was marked by an uncommon astonishment as the Sage of Six Paths fixated upon the sudden emergence of a cloaked figure. From the depths of his six-tomo Rinnegan, he sensed a familiar power, one that he had previously bestowed upon this unfamiliar Indra. How could this be? He had remained in the Pure Land all this while. Nevertheless, the situation was dire, and he could only hope that Uchiha Madara would prevail against this adversary. His gaze shifted to others. Ashura, Indra, and Senju Hashirama had also broken free from control and were hastening towards Konoha. Given the prowess of even a subordinate of Kami's Mirage, it was evident that these three were insufficient. Yet, he had no intentions of substituting them. He could lend them his own chakra, augmenting the abilities of these sons. In the skies above, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Both combatants were Uchiha, each possessing the Rinnegan. Sasuke appeared to be better equipped, yet Madara's combat experience surpassed that of Sasuke. Most critically, Sasuke had less experience in flight. A probing Great Fire Annihilation from Madara nearly sent Sasuke plummeting. Consequently, Sasuke had no choice but to activate his complete Susanoo in order to maintain his aerial position. Is this battle taking place in the sky? Jiraiya exclaimed in shock, witnessing the two divine figures above. Clutching a sake gourd, he stepped out of the room. His face slightly flushed. The death of Minato had left him in no mood to gather materials, resorting instead to solitary drinking. At that moment, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a golden-haired figure. Wait, what did he just see? Jiraiya's expression shifted in disbelief. Could it be Minato? After using the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato also spotted the enemy in the sky. Though he could leap into the air with ease, what purpose would that serve? To become a target? Clearly, Minato possessed a lucid understanding of his current strength. Thus, he sought to find Kushina, hoping to assure her of his safety. Jiraiya-sensei, you've returned to Konoha? Thankfully, you were not ensnared by those wretched toads. Minato exclaimed, surprised. Their brief encounter had occurred just before he was controlled, leaving him unaware of subsequent events, believing Jiraiya had also succumbed. Jiraiya's sake gourd clattered to the ground, the liquor seeping into the earth. Minato? But yesterday, I distinctly felt my hand move toward the scroll behind me, he thought, a mix of surprise and realization crossing his face. Within that scroll lay Minato's body. He had intended to present it to the Lord, but had yet to speak. Indeed, I am dead, Minato remarked, a gentle smile gracing his features. Now, Lord Mirage has granted me a second life. To Minato's astonishment, Jiraiya did not exhibit shock, but instead bore an expression of enlightenment. So it was that esteemed individual. Now it all makes sense. Minato blinked. Sensei, are you not surprised? Ha. Jiraiya laughed heartily, patting Minato on the shoulder. That lord has never broken his word. I simply did not expect your resurrection to occur so swiftly. Minato, is that truly you? Kushina, hearing the commotion, emerged from the room and spotted the golden figure. Thinking she was hallucinating, she nevertheless dashed forward, clinging to hope. However, upon confirming it was indeed Minato, her fist, propelled by a fierce wind, struck toward his face. Minato instinctively dodged. Wait, Kushina. Kushina, her fiery red hair billowing in rage, retorted, you scoundrel. How dare you evade? Do you know how I've endured these past few days? Jiraiya quickly retreated, chuckling nervously. Aha, you two enjoy your reunion. I shall take my leave. A hint of panic crossed Minato's face. Wait. Sensei, don't abandon me. But Jiraiya had vanished in an instant, leaving only a wisp of smoke. Kushina's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet her expression remained fierce. You dare run? Do you have any idea how I suffered for so many years? Do you know how painful it was to gaze at your photograph every day? I'm sorry, Kushina. Minato lowered his head in shame, acutely aware of his shortcomings. Had he heeded her words, he would not have fallen prey to those vile toads. If apologies were sufficient, why employ the adamantine sealing chains? Kushina seethed, her teeth clenched. In an instant, several golden chains shot from her back, coiling around Minato like serpents, binding him securely. These chains are as sturdy as ever, Minato mused with a bittersweet smile. This time, you shall not escape. We are going home. I shall never allow you to leave again. Kushina tugged on the chains, dragging him forward. Yes, yes, understood, he replied, a mix of resignation and affection in his smile. And you are forbidden from undertaking dangerous actions on your own again. Otherwise, Kushina glared back at Minato. Otherwise, he replied gently. Otherwise, I shall bind you with the adamantine chains for eternity. Her face flushed slightly, yet she maintained her fierce demeanor. Haha, that doesn't sound too bad, Minato chuckled lightly. Fool, no backtalk. Haha, what are you laughing at? You resurrected and did not seek me out first, but instead found that shameless Jiraiya. Meanwhile, on a distant rooftop, Jiraiya wiped the corner of his eye, shaking his head with a smile. Youth is indeed a splendid thing, but it would be even better if Kushina held no prejudice against me. In the heavens above, observing the prolonged stalemate between the two fighters, Kami S. Mirage found himself somewhat bored. Sasuke's current strength was not significantly inferior to Madara's, and both were aware of each other's core abilities. Slightly stronger in configuration. It seemed Sasuke's mind was not entirely focused on the battle. After executing a noteworthy maneuver, he would glance at Madara or other positions as if showing off. Akin to a child seeking praise from an adult. Kami S. Mirage felt exasperated. What was there to boast about? He was not Sasuke's father. He dismissed the matter, as he no longer required Sasuke to resolve everything for him. Defeat was simply a part of the game. Observing their fight felt akin to watching children squabble. The pace was so slow that he believed he could transform Madara into 100 versions of Uchiha Madara in mere seconds. Yawning, Kami S. Mirage landed behind Jiraiya. Catching sight of Kushina dragging Minato away, he teased Jiraiya. Jiraiya, isn't it rather inappropriate to spy on others' reunions? Who? Jiraiya's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he spun around. Lord Mirage. Upon recognizing him, he instantly relaxed, dropping to one knee in reverence. Thank you for reviving Minato. The ability for the Lord to approach him silently was indeed unfathomable. There's no need for gratitude, Kami S. Mirage replied calmly. This is merely a promise I made to Uzumaki Kushina, and besides, I was simply testing my newly acquired abilities. Above the sky, Sasuke, entangled with the elusive Uchiha Madara, has always harbored thoughts of his mother from this world. His actions were driven by the desire to prove himself to her. However, upon noticing that the enigmatic Emperor Qianhuan had embraced his mother, he found himself lost in tumultuous thoughts. Perhaps, with the Emperor, she could truly find happiness. Should he not bless their union? Yet, why did a pang of discomfort seize his heart each time he witnessed their closeness? He remained oblivious to the fate of his father in this world. At that moment, an irate voice pierced his thoughts. Brash youth, to challenge me while distracted? If you seek death, then prepare for the wheel of hell. Four revived shadows of the wheel swiftly approached Sasuke, instantly unleashing four colossal Susanoo forms, all aimed at his own violet Susanoo. Regaining his senses, Sasuke hurriedly abandoned his Susanoo, exchanging positions with the air surrounding Madara. The Chidori spear was poised to pierce Madara's form, but a smirk crept upon Madara's lips. Now that I comprehend your abilities, how could I be unprepared? The four shadows of the wheel, having anticipated this moment, pivoted sharply, their Susanoo blades crashing down upon Madara. Meanwhile, Madara had exchanged positions with one of the shadows. The shadow, ready and waiting, dropped its defense to confront the Chidori spear. With a swift thrust, the Chidori pierced through the shadow, which then seized Sasuke in its arms. Sasuke's pupils dilated in shock. His brief moment of distraction had led him straight into Madara's trap, and now he found himself bereft of effective strategies. Shinra Tensei. A colossal repulsive force erupted from Sasuke, sending the shadow flying. In the next instant, the repulsion collided with the four Susanoo blades, resulting in an unparalleled explosion. The residents of Konoha looked up in unison, their eyes drawn to the explosion in the sky. Until now, the aerial battle between Sasuke and Madara had gone unnoticed by many lower-ranked ninjas, but the resounding blast was impossible to ignore. Anxiety filled their hearts as they hoped for the Emperor to swiftly eliminate this adversary. Yet, Madara's assault did not cease. All things heavenly pull. While the smoke from the explosion still lingered, Madara seized Sasuke during his moment of rigidity, pulling him forth from the dust. In his hand was a sharp black rod. The events unfolded in an instant, leaving Sasuke aghast. He had not anticipated the peril of Madara's relentless onslaught. As the two figures rushed towards each other, a sigh echoed from behind Madara. Qianhuan's hand rested on Madara's shoulder as he spoke. If Mikoto is saddened, I too shall feel distress. Madara's expression shifted to one of shock, cold sweat cascading down his body. Someone had silently approached from behind him. Abandoning his intention to strike Sasuke, he turned to confront Shinwan. Yet, he found that the power emanating from Shinwan's palm was extraordinarily peculiar, suppressing him completely. Kamizato Shinwan. Madara's face darkened. Though this individual had rudely intervened in his battle, Madara's pride restrained him from voicing any complaints. Ignoring Madara, Shinwan looked at Sasuke, who staggered dangerously close to colliding with Madara, and said with disappointment, "Leave this to me." Sasuke opened his mouth to protest, but upon seeing the disappointment in Shinwan's eyes, he held back his words, feeling a deep ache within. Clenching his fists, he nodded and descended, swearing never to allow such a lapse again. He understood now what Shinwan was disappointed about, not his defeat to Uchiha Madara, but rather his distraction amidst battle after gaining power. Kill me. Madara's pride as an Uchiha rendered him incapable of requesting a reprieve to start anew. Oh, despite my impolite interruption of your battle with Sasuke, you do not blame me? Shinwan inquired, intrigued. Ha ha ha. Madara laughed maniacally. With just one hand, you render me immobile. To you, our battle must seem like mere childish play. Though I, Uchiha Madara, harbor discontent, I shall not allow my enemies pity. Indeed, you are Uchiha Madara. I, Kamizato Shinwan, acknowledge you as the foremost Uchiha, Shinwan declared, preempting Madara's words. As he withdrew his hand from Madara, he decided to grant him a chance while also wishing to familiarize himself with this newfound power. He sensed that the decisive battle against the Sage of Six Paths was drawing near. The foremost Uchiha? Despite Shinwan's acknowledgement, Madara's expression bore no trace of joy. He perceived this not as recognition but as an affront. He had always been the foremost Uchiha, with even the progenitor of the Uchiha clan being but a shadow of his greatness. He stepped back 5 meters, retracting all the wheel shadows into his body to await their cooldown. I advise you to keep your distance, otherwise, when you strike, it shall be your demise. Shinwan's lips curled into a smirk, unbothered by the warning. This was not mere bravado, but rather a necessity to enable his body to move freely. Madara, silent, retreated further, halting after several dozen meters. Am I being underestimated? Shinwan shook his head, choosing silence. Instead, he demonstrated his power through action. With a gentle grip, a massive golden blade, over 100 meters long, materialized instantaneously, its speed suggesting it had always existed there. The blade shimmered with tangible chakra, casting a golden hue over the sky of Konoha. Madara's pupils constricted as the golden blade grazed his cheek, leaving a slender trail of blood. Drops of crimson floated in the air, refracting a bewitching red under the sunlight. Chapter 54. Tenfold Return. Is this a ninjutsu without hand seals? Madara wiped the blood from his face. It had been ages since anyone could instill such a sensation in him. Had this man not shown mercy, he would have been impaled by the golden blade. What manner of ninjutsu is this? The technique was executed without warning, its terrifying speed leaving even him, with the Rinnegan, unable to react. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Uchiha Madara's forehead, his heart racing. Ha ha ha. Madara laughed again. What a marvelous sensation. Is this my body experiencing fear? Staring at the menacing blade, he showed no inclination to retreat. Sometimes, retreating means surrendering for a lifetime. The wheel shadows dispersed around him, evidently prepared for the ultimate confrontation with Shinwan. I warned you to step back. Shinwan's voice remained calm, yet a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. He struck again, this time aiming the golden blade directly at Madara's head. In the next instant, the dazzling golden light re-emerged, once again casting the sky over Konoha in gold. As Shinwan's eyes narrowed, he realized that just as he was about to strike, Madara had exchanged positions with one of the wheel shadows. Thus, his attack did not strike Madara's true form, but rather the shadow. Your ninjutsu is formidable, yet your intent to attack is all too evident. If I deny you the opportunity to target me, how will you respond? Madara's hair billowed, his gaze haughty, as if recounting a trivial matter. Shinwan's expression hardened. He spoke. Truly, you are the strongest Uchiha. My admiration for you only deepens. It is indeed Uchiha Madara, who, after a mere encounter, devised a countermeasure. Furthermore, he skillfully evaded a fatal assault by relying on his own ingenuity. To eliminate you so easily would be a grave loss. Join me. For only I can provide the ninja world with the rightful direction. Qianhuan gazed at Madara's burning fighting spirit, his eyes reflecting admiration as he extended one final invitation. I appreciate your kindness, but I have my own aspirations. Even if the Eye of the Moon is a deception, I intend to lead the ninja world towards genuine peace by my own means. With these words, Madara declared his stance and began forming hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. In an instant, a torrent of flames surged towards Qianhuan. He shook his head, lamenting, what a pity. If that is the case, let us engage in a proper contest. Standing firm, he watched the searing flames approach, showing no inclination to evade. The inferno roared, painting the sky crimson. The residents and ninjas of Konoha watched in trepidation, halting their actions as they gazed upwards at the clash. Some, fatigued from craning their necks, lay on the ground, squinting at the battle above in the sunlight. Your Majesty is surrounded by flames. Is he unharmed? Why does he not evade? Surely he can escape. Could it be that he is ensnared in an illusion? How terrifying. If I were engulfed in such flames, I would instantly turn to ash. Countless ninjas and civilians anxiously observed the bout unfolding in the sky. Uchiha Mikoto clenched her kunai, her Sharingan reflecting the figure engulfed in flames, her heart nearly ceasing its rhythm. Qianhuan, she whispered, her voice quivering. Even knowing his strength, he cannot emerge unscathed against such an assault. Yuhi Kurenai bit her lip, equally curious as to why Qianhuan did not dodge. Yamanaka Ino's forehead glistened with cold sweat, her fists clenched tightly. Hey, you must not be careless at this moment. She longed to rush forward, but alas, she lacked the ability to fly. Tsunade stood atop a roof, her golden hair lifted by the heat waves, fixated on the center of the inferno, silently praying for Qianhuan. Meanwhile, within the flames, Qianhuan quietly sensed the intense heat surrounding him. Yet, despite the soaring temperature, even the newly acquired passive ability of his godly might did not activate. Instead, he passively absorbed the flames encroaching upon him. Thus, he was not in a phantasmal state. And this intensity of fire did not even scorch his garments. Let us not forget the three tomo upon his attire. With their presence, his clothing bore his chakra. Raising his hand, a tremendous pull emanated from his entire being, drawing in the overwhelming blaze as if it were a child returning home, completely absorbing it into his body. The flames, during this process, were split and refined into Qianhuan's own chakra. Uchiha Madara was once again taken aback. Such a level of fire release was nearly his utmost capability, yet it could not harm this individual. Was his body made of iron? Even if it were, it should have melted by now. Qianhuan likewise formed a tiger seal with both hands. Great fire annihilation. Flames erupted from his mouth, tenfold the range of Madara's, instantly transforming the space where Madara stood into a sea of fire. This inferno nearly enveloped half of Konoha's sky, even visible from 100 miles away, casting a crimson hue towards Konoha. In that moment, the residents of Konoha felt a wave of relief wash over them. Indeed, His Majesty is invincible. He emerged from that terrifying inferno unscathed, not even his clothes singed. This is simply remarkable. I have never witnessed flames of this magnitude in my previous life. I feel the heat even here. Sasuke stood beside Mikoto, declaring, ladies, I told you, Qianhuan-sama will surely be fine. He believed only he could truly appreciate Qianhuan's might. Though the flames were formidable, considering it was this man's technique, everything fell into place. Meanwhile, at a distance from Konoha, Deidara, Kakuzu, and Haiden paused, gravely observing the inferno in Konoha's direction. They were still unaware that the Akatsuki had disbanded. We seek to battle, yet why does His Majesty retreat? Haiden questioned. Is that direction Konoha? Given the intensity of that fire release, I suggest we refrain from approaching, Kakuzu advised. Fighting for the organization is one thing, but dying for it is another. Surely, money is more enticing than such folly. However, the leader may have already arrived, and this could very well be a confrontation with Qianhuan. Haiden, wielding his decapitation blade, spoke earnestly, his loyalty to the organization unquestionable. Chapter 55, An Unprecedented Collision Leave. I must go? Hiding within the crimson flow, Deidara spoke, his voice tinged with suppressed excitement. Kakuzu and Haiden exchanged puzzled glances, surprised to find that the one most devoted to the organization was the one who spent his days immersed in puppetry. Deidara, are you certain? I fear the leader may already be dead. With such flames, not even the legendary Rinnegan could ensure survival, Kakuzu reasoned, comparing the flames' might to those of Hashirama Senju, concluding that they likely exceeded his techniques. Additionally, no matter how powerful the leader, he could not contend with Hashirama. Thus, the leader was likely deceased. If the leader were dead, what need was there to serve him? A battle without benefit is meaningless, since Pain is dead. The Akatsuki is merely a hollow shell to him, expendable at any moment. Rather than risk joining the fray, it would be wiser to seize some lucrative black market contracts amidst the chaos. After all, money is the only thing that remains loyal. Kakuzu, you are a mundane person, fixated solely on wealth. Many things cannot be purchased with money, such as art. The leader is indeed likely dead, yet Pain's body, the Rinnegan puppet, represents true eternal art. Deidara's eyes glimmered with fervent intensity. Kakuzu was deeply troubled. Goodness, it seems no one within the organization truly cares for the leader's fate. Only I, the honest one. Think of rescuing him. If that is the case, I shall not go either. You may proceed if you wish, but I hereby withdraw from the Akatsuki. He then shouldered his decapitation blade and vanished before them. Kakuzu shook his head and quickly departed, unwilling to venture into such a terrifying battlefield. Only Deidara remained. Such a group of mundane individuals, lacking appreciation for art. After uttering this, he hastened his pace. Sensing he was not far from Konoha and believing he could arrive in time to claim the leader's body. Meanwhile, Ashura and his companions had also arrived near Konoha. They marveled at the overwhelming flames in the sky, momentarily stunned. Could Uchiha Madara, wielding the Rinnegan, truly unleash such extensive ninjutsu? Perhaps he could indeed fulfill his mission. Indra's eyes shimmered with desire, instinctively associating the fire release with their Uchiha heritage. He then shifted his gaze to Ashura. Initially, he had dismissed the idea of acquiring Ashura's power, but after being overshadowed by a junior and witnessing this junior's astonishing chakra reserves, his pride could hardly withstand the blow. His thoughts had undergone a transformation. The events surrounding Uchiha Madara provided him with a new perspective. He too yearned for the power of the Rinnegan. Let us hasten our journey, Ashura urged, sensing that matters were far more complex than they appeared. Otherwise, their father would not have instructed the four of them to act together. Unbeknownst to his naive mind, Indra had already begun to covet his body, contemplating how to acquire Ashura's strength and unlock the Rinnegan, a power exclusive to their father. Only Senju Hashirama bore a grave expression. Indeed, Lord Indra, we must quicken our pace. I fear we may be too late. His familiarity with Madara led him to recognize that the overwhelming fire technique did not emanate from a familiar aura. He sensed that even Madara, upon awakening the Rinnegan, would find himself at a loss against such ninjutsu. Indra snorted, compelled to accelerate his speed as well. He felt powerless. He was no match for either of them. His Susanoo completely restrained by the great Buddha of would release. He increasingly felt the bias of the elder. They say power is not everything. That Ashura's path is the future. Yet he had gifted a portion of his own strength to Ashura. What was Ashura? If not a mere waste reliant on the charity of others? He was determined to seize Ashura's power for himself, thereby awakening the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Qianhuan gazed quietly at the boundless sea of flames he had conjured. Within this inferno, Uchiha Madara found himself unable to escape. Qianhuan's technique was executed with such swiftness that he could not flee. He was left with no recourse but to endure the flames with his complete Susanoo. As he weathered the searing heat, he maneuvered his Susanoo towards the edge of the fiery abyss. However, within the flames, his Susanoo began to crack under the pressure, compelling him to continuously infuse it with ocular power to maintain its form. Just as Madara was on the verge of breaking free from the fire, he was startled by a thunderous explosion, the sound of air being torn apart. Unbeknownst to him, it was a sonic boom, a consequence of Qianhuan's body surpassing the speed of sound. Instinctively, Madara turned to see a figure hurtling towards him with extraordinary velocity. It was as if the very fabric of reality offered no resistance, and in an instant, his Susanoo was shattered. The figure surged forward, unimpeded, accelerating even further after breaching Madara's defense. With no options left, Madara's shadow of the Rinnegan lay dormant within him, forcing him to confront this formidable foe in a manner reminiscent of the strategy employed by Uchiha Sasuke against him. Shinra Tensei, Madara cried out, channeling the full might of his Rinnegan, thrusting his palm forward. A terrifying repulsion erupted, creating a violent wave of force capable of repelling even-tailed beasts for miles, sufficient to reduce any nearby adversary to mere mist. Yet, Madara could only watch as the figure advanced unflinchingly into the cataclysmic blast. Release. With a thunderous roar, golden chakra coiled around his right arm. The fist propelled forward with the might to rend mountains and seas asunder. The collision of the fist with the repulsive force seemed to suspend time itself. Two cataclysmic powers clashed in the air, generating shockwaves visible to the naked eye. The golden chakra violently grappling with the formless repulsion. At the point of contact, the surrounding air rapidly compressed before erupting violently, sending shockwaves that blew away all flames in the sky. On the ground, witnesses felt the explosive sound and the ferocity of the airwave. Clutching their ears and struggling to maintain their footing, many ordinary individuals were rendered paralyzed by fear, having never witnessed such overwhelming force. Chapter 56. Then it shall serve as my tool. Tsunade's chest heaved, her gaze fixed intently on the figure, her fists clenched unconsciously. What a madman, she murmured, her voice trembling, unable to mask her concern. She had once believed Qianhuan merely approached her grandfather's prowess, yet it was clear he had surpassed it. Ino shivered, yet stubbornly kept her eyes wide, finally grasping why Qianhuan feared no enemy, because he was the pinnacle. Karen trembled with excitement, her serpent-like eyes gleaming with fervor. Ha! Now that's the man I admire. Minato smiled wryly, realizing that in terms of physical prowess, his flying thunder god technique would likely falter against this opponent. Is this truly the strength of father now? How exhilarating. Might Guy felt a surge of adrenaline, nearly ready to unleash the eighth gate. He mused that if his father were in this state, employing the Dragon 18 Palms he had learned in his previous life could potentially shatter Shinra Tensei. Uchiha Itachi involuntarily smirked. Only such strength could irrevocably alter the fate of the shinobi world. To withstand the full force of Shinra Tensei with mere flesh. Sasuke activated his Susanoo to stabilize himself and shield those around him, his face betraying shock. This man was overwhelmingly powerful. The force of this strike rivaled even Kagaya's 80 Gods vacuum attack. This was the strength of the six paths. This was his aspiration. Had he possessed such power moments ago, even in distraction, Madara would have stood no chance against him. Above in the sky, Uchiha Madara was far from unscathed. The power of that punch had slightly penetrated Shinra Tensei, impacting his body. The residual force alone sent him hurtling uncontrollably for dozens of meters. By the time Madara regained his stability from the sky, the figure, resembling a deity, had already arrived before him. Shinra Tensei? Merely this. A chilling voice echoed in Madara's ear. He had no time to react. Qianhuan's right hand pressed firmly against his face. Have you ever experienced the sensation of a meteor crashing to Earth? His arm tensed, forcefully driving Madara's head downward. They plummeted from hundreds of meters high. Madara's head leading the descent, Qianhuan's palm following. Madara's vision was entirely obscured by that hand, the air growing increasingly shrill around him. Such terrifying speed. The velocity of their descent ignited his clothing from friction. He attempted to break free, but the fierce wind pressure rendered him immobile. His Rinnegan reflecting his humiliation and wrath for the first time. This man was treating him like a child. How utterly infuriating. Yet, despite his rage and unwillingness to concede, he could not alter the fact that he had been bested by this person's seemingly playful physical assault. How could one individual possess such overwhelming strength? He appeared devoid of the Sage of Six Paths bloodline. This realization plunged even the resolute Uchiha Madara into despair. Had this individual existed in their era, Konoha may never have come to be. There might not even be shinobi villages at all. The entire shinobi world would tremble beneath his dominion. The ground loomed closer, expanding rapidly in their view. They fell like a meteor, tracing a blazing trajectory through the sky. Boom. The earth shattered, fracturing like fragile eggshells. The terrifying impact creating a funnel-shaped depression across a 1,000-meter radius. Madara's body was forcibly driven into the ground, debris and dust erupting like a tsunami into the sky. Amidst the chaos, Qianhuan released his grip on Madara. The once mighty Uchiha Madara, the war god of the shinobi world, now lay in a pitiful state on the ground. Every inch of him battered and broken. His bones were shattered, flesh mangled, leaving only a blurred silhouette visible. Qianhuan lifted him up and looked at the fading consciousness of Ban, who was on the brink of death, and said, "Do you refuse to submit? Then you shall be my tool." He did not kill Ban, for if he did, Ban's soul would return to the Pure Land, and the Sage of the Six Paths would likely manipulate him once more, which was not his desire. Thus, he instead used his own chakra to heal Ban's injuries. Ban opened his eyes, gazing in confusion at Qianhuan, who was tending to him. He presumed this man admired him and wished to grant him another chance. However, he was utterly mistaken. As Ban's treatment neared completion, Qianhuan placed his hand upon Ban's body once more. Now, having reached the third layer of qi refinement, he could absorb the chakra of others without hand signs. As he pressed down on Ban's chakra surged like a tide, flowing towards him. Qianhuan, what are you doing? Ban questioned. You have lost yet still refused to submit, so I am crafting you into my tool. Qianhuan replied expressionlessly. He had offered Ban a chance out of admiration. But since Ban did not cherish it, he could not be blamed for his ruthless actions. Fear finally flickered in Ban's eyes. Qianhuan, kill me. Death is a ninja's true destination. He was unafraid of death, thus demanding Qianhuan to end his life. However, this did not mean he was not terrified of being eternally imprisoned. He had endured decades of solitude orchestrating schemes in the ninja world. Did he now have to continue suffering? He now understood the terror of this man. Under his control, even death was a challenge. Ban, do not let the image I hold of you shatter. Stand like a warrior, Qianhuan said, showing no sign of leniency. Ha! A strong man can command everything from the weak, truly worthy of you, Qianhuan. Ban laughed maniacally. Despite his fear of endless confinement, he showed no hint of surrender. He had spent his entire life crafting plans, even transcending death, only to be defeated. Perhaps, as Qianhuan suggested, he was indeed the savior of the ninja realm. He even relinquished his resistance, resolutely accepting his fate. Qianhuan continued his actions until only a trace of chakra remained in Ban, ensuring that he would not die. At that moment, Qianhuan's gaze shifted to the side. He sensed a weak presence lurking nearby, filled with malice. In his perception, this individual possessed approximately the strength of a shadow. However, now that he had Uchiha Ban, he regarded such a person with disdain, believing they lacked the qualifications to be his tool. Thus, without even a glance, Qianhuan formed a truth-seeking ball in his hand and hurled it in that direction. After the two had departed, Scorpion set out alone, hoping to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. However, as he approached Konoha, he suddenly saw two figures plummeting from the sky like shooting stars. His heart soared with joy. This was a buy-one-get-one-free surprise. At that height and speed, they were undoubtedly doomed to die. He had already envisioned how to manipulate the corpses of these powerful beings. It would certainly be a spectacular art piece. As the dust began to settle, Scorpion cautiously approached the crater formed by their impact. Looking down, he was met with an unforgettable sight. One of the men had miraculously risen unscathed. Yes, he stood upright after such a fall, without a single scratch or tear in his clothes. Such physical prowess. Was he even human? Chapter 57. Overwhelming aura. This one cannot be left alive. Yet, because of this, the man opposing him must also be no weakling. He could only hope that after this man departed, he would be able to claim his body. What happened next was even more incomprehensible. The man merely directed a portion of his chakra to the mangled figure on the ground. The injured man began to recover at an astonishing speed. This was utterly absurd. Could such events occur in the ninja world? As the dust continued to fall, Scorpion's pupils constricted. He recognized the man. It was Qianhuan. Even though he had suspected it might be him, Scorpion could not suppress the murderous intent rising within him. This man had once derided his art, claiming it was not art, but necrophilia that required treatment, and had said that this illness was beyond his remedy, leaving it to that old sage of six paths. Thus, he had been killed. Upon realizing it was Qianhuan, despite the turmoil of killing intent within him, Scorpion maintained his composure and prepared to retreat. He understood he could not hope to match this monster. Just as he was about to leave, the sensation of dying once before resurfaced within him. He saw a black sphere hurtling towards him with astonishing speed from the man's hand. Faster than Ban had been slammed into the ground. It was too swift for Scorpion to react. Boom. The sphere struck his core, resulting in a violent explosion. As the truth-seeking ball detonated, Scorpion caught a glimpse of his great-grandmother. On the other side, feeling the intense shockwave generated by the explosion, Qianhuan was somewhat speechless. The power of the truth-seeking ball was quite substantial. He had thrown it so far, yet it still affected him. Nonetheless, the shockwave, capable of killing most in the ninja world, was merely a gentle breeze to Qianhuan. He shielded Ban from the blast, then proceeded with his unfinished business to remove Ban's Rinnegan. This was his first time undertaking such an action, and he felt a twinge of apprehension about potentially damaging the Rinnegan. Ban, rendered immobile on the ground, could only endure the pain of having his eyes taken from him, as the eyes he had spent decades acquiring were being stripped away. Moreover, in his perception, this man intended to destroy his Rinnegan. Qianhuan, why do you wish to destroy my Rinnegan? Ban, with barely any chakra left in his body, rose up in anger, demanding answers with the last of his strength. He believed the victor indeed had the right to handle the spoils of war, but one ought not to wantonly destroy them. Destroy? I am not so petty. I merely wish to absorb its power. As Qianhuan spoke, golden chakra seeped into Ban's Rinnegan. Like the process of acquiring a Bido's Sharingan, Qianhuan extracted the power from Ban's Rinnegan, refining and merging it. Ultimately, Ban's Rinnegan shattered, reducing to withered flesh and blood. The extracted blue special chakra surged into Qianhuan's eyes. His eyes remained devoid of any enhancements, retaining their original form. Although their functionality and combat effectiveness might not rival the double Kimyui, this special chakra surpassed that of a Bido's double Kimyui. Upon absorption, he felt a slight pressure in his eyes. It was undeniable that the Rinnegan's power was indeed formidable. Furthermore, after absorbing Ban's Rinnegan, he realized he might not be able to continue absorbing others' ocular powers until he broke through to a new level. His current eyes were already filled with power, and if he were to forcibly absorb more, it could lead to adverse effects, if not outright destruction. Upon hearing Qianhuan's explanation, a self-mocking smile crept onto Ban's face. How ironic that the power I labored my entire life to attain is being disassembled like a mere toy in your hands. He continued to inquire. Can you truly harness the full power of the Rinnegan? Uchiha Madara, you have overestimated the Rinnegan. Do you believe that without the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, I cannot wield such power? Your Rinnegan can only manifest its true value in my possession. Rinnegan Graveyard. In the eyes of Kageaki Chihan, a brilliant golden light flickered, and suddenly, 10 Rinnegan clones emerged around him. A look of astonishment immediately graced Uchiha Madara's hollow face. How could this be? 10 Rinnegan clones, he exclaimed. Although he had lost his eyes, his formidable perception still allowed him to sense his surroundings. After all, the Rinnegan Graveyard was once his ability. Even though he could no longer use it, he could still vaguely perceive it. Such a phenomenon shattered his understanding entirely. This individual not only fully acquired his power, but also enhanced the abilities of the Rinnegan. Does he truly possess no limits? Kageaki Chihan, I hope your path will not be as filled with delusion as mine. I anticipate that you will completely transform the ninja world. Upon uttering these words, a rare expression of fatigue appeared on Uchiha Madara's face, as if the obsessions of a lifetime had become utterly meaningless. In the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths had been observing Madara's situation. The world of the Pure Land was supposed to be devoid of wind, yet at that moment, the white robe of Otsutsuki Yui stirred as if moved by an unseen breeze. Sitting cross-legged in the void, his form trembled slightly, and the Rinnegan and the Rinne Sharingan on his forehead reflected the terrifying scene unfolding in the living world. How could this happen? Yui's voice was hoarse, filled with disbelief. He saw Uchiha Madara, the wielder of the Rinnegan, reduced to a state akin to a stray dog, lying on the ground. Meanwhile, Kageaki Chihan stood before Madara, holding his 2 Rinnegan. He had assumed Chihan would implant the Rinnegan into his own eyes. But what did he see? Kageaki Chihan was absorbing the power of the Rinnegan. This was the Rinnegan. He needed to re-evaluate Kageaki Chihan's strength. This individual not only reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, but possessed such an extraordinary ability. As Yui regretted not having provided chakra to them from the onset, allowing Ashura and the others to achieve the strength of the sage, he suddenly realized that Kageaki Chihan had lifted his gaze, his eyes seeming to pierce through the void and traverse life and death, locking directly onto him in the Pure Land. A cold smile curled at the corners of Kageaki Chihan's lips, and as his lips moved, it seemed he uttered, "Wretched child, await your demise." Beneath this smile, Yui's very soul began to tremble. Moreover, this audacious individual dared to speak such words, showing him such blatant disrespect. His arrogance was intolerable. This child must not be allowed to live. Chapter 58. My father, who only hides in the Pure Land outside Konoha village, in the dense forest, Ashura, Indra, and Hashirama were still en route to Konoha. At that moment, Indra, having gleaned information from Hashirama, understood how Madara had acquired his power. Suddenly, the ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The three halted, gazing gravely toward the direction of Konoha. Madara has fallen? Hashirama's expression grew somber, his fists clenching involuntarily. He did not know how he knew Madara had fallen, but he simply did. A profound melancholy enveloped him. He continuously tried to dissuade Madara's actions, yet he still cared deeply for him. Humph, a waste is a waste. Indra scoffed, yet he did not doubt Hashirama's conjecture. A flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Being defeated despite possessing the Rinnegan was indeed a disgrace. Ashura furrowed his brow. Looking toward his brother, this is not the time for infighting. We must stop Kageyaki Chihan. Stop Kageyaki Chihan. Ha ha ha. Indra laughed heartily, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. If we unite our strength, we can certainly defeat Kageyaki Chihan. Ashura's gaze was resolute as he regarded the source of the tremors. Upon hearing this, Indra's laughter ceased, and a look of disdain crossed his face. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and stepped closer to Ashura, saying, "It's truly repugnant. You speak of bonds every day, yet everything you possess was given to you by that old man. Now, even Madara, who possesses the Rinnegan, may have fallen. Shall we throw our lives away with our current strength?" His voice was frigid, and he made a resolute decision in his heart. Hashirama sensed the shift in atmosphere and spoke gravely. "Indra, what do you mean?" Though he also believed that if Madara, who possessed the Rinnegan, had fallen, they would not be able to contend with Kageyaki Chihan. He trusted the Sage of Six Paths' judgment, as it was the sage who had brought them together. His life, having been granted by the sage, left him with no doubts about the sage's reasoning. Indra, however, did not halt his steps. He gradually approached Ashura's side. "My meaning is quite simple," Indra said, a cold smile gracing his lips. "If Madara can activate the Rinnegan by merging with Ashura's power, then why can't I?" "What?" Ashura's pupils constricted in shock as he looked at his brother. Just as he made a move, it was already too late. Swoosh. A purple chakra blade pierced through Indra's neck from the side, severing his head completely. Ashura's head soared into the sky, disbelief etched across his features. He could not comprehend why his brother would resort to such treachery against him. Was it merely to obtain his power? Thud. Ashura's head fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, staring at Indra. "Do not blame me, brother." Indra's Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly. "Only in this way can I obtain enough power to slay that monster named Chihan." He held back a confession, a need to prove that he, Indra, was not inferior to others. He could achieve what his younger brother could. As he prepared to take Ashura's corpse for internal and external enhancement, Hashirama was stunned by this unexpected turn of events. He could not believe that the son of the Sage of Six Paths could be so cruel as to turn against his own brother. Was it truly just to awaken the Rinnegan that Madara possessed? "Indra, have you lost your mind?" Hashirama shouted, instantly entering sage mode, ready to unleash Ashura's wrath upon Indra. However, just then, the once clear sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. An elderly face filled with rage emerged from the clouds, and those Rinnegan burned with unprecedented fury, fixating on the figure of Indra below. "Indra!" The Sage of Six Paths' roar echoed like thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers. His voice was no longer calm, but filled with overwhelming anger and disappointment. "You dare to harm your own brother? I granted you life and power, not to be used to harm your kin." From the dark clouds, a colossal chakra hand materialized, crashing down upon Indra. "Ha! Father, have you finally chosen to reveal yourself?" Indra's Mangekyo power erupted, and a fully realized Susanoo rose from the ground, forcefully resisting the giant chakra hand of the sage. With a fierce glare, he proclaimed, "Father, I no longer require your approval. I, who have awakened the Rinnegan, am worthy to stand beside you." The Sage of Six Paths, consumed by fury, looked at Indra in disbelief, yet did not make further moves. Indra continued to speak, each word penetrating. "Father, you are nothing but biased and hypocritical. They profess their love for us, yet have never truly acknowledged my path. You bestowed your chakra upon Ashura, rendering me incapable of rivaling him, and entrusted the shinobi sect to him. What have I gained in return? Merely your disapproval, your estrangement. You have never shown concern for me." The Sage of Six Paths' visage twisted, his voice deep and thunderous. "I have never shown favoritism, nor am I hypocritical. It is you who has become obsessed with power, straying from the true essence of the shinobi sect. Just as you are now, utterly lost in your pursuit of strength. I am profoundly disappointed in you." Upon hearing this, Indra erupted into laughter, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan spinning rapidly in his eyes. He exclaimed furiously, "The essence of the shinobi sect? Ha! That is merely the excuse of the weak. Look at the world today. Uchiha Madara, Kamizato Chihuan, who does not have their fate dictated by power. And you, my father, can only hide in your paradise, judging right from wrong from your lofty perch. The colossal face of the Sage of Six Paths trembled slightly amidst the clouds, a flicker of deep exhaustion flashing in his eyes. He spoke slowly, his tone no longer filled with rage but imbued with a sorrowful calm. Indra, do you truly believe that possessing the Rinnegan will enable you to conquer Kamizato Chihuan? That would at least be more useful than your preachings. At least I stand above you, striving to acquire strength to defeat Kamizato Chihuan. Indra shouted hoarsely. The purple Susanoo grasped Ashura's form, preparing to depart. Hashirama remained entranced by the dialogue between the Sage of Six Paths and Indra, unable to regain his senses for a long time. He had not anticipated that the legendary Sage of Six Paths would struggle so with matters concerning his offspring, leading to such a tragic outcome. The sage's immense face closed painfully as he shut his eyes. In light of this, there was no choice but to rectify this error. Amidst the rolling storm clouds, the Sage of Six Paths extended his massive hand, halting Indra's escape while infusing Hashirama's body with a chakra of the yang nature imbued with the power of the Six Paths. Chapter 59. Hashirama. You wouldn't want Tsunade to weep, would you? As the sage's chakra coursed into him, Hashirama instantaneously sensed an unusual sensation within his body. It was as if all his chakra had come to life. Natural energy began to fervently respond to him, surging forth without his need to gather it. He could hear the whispers of the plants. No, not just the flora, but even the winds, the earth. And the very vibrations of the air became part of his senses. He suddenly recalled Tobirama's words. Brother, your power ultimately has its limits. But now, those limits had vanished. He felt capable of achieving so much more. Simultaneously, 9 truth-seeking orbs appeared behind him, and his attire transformed into that of the shinobi sect. This was the Sage of Six Paths mode. Old man, let me go. Indra yelled, awakened to reality. Although I won't physically return you to paradise, you are forcing my hand. His colossal visage turned towards Hashirama, who was still savoring his newfound power. Hashirama Senju. As Ashura's heir, I shall bring you to an end. You are compelling me. Ashura roared Amaterasu. In an instant, searing black flames capable of incinerating all engulfed the entirety of his perfected Susanoo, as if to instill some trepidation in Hashirama. The black flames seemed to surge towards the sage's massive visage amidst the storm clouds. At that moment, Hashirama's gaze shifted. He clasped his hands together. The calamity of the god tree erupted around Hashirama, as countless robust roots swiftly sprouted from the expansive land surrounding him, expanding in a conical shape towards the Susanoo enveloped in black flames. Indra, witnessing this, swung his purple Susanoo blade in an attempt to strike. How can this be? His expression froze in disbelief, for he realized that the once invincible Susanoo could not harm these roots in the slightest. Futile. Indra, accept your fate. Hashirama's talents far surpass yours. These are the roots of the god tree, which you cannot sever. The sage's voice resonated. Terror crept onto Indra's face. Yet he continued to shout and laugh maniacally. Ha! Once again. Otsutsuki Kagaya, were it not for your assistance, Hashirama Senju would ultimately be beneath my feet. I refuse to accept this. I refuse. This time, Indra truly disowned the sage as his father. However, he was ultimately enveloped, resembling a cocoon. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed nearby. What a grand display of familial drama. Meanwhile, within Konoha, upon witnessing Chihuan's figure vanish, his sons were understandably worried. Thus, Itachi formed hand seals. Sharingan art, telescope. A massive screen materialized before them, displaying the unfolding events. Everyone turned their gaze towards it. Six Paths Sage? How intriguing, Sasuke remarked, feeling indifferent towards the sage. However, upon noticing the truth-seeking orbs floating behind Hashirama, he could no longer maintain his composure. He recognized Hashirama's state as identical to Naruto's from years past. If he recalled correctly, this was the Sage of Six Paths mode Naruto had once spoken of. Indeed, it is him, Itachi said darkly. Ever since the conflict between Uchiha Madara and their father had erupted, he had suspected as much. We must take action. We cannot simply watch our father battle. Shursui interjected, as Hashirama's cells had allowed his Sharingan to restore. Following his statement, a silence fell over them. If it were merely a matter of a superior shadow-level opponent, they might have a plan, but now, with the truth-seeking orbs floating behind Hashirama, Their implications were all too clear. "Allow me." Hisashi stepped forward, the Byakugan in his eyes having transformed into Rinnegan. "Everyone. The Rinnegan requires a significant amount of chakra to activate its chakra mode. Lend me your strength." Chihuan's sons surrounded Hisashi, beginning to channel their chakra into him, akin to the true 1,000 hands they had employed the previous day. Sasuke also approached. "Your chakra may still be insufficient. Add mine." As Sasuke joined in, Minato and Kushina utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to their side. They simultaneously transferred their chakra to Hisashi. In the ceiling space, the Nine Tails made a decision. Regardless of the fact that the individual was akin to a father, grandfathers inherently held a higher standing, making this choice simple. Hisashi accepted every ounce of chakra, and gradually, a green chakra cloak began to manifest around him. The black truth-seeking orbs began to gather behind him, one by one, while a bone horn symbolizing the Otsutsuki quietly emerged from his forehead. At that moment, an individual vanished from their sight, moving with incredible speed towards the location displayed by the telescope. "Kamizato Chihuan, it is you." The Sage of Six Paths' expression shifted, contorted by rage. As the words left his lips, the surrounding storm clouds unleashed violent thunder. Hashirama also turned his attention towards Chihuan, regarding this seemingly unremarkable figure, aside from his striking appearance. Is this man truly the harbinger of the world's destruction? Chihuan floated in the air, his robe billowing in the wind. "Ah, my son, why do you no longer recognize your father?" Chihuan's words were shocking. Hashirama stood frozen in disbelief. This unremarkable individual was the father of the Sage of Six Paths. How could this be? He appeared so youthful. Yet the sage's expression darkened significantly, clearly unwilling to engage with this person. "Hashirama, eliminate him," commanded the sage, his voice echoing like thunder. "Sage, are you certain you wish for me to slay him? He may appear harmless on your face, but he has inflicted a critical blow upon the sage." Before he could utter a word, Qianhuan interjected. "Senju Hashirama, are you truly intent on engaging me in battle? After all, we are ostensibly on the same side, and you surely wouldn't wish to see Tsunade in tears," he remarked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, his tone veering towards a thinly veiled threat. Yet, Qianhuan was merely stating a fact. Hashirama's gaze snapped to Qianhuan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "What have you done to Tsunade? Release her, and I shall grant you a complete corpse." To threaten him with his granddaughter was unbecoming of a formidable ninja. "Hashirama, act swiftly. I assure you, should your granddaughter perish, I possess the means to resurrect her." The Sage of Six Paths urged hastily. Had he not been preoccupied with preparing his own body, he would have intervened personally rather than relying on another. However, before Hashirama could make a move, Qianhuan vanished from sight, enveloped within a tightly cocooned chrysalis. He subsequently transported the unconscious Indra into the Kamui space to keep him company with Abido. A valuable power source indeed, one he could not afford to overlook. Ignoring the Sage of Six Paths biases, he sought only strength. From his palm, several dark rods shot forth, embedding themselves into Indra's form, securing him within the Kamui space to prevent him from wandering upon awakening. Chapter 60. Indeed, a remarkably delectable chakra. Qianhuan reappeared before Hashirama, observing the latter's indecision. Shaking his head, he remarked that such hesitance was unbecoming of a true warrior. Hashirama had not even sensed Qianhuan's entry into the domain he had crafted with his wood release. His psychological fortitude was woefully inadequate. Suddenly, a golden blade, 100 meters in length, materialized, aimed directly at Hashirama's head. At that instant, the Sage of Six Paths staff intercepted the blade's assault. "Hashirama, what are you hesitating for?" The sage's furious voice jolted Hashirama from his indecision. His expression grave, he fixed his gaze upon Qianhuan. Had the sage not deflected that strike, he might well have met his demise. Thus, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Six Paths, divine tree prison. Hashirama clasped his hands together, invoking the jutsu. In an instant, the earth shattered and the air trembled. From a radius of several dozen miles, countless roots, as thick as giant serpents, erupted from the ground, spiraling in from all directions, even descending from the sky, intertwining to form an impenetrable prison of trees. Qianhuan's figure was entirely engulfed, leaving the outside world to witness only a massive sphere woven from innumerable branches. Within the domain, Qianhuan regarded the scene with intrigue. He had not anticipated that Hashirama, upon gaining the power of the Six Paths, could wield such ninjutsu. However, in the current confrontation, it proved somewhat ostentatious. To defeat him with such tactics was utterly insufficient. In the next moment, from the branches, millions of sharp spikes lunged forth from every direction. Qianhuan wielded the 100-meter golden blade, moving with such speed that it left afterimages akin to a golden domain, severing all incoming spikes. His blade was far sharper than Indra's Susanoo blade, requiring little effort to thwart the onslaught. Observing this, Hashirama's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Had Obito faced this technique in their time, he would have likely met a grim fate. The ease with which Qianhuan handled the situation was astounding. Indeed, he was someone capable of defeating Obito. With a mighty roar, Hashirama unleashed his full power, causing the growth rate of the branches and spikes to surge dramatically, as if stimulated by a potent drug. The severed branches had scarcely touched the ground when new spikes sprouted from the broken ends. The entire tree prison began to collapse inward, numerous branches converging to utterly crush Qianhuan into a pulp. Qianhuan's golden blade struck against the prison walls, and he found it no longer as effortless. Boring tricks, he scoffed, sweeping the golden blade to carve a brief opening. A wave of spatial fluctuation emanated, and in an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing at Hashirama's side. This time, as he thrust his golden blade once more, it was imbued with a black substance, as if armed with the truth-seeking orbs, rendering the 100-meter blade appear fortified. Though the enhancement was modest, it required little effort. The black blade shot forth, hurtling towards Hashirama's head. Hashirama had been attuned to the spatial fluctuations, locking onto Qianhuan the moment he materialized. As the blade lunged at him, he stamped his foot, and a metallic-hued spike erupted from the ground, aimed directly at Qianhuan with astonishing speed. Yet, it still missed its mark. Meanwhile, the black blade left a deep, bone-revealing gash across Hashirama's face. However, he recovered swiftly, the wound vanishing in the blink of an eye. Hashirama's demeanor grew somber. This was the first time he had wielded such power, and he found himself at a loss on how to strike this adversary. Such a dense assault yielded no results against him. The Sage of Six Paths, observing from the Pure Land, wore a grave expression, realizing Hashirama was no match for Qianhuan. Although Hashirama had just ascended to this level of power, he should not be struggling to this extent. It was evident that this man was overwhelmingly powerful. Beside him lay two bodies, one almost identical to his own, albeit significantly younger, embodying his prime form. The other was his brother, Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Facing a formidable enemy after a millennium, he was resolute in bringing his brother, who had aided him in the past, into the fray. After all, his brother was undeniably useful. Just then, Qianhuan reappeared. Your jutsu is too slow. If this is all you possess, you cannot compel me to take you seriously. Qianhuan's hand rested upon Hashirama's shoulder, a fierce pulling force emanating from his palm. As he felt his chakra draining like a torrential flood, Hashirama hastily swung a fist toward Qianhuan. Yet, Qianhuan remained motionless, two shadowy figures emerging before him to jointly block Hashirama's strike. Meanwhile, he continued to absorb Hashirama's chakra, feeling his own cultivation swiftly ascend to the third level of refining energy. A subtle smile graced Qianhuan's lips. Not bad, a remarkably delectable chakra. The quality of this chakra surpassed all he had encountered previously, nearly rivaling his own. Its high quality allowed for passive refinement without excessive concentration, resulting in an expedited process, transforming Hashirama's chakra into his own in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Hashirama was astonished to witness such unabashed chakra absorption. Feeling waves of weakness coursing through his body, Senju Hashirama struggled to escape Qianhuan's grasp. However, he soon found himself encircled once more by 8 figures resembling those that had previously blocked his attack, effectively restraining him in place. Qianhuan's hand had never left his shoulder. Hashirama fought desperately, yet found Qianhuan's grip to be as tenacious as a leech, refusing to release him for even a moment, until he caught sight of the truth-seeking orbs hovering behind him. In the next instant, Hashirama gritted his teeth, a flicker of resoluteness flashing in his eyes. It ends here. The 9 pitch-black truth-seeking orbs behind him suddenly contracted before exploding in unison. Boom. Instantly, the world dimmed. The once impenetrable tree domain was torn to shreds under the onslaught of the truth-seeking orb's explosion, akin to fragile parchment. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Despite the relatively minor harm caused by the truth-seeking orbs, The simultaneous explosion of 9 orbs exacted a devastating toll on Hashirama. His body was propelled like a cannonball, soaring at an astonishing speed that even surpassed the sound barrier, until he finally crashed into a distant hill. Gasping, Hashirama coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body was riddled with injuries. Nearly every bone was shattered, and blood seeped from his pores. Yet, in spite of such dire circumstances, he clung to life, bolstered by the exceptional physical resilience of a sage. The power of the 6 paths further enhanced his innate ability to heal, and his wounds began to visibly mend at a remarkable rate, though the excruciating pain forced him to kneel. Perhaps this time, it is truly the end, Hashirama panted, gazing towards the epicenter of the explosion, where flickering embers danced in the air. The immense mushroom cloud loomed, a harbinger of the cataclysm that had transpired. He doubted that Kimui could have survived. Under such an explosion, all life would surely be reduced to naught. In Konoha village, countless eyes were drawn to the rising mushroom cloud on the horizon. The seismic shockwaves that accompanied the explosion sent tremors through the ground. Fear gripped the hearts of the villagers, and without a word of instruction, they instinctively sought refuge, for if such an explosion were to occur within Konoha, none would dare believe they could survive. Chapter 61. You have no cards left. While others presumed Kimui had perished, his sons remained remarkably composed. They could not fathom that their father could fall to such an assault. Nonetheless, concern gnawed at their hearts, especially since the view through the telescope revealed nothing but blinding white light. In unison, they increased the chakra supply to the sun foot. At that moment, the truth-seeking orbs around the sun foot coalesced into a 7th orb. Suddenly, Itachi exclaimed, "Father is indeed unharmed." While others instinctively averted their gazes from the blinding light, Itachi remained fixated on the image transmitted by the telescope. His loyalty was unwavering. Sasuke followed suit, witnessing the man effortlessly disperse the surrounding dust with a mere wave of his hand. He then smiled in the direction of their telescope before vanishing from sight. Sasuke understood that Kimui had absorbed Obito's Sharingan abilities, which eased his worries. Yet, he remained uncertain whether his Majesty Kimui could react in such a tumultuous situation. However, seeing the current state of affairs brought him solace. A collective sigh of relief swept over the group as they beheld the figure resembling a deity departing from the explosion's center, deepening their reverence. Meanwhile, not far from Konoha, Tsunade, with tears streaming down her face, gazed at the explosion before her. She wished for neither Kimui's death nor that of her grandfather, Hashirama. Are you really shedding tears for this scoundrel? Kimui appeared beside Tsunade, teasing her. How dare you? Tsunade hastily wiped her tears from her face. Why couldn't you wait for me? My grandfather listens to me most. There was no need for you to fight. She could not comprehend Kimui's actions. Was it truly amusing for him to cause her such sorrow? Kimui offered no explanation, instead stating, "Obey me in return. This is not a safe place." But obey. Tsunade begrudgingly turned her face away, leaving with an air of defiance. As for the necessity of conflict, there were 2 reasons. Firstly, he sought to gain experience from battles with peers. After all, he anticipated that the Sage of 6 Paths, this rebellious offspring, would soon intervene, and he wondered what formidable challenge awaited him. Secondly, if he refrained from fighting, the sage would undoubtedly reclaim the powers bestowed upon Hashirama, leaving him with nothing of value. Kimui observed Tsunade glancing back repeatedly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he awaited the opportunity to revel in the fruits of his labor. As he activated his space-time ninjutsu once more, he vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he stood behind Hashirama, placing a reassuring arm upon his shoulder. At that moment, Hashirama's body had fully recovered. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying pull from Kimui's grip. Impossible. You're alive? Hashirama's voice trembled with astonishment. His body quaked involuntarily. He whipped around, attempting to thwart Kimui's actions, but the outcome mirrored their previous encounter. He was once again obstructed by Kimui's shadow clone. It dawned on him that not only was Kimui unscathed, but his attire remained pristine as well. He could hardly fathom how Kimui had withstood the intensity of such an explosion. Divine art, Myojinmen. Hashirama's movements did not cease. Realizing he could not break free through physical prowess, he devised another strategy. A colossal crimson torii gate tore through the clouds, descending with the force to suppress all. Aimed squarely at Kimui and Hashirama. A smirk crept across Hashirama's lips. He had no doubt that if Kimui did not evade, he could not withstand the assault with mere flesh. He was equally skeptical that those ethereal shadow clones could withstand it. After all, this was the Myojinmen bolstered by the power of the Six Paths, and even if it were to be blocked, he could continue to unleash further attacks. Ultimately, if Kamui could not endure, as the caster, he could still extricate himself from the ensuing suppression. If Kamui chose to dodge or use ninjutsu to defend himself, he would have to relinquish his hold, granting Hashirama the opportunity to escape. As the Crimson Torii neared the two, Kamui made no move to evade. Showing no intention of escape, a triumphant glint appeared in Hashirama's eyes. Not dodging. This time, I may turn the tide in my favor. However, he was soon met with the sight of one of Kamui's shadow clones, which suddenly brandished a massive black blade. The blade rose to confront the descending Torii, and with a resounding clash, the colossal structure was cleaved in two, the cut edges perfectly smooth and devoid of any debris, a testament to the precision of the strike. Kamui's obsidian blade remained unblemished, as if it had effortlessly severed not the Myojinmen, but merely a piece of rotten wood. With a thunderous crash, the two halves of the enormous Torii landed, stirring up clouds of dust, yet not a single soul was harmed. How is this possible? Hashirama gasped in disbelief. He had previously assumed that Kamui's shadow clones were incapable of performing ninjutsu, and even if they could, their effectiveness would be limited. Yet now he realized these shadow clones were akin to an enhanced version of the shadow clone technique, capable of both offense and defense, wielding ninjutsu, and even capable of severing techniques of the Six Paths level. Those beneath the Six Paths caliber would likely be unable to perceive their positions. This was far superior to his own wood clones. It was utterly terrifying. Why had Kamui not allowed these clones to unleash their ninjutsu before? Had they attacked him collectively, he would have likely been defeated long ago. Faced with this reality, Hashirama could only arrive at one conclusion. Kamui had been toying with him, never taking him seriously at all. Was the disparity in their powers truly so vast? Just how formidable was Kamui? In that instant, a wave of profound despair engulfed Senju Hashirama. Yet, recalling Kamui's words, you wouldn't want Tsunade to cry, would you? He resolutely refused to concede. Even if the gap between them was enormous, he was determined to give it his all. He relinquished his defense, preparing to launch himself at Kamui. Kamui? He could not comprehend Hashirama's intentions. Was he drawn in by his own handsomeness? Yet soon, he grasped the essence of Hashirama's thoughts. Suddenly, the entire body of Senju Hashirama was enveloped by a pitch-black, liquid-like wooden substance, which began to spread outward as if attempting to encapsulate him. However, Qianhuan would never allow Hashirama this opportunity. He swiftly withdrew his hand from Hashirama's shoulder, sidestepping the assault, and concentrated the spatial power of Kamui in his palm, transferring the liquid-like material into the Kamui dimension. Give it up, Senju Hashirama. You have no cards left. Just accept your fate as my power bank, Qianhuan coldly declared. Hashirama, still undeterred, attempted to lunge again. At that moment, a vortex abruptly appeared in the sky above them, and a figure with pale skin, gray-blue hair tied in a ponytail, and no eyebrows descended. Clad in white robes, he carried a glowing red fishing basket and a red fishing rod. This unexpected arrival was none other than Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who had traveled through time alongside Sasuke. Upon his appearance, Kinshiki's gaze was instantly drawn to the two figures on the ground, while Hashirama and Qianhuan also turned their attention to him. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere thickened with silence. Yet, a smirk curled at Qianhuan's lips. It was a serendipitous encounter, and his eyes narrowed with a predatory gleam, akin to Orochimaru's demeanor, as he licked his lips in anticipation of a delectable prey. Chapter 62. Kinshiki arrives. Kinshiki falls. Kinshiki's casual tone bore an unusual hint of surprise as he squinted, surveying the space between Qianhuan and Hashirama before settling his gaze on the dark, transparent blade of the truth-seeking ball. In this realm, decades passed. Someone has managed to wield the power of yin-yang release, he murmured, his fingers absently toying with the flickering red fishing rod. It seems that collecting the Nine Tails chakra will prove to be more intriguing than I anticipated. Seeing Kinshiki's indifference towards the truth-seeking ball, Qianhuan composed his expression and, with a serious tone, inquired, "Who exactly are you? I do not recall anyone of your caliber in the ninja world." Hashirama, too, halted his reckless charge, doubting the intentions of this sudden intruder. "Oh dear, you dare to ask me such a question?" Kinshiki replied with a playful shake of his fishing rod, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. "But since you have asked so earnestly, I shall indulge you. I hail from a realm far beyond your comprehension, seeking to collect. Shall we say, little toys? At that moment, Hashirama suddenly realized something, exclaiming in shock. To refer to such a powerful entity as the Nine Tails as mere little toys. You are indeed a dangerous individual. Qianhuan nearly laughed at Hashirama's remark. Do you even hear what you are saying? A person who can subdue the Nine Tails with a mere touch believes in its formidable power? What a joke. Casting aside that thought, he pondered how he might also convert Kinshiki into his power bank. After all, despite Kinshiki's seemingly weak demeanor, he was still an Otsutsuki. Killing him outright would be a waste, as he could not be reincarnated. You two seem decent enough. How about you surrender your chakra? Kinshiki proposed, one hand resting on his fishing rod, preparing to reel in their chakra. He was quite fond of the Rinnegan abilities Qianhuan had acquired from Madara. Just then, a voice echoed from a distance. Kinshiki, my lord, I come to assist you. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. A colossal golden blade descended from the distant horizon, cleaving the sky in two, as the clouds parted like a receding tide. As the blade approached him, Kinshiki abruptly turned around, his pupils trembling in disbelief at the sheer might of the descending attack. Such an astounding amount of chakra. Such an incredible force. Never did I imagine encountering such a formidable presence in this remote location. As the golden blade swept through the landscape, even the distant mountains were transformed into dark ravines. Yet, Kinshiki had no time for further contemplation. His Rinnegan spun wildly, revealing for the first time a grave expression. Hozuki, lacking the activation of his blue Rinnegan, he could only attempt to evade using the Otsutsuki's time-space ninjutsu. When his blue Rinnegan was activated, he could transform into a red origami crane to dodge attacks. Unfortunately, Hozuki was much slower in comparison. The residual force of the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion washed over him. Kinshiki's body was flung from another dimension, his left shoulder to right abdomen scorched by the golden light, leaving a deep gash. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. What is this ability? Such destructive power is terrifying. Hashirama stood paralyzed in shock, staring at the unfathomable chasm that had formed nearby, his mouth agape. He believed that anyone capable of such an assault might surpass even Kimui Qianhuan, and since this individual was aligned with Qianhuan, his chances of survival were utterly extinguished. Qianhuan's heart tightened. He merely wished to gauge Kinshiki's abilities, yet he witnessed Kinshiki being struck down. Had it not been for Kinshiki's robust physique, he might have faced utter obliteration. If he were to be dispatched so effortlessly, Qianhuan would lose a valuable power bank. He found Kinshiki to be embarrassingly weak. Given his own speed, he could have evaded 10 instances of the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion under such circumstances. Such sluggish attacks could hardly connect. Hey, you are an Otsutsuki, aren't you? Surely, you possess more prowess than this. Kinshiki knelt on one knee, gazing at the figure draped in green chakra above him. Kinshiki, today marks your demise. Hisashi declared from his position in the sky, looking down upon the beleaguered Kinshiki with disdain, as if observing an insignificant insect. How painful. How many years has it been since I last bled? You lowly beings dare to injure me using the stolen power of the Otsutsuki. This is unforgivable. I will remember you. The next time we meet, I shall turn you all into bait. Kinshiki roared in frustration. However, he understood that continuing this fight would be futile, and thus activated his most proficient escape technique. As a void appeared behind him, Hisashi prepared to act, only to find Qianhuan had already moved. Qianhuan's figure materialized at the void of Hozuki, single-handedly restraining Kinshiki. You, how is this possible? How can a lowly being like you achieve this? Kinshiki found himself completely immobilized, caught by Qianhuan's single hand, feeling as though he faced an immovable mountain pressing down upon him. A lowly being? Qianhuan scoffed, then unleashed his most adept taijutsu technique, the Otsutsuki elbow strike. Unfortunately, the outcome was rather disappointing. With 2 strikes, Kinshiki's blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Grasping Kinshiki, Qianhuan disdainfully remarked, "Pathetic, so weak, you have utterly shattered my perception of the Otsutsuki. Do not push your luck. The Otsutsuki clan is not one to be insulted." Otsutsuki Urashiki was shaken by Qianhuan's words, as the truth is a swift blade. He struggled like Hashirama, yet in the next moment, a tremendous force emanated from Qianhuan's palm. With Urashiki's wounds still unhealed, he found himself unable to escape Qianhuan's grasp, his complexion shifting from the unhealthy pallor of the Otsutsuki to a ghastly white. What kind of ability is this? I clearly do not sense the bloodline of the Otsutsuki from you. How can you absorb another's chakra? Urashiki was filled with horror. He resembled Hashirama at that moment, desperately seeking a way to break free, but he was far weaker than the current Hashirama. Escape was simply impossible. In the next instant, Qianhuan's other hand swept across Urashiki's eyes, revealing the Rinnegan of the Otsutsuki. Regrettably, he had not yet reached the 4th level of chakra refining, and his eyes were already filled to capacity, forcing him to temporarily seal Urashiki's eyes away. "Ah, it hurts. You're a bastard." Urashiki continued to wail, his expression spiraling into madness. Chapter 63, 4th Level of Chakra Refinement, Kamisato Qianhuan. I will not let you succeed. Hashirama observed as Qianhuan prepared to absorb Urashiki's chakra and spoke up. If he were to gain this monster's chakra, he could only imagine the extent of Qianhuan's power. Unfortunately, Hashirama had not managed to break free from Qianhuan earlier, and his current state was far from optimal. The depletion of his chakra was severe. Moreover, Qianhuan's shadow clones were still fixated on him, with several even restraining his limbs, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as Qianhuan gradually drained Urashiki's chakra. Meanwhile, Nikaritsu quickly approached Qianhuan and said, "Your Majesty, please absorb my chakra as well." Nikaritsu offered, wishing to contribute his Rinnegan. After all, his chakra was insufficient to maintain the Rinnegan mode for long. He believed that if his power could elevate Qianhuan further, it would be worth it. Very well. After the battle, I shall enhance everyone's strength. Qianhuan nodded. He was soon to face the 6 Paths' rebellious son, and the old sage was no simple foe. Furthermore, Nikaritsu's current form could not be sustained for long. Rather than waste it, it would be better to facilitate chakra refinement. Placing a hand on Nikaritsu's body, the immense chakra he had gathered flowed toward Qianhuan. Ever since reaching the 3rd level of chakra refinement, Qianhuan's demands for chakra had escalated. Fortunately, Nikaritsu brought with him a vast reservoir of chakra, and having previously absorbed a significant amount from Hashirama, Qianhuan's body began to manifest a Tomo once again. On the other side, the Sage of 6 Paths had revived his brother, Otsutsuki Kinshiki. His body was only a step away from completion. This power? Is this the Rinnegan? The well-informed sage murmured. Yes, brother, this was a concept I envisioned in my lifetime, and I never anticipated it would be realized by future generations. Kinshiki, now restored to his youthful state, replied. Do you now have confidence in obtaining this ability? Kinshiki nodded, saying, on the moon. My other descendant should have constructed the giant Rinnegan. A trip to the moon should allow me to acquire this power. Let this Otsutsuki from another planet delay Kamisato Qianhuan for us, but make haste. His power grows seemingly without limit, and if this continues, we may be unable to prevent him from rescuing our mother. The Sage of 6 Paths declared, harboring deep resentment for Kamisato Qianhuan. If it weren't for him, Indra would not have resorted to such actions. Just then, Kinshiki halted. He gazed at the image of Otsutsuki Urashiki, who, instead of fleeing, had been subdued by Kamisato Qianhuan in a single move. Kinshiki stopped, incredulous, saying, Is this the enemy our mother fears? I cannot shake the feeling that this level of power does not even match mine. The Sage of 6 Paths shared his confusion. Previously believing Urashiki had been injured due to a swift and powerful strike from the Rinnegan. But could such a wound truly be called an injury? Even the half-hearted 6 Paths like Hashirama could swiftly recover from such severe wounds. Now you tell me he was merely nicked and cannot recover? How pathetic. Not only is he worthless, but he also attempts to flee, and fails at that. Is this truly the extent to which our mother would absorb the chakra of the entire ninja world to combat such a being? Was his millennia-long vigilance merely to guard against this? Perhaps Urashiki's own strength is lacking, he could only surmise. Otherwise, he felt as though his years of preparation had rendered him a fool. Brother, now that this foreign Otsutsuki has fallen, should I still go to the moon to acquire the Rinnegan? Kinshiki asked, uncertain of his next steps. After all, he had previously sealed their mother alongside his brother, who had been the main force. Go. Kamisato Qianhuan's strength is indeed increasing, though at a limited rate. However, if you can obtain the Rinnegan, your power will increase significantly. The Sage of 6 Paths urged, his gaze fixed on Qianhuan, who was absorbing chakra. After Kinshiki departed, the Sage of 6 Paths shifted his attention back to the body on the ground. The Rinnegan's cultivation was complete, and this body, having undergone special modifications, was exceptionally suited to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. He had resolved to harness the Ten Tails' power. Forming a seal, he began to undergo a transformation, gradually shifting from his frail, elderly state into a youthful Otsutsuki. Though Indra was not of noble character, he certainly possessed some skill. The method of sealing ninjutsu was quite convenient. His spirit stepped forward, merging with the body lying on the ground. Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from the Pure Land. Countless slumbering spirits felt this surge, awakening momentarily, gazing in confusion toward the Sage of Six Paths. It was only when the sage stood up and began to acclimate to this body that the situation gradually subsided. Yet, he suddenly sensed a moderate repulsion. Is this the repulsion my brother spoke of? Because I am in a living state, is the Pure Land rejecting me? Never mind, I shall leave this place for now. On the other side, Qianhuan's progress was remarkably smooth. In just a brief moment, Urashiki had fallen into a state of unconsciousness due to having nearly all his chakra drained. Meanwhile, Nikaritsu's Rinnegan chakra cloak had vanished. All this chakra had transformed into nourishment for Qianhuan's growth. Hashirama, still resolute, struggled against his restraints. Qianhuan was truly impressed by Hashirama's endurance since reaching the Six Paths level. Kamisato Qianhuan, you truly spare not even your comrades. You are indeed a wicked individual. Hashirama shouted from his position of restraint, unable to condone such actions. To grow stronger by robbing the power of one's allies is not the way of a true ninja. Senju Hashirama, what do you know? The opponent our lord faces is the Sage of Six Paths, not a mere half-hearted guardian like you. Moreover, my Rinnegan can only be activated because of our lord. Thus, transferring it to him is only natural. Only when his majesty grows stronger can he protect our ninja world. You know nothing yet stand in the position of the Sage of Six Paths. Our enemies in the ninja realm have always been the extraterrestrial Otsutsuki. Hizashi's furious insults towards Hashirama were futile, as without the Rinnegan chakra mode, he could not harm Senju Hashirama and could only suppress him verbally. Qianhuan, however, felt indifferent to Hashirama's words. The term evil seemed to him, a traveler, more like a neutral descriptor rather than an insult. More importantly, he aimed to integrate the power of the Otsutsuki's Rinnegan into his own body, having already reached the 4th level of chi refinement. By absorbing the chakra of the Otsutsuki, he successfully awakened the Yomi Shirbari, a technique almost universally possessed by the Otsutsuki. It was a small consolation, but he could achieve this through Kamui. Chapter 64. The temporal abilities of the Blue Rinnegan. As for the changes from absorbing Hashirama's chakra, he could indeed utilize wood release. Yet he no longer regarded this power with any esteem, as it paled in comparison to his massive blade. Regarding Hashirama's rapid regeneration abilities, he possessed similar capabilities himself, as his chakra could aid others in healing. If he could not heal himself, that would be truly pathetic. To clarify, his blade was no longer 100 meters. It had now grown to 200 meters. With his advancement to the 4th level of chi refinement, all of his ninjutsu had been further enhanced. He could feel that his eyes were now capable of fusing yet another power. Notably, he had chosen not to adopt Hizashi's Rinnegan, not because it was ineffective, indeed. The Rinnegan was formidable, but because Qianhuan placed greater value on the temporal powers within the Otsutsuki's Rinnegan. Time reigns supreme, while space holds dominion. As a power more exalted than that of space, the temporal abilities were of greater significance to him, and he could still pursue the power of the Rinnegan after reaching the 5th level of chi refinement. In the original narrative, the Otsutsuki's Rinnegan, when transitioning to the Blue Rinnegan, could reset surrounding objects to moments before. However, it could not reset one's own state. If he could harness the power of time, he would be far more confident when facing the Sage of Six Paths. He had previously kept a trump card hidden, the golden flames awakened from absorbing Sasuke's chakra. This fire was specifically designed to burn souls. He concealed this because it was his prepared assault against the Sage of Six Paths. At the level of the Six Paths, one is virtually immortal, capable of instantaneously recovering from injuries. Can you heal the injuries on your spirit if you can heal those on your body? He believed that was impossible. Qianhuan withdrew his thoughts and redirected his gaze to the Otsutsuki's Rinnegan. The golden chakra on his fingers surged into it, instantly extracting the chakra infused with all the abilities of the Otsutsuki's Rinnegan. After purification, this chakra surged into Qianhuan's pupils. In an instant, a refreshing sensation washed over his eyes. Concurrently, he refined and absorbed all the powers of the Otsutsuki's Rinnegan. He did not focus on less useful abilities, such as the one that transformed into a red origami crane upon being attacked. Although that was decent, he did not prioritize it, as Kamui had become his passive ability. Instead, he concentrated on the power of time. Any ability related to time was incredibly potent. However, it was evident that the Otsutsuki in the original narrative had not fully utilized this ability. Each time, it was the Otsutsuki who, when attacked, would rewind time to render the attack non-existent, yet could not recover from their own injuries. This raised a question. If you were struck, rewinding time would not heal your wounds. If you did not use this foresight to counterattack, but merely to evade the assault, was that not a waste of the ability? In Xianhuan's view, the battle intelligence of the Otsutsuki was severely lacking. Having lived in an era of brute strength, they had seemingly ceased to think during combat. This ability was a life-saving and counterattacking technique. Choosing to rewind time when faced with a lethal blow was one way to employ it. Memorizing an opponent's attack pattern, then rewinding time to predict and counterattack, was another technique altogether. In a more extreme application, if this rewind could not restore one's state, it implied a cooldown on the skill, allowing for rapid recovery of cooldown times to unleash the same attack repeatedly in a short span. For instance, Shinra Tensei or Sasuke's Amino Jikara. Yet, the Otsutsuki did not employ such tactics, reinforcing Xianhuan's belief that they were inept. Xianhuan sensed the aspects of the Otsutsuki's temporal abilities within his eyes. He realized he could perform everything the Otsutsuki could, and furthermore, he discovered that the Otsutsuki's abilities were enhanced in his hands. It was an enhancement that encompassed both aspects. He could return his body to a state 5 seconds prior and also rewind the time of surrounding objects without affecting his own state. This significantly amplified his survival capability. He now possessed passive Kamui from the space category and time manipulation through time rewind. He truly wondered how he could possibly lose, endowed with such extraordinary abilities. Upon emerging from the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths was not far from Xianhuan's position within Konoha. He aimed to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, striving to elevate his power to its peak. Summoning the Outer Path, the Gedo statue, the youthful Sage of Six Paths floated in the air, placing his hands upon the void. Instantly, the Outer Path statue, long hidden by Nagato, materialized before him. He gazed at the Ten-Tail's shell, nostalgia filling his eyes. Almost everyone from that era had perished, while he remained in the Pure Land, observing the passage of time. Yet, his actions did not cease. He pressed his hands against the air once more. Return, my children, the contract of the Six Paths-tailed beasts. In an instant, the bodies of all Jinchuriki across the ninja world froze simultaneously. They felt their tailed beasts disappearing from within them. Killer Bee and Reikage AI were fleeing from the pursuing ninjas of Kumobikure when suddenly, Bee stumbled and fell to the ground, suddenly feeling immensely weak. The Sage of Six Paths is summoning me. I must go. Farewell. The Eight Tails vanished from within Bee's body, leaving his expression frozen. However, in the next moment, the Eight Tails, Gyuki, left behind an octopus tentacle within him, barely preserving his life. Big brother, Bee, what happened to you? Gyuki indicated that he had been summoned by the Sage of Six Paths. Killer Bee weakly responded, but don't worry, big brother, I'm not dead yet. Gyuki left me a tentacle. AI finally sighed in relief, though his expression remained grim. To transcend time and forcibly extract tailed beasts from the seals of their Jinchuriki was a power that exceeded his imagination. However, there was no time for further contemplation. As the pursuers were closing in again, Reikage, don't run. The dust of the old era should be swept into the garbage bin. You too shall perish. Capture them and deliver them to His Majesty. Feeling the waves of malice approaching from behind, Reikage could only choose to carry Killer Bee and flee. Yet the vastness of the ninja world offered them little refuge, and such events unfolded in various corners of the ninja realm. However, the other Jinchuriki were far less fortunate than Killer Bee. Due to the fact that the tailed beasts within their bodies lacked the ability to leave even a single leg like the Eight Tails Gyuki, they could only vanish directly from the bodies of their Jinchuriki. However, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails was fortunate, as the Three Tails had just been revived, and his predecessor, Yagura, had long since perished, sparing him from facing such a fate once more. Chapter 65. Can't you grant your mother a little freedom? The little girl exclaimed. That unfilial son of the Sage of Six Paths is trying to summon me forcibly. I can hardly resist. Kushina was observing through the telescope technique alongside Minato when the voice of the Nine Tails suddenly echoed in her mind. What? The Sage of Six Paths possesses such abilities? Kushina was taken aback. At the same time, A chilling sense of death permeated her body, rendering her immobile. Minato had just revived. Was it now her turn? She felt an intense hatred for the Sage of Six Paths. Meanwhile, the Ninetales urged, "Quick, have Minato place the Flying Thunder God mark on me. And once I am summoned, you all go find Grandpa." Without waiting for Kushina's consent, the Ninetales forcefully extricated itself from her body. Previously, at the Ninetales' insistence, Kushina had nearly completely lifted her own seal. Given that she belonged to the Uzumaki clan, her life force was exceptionally robust. Even though the Ninetales was now emerging from her body, she did not immediately lose her life. The Sage of Six Paths was about to summon the Ninetales. They needed to place the Flying Thunder God mark on it quickly. Kushina's complexion turned pale, and she staggered. Minato swiftly supported her, his own visage equally grim. Yet he adhered to Kushina's directive and placed his hand on the Ninetales. Sasuke and the others turned their gazes toward them, worry etched on their faces. They understood what the sage's summoning of the Ninetales entailed. It meant he intended to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. The Sage of Six Paths embodied the very essence of that realm. If he were to wield the Ten Tails, his power would be unfathomable, undoubtedly surpassing that of Kagaya Otsutsuki. They pondered whether the current sovereign could match the sage's strength. Sasuke, with a solemn expression, addressed Itachi. No wonder the Ninetales urged Minato to mark it. It seeks for our father to prevent the sage from becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Itachi echoed, concern mirrored in their surroundings. Just then, Guy stepped forward, declaring, "Let me open the 9th gate of the 8 gates and burn my soul to defeat the Sage of Six Paths." His eyes radiated determination, prepared to lay down his life for their sovereign. "Guy, do not act foolishly. Once your soul is burned, there will be no chance of revival. Do you not believe in our father's strength? Besides, he would never allow you to do this." Kakashi, just released from the hospital, grasped Guy's arm as he attempted to rush to the battlefield. "Very well, but if father proves no match, I will not abandon this course. The ninja world desperately needs him." Guy's voice was tinged with disappointment, yet he did not entirely relinquish the thought. As Minato inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark on the Ninetales, it could no longer hold on. With a resounding crash, it vanished as if it had never existed. Kushina, too, could not endure, her complexion pallid beyond recognition. Minato, equally pale, understood that this was not the time for hesitation. He left Kushina in the care of others and used the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. At the location of the Sage of Six Paths, the nine-tailed beasts sat before him, nearly all as excited as children seeing their father. "Children, the ninja world is in peril. I must once again become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Once I vanquish our enemies, I will grant you your freedom once more." The multitude of tailed beasts voiced no objections, save for the Ninetales, who suddenly stepped forward and declared, "Old man, you are utterly hypocritical. This is merely about defeating our grandfather, while you proclaim yourself the righteous one." The other tailed beasts were taken aback by the Ninetales' words, surrounding it in disbelief. "Did you forget that we were all imprisoned together in that zoo? When did you become that man's grandson? How shameless." The one tail, Shikaku, leapt up, its sand falling away as it pointed an accusatory finger at the Ninetales. "Kurama, you shameless creature, claiming a thief as your father. The old man is the one who created us, and you dare acknowledge that man as your grandfather? You are nothing but a beast." The eight tails, Gyuki, laughed uproariously. "Ha? Kurama, you actually recognize a snot-nosed kid as your grandfather. Don't ever say you are also a tailed beast. We cannot afford such disgrace." Yet the Ninetales retorted defiantly. "Did you not know the relationship between the old man and Kagaya Otsutsuki? The old man is her son, and she later married Emperor Chion. For us tailed beasts to refer to the old man as father is not unreasonable. Thus, I call him grandfather, and it is entirely logical." This declaration left many of the tailed beasts in a state of confusion, contemplating the validity of the Ninetales' claim. "Enough." The Sage of Six Paths' expression darkened. "Kurama, you were the one I favored most in life, to whom I bestowed the majority of my chakra. Is this how you repay me?" He had never anticipated that the Ninetales had been swayed by the demon known as Shinra Chihan, viewing matters from its perspective. "Old man, you speak incorrectly. I never said I would not repay you. I simply feel that you could apologize to grandfather. I am certain he would forgive you. Would it not be better for us all to come together? After all, we are family. Why must it be like this? Grandmother would be disappointed on the moon." The Ninetales continued, feeling discontent at the thought of the red-haired girl suffering because of his actions, and he had never approved of the sage's conduct. Enough. I said enough. With a shout that seemed to shatter the air, the sage of six paths released a tempest of chakra, stirring the atmosphere around him. Did you ever consider your grandmother's wishes? Cannot you grant her a measure of freedom to choose whom she loves? Do not assert that she would destroy the ninja world upon her return. Grandfather can provide her with the security she needs. He would not do such a thing. The Nine-Tails taunted, oblivious to the imminent danger. The sage of six paths, enraged to the point of laughter, fixed his renegade gaze upon the Nine-Tails and narrowed his eyes. In an instant, the Nine-Tails lost consciousness, akin to a lifeless automaton, while the other tailed beasts fell silent in fear. Chapter 66. Seizing the Ten Tails. I shall be the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. This is the situation at hand. I must become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. So I shall require you all to endure a bit of hardship. Who is in favor, and who is against? The sage of six paths surveyed the tailed beasts, each of whom bowed their heads in silence like children caught in wrongdoing. Observing their taciturnity, Kagaya Otsutsuki donned a gentle smile. Fear not, I shall uphold my promise. You are my most cherished children. With that, he raised his hands, a staff resting upon his arms. Now, let us return to unity, my children. In an instant, the shell of the Ten Tails erupted from the mouth of the Outer Path demon, spewing forth chains that ensnared each tailed beast and drew them into its maw. As the jewels on the Outer Path demon statue began to glow one by one, it gradually transformed into the form of the Ten Tails. Kamisato Chihuan, your doom is at hand. Your mother is not something you can lay claim to. Just as the Nine Tails was nearing the mouth of the Ten Tails, two figures suddenly appeared before it. It was none other than Chihuan and Minato. In the astonished gaze of the sage of six paths, Chihuan kicked him away, sending him flying 10 kilometers. At that moment, the Ten Tails had fully formed, its colossal body looming before everyone, letting out a thunderous roar. In the next instant, under Minato's shocked gaze, Chihuan placed a hand on the Ten Tails, emanating an immense gravitational force that drew the Ten Tails into his body. To become a Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, one typically requires a unique qualification, followed by the formation of the Six Paths Ten Tails seal. However, another possibility exists. A person may already possess sufficient strength to forcibly absorb the Nine Tails and subdue it. Chihuan was such a case. Though at the third layer of chi refinement, he might not have been capable. Having reached the fourth layer allowed him to manage it with difficulty. He had come at the moment the sage of six paths absorbed all the tailed beasts into the Outer Path demon statue, intending to intercept him. At that moment, a spatial fluctuation emanated, and the figure of the sage of six paths emerged. As a child born from Kagaya's acceptance of the blessings of all beings and the power of the divine tree, he was a legitimate member of the Otsutsuki clan. Possessing the unique spatial abilities of the Otsutsuki, his eyes widened in fury at the scene before him. Kamisato Chihuan, I will kill you. The sage of six paths had successfully broken through. The Ten Tails was his prepared strategy, yet this shameless man had intercepted it, igniting his anger. The last time he suffered such a significant loss was when he heard that Kamisato Chihuan intended to marry his mother. He truly believed Chihuan to be a vile creature. Why? Why must he seize everything from others? The sage of six paths was furious. He immediately summoned a Susanoo comparable in size to the Ten Tails, which could be deemed among the strongest Susanoo in the entire Naruto series. The massive Susanoo's great sword swung down heavily towards Chihuan, who seemed to be absorbing the entirety of the Ten Tails. However, in that instant, over 20 shadow clones descended from Chihuan's form. Indeed, after reaching the fourth layer of chi refinement, his shadow clones had multiplied. These 20 or so shadow clones wielded enormous swords, each 200 meters long. Although the sage of six paths Susanoo was formidable, it was instantly shattered under the barrage of the numerous great swords. From Minato's perspective, he witnessed the sage of six paths colossal Susanoo shatter dramatically, unable to see the shadow clones at all. He was astonished, feeling utterly incapable of comprehending Kamisato Chihuan. He had no idea how such an immense attack could occur without any ripples. Yet, he wisely chose to vacate the battlefield, knowing he could be obliterated by the aftermath of their clash. In that brief moment, Chihuan became the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Instantly, a transparent white cocoon enveloped him. In the next moment, the cocoon shattered violently. The tips of Chihuan's black hair turned white, a silver staff appearing in his hand, while 9 orbs of chakra floated behind him. The power of the Ten Tails is but trivial. Chi Huan declared, casting a disdainful glance at the Sage of Six Paths. To rely on the power of the 10 Tails to defeat me is utterly futile. Only those of the Otsutsuki clan can truly harness the power of the 10 Tails. And you, lacking the Otsutsuki bloodline, can only do this. The Sage of Six Paths' expression darkened. Now that the 10 Tails had been seized, and with Chi Huan empowered by it, the battle would undoubtedly be arduous. 1,000 years prior, he had struggled for 3 months alongside his brother to seal their mother. Now, with Chi Huan possessing the 10 Tails and reaching the level of the Sage of Six Paths, the challenge would be even greater. Indeed, I may not be able to fully utilize the 10 Tails power, but I possess it, do you? A wicked grin crept across Chi Huan's face. And do you think I intend to rely solely on the power of the 10 Tails? Humph. To me, the 10 Tails is merely a reliable source of energy. Chi Huan sensed that by draining the 10 Tails, he could achieve the 5th layer of Chi refinement. The chakra of the 10 Tails would forever belong to the 10 Tails. Only by transforming it into his own could it truly be his. Thus, from the very beginning, he had never considered borrowing the power of the 10 Tails, but instead viewed it as a tool for his cultivation. Thanks to the augmentation from the 10 Tails, he faced nearly no rivals at the Sage level. Even an adversary as formidable as Kagaya Otsutsuki was easily manageable for him. Therefore, he did not rush to attack. Knowing that time was on his side and uncertain of what cards the Sage of Six Paths might hold. What do you intend to do? The Sage of Six Paths gazed at Chi Huan in shock. He had previously discerned that Kamisato Chi Huan possessed the ability to absorb chakra to grow stronger. But never did he imagine he sought to drain the chakra of the 10 Tails. Should Chi Huan succeed in completely absorbing the 10 Tails chakra, what would become of his mother? Would she perish outright? After all, having consumed the fruit of the divine tree, she had become an embodiment of it. If the divine tree vanished, she would likely cease to exist as well. Though he had sealed his mother, it did not mean he wished for her complete demise. Rest assured, I have always treated my own well, especially since in her previous life she was my woman. As for you, my ungrateful son, you truly deserve a thorough reckoning. With that, he vanished from sight, appearing beside the Sage of Six Paths, delivering a powerful punch infused with all his chakra, aimed squarely at the sage's youthful, grotesque face. Yet, the Sage of Six Paths was far from weak. He swiftly placed his black staff before him, but Chi Huan passed right through him. In the next moment, the sage felt as if his waist had been shattered, vanishing into the horizon at an incredible speed. Chapter 67. So this is how you play, huh? I can do it too. The immense wind pressure generated from Chi Huan's rapid speed distorted the Sage of Six Paths' face. He had never anticipated that Kamisato Chi Huan possessed the ability to phase through his body, leading to an unforeseen initial strike. Ascending to a height of 100 meters, the sage barely managed to stabilize himself, his waist twisted as if run over by a tailed beast. However, it was not fatal. Moreover, this body had a remarkable regenerative ability, allowing him to recover almost instantly. Heavenly obstruction, starfall. With a swift motion, an array of meteors appeared densely in the sky, each the size of a tailed beast, some even larger, rivaling that of the 10 Tails. If these meteors were to strike the ground, they could obliterate an entire ninja village. The Sage of Six Paths was furious. He had never been struck in such a manner even during battles with his mother. The meteors, brimming with world-destroying energy, descended from the sky, aiming to blanket the entire battlefield. Minato, watching from a distance, was instantly shocked. He had already distanced himself sufficiently, yet he found himself still within the attack range of the two. Should such a forceful impact have occurred during the previous Great Ninja Wars, it could have decisively determined the outcome. Truly, they were godlike figures. Minato marveled, only to realize in the next moment that Kamisato Chi Huan remained unmoving in place. He watched as Chi Huan's hand suddenly reached into the void. Minato glanced around, failing to discern where Chi Huan's hand was. Yet, he was taken aback to see the meteors in the sky halt their descent, instead gathering at a rapid pace towards the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths suddenly realized that something had unexpectedly appeared around his waist. Turning his head, he was shaken to find a flawless hand clutching a black orb, which was imprinted upon him. A terrifying suction emanated from this black sphere. Shinra Tensei. The sage immediately attempted to repel the hand with a forceful push, yet it remained utterly unmoved. This was due to Qian Huan reactivating his phasing ability. In the midst of the sage's fearful gaze, another hand materialized in the sky, firmly grasping his body, rendering him immobile. Meteorites began to converge upon him at an extraordinary speed. His body contorted like a bent steel rod, twisted to an unnatural angle, unable to resist the overwhelming pull. Moreover, he found himself unable to escape, for Qianhuan's other hand held him captive. On the ground, Qianhuan observed this scene with calm detachment. This was a new ability he had developed by combining the powers of Huangquan Beusaka with Shinra's capabilities after absorbing them. It was perfectly suited to confront this rebellious child, allowing him to experience the sensation of being sealed by the Earth Explosion Star. Regrettably, he did not possess the Earth Explosion Star technique. Otherwise, the battle would have concluded by now. Suddenly, an unparalleled explosion erupted in the sky. A blinding light radiated from the epicenter, visible to all within a radius of hundreds of miles. Moments later, the shockwave from the explosion reached Qianhuan. He remained still, merely retracting his hand from the void. The sudden explosion had triggered the passive phasing ability of his Shinra, leaving his hand unscathed. Qianhuan's eyes narrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated that the Sage of Six Paths would employ a technique akin to Hashirama's, igniting the truth-seeking orb. It was a pity that the nurturing experience package he had meticulously prepared for this rebellious child would go to waste. In contrast, Minato did not share such good fortune. His body was instantly blasted away, but fortunately, his reflexes were swift, allowing him to use the Flying Thunder God technique to reposition. His golden hair was disheveled, and even his Leaf Village forehead protector had fallen off. This was the consequence of underestimating the situation. Yet he had no choice. He could not bear to return to the Leaf Village and witness Kushina's demise. He only wished to see his Majesty Qianhuan emerge victorious. As Minato steadied himself, he once again saw Qianhuan's hands vanish. This time, his gaze fell upon the somewhat disheveled Sage of Six Paths. However, contrary to his expectations, Qianhuan's hands did not appear near the sage. Instead, he was searching for them. In the next moment, he beheld two hands in the sky pushing a colossal black orb. He did not know what this orb was, but he could sense its threat. The Sage of Six Paths also felt a wave of impending danger descending from above. His figure swiftly vanished, soaring at great speed to evade the orb's collision, as it resembled the truth-seeking orb. Yet the faster he moved, the higher Qianhuan's grin became. As the sage reached an impressive speed, Qianhuan's hands, still gripping the black orb, suddenly disappeared, reappearing directly in front of the sage. He had no time to react. He could not perform any extraneous movements. He could only raise the tin staff in his hand to block, which instantly transformed, enveloping him entirely. However, the black orb did not collide with the sage immediately. Instead, it contracted suddenly before expanding at an almost imperceptible speed. Humph, you think you can play this game alone? I can too. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted. The blinding white light revealed a second sun to all in the ninja world. The air was compressed to its limits, distorting and tearing the very fabric of space. At the heart of this terrifying explosion, the mini-sun consumed the Sage of Six Paths. Minato, witnessing the chaos, felt his soul shudder. Not again. He knew this explosion was far more powerful than the one previously unleashed by the sage. He could not afford to linger. Even the residual shockwave posed a lethal threat. Thus, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique to escape to a safer distance. The explosion, resembling a small sun, began to expand. The ground within a 100-mile radius of the epicenter rapidly collapsed downward. Trees, flowers, and buildings were reduced to dust in the wake of this devastating shockwave. Qianhuan remained unfazed, standing still as the earth beneath him plummeted. His gaze pierced through the swirling dust, fixated on the smoke billowing from the explosion above. He observed the black orb, which had enveloped the Sage of Six Paths, shatter under the force of the eruption, and the sage's figure gradually dissipate into nothingness. The Sage of Six Paths uttered not a single word nor a cry of agony. As the reverberations of the explosion began to fade, the area had transformed into a basin. Water from the underground river surged forth, gradually pooling together. So weak? Qianhuan murmured. Yet he understood that this was far from over. Such an attack, albeit powerful, could not obliterate a soul. The sage's essence had likely retreated to the Pure Land. Chapter 68. Use your own bodies as sacrifices. Unfortunately, he could not access the Pure Land yet, as he had never faced death. His earlier exchange of glances with the sage had been due to acquiring the Rinnegan abilities from Madara, allowing him to perceive the sage's scrutiny. However, that was no longer the case. as the sage did not seem to be observing him and was instead preoccupied with something else. Nevertheless, the sage's delay in emerging from the Pure Land afforded him time to cultivate further. This time, he aimed to directly absorb the chakra of the 10 tails, striving to reach the 5th level of chi refinement. Even if the sage revealed more hidden trump cards, he would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with him. Thus, Qian Huan sat cross-legged, his hands forming seals at a rate of 500 per second, hastening the refinement of the 10 tails chakra. In an instant, his hair and body began to transform. He progressively withdrew from the state of the 10 tails Jinchuriki. The white tips of his hair gradually faded, leaving only a full head of black hair. The slight Otsutsuki traits on his body began to vanish as well. Eventually, as he absorbed more and more chakra, he resembled an ordinary person. Although it would be inaccurate to call him an ordinary person, as no ordinary individual possessed such extraordinary qualities. His appearance returned to that of a typical human, devoid of any other traits. At that moment, he noticed the emergence of a 5th tomo behind him. Yet it still had not reached fruition. However, the 10 tails were also diminishing. With the rapid absorption of chakra through the seals, Qian Huan's body acted like an insatiable black hole, both in terms of absorption speed and chakra capacity. But that was simply his nature. He would not destroy something that functioned as a perpetual motion machine. Thus, although the 10 tails within him had lost a significant amount of chakra, it remained the 10 tails, albeit in a weakened state. He began to actively release the 10 tails Jinchuriki state, as he was uncomfortable with anything extraneous within his body. Suddenly, the immense 10 tails was expelled from his abdomen, resembling a viscous sludge. Upon emerging from Qian Huan's body, the creature, which should have been chaotic and violent, trembled like a frightened chick before him, daring not to make a sound. Indeed, even a beast can sense the prevailing circumstances. He gazed at the 10 tails and spoke. Then with a single wave of his hand, he drew the creature into his Kemui space. Watergate, who had previously faltered under the battlefield's aftershocks, had returned. Appearing quite disheveled, his golden hair covered in dust, yet his eyes shone with determination as he looked at Qian Huan. Though he said nothing, Qian Huan understood his intent. "All right, I shall assist you, rest assured," he declared. After all, even at the 3rd level of chi refinement, he could revive individuals, and saving a dying Jinchuriki was a trivial task. Watergate immediately knelt before Qian Huan. "Thank you, Your Majesty," he gasped, his eyes filled with reverence. In the next moment, Qian Huan waved his hand, and Watergate felt as though everything around him had transformed. They had returned to Konoha. Although aware of His Majesty's immense power, he had not anticipated it to be so unfathomable, to the point of defying comprehension. When he beheld Qian Huan again, a golden chakra had materialized in his hand, floating towards Kushina. Suddenly, her heart began to beat normally, and the pallor of her face gradually faded. It was then that everyone realized Qian Huan had returned. Tsunade and Shizun halted their urgent attempts to revive Kushina, their gazes shifting to Qian Huan. In an instant, they rushed to embrace him. "This is wonderful. We have finally defeated the Sage of 6 Paths. I knew you would return. This time, I must bear you a son." They clung to him, and after a considerable time, they finally released him. Before Qian Huan, a multitude of people had knelt in reverence, for everything had been broadcast live. His godlike prowess had left the ordinary citizens of Konoha in awe. "Long live Your Majesty. Qian Huan, the unifier of the shinobi world. You have vanquished even the legendary figures. Your Majesty is truly invincible." Their fervent eyes reflected their willingness to follow Qian Huan's every command, as if they could flatten the shinobi world at his behest. As he surveyed the vast crowd, he was unexpectedly surprised to spot Sasuke and Boruto among the kneeling figures. The fact that these two could stand alongside the others astonished him. A smile graced his lips as he addressed the assembly, esteemed ones. "Now is not the time for celebration. Although I have defeated the Sage of 6 Paths, he is not yet completely vanquished and may return at any moment. Additionally, the Otsutsuki in the starry sky could arrive at any time as well. Therefore, I urge you all to disperse and focus on your training. Obey His Majesty's command. Obey His Majesty's command." The resounding cheers continued as Qian Huan departed for Orochimaru's laboratory. Upon entering, he overheard a foul-mouthed tirade. It was Obito. Having been resurrected by Orochimaru through the impure world reincarnation technique. Upon seeing Qian Huan, Orochimaru hastily formed hand seals to silence Obito. "Your Majesty." He knelt before Qian Huan, recognizing the depth of his power. Truly, he was worthy of the individual from his past life, having progressed so remarkably in such a short time. Your Majesty, I have summoned Uchiha Obito through impure world reincarnation. Now that you have returned victorious, you must have brought back some individuals as well. Shall I assist you in bringing them back? No need. I shall handle this myself. Your space is quite serene, Qianhuan replied, then with a wave of his hand. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Indra, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki all appeared before him, their states unconscious. He extended his hand, utilizing the basic abilities of the Rinnegan to extract their souls from their bodies. With another wave, he transformed them into their impure world reincarnation forms using their own bodies. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he licked his lips in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Qianhuan could achieve such feats. It seemed that the current Qianhuan had nearly reached the level of his past life. These subjects were of considerable value, and he could leverage Qianhuan's prowess to attain higher-tier materials from his previous life. Although Uchiha Obito could not speak, he witnessed Qianhuan's actions with keen awareness. In such a brief span of time, Qianhuan had demonstrated the ability to control life and death with a mere gesture, an utterly terrifying capability. The others soon regained consciousness. Upon seeing Qianhuan, Uchiha Madara exhibited little surprise. He had long accepted his fate. Senju Hashirama's expression remained grim, while Indra and Otsutsuki Kinshiki lacked such foresight. Kamasaki Qianhuan, you despicable villain. Taking advantage of my ambush by Senju Hashirama, you have reduced me to this state. If you dare, release me and allow me to awaken my Rinnegan for another battle. Indra exclaimed, furious, as he had already received Ashura's flesh and was mere steps away from awakening the Rinnegan. How could he accept being in such a half-dead state? You are Kamasaki Qianhuan. I shall remember you. When the others of my Otsutsuki clan arrive, you will undoubtedly meet your end. Otsutsuki Kinshiki retorted defiantly. Having come to this timeline to evade the powerful enemies of his original timeline, seeking to reclaim the Nine Tails with ease. Yet he had not anticipated being subdued so swiftly, and his frustration was palpable. He had merely been careless, failing to utilize his full strength at the time. Excellent. I do enjoy those who talk tough. Qianhuan smirked, glancing at Shimura Danzo, who was trembling nearby, recalling some amusing antics from his previous life. He continued, unaware of your own power, you still dare to be arrogant? Have you heard of the method of lighting the soul's lantern? The others were left bewildered, but Danzo trembled even more violently. Though one of his arms had been destroyed, and his mouth silenced, he could still hear. Yet, Qianhuan had no intention of entertaining their tirades further. He formed hand seals with a single hand, and all of them were swiftly subdued. He was eager to break through to the 5th level of chi refinement and had no time for banter. In the next moment, formidable chains of chakra erupted from him, linking to each of them. With his growing power, he absorbed chakra with increasing ease. Thus, the chakra from these individuals surged forth like a gushing spring towards Qianhuan. During this process, Qianhuan's aura intensified dramatically. If he did not restrain his presence, his overwhelming chakra would force the impure world reincarnated individuals to kneel before him. It was at this moment that Indra recognized Qianhuan's might. He understood that such strength could not simply be countered by possessing the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Kinshiki was engulfed in panic, for this was his first experience with death. And being half dead, he could not remain calm in the face of such a threat. As chakra continued to flow from his body, his expression shifted drastically. He felt as though he would perish in the next moment. As expected, with just a casual inhalation, the chakra within these individuals was nearly depleted, and they entered a state of recovery. However, Qianhuan had yet to reach the 5th level of chi refinement. After all, while these individuals possessed a considerable amount of chakra, it paled in comparison to that of the 10 Tails. Observing their gradually revitalizing bodies, he concentrated all of his chakra into his eyes. He had long been intrigued by the phenomenon of the reincarnated beings acquiring infinite chakra. As a well-rounded youth of the 21st century, educated through 9 years of compulsory schooling, he could not fathom the notion that energy could simply materialize from thin air. Even the tailed beasts, especially the 9 Tails, though seemingly endowed with boundless chakra, drew their energy from the natural forces of their surroundings. He believed that the reincarnation technique must also have its source of energy. Sure enough, as he funneled all of his chakra into his eyes, his ocular power reached an astonishing level, surpassing even that of the Rinnegan by a couple of tiers. It was at this moment that he discerned a connection between these souls and an unknown realm. Through the fissures of this connection, he glimpsed a vast expanse. seemingly devoid of anything. Yet, in the next instant, his vision sharpened, revealing the slumbering souls within. The answer became evident. These individuals drew their power from the Pure Land. However, the reason why the Pure Land could provide them with chakra remained a mystery. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. With the source of chakra unveiled, he too could harness it through the Pure Land. After all, when he first absorbed Danzo's chakra, his strength underwent a dramatic transformation, leading him to suspect that this change stemmed from the Pure Land. Now, this theory had materialized. Thus, Qianhuan maintained his ocular power at full capacity. He extended his hand through the visible fissures, utilizing the space-time abilities of his eyes to probe deeper. He felt his hand traverse into another dimension, simultaneously sensing a repulsive force. Once again, he observed the souls slumbering within the Pure Land, where its power seemed to shield them. He was unaware of who orchestrated this phenomenon, but he understood that the Pure Land could not have appeared out of nowhere. Nor was it the handiwork of the Sage of Six Paths. If the sage possessed the power to preserve all the souls of the ninja world throughout history, then his combat prowess would not be so lackluster. Yet, Qianhuan disregarded these thoughts. After all, it was said that in his previous life he had refined the Pure Land into the cycle of six paths. Any adversary he had been able to overcome in his past life, he could vanquish again. Without power, all discussions were mere illusions. As long as his strength was formidable enough, he could shatter all conspiracies with a single blow. As he activated his foundational chakra cultivation technique, a tremendous surge of chakra began to infuse his body. This chakra was significantly purer than that of the individuals before him. After all, he was now directly absorbing chakra from the Pure Land, rather than the residual chakra left behind when the reincarnated bodies drew from it to restore themselves. At this moment, his cultivation level began to ascend rapidly, akin to a rocket launch. In the next instant, the fifth tomo appeared on his Sharingan. As Qianhuan's cultivation reached the fifth level of Qi refinement, his comprehension of the ninja world's dimensions deepened, and even the abilities within his body began to undergo transformation. He no longer needed to form hand seals, and the effects of fixed ninjutsu could now be adjusted through the sheer force of his will. Most notably, the massive 40-meter blade that had grown with his cultivation could now be transformed into a 10,000-meter sword with sufficient chakra expenditure. Simultaneously, his ocular techniques began to evolve in a similar manner. The time reversal ability acquired from Otsutsuki Kinshiki now allowed him to return to any moment he desired. Previously limited to 5 seconds, he could now rewind time by a fraction of a second or even 100 seconds. His power continued to amplify, and he could even replicate the abilities of those from whom he absorbed chakra. For instance, having previously absorbed the chakra of the Ten Tails, he was now able to wield powers exclusive to the Divine Tree, such as the Divine Tree's descent. He was in a state so close to the Tao that he could tear apart the non-existent space and enter the Pure Land. Gazing ahead, he found himself surrounded by an infinite sea of souls. Qianhuan held little interest in these souls. He sought only to locate the Sage of Six Paths. In such a place, with an abundance of souls and chakra, it was conceivable that the sage could cultivate a formidable being. In the Pure Land, the location of the Sage of Six Paths was fraught with turmoil. His body, reduced to mere dust by Qianhuan, had taken him several days to meticulously create. The loss of it incited his fury. Moreover, that man had become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. He felt that even if he were to resurrect, he would not stand a chance against that man. Thus, he turned his attention to the countless slumbering souls around him. At the same time, the spirit of the Sage of Six Paths began to transform, growing larger and more indistinct, as if shrouded in a mist that rendered him ethereal. His facial features became less defined, but took on a more menacing aspect, with 2 curved horns sprouting from his head and a signature short blade gripped in his mouth. Donned in a flowing white robe, his bare skin crawling with black curse marks, a terrifying and chilling aura emanated from him. This grotesque form resembled that of the Shinigami from the Reaper Death Seal, yet was markedly different in stature and presence. The sage's spirit now rivaled that of the tailed beasts, and within this form, his eyes bore the Rinnegan. However, the Shinigami of the Reaper Death Seal was not him. It was merely a plaything he had crafted on a whim. Yet, he possessed the ability of the Shinigami from the Reaper Death Seal, the power to harvest souls. However, the act of drawing souls to himself for absorption carried significant side effects, impairing his cognition and driving him to madness. Thus, despite the immense power it promised, He had never resorted to such a method. Now, devoid of hope for a comeback, even if the feathered village on the moon were to return, awakened with the Rinnegan, it would not be able to contend with that man. Shenli Qian Huan was simply too formidable. Therefore, he was left with no choice but to resort to extremes. He was unaware of who had created this Pure Land, but upon his death, when he arrived in the Pure Land, he had already begun preparing to defeat other Otsutsuki. However, he never anticipated that this plan would not be applied against his fellow Otsutsuki, but rather against an unremarkable individual devoid of lineage in the ninja world. Contemplating this, a grotesque hatred crawled over the terrifying spirit of the Sage of Six Paths. With a wave of his hand, countless purple-blue chains shot forth from his colossal spirit, piercing through the surrounding souls, elderly, children, men, and women alike, without exception. Simultaneously, the faces of those pierced by the chains revealed expressions of terror as they awoke from their slumber, despite their thoughts being frozen at the moment before death. Upon witnessing the terrifying figure of the Sage of Six Paths, each of them succumbed to an overwhelming sense of dread and despair. In the blink of an eye, as the chains began to retract, the once serene and tranquil Pure Land transformed into a true hell on earth. These individuals cried out and struggled. Yet their efforts were in vain as they were swiftly drawn into the soul of the Sage of Six Paths. His essence morphed into a colossal vortex, shattering the absorbed souls into mere fragments, which were then consumed. With each soul devoured, subtle changes manifested in the sage's form. The cursed markings on his muscular body appeared even more pronounced, while the violet chains grew thicker. Yet, his eyes gleamed with a frenzied satisfaction and insatiable greed. Ha! The taste of souls is the finest delicacy in existence. You insignificant beings are profoundly fortunate to become a part of my power. Come to me, merge with my being, and aid me in vanquishing that man. Simultaneously, his essence expanded, growing from the size of a tailed beast to rivaling that of the 10 tails. However, even this was not enough to satiate the sage. Souls, I require more souls. I must grow stronger, powerful enough to shatter the very fabric of this world. Kamisato Chihayako must die, all must perish, and become the nourishment for my evolution. Yet, it was evident that such unrestrained consumption of other souls bore significant side effects. For each soul carried the entirety of its host's memories and thoughts. Even if he could destroy them, he lacked the ability to purify them into pure soul energy. The repercussions of this were becoming apparent, gradually altering the sage's psyche. He sensed this change, yet found himself with no choice. Once begun, there was no stopping. Initially, there had been a glimmer of compassion within him, but now his demeanor could only be described as reckless abandon. Meanwhile, Kamisato Chihayako, upon arriving in the Pure Land, pushed his chakra to its limits, desperately seeking the location of the Sage of Six Paths. With every passing moment, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Battling against the repulsive forces within the Pure Land, he utilized his spatial abilities to search the area. Each time his gaze swept across the landscape, he would instantly appear at the farthest point his sight reached. Yet, despite his efforts, he had yet to encounter the sage, for the expanse of the Pure Land was vast, a convergence of souls accumulated over countless years. Suddenly, he felt a jolt of foreboding. His eyes turned toward a specific direction, and in an instant, Chihayako was rooted to the spot in astonishment. He beheld a colossal silhouette towering thousands of meters high. From its outline, it resembled the Shinigami he had once encountered in an anime during his previous life. He had never anticipated that the Shinigami would possess such overwhelming power. Even as Chihayako had reached the 5th layer of chi refinement, he felt an intense sense of danger emanating from this figure. Thus, he never considered that this might be the Sage of Six Paths, for the disparity between them was too great. What shocked Chihayako further was witnessing the immense Shinigami incessantly using its violet chains to reap the surrounding souls, growing even larger with each passing moment. At that moment, a new figure emerged before the Shinigami. Otsutsuki Yohira, having just returned from the moon with the power of the Rinnegan, sought to reunite with his brother. Much like sealing their mother a millennium ago, he intended to defeat Kamisato Chihayako. Yet, what did he find upon his return? A monstrous entity, standing beneath the towering Shinigami. Yohira trembled as he watched it voraciously absorb the souls of others. Summoning his courage, he finally shouted, "You monster, where have you taken my brother?" His voice sliced through the stillness of the night like a bolt of lightning, capturing the creature's attention. The monster slowly turned its massive, grotesque head toward the diminutive figure on the ground. A fleeting moment of clarity flickered in its previously frenzied, greedy eyes, and its body quivered slightly, causing the violet chains to momentarily halt. Uchiha, you must flee. The Sage of Six Paths issued his final benevolent warning, his voice a cacophony of countless tones. Uchiha beheld the Rinnegan in the giant's eyes and was left in shock. A foreboding sense of dread filled his heart. All evidence pointed to the reality that this was indeed his brother. Yet how could he accept such a truth? You are not my brother. My brother would never do this. Uchiha exclaimed defiantly, trembling as he summoned the courage to speak these words. Run, Uchiha. Get away from here. The sage's final plea echoed, and the last vestige of clarity in his gaze vanished, replaced by boundless madness. Regrettably, Uchiha's choice was evidently not to flee. He gazed at his brother, his resolve hardening. Nisan, this time, I will save you. In an instant, a powerful aura enveloped Uchiha. Though his body still trembled, he was soon clad in a green chakra cloak. Entering the Rinnegan chakra mode. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. A colossal beam of golden light manifested in Uchiha's grasp, aimed at the godlike figure before him. The skies of the Pure Land turned golden in its wake, as if he could cleave the Sage of Six Paths in two. However, such power did not inflict a scratch upon the sage, instead passing harmlessly through him. The monster's crazed eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Ha ha ha, Otsutsuki Uchiha. My brother, ha ha. Surely your soul will be even more delectable. The overwhelming violet chains erupted from the monster's form, ensnaring Uchiha from every conceivable angle. Uchiha's expression became vacant, his body trembling. He had never anticipated that his most potent attack would fail to even graze his brother, as if they existed in entirely different dimensions. Faced with such an onslaught, he was at a loss for how to evade. Ultimately, countless violet chains pierced through his being, extracting his soul from his body, leaving him powerless. A look of relief spread across his face. In the distance, Chihayako shook his head, noting how many in the ninja world seemed to take their own demise too lightly. However, through their dialogue, he realized that this was indeed the Sage of Six Paths. In the blink of an eye, he had grown so powerful. This could not be allowed to continue. After all, the Pure Land was teeming with souls. If the sage consumed them all, Chihayako could scarcely imagine how formidable he would become. Let me add fuel to this inferno. Chihayako murmured to himself, then with a single wave of his hand, the entire realm transformed into a sea of golden flames. Instantly, all souls within sight were engulfed by the golden fire. Rather than being consumed by the Sage of Six Paths, I would rather liberate your souls. Currently, he has no viable solution, resorting instead to the ancestral strategy of scorched earth. After all, to absorb souls, one must possess souls. Without them, what can you absorb? However, Qianhuan is not devoid of reason. While he may disperse the souls of these individuals, he wields the power of time. Once he becomes sufficiently powerful, he will resurrect them through temporal manipulation. After all, the blue Rinnegan of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, which he has absorbed, enables him to revert to a state 5 seconds prior. And with his enhancements, that duration has significantly increased. Once he reaches the foundational stage, he should be capable of achieving this feat nevertheless, even if he could rewind time. His current range is limited to a mere 1 or 200 seconds, which does little to alter the outcome. The next unfortunate victim is Otsutsuki Kinshiki, his son, who evidently shares little affinity with his mother, let alone with his stepfather. Thus, Kinshiki preemptively transforms his entire being into ash. In his final moments, he perceives Qianhuan's presence, yet he gazes at him with pure hatred, leaving behind a final plea. Nisan, kill him for me. Before dissipating. Meanwhile, the Sage of Six Paths, engulfed in golden flames, is also affected. The agony of soul incineration is beyond what most can endure. Hence, Qianhuan's golden flames are extraordinarily potent. Others are swiftly reduced to nothingness without excessive suffering. However, the sage, being immensely powerful and possessing a soul body several thousand meters in size, finds his entire essence engulfed by the searing flames. The unbearable pain radiates from every part of his being, eliciting a scream that resonates like the wails of a horrific monster. Yet, it is this very torment that momentarily restores clarity to the sage's eyes. In that fleeting moment of awareness, he witnesses Qianhuan's flames incinerate the entirety of his brother Kinshiki's soul. No, Kinshiki, you cannot die. The sage's anguished wails roll forth like a demonic chorus, awakening soul bodies from miles away. They simultaneously glance toward the sage's direction, only to succumb back into slumber. The pain is excruciating. Shinra Tensei. The terrifying resonance of his anguished voice carries with it an immense repulsive force, spreading outward with the ferocity and speed of a tsunami. Wherever this force travels, space warps, and massive rifts open like the gaping jaws of a monstrous beast. Qianhuan's golden flames are instantaneously flung aside. The entire realm quakes violently under this assault, teetering on the brink of collapse. The spirit bodies within 100 miles disintegrate like fragile ants, scattering into stardust in the void. The velocity of Shinra Tensei exceeds Qianhuan's wildest imagination. He barely registers its approach before the colossal repulsion sweeps over him. Fortunately, his body reacts swiftly. The passive skill of phasing, a result of absorbing the divine power, activates. Since his phasing directly places his true form in another space, the spatial distortion does not harm him. A bead of cold sweat trickles down Qianhuan's forehead. He never anticipated that the Sage of Six Paths would possess such formidable strength. The power of Shinra Tensei surpasses that of even the most potent techniques of the Uchiha clan by thousands of times. This is utterly outrageous. In the original narrative, few methods exist to annihilate souls, and even upon entering the Sage realm, the inability to restore the reanimated bodies does not equate to inflicting damage upon their souls. Yet now, the Sage of Six Paths has accomplished what none other could. A grave expression settles in Qianhuan's eyes. For the first time, he feels utterly overwhelmed by strength. Previously, he had always been the one overpowering others, but now he finds himself in a position of vulnerability. Frequently, a sufficiently high numerical value can counteract all schemes and tricks. Thus, he is left feeling discomfort. For instance, Qianhuan is hesitant to utilize his divine power to extract the sage's soul, as he cannot guarantee that the extracted soul would not dissipate. After all, in the original tale, even Orochimaru's hands were sealed within the belly of the death god, yet they were ultimately retrieved intact. Currently, the phasing ability is Qianhuan's most effective means of survival. He cannot allow the sage's soul to enter it, rendering it ineffective. However, he feels a glimmer of hope as the sage, upon losing the searing golden flames, descends into madness once more. In this deranged state, the sage seems only capable of using the soul chains to ensnare others' souls. But this is utterly ineffective against Qianhuan. He certainly cannot remain passive, relying solely on phasing. He continuously performs spatial leaps, ensuring that the chains do not completely ensnare him. This grants him the time to devise a strategy. He first considers the possibility of exhausting the Sage of Six Paths to death with golden flames. Yet, this appears futile, as it is evident that as the sage's soul body diminishes in size due to the flames, his consciousness becomes increasingly lucid. Consequently, the sage's attacks will not be limited to mere soul chains. He may possess abilities capable of shattering Qianhuan's phasing. Given the sage's current state, who can predict the extent of his powers? Thus, Qianhuan is compelled to contemplate alternative strategies. He falls into a brief silence, realizing that he lacks an effective plan. After all, the sage's numerical values are exceedingly high, and he cannot match them. Exhausting his energy may only lead to the sage entering a second phase, which seems untenable. However, if he were to consider two angles, it boils down to either his numerical value being superior or ensuring that the sage remains unconscious while depleting his energy. Regrettably, the latter is currently unattainable. Thus, he must focus on the former. The question then arises, how can he swiftly elevate his strength? For Qianhuan, the answer lies in an abundance of chakra, limitless chakra. Yet, the current rate at which he absorbs chakra in this realm is evidently insufficient, for as one advances in cultivation, the required chakra escalates. Consequently, he quickly contemplates the techniques of Shadow Clone Jutsu and Infinite Tsukuyami. The latter, however, is evidently more expedient. Regrettably, the realm is composed entirely of spirit bodies, rendering Infinite Tsukuyami ineffective. Primarily, there is no need for it. The god tree's descent suffices, as the spirit bodies remain inert. And he himself is in a state of slumber, negating the necessity for Infinite Tsukuyami to enhance control. However, the issue lies with the god tree's descent. Can it truly absorb the chakra of spirit bodies? It cannot, for even Qianhuan cannot absorb chakra from spirit bodies. If he could, then the spirit body of Danzo would have long since crumbled under his influence. Yet, this circumstance invites a different perspective. Why can the God Tree's descent absorb chakra from others? It is because it simulates the God Tree itself. The God Tree's greatest strength lies in its ability to absorb the natural energy of an entire planet, condensing it into chakra fruit, gradually leading to desolation. Herein lies the Pure Land, where the natural energy in the air is extraordinarily abundant and of a higher caliber than that found on planets. Upon this realization, Qianhuan ceases his game of hide-and-seek with the Sage of Six Paths, vanishing from sight. When he reappears, he finds himself thousands of miles away. For the sage had previously utilized Shinra Tensei to reduce the spirit bodies within a 100-mile radius to ash. Thus, Qianhuan was not concerned about the Sage of Six Paths growing any stronger. He clasped his hands together, invoking the arrival of the divine tree realm. In that fleeting moment, Qianhuan suddenly sensed his chakra vanishing at the speed of light from within his entire being. His expression changed dramatically, for this indicated that this place was evidently far larger than the shinobi world. After all, even the Sage of Six Paths could wield this ninjutsu effortlessly. There was no reason for him to struggle in doing so. Until the last remnants of Qianhuan's chakra were depleted, he could not fully execute this technique. He was left with no choice but to perform this ninjutsu within the limits of his capabilities. Consequently, countless enormous branches of the divine tree arose in a realm vastly exceeding that of the shinobi world. Simultaneously, these branches began to absorb the stray chakra within the Pure Land. At that very instant, Qianhuan felt his chakra replenished to its fullest capacity, yet it continued to overflow. In the next moment, an uncountable number of black sealing marks manifested upon his body. His eyes narrowed. This scene was eerily familiar, reminiscent of the time he first absorbed the Nine-Tails chakra, when his body simply could not process such an abundance of chakra, resulting in a similar phenomenon. And now, history repeated itself. He promptly sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands forming seals at an astonishing rate of 3,000 seals per second. His hands had transcended mere illusion, resembling a heated iron rod. With his movements, the black sealing marks began to diminish slowly. During this period, his cultivation soared rapidly. In almost the blink of an eye, the sixth tomo appeared behind him. Before the sixth tomo could stabilize, shifting from a flickering state to a solid form, the seventh tomo emerged. This velocity was akin to that of a rocket. No, it surpassed that of a rocket, akin to an ultra-light-speed vessel. Thus, after several hours, Qianhuan's aura finally reached its zenith. He had ascended to the pinnacle of the 10th layer of qi refinement, on the verge of an unimaginable breakthrough into the foundation establishment realm. From this moment forth, the chakra he absorbed continued to multiply, yet his aura did not grow. It was as if an abyss had appeared before him, barring his passage into the foundation establishment stage. However, he was not one to easily surrender. Although he was currently unaware of the full extent of his power, his ambitions extended beyond merely defeating the Sage of Six Paths. Therefore, Qianhuan once more formed hand seals. The divine tree realm descends. With his pinnacle of qi refinement, his chakra once again vanished at light speed. He was astonished by the expanse of the Pure Land. Just how vast was this place? Could it possibly encompass the entirety of the universe? The amount of chakra was overwhelming. Even as he absorbed it, it showed no signs of depletion. If he were in the shinobi world, he would have drained it countless times over. Just how powerful had he been in his past life to transmute such essence into the six paths of reincarnation? Yet, before Qianhuan could contemplate this, a torrent of chakra, 100 times more potent than before, surged forth. At that moment, he felt a sensation of fullness within his body. The instant that feeling emerged, an extraordinary transformation occurred within Qianhuan. The chakra coursing through him transcended the mere states of solid, liquid, and gas. It had completely sublimated. He felt as though he were undergoing a transcendental ascension. He beheld layers upon layers of space, countless parallel shinobi worlds, and even glimpsed the past and the future. In that moment, he felt as if he could achieve anything he desired. With a gentle wave of his hand, the scenery before him receded at an astonishing pace, and the river of time began to flow backward. It returned directly to the moment he had shattered the Sage of Six Paths form. In that instant, Qianhuan swiftly reached out, grasping the soul of the Sage of Six Paths within his palm. Rebellious child, do you not yet know to turn back? The end of the tale.